fastest 42 in the land. All ages from kids up to grown men. Walk through the gates of the coal miner's daughter to make a point clearer than the creek water. Who's the best? Who's it gonna be? In Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wind spin. In the crowd, everybody's whistling. Line on the field. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
Hello, everybody out there on Racer TV, and welcome to the 44th Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. A Wednesday morning here at the ranch. Going to get day 2 of racing kicked off. Going to finish out our first motos, and we will be getting into our second motos today. Some big racing to come. Several big classes still left to go with their first motos, including Supermini 2, Schoolboy 2, Open Pro Sport, Schoolboy 1, all still having to do their first moto, including the 450B limited class. But as for now, it is time for some of our little rippers to get out there. Still some heavy hitters. The 65cc 7 to 9-year-old class going to have the best 7 to 9-year-olds in the nation going head-to-head here this morning. Dean, let's take a look at who we've got.
Yeah, Jackson, the 65cc 7 to 9. We got the number 5, a Tate Brush out of Atwood, Tennessee. Out of Bedford, Virginia, it's number 12, a Boone Lloyd. Out of In River, Canada, we got the number 13, J.R. Jeanette. On the 14, that's Yumina Burning. She's out of Pleasanton, California. On number 15, Logan Verhauer out of California. The number 17, Deegan Mullen out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. The number 18 of Darren Kamstra out of Elk, Washington. Dominic Steele, he's the young rider out of Freeport, Florida. On number 21, we're looking at Gunnar Luss out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. The 22 machine, that's Hayden Zinasek out of San Antonio, Texas.
J.J. Baker going to be on the 23 machine, making his way out of Oregon. Out of Minnesota, going to be Tucker Pavlovich on the 24 machine. Charles Orr, he'll be on the 27 as he makes his way from Texas. The Michigan, Mason Howard, going to be on the 28 machine. Levi Meyer making his way out of Okeechobee, Florida, going to be on that 29 machine. Cruz Peterson making his way out of Kansas on board the 30 machine. We got Jack Delfendahl out on the track. He'll be making his way from Indiana on the 33 machine. Dylan Chipman out of California will be on that 38 ride. You'll see Hayden Ash out there on the 39, also out of California. Jackson Lampin going to be out there on the 43 machine as he makes his way from Massachusetts. The West Virginia native Jarrett Tincher going to be on the 44. The 45 machine will belong to Jackson Turner, also going to be out of Michigan. And then we have Shannon Tarnow out of Texas. Dakota Lee out of Texas. They're going to be on the 51 and 52 machines.
And, of course, we got Grayson Henich. He is out of Illinois on number 54. Out of Palmdale, California, Enzo Pasca on the 57. The 58, Caden Mueller out of Spruce Grove, Canada. 59, Mikel Garcia out of Mexico. The 61, that's going to be Tucker Mercure. He's out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. The number 70, that's Bradley Gardner. Gardner out of Roughdale, Pennsylvania. Louis Hawk, he's going to be out there out of Hilton, New York on the number 71. Out of Big Sky, Montana, the number 72, Jet Rao. West Sudbury, Pennsylvania, the 73, Caverick Stewart. 74, Luke Witt. Luke Witt out of Santaquin, Utah. The 75, Cameron Buckman. Buckman out of Huntington, New York. Connor Rodriguez, number 77, he's out of Spring Hill, Florida. The 87 machine out of Fallon, Missouri. That is Mason Wheeler. And then we got Brody Jones, number 89, also out there at Angier, North Carolina. Grant Woodring on the number 92. The 94, Finn Johnson, he is out of Wisconsin. Then Colorado's going to bring us the number 96 of Riker Fitch. Then the number 99, the famous number 99 out of Zachary, Louisiana, Matty Matt Semino.
There we go. That's going to be our starting lineup here for race number 20, our 65cc 7 to 9, our first race here this morning.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, the stage is set right here in the 65cc 7 to 9 class.
Oh.
On deck after that, 85cc 10 to 12 limited and 450B limited also in the staging area. You got a special guest with us today?
Oh, yeah, of course. Kevin Wyndham. I didn't introduce myself. Jackson Burrell here along with Dean Diaz. And then, of course, got K-Dub Kevin Wyndham in the booth with us here this morning as well for some 65cc racing. K-Dub, what you thinking?
I cannot wait for a Wednesday as we race towards the end of Moto number 1. A few to go here. What, about 10 races left, it looks like, approximately, before we will get into our Moto 2. Tuesday had an amazing day of racing, so I was chomping at the bit to get up here with you guys this morning, and the action is about to start ripping here with 65cc 7 and 9.
Yeah, we sure are. I actually do want to correct myself. They're going to be actually our second race here this morning, our first race on Racer TV, and we will be live all day for the rest of the racing action until we close things down. Only going to miss 5 races all week long out of well over 100 gate drops that will be happening. Only 5 of those will not be on Racer TV, so bringing a ton of coverage to all of you here this week. Everybody that's on property with us, make sure to let everybody at home know when they can tune in to Racer TV. Of course, completely for free. You don't even have to log in. You can find it on racertv.com or on YouTube under Racer TV. So just about ready to go here. Going to get the gate set. They've made their sight lap, and we're going to get ready to go racing.
And I'll tell you what, I'm ready to see these 65, 7, and 9 riders go at it, because we've seen a lot of these riders go up to the 50 ranks, the 4 to 6, the Micro 2, right into the Micro 3, and now they're out there in the 65cc 7 to 9 class. And this is the second class for these 50 riders, this 65cc 7 to 9.
One young lady that I have my eyes on is Yomina Burning. She was on fire here yesterday. Keep your eyes out for her. She'll be on the 14. But here we go, everybody. The gate is down here for this 65cc 7 to 9-year-old class. Into turn number 1 we go, and it looks like one of our Cobra riders with a big hole shot.
You're right about that. That is Riker Fitch. He's that Colorado rider, number 96, out to a great start. And, man, I'll tell you what, that's who you want, is a clean bike and some clear vision out here on the opening lap at Loretta Lynn's.
Zinasek with a good drive as well. Giannetti also up in there on the 13 machine. And here we go, their first time through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, nice clean run through the 10 Commandments. Of course, that whole shot line, we got Fitch, Zinasek, Giannett, Johnson, Posca, Lapon, Burning, Stewart, Lloyd, Baker. That was your top 10 through the timing line at the start.
Great track this morning for these young riders. I was noticing, I was walking around early in the track crew, Russell and the rest of the gang there. Whoa, what do we got? What do we got here?
The 75 machine, yeah, that's Cameron Buckman. Buckman's definitely heavy hitter in the 7 to 9 class, and he's got a lot of work to do now, going dead last in the opening lap. But this is the lap, right? This is where you can make the most passes, I'd say. Yeah,
for sure. So back to the track, man. They prepped it completely different today. I think they all acknowledged how rough it got yesterday. I noticed it. Look, they prep it great, but they meet. What does the track need? What can we do better to make the racing better as from all aspects? They dot the I's and cross the T's. A much different prep this morning, as it's a little smoother. Now, don't get my words twisted. It's not smooth. It's a little smoother.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. As many races as we have, no doubt about it. It's going to get rough no matter what we do to the track. But yeah, you can always correct it just a little bit, make it just a little bit better. These riders kind of get to make a few of their own lines this morning. I'm sure they're not quite used to that.
And Kevin, it's still early. This is Moto 2, the beginning of Moto 2. Last time you woke up at the end of Moto 4, so that could be a little different there as well. Here they come around that sweeper. We're looking at our leader. It still looks like Riker Fitch doing a great job, man. He just moved up off that 50. He is doing a great job on the 65. The number 14 in the mix.
Check it out. This is Yumina Bearing. Sorry to jump in on you. That was Jackie Leggs made mention of the young lady earlier. Said that's the one to watch out for, and Jackie Leggs is correct, as she is in second position here at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, we got a few young girl riders that are doing really good here at the ranch. It's not just her. We've got about 3-4 young ladies that are doing very, very good and mixing it up with the boys. And look at that to the inside, and the 14 machine going to be leading the way here on lap number 2.
Oh, man, I'll hear Robert Fitch now. So why'd you go outside? You gave up that pass. And I'll tell you what, Yumina Burning taking full advantage of that. She is our new race leader on the track right now on the number 14.
Guys, I don't know if anybody's ever done that. We'll have to check and see, but I don't know if a young lady has ever won a 65cc moto here. We'll have to see for sure. I know we have another young lady that's trying to do just that. She made history by winning her regional, so I have to imagine it's not been done here at Loretta Lynn's.
Well, right now she's going to have to put her head down and start charging, as she's starting to feel a little bit of pressure now from the 51 of Shannon Tarnow. Also Tate Brush inside the top 5 there, as
I got a question. Sorry to interrupt, but wasn't Tarnow the same rider with the tear-offs flapping beside the helmet when we seen him in Moto yesterday?
Oh. Yumina is down. Going back into storyland. She's remounting the number 14. I was cheering for her so well. I mean, such an amazing rider and talent, but I love the 14. Close, near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely.
I love the number 14, right?
And it's still early, though. She got up pretty quickly, got back going again. I'm not sure if she's about the top 5 position, but she'll still be able to work with that.
She's back on the track rolling, but for now, it's the 51 of Shan Tarnow that takes control of this one as he goes into the first of 2 sand sections. It's not too bad a road yet, right?
No, not
manageable.
Definitely manageable.
Slick out there this morning, seeing several riders loosen that rear end. Not quite the deep ruts that they're used to, so getting...
Hey, you said that the 51 yesterday had tear-offs on the side of his helmet. Check him out as he flies by the tower. He's got a stack of tear-offs just dangling, so good thing he's in the lead. He's probably lost the opportunity to clear his vision a couple of times. Tear-offs flapping again for Tarnow.
That must be something here in this 65cc group. They get in the lead and they just said, you know what, we'll just get rid of these. We don't need these anymore.
Yeah, it is the number 51 machine. They'll come through that timing and scoring. It's going to be the number 51, Shannon Tarnow. Actually going for third to first that lap with Fitch getting passed up. And also, Yumina Bernie making that mistake, but Fitch is going to be in the second place position still. Tate Brush, he's the man on the move right now on that Yamaha, the number 5 Yamaha. Look out for Jet Rao on the 72. He's in fourth, and Gianette rounding your top 5.
Jet Rao having a good run today after some unfortunate luck to start the week off. Keeping our eyes on this 51 machine here on Racer TV as he continues to lead the way. Let's see why the 14 machine checks in. Going to come around in the 6th place spot. All things considered, that is very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love watching Racer TV, and what we're seeing is number 5 of Tate Brush, Wheelan Riker Fitch, and there goes Jet Rao. He's the number 72.
Yeah, it's kind of Rao's first kind of moto, right? I mean, he was out there earlier, but had definitely things did not go as planned for Jet Rao. So now he is in a position to show what he's got as we're, 14 minutes left on the clock. So a lot of racing left here as look at Tate Brush now.
Yeah, putting all kinds of pressure on Fitch.
Heading back to Storyland, got the inside, the outside, multiple lines. Is it going to pay off? Number 5 has momentum.
And look at that drive. It's going to be enough, K-Dub. He is going to be able to get around. Let's see if he can make this one stick.
Yeah, the momentum speed, I think he is going to make it stick, Jackson, as they make their way back out of Storyland. It's number 5, a Tate Brush, who's going to move into that second place position. I got to ask you guys, do you think he'll have enough time to catch our leader, Shannon Tarnow?
That's going to be the question. Look at that.
If he's fast enough, he's got time. There's still 13 minutes and 50 seconds left of this moto here. So there's plenty of time if he puts his head down, charging towards the front, if he's fast enough. Look, Tarnow's hard to catch no matter what, right?
He's already on him, though. If you watch there on time and scoring, I believe it's only like a second gap separating our leader and our second place position as they rail through the middle of the track.
Be interesting to see lap times as they come by. Something must have happened to the 51 of Shan Tarnow. Last lap he turned a 220, which is what Tate Brush turned a 224. So on that lap he was 4 seconds faster, but obviously on this lap, and they'll check in here in just a minute as they're through the Bermuda Triangle. And let's see what they post as they come by the finish line.
And for you guys back home, I'll let you guys know this number 5 machine, that means he got 5th in the same class last year, and that's a huge accomplishment of its own, coming in your second year with the number 5.
There we go. They check in. Look at that time for Tate Brush. 2:17. He is hauling the mail as Tarnow checks in with a 2:22. So that is why the gap has shrunk.
Yeah, sun's not even up yet, and he's blistering out there around the racetrack.
Seeing some fast lap times out of Jet Rao and Yumina Burning as well. A 2:19 for Rao, a 2:20 there for Burning, and that 2:17.5 for Tate Brush going to be the fastest one we've saw so far.
Yeah, good shout out for Burning. That 2:20 is going to put her right back up in the top 5, so she is definitely a player in this one. As we watch our race leaders right now make their way into the 10 Commandments, it's the 51 of Tarnow and the number 5 of Tate Brush. They're almost on the same sequence right now through those 10 Commandments.
Brush going to choose to go to the outside here. Tarnow to the outside. Let's see what he can do with it.
Pretty deep rut already this morning for the 65 riders. Let's see if it works again. Oh, a little hang up.
Yep.
Little hang up there for Tate Brush as he goes into Storyland. Not quite able to have the momentum that he had just one lap prior.
Yeah, K-Dub, I'm sure you can attest to it. Once you pick those lines like that, you have to stick with it, ride on through.
You're in the line and you make a pass, you're like, that's got to work the next lap. And honestly, that wasn't a fair assessment of if that line's still working. Tate Brush had a little bit of a mess up in the corner. And, you know, when you're going the long way around, which he's doing yet again, it's all about momentum, and a little dab or a little front end push really takes it away. So I don't think he'll give up on that line just yet in the moto. There's still an opportunity for it possibly to work if he cleans it up a little more as they come around the complete lap number 4, a couple turns left, but now you're getting to that part of the race where you're starting to figure out what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. And the man right now, I think, at the advantage point is Tate Brush. He's able to sit back behind Shannon Tarnow and kind of watch, like you said, see what's faster, see what's slower, and plan his attack as they buzz the tower right now into that sweeper and check in for what shall be halfway through this one.
Here we go. We're going to take a look here at our lap times when they make their way around. Once again, a 2:22.4 for Tarnow last time around, 2:17.5 for Tate Brush. They're going to have to be similar this time.
Yeah, I think Tarnow, he's answering everything that Tate Brush.
Yeah, look at that. He dropped it 2 seconds. He felt the pressure from Brush. He dropped the hammer. Now it's Brush dropping in with a 2:19, and good call, Dean, as the halfway cross flags are out for the 65cc 7-9.
Look at the Jet Rao checking in third place. Riker Fitch in fourth. Yumina Bering, like we talked about, she's up to fifth right now and actually going 4 seconds faster than Riker Fitch. We got to keep our eyes on that, see if she can gain another position. Outside the top 5, looking at JR Giannett, Hayden Zinasek, Boone Lloyd, Dominic Steele, and Enzo Ponska now rounding your top 10.
Looking back a little further, give a little shout out to the 99 of Matt Loves to Ride. Semino off to a terrible start. He is now working his way just to about 15th position. Not the moto he was looking for, but a good fight for him nonetheless.
Yeah, another one of those Cobra Elite riders having a little issues down there. He's back in the 33rd position. That's number 29, Levi Meyer.
Yeah, that's a good call out there. Definitely not where you would expect to see Levi Meyer. So see how much ground he can gain with about half the race to go. He needs to put the head down, and it's only Moto 1. A lot of stuff happens this week, so this might be the one you would love to drop, but make the best of it if you're not where you expect to be.
Yeah, and you mentioned gate pick there. Anybody that don't know that's at home, these first gate picks, they are just up to luck. You have to draw for those. However, our second will go off their place. So if Tate Brush finishes in that second place, he'll be the second gate pick this next time around. Shannon Tarnow, if he wins, he'll be the first gate pick. So that'll help some of these riders going into these next motos.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jack. So right now I'm watching number 5 machine of Tate Brush reel back in up on the rear wheel of the 51 of Shannon Tarnow, and he had a lot of good inside lines, and I had the advantage of watching Racer TV, and if you guys are back in the camper, make sure you tune in because this track is really starting to shape up today.
Here we go once again, gonna make their way past the tower into the Thor Sand Sweeper for what now will be 5 laps complete here in this one.
A little tricky Bermuda Triangle. I was kind of confused for a while whenever I first heard the Bermuda Triangle. It seemed like a simple corner, but there are more people get lost in that corner.
Absolutely.
And now I get it after watching several of these races, and a lot of action can happen with just one turn to go, and it has jumped up and bit many riders over the years.
The Bermuda Triangle.
The Bermuda Triangle, and right before the finish line, too.
Here we go. Brush
yellow flags flying. Tarnow has to change his line a little bit. Looks like the number 5 is going to go out, probably try to square it up. Yes, he squares it up. Let's see if he can have some momentum around the roll. No, he goes to the inside. Actually hits the roller as well.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I would expect him to try to slingshot around the outside.
Here we go. Going to line up this inside once again there for the 5 machine.
And he's so close. He's trying.
Short shoot here as they enter the 10 Commandments.
Nothing gained or lost here as they both go through the outside and go through the traditional double through the 10 Commandments.
Here's where it starts getting a little different. Look at the choice of lines.
Yeah, Tate Brush taking the high road right there, going into that one. That's going to set him up for the outside this next corner. And I think the reason he dabbed last time, he pushed it out a little too far and lost a little bit of traction there on the outside, but he makes it through that time, doesn't he, K-Dub?
He does, but I saw a little part of the berm that has broken away. So Tate Brush had a little bit of foot peg drag in the same area, and those little drags and imperfections in the berm are going to take away the momentum that he needs for the pass going into Storyland. However, coming out of Storyland could be a completely different deal.
Yeah, and I like that inside that Tate Brush has right there in the middle of the story. He has a good line, gains a lot of time. Is he going to get a pass?
I think Tarnow's going to have enough to slam the door as they go into the first sand section here by the Monster Energy rig out on the road and the 20 miles of moderately bad road.
Moderately choppy.
Yeah.
Man, he lost a lot of time right there. I'm not sure if he made a mistake of what's going on, but I'll tell you what, it looks like Tarnow is starting to open it up again.
It was almost like he needed to clear his vision or something. We couldn't see as he went to the roller, which is now a double for most of these competitors here. He took a hand off the bar, it almost looked like, and he lost a little bit of time.
True. Traditionally, we pull the tail off in the air, but there was no jumps right there to pull the tail off.
Yeah.
So, little check up the neck up. He gets clear vision now. Let's see what he can do as he still has his sights on the number 51, our race leader that's going to check in for lap number 6 here.
So there we go, continuing to turn a 219, 218, right around in that range of 220 that time around for Tate Brush. So some consistent lap times now that these two are up at the front battling. Taking a look, Jet Rao going to check in once again in that third place position, trying to look for a bronze medal this morning. But look just behind him, Yumina Burning going to check in, and she has made her way up now to the 4th place spot.
And Jackson, look at that, 219, 220, 220. And these top 4 riders right now, it's anybody's win.
It really could be anybody's win with just a little bit different start or some little tweak as we have a lead change for a brief second, but now Tarnow's up the inside, slams the door, says not yet, Tate Brush. This is still my race. Still side by side, a little bit of lapper traffic as they're through the 10 Commandments.
Oh, man, what's going to happen here? Oh, I see the leader going to the inside. He hasn't taken his inside the whole moto.
Here we go.
But guess who has taken the inside this whole moto?
Now it's going to be Tate Brush slamming the door. That's the first time he's gone inside there. He's been going around the outside, and he has sealed the deal off into Storyland.
Absolutely. See the way Tarnow, he got a little frantic there in the rut. Legs came off, popped a little wheelie through that corner. And he is still, it's not over.
No, when I say seal the deal, I mean for this moment, like immediate moment.
Exactly.
Things are changing so quickly, and now they have the lap traffic situation to deal with. And now Tarnow might check out some things that Tate Brush might be doing different. But, you know, Tate Brush was able to judge Tarnow, where's this line working and the other one not. So if Brush has any secret lines there as he's getting hung up by a lapper just a little bit, now it'll be Tarnow who has the advantage to see what's working.
And you said it yourself, K-Dub, that Tate Brush, he's been sitting behind Tarnow this whole moto. He's able to read the line. So now that he's gotten the lead, guess what lines he's going to take? Every single line that Tarnow was taking beforehand.
Here we go by the tower one more time.
4 minutes left on the clock here. Could we see a 2-lap board this time around? Just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see a 2-lap board this time around, but I'm going to give you a top 10 rundown as they make their way through. Shannon Tarnow, Tate Brush, Jet Rao, who have changed, or sorry, Tate Brush has gotten in the lead. So Tate Brush, Shannon Tarnow, Jet Rao, Yumina Burning, Riker Fitch, Enzo Posca, Matt Simino, who's made a lot of moves out there. Cameron Buckman, he was dead last on the opening lap. I know you guys seen it. He's up to 8th now. 9th place, JRG Annette, then Boone Lloyd rounding your top 10.
Yeah, and the 2-lap board is out for the riders now, so 2 to go as dads clap and cheer. Mechanics, probably some moms down there as well, clapping, cheering, yelling.
Losing their
telling
mind.
the obvious go. Pin it.
Go, go, go.
Tate Brush going to drop it down to 2:18. That's an impressive lap time here in the 65cc 7 and 9 class.
Yeah, and then taking a look just behind that, Tarnow a 2:21, Jet Rao a 2:26, but Yumina Burning a 2:22. So Burning still not out of this one, our early race leader.
So he's not out of this one either. Tarnow, as you see there, goes to the 10 Commandments. He is trying to track back down Tate Brush.
So here we go. You see what I was talking about. He hasn't taken that line very much, but he sees Tate taking the line. So now he's going to start adjusting some lines with a few laps to go here. He typically was outside in that off-camera corner after the 10 Commandments. So he's making small adjustments, just seeing if he can find anything that works.
And I'll tell you what's working right now for that Yamaha Blue Crew ride is number 5, Tate Brush, as he leads this moto right now out there on that Blue Crew. Yamaha. That's something you don't really see much in the 65 class. I want to shout that out.
Dominic Steele going to make his way up now into the top 10 as he checks in. Cruz Peterson in 9th, Boone Lloyd in the 8th place spot. Cameron Buckman has moved up to the 7th place position. Enzo Posca in the 6th place spot. Riker Fitch in 5th.
I got to ask you guys, did I see that right? Was the number 75 really at the very, very back of the pack in the opening lap of this moto?
Oh, far from it. I saw him actually going down. He got a bad start, went down right here before the 10 Commandments, and lost that much more time. He was sitting in dead last here in this one.
That's an impressive ride there for the number 75 of Cameron Buckman. Oh, lap traffic, playing a little factor here, going to the inside. It's Tarnow through the sweeper.
Look at that. That's all it took. He's already been able to open up a bike link here.
Tarnow had that in full sin mode as he went into the Thor sand sweeper.
Retaliates.
Wow, great race right here. I believe he's seeing a flag this time around. Yes, white flag is out. One more to go.
This thing is heating up. The 5 machine somehow, some way takes the lead back over. Hey, look at that, a matching lap time, a 2:21.3 for both Brush and Tarnow.
That is impressive. 2:21.2, barely a 2 for Jet Rao, your third place rider.
This is just amazing with a lap to go to have multiple passes for the lead in one lap, actually in 2 corners. And to watch them just that full sin mode as they have a lot going on right now, dealing with traffic, and lines are starting to get a little bit deeper. And man, we got a lot of action left with, 3/4 of a lap left to go.
Yeah, and a big shout out to number 14, Kevin. Yumina Burning out there in that 4th place position, really making it happen here as she has gotten around Riker Fitch. Fitch rounds like a top 5. Looks like we're getting ready to go to storyline. Some big dabs there for our leader, number 5, Tate Brush.
Wow. Almost got the front end taken off there as the lapper goes from inside to outside. So that was a close call for Tate Brush there. Now they're in the storyland again for the final time.
The final time here in Moto number 1. Of course, here at Loretta Lynn's going to have 3 motos. So Yumina Burning, she is not out of this championship yet. She has put herself in a great spot with all things considered after going down there in the lead. Able to jump right back up, get that machine fired up in good time. Started back around the 6th, 7th place spot, now up to 4th.
Trying to see on screen there the number 5 machine. He was making a push. There he is. Number 5 machine leading it out. Making that last lap push to stay in front of the 51 of Shannon Tarnow. But Tarnow knows what's on the line right here. He can get this moto win. But you see right there, he came with a little momentum. Didn't get on the acceleration quite early enough, which almost stood him up
with the hair, yeah. Good call, Dean.
Yep. Faster in, faster out.
2 jumps here, and then a Thor sand sweeper for these young riders. And they will be on their way to a checkered flag. And some moto medals here in this one. And here it is, everybody. One final time around. Both of these riders going to shuffle to the inside, but it is going to be the number 5 machine, Tate Brush.
Yeah, you guys down there at the finish line area, make sure you give these guys a round of applause. That was a great ride there for Tate Brush, Shannon Tarnow, Jet Rao, Yumina Burning, and Riker Fitch. And Yumina, she's out there in the lead. We were calling her out, but she's definitely not out of this one. Finishing 4th that first moto after going down is a super impressive ride by Yumina Burning.
It has. Let her check in here just to make sure that she's going to be able to get it to the line. There goes Jet Rao now, so he is going to be on his way to a bronze medal, and there she is. Yumina Burning checks in that 4th place spot. And let's see, can Riker Fitch aboard that number 96 Cobra machine get it done?
Yeah, I know he had a little challenge there by Enzo Pasta midway through that moto as they're making their way across the finish line. We're looking for the number 96 machine, Riker Fitch. Who's it going to be? We just got to wait and see. It is going to be the number 96 at Riker Fitch, rounding your top 5.
So there it is, Brush, Tarnow, Rao, Burning, and Fitch. As for your top 10, the last time we saw it was Postka, Buckman, Lloyd, Peterson, and Still in those top 10 spots. They're going to get ready down there to go talk up on the podium. There's the man himself, the number 5 of Tate Brush.
Yeah, great ride, great race right there. Some celebrations down near the podium, as there should be. As we know, Tate Brush taking the win, Shannon Tarnow in 2nd, Jet Rao in 3rd, Yumina Burning in 4th, Riker Fitch rounds out your top 5, Enzo Postka in 6th, 7th, we're looking at Cameron Buckman on number 75, Boone Lloyd. He's going to be your 8th place rider, and he's on that number 12 Cobra. Solid rider for Boone out there. And 9th is the number 52. That's 52 with Dakota Lee. And running your top 10, it's going to be the number 30 of Cruz Peterson, also out there on his Cobra.
And shout out to that 52 machine of Dakota Lee, out of the top 10, going to get it done and move up to that 9th place spot.
And we're just about ready down here at the podium. Told Tate Brush to come on up, getting cleaned up and ready. And that was a great, gritty ride. Sophie Phelps and I down here checking out the lap times. He had a pace, and that eventually carried him all the way to the front. So let's get the rider on up to the podium. Looking for the number 5. Let's bring him on up. Gold medal performance. Let's hear it for Tate Brush. Dude, you were determined to win that moto. Take me through that. You had to make some passes, make it happen.
It was good. I got like a decent start, and then I got through everybody, and I got into second, and then I caught up to Shannon, and then he gapped me a little bit, so I caught back up, then the lappers, and then I just got around them.
Awesome, man. Who do you want to thank? This is a great way to start this class.
My mom, dad, the whole Altus Yamaha Blue Crew team, Jordan, Ed, Danny, Bell, Game, Greg Albertson, CC, Caleb Tennant, Bell, Dunlop, Parts Unlimited, ASB, Asterisk, Moose, Alpine Star, and everybody else that helps me. Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for him. Tate Brush, everybody. Going to hear from Shannon Tarnell in the number 2 spot now. Thank you, Tate. Let's bring up the 2nd place finisher right to the front. Got a lot of laps led. Going to be battling for this title for sure. The runner-up, Shannon Tarnell. So it's a fun class to watch. Here, I'll hold the water. Don't worry, everybody. It's just water. There you go. All right, Shannon, you got to lead a lot there. What was that moto like for you?
It was rough, and it was fun.
It was fun. Some things you can improve on, you think, for the next one?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, O'Neill, Viral, Cobra, Mitten, Bees Moto Lab, PR2, and everybody else.
All right, let's hear it for our 2nd place finisher, Shannon Tarnell. And bronze medal in the moto. Bring up the 3rd place finisher, Chet Rao. Oh, he's ready for some photos. Well done. Yeah. All right, Chet Rao, how was that moto for you?
It was good. I had a 40 gate pick, and I went to the very outside. I tried to sweep, but everyone went in, so I didn't really get the best start, but I worked as much as I could.
Okay, so you'll take 3rd with the 40th gate pick. Not bad, right?
Yes.
All right, we'll see what you got in the other 2 motos, and who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Row Designs, Alpine Stars, Money Inc., Bees Moto Lab, Game Moto, TRC Wheels, T-Rex, ASV, VP, Dunlop, and Jesus Christ for keeping me safe.
All right, let's hear it for Chet Rao. And that's it for the 65s, and we send it back to the tower.
All right, thanks, Jason. As we now turn our attention to 85 10-12 Limited out on track on their sight lap. Let's give you a rundown as to who we've got coming up next. Coming out of Wyoming, we've got the number 2 of Sawyer Geek. Out of Colorado, we've got the 11 of Chance Olberg. Out of Washington, the number 12 of Race Madsen. Coming out of Ohio, Carter Gray on the 13. Out of Texas, Jace Owen on the 14. Out of Idaho, we've got Colton Thierry on the 15. Coming out of Missouri, that's going to be Gavin McCoy on the number 16. Out of California, we've got Tatum Leba on the number 17. Parker Hatt coming out of Canada. Out of Texas, we've got Beckham Smith on the 19. Out of Florida, the 23 of Austin Keller. Out of California, the 24 of Aiden Steinbrecher. The 25 of Nolan Cobb coming out of Florida. Out of Pennsylvania, Talon Hill on the 27. Out of Florida, the 32 of Gavin Welzian. Out of California, Jaden Smart on the number 42. Also out of California, we've got Chase Brennan on the 43. Coming from New York, we've got Max Tatarella on the 45. Out of Pennsylvania, Caden Thomas on the 49. The 50 of Bryson Woodman coming out of New Hampshire. Also out of New Hampshire, Carter Pilgrim on the 51. Out of South Carolina, that's going to be the 52 of Keiki DePino. Out of Florida, Grayson Dempsey on the 54. The 55 of Dax Wiles out of Oklahoma. Wisconsin's Adam Graham on the 56. Idaho's Ryan Stice on the 57. And coming out of Mexico, that's going to be Enrique Rodriguez on the 59.
Aboard the number 60 machine will be Jason Sonnenberger, making his way out of Minnesota. Then the Oklahoma native, Caden Nightingale, will be on the 67. Landon Lee, making his way out of Texas, will be aboard that 68 machine. Ryden Hansen, he's making his way all the way from Utah on the 69. The 73 will be Kyler Prewitt out of Texas. Anderson Waddell is going to be out there on the 74 machine. He's a Georgia native. And then out of Illinois is Holden Lampkin on the 76. Skagit Williams going to be making his way out of Washington aboard the 77 machine. Derek Anderson out of California on the 81. Braxton Roth aboard the 82 machine will be from Indiana. Then we've got Connor Wolf, the California native, on the 86. Waylon Ballinger on the 89 machine, a Georgia native. Another Georgia native, Ryder Lane, going to be on the 91. Jake Wheeler on the 94 machine out of Missouri. And then the South Carolina native, Gage Miller, will be aboard the 96.
So here we go, Jackson. 85 10-12 limited. This is one we look forward to. These 85 classes filled with riders that we've got big expectations with. Caden Nightingale, Sawyer Geek, Chance Olberg, Carter Gray, Colton Thierry, just a couple of the names. Beckham Smith, of course, on the number 19. Austin Keller, Aiden Steinbrecher, we've already seen so far this week. So some names already gone out on track so far this week, got a race under their belt, and now they're ready to kick things off here for 10-12 limited.
Yeah, going to be a good one, Zach. The best 10 to 12-year-olds in the nation aboard their 85cc machines, getting set to take on the Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch.
So here we go. Those final preparations underway, Jackson. The nerves at an all-time high. The final words of encouragement from the dads, the mechanics. Looks like the board is up. The focus is on the line, and we are just about ready to go. 85 10-12 limited racing. Gates down. Beautiful jump from the kind of the middle area. It's a couple of KTMs battling it out. Who's going to get credited with the whole shot? And looks like they're going to give it to, I thought it might have been Sawyer Geek getting the credit. We're going to have to wait for time and scoring to see who is credited with that whole shot. But Geek certainly up inside the top two, battling right now.
Yeah, Geek's ready to go here this morning on that 2 machine. Also, the 25 machine having a good run. Nolan Cobb, he's going to be leading the way. Oh, and just as I say it, the 2 machine going to make the most of it. He rockets from the outside, Zach. He's going to be our new leader.
Sawyer Geek knows how important the intensity is right off the jump, and he made the pass happen early as they head back into Storyland here for lap number 1. Already putting a couple of bike lanes between himself and second place. Jackson, Geek is on a mission.
He sure is, Zach. As we head back into Storyland, the 25 machine, he needs to make sure to keep up, stay with Geek here in this situation, as there is a ton of riders behind him trying to make some moves.
Looks like that might have been the 89 of Waylon Ballinger just behind him. Couldn't quite tell.
The 13 machine of Carter Gray right there. So he was 6th off the line there, has made some big moves. There he is.
Yeah, great with that
4th
fluorescent helmet. Looks like maybe the 89 already making a pass for 2nd as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. Ballinger was credited 8th place off the start. We see a lot of movement here in this opening lap, Jackson. Quick passes being made and a lot of spots being lost by these early lap mistakes.
Here we go. Going to check in this time around for 1 lap complete.
Around that Thor sand sweeper they go, and clean and clear out front, looking at a green flag. That's going to be the number 2 of Sawyer Geek leading a lap. here in 85 10-12 limited. Nolan Cobb going to cross the line, I believe, in the third place spot. It is Waylon Ballinger who checks in the number 2 ride. So a solid pace from the number 89, Carter Gray, on the 13th in 4th. Ryan Stice going to round out your top 5. Beckham Smith now starting to make some moves back there in the 6th place spot. Chase Brennan on the Suzuki in 7th. Aiden Steinbrecher, Gage Miller, and Landon Lee going to round out your top 10, brought to you by our friends over at Parts Unlimited.
And take a look at that. Chase Brennan sitting in that 7th place spot. He's the young rider leading the charge here for the RM Army, the only rider out there on a Suzuki machine. Actually, the only rider not on one of the Austrian brands. I'll take that back. We've got Jaden Smart out there on a Yamaha machine, but besides that, those two leading the charge there for Suzuki and Yamaha.
Yeah, you bring up the number 42, Jaden Smart, currently shown in that 15th place position. Don't know what chip he drew off the start there, Jackson, but I know he drew a 40 chip yesterday and didn't have luck on his side. So we'll see what Jaden's going to be able to do. We definitely know that he's considered a title threat, but he has a ton of work ahead of him, as some oohing and ahhing going on up here in the tower. A couple of close calls through the 10 Commandments as we focus back on Racer TV. The number 13 of Carter Gray starting to come under fire from the 25 of Nolan Cobb. So Gray starting to move his way forward into a podium spot.
So here we go, continuing to watch our top riders here. Gray on screen there aboard that number 13 machine. Through the sand they go. Like K-Dub was saying, not too terribly rough here this morning, but no doubt it will be by the end of the day today.
Yeah, things are just getting started, really getting some good characteristics built into the track. I heard K-Dub talking about it. Maybe a little bit difference of prep style here on day 2, Jackson. That track got beyond brutal, and with the extreme heat as well, these riders already being put to the test. Still, like K-Dub mentioned, it is by no means smooth. It is still rough out there, but right now very raceable. Lots of different lines open to these racers. As they start to check in for another lap, we'll get a better idea of the lap time. A 2:03 for Sawyer Geek on that last lap. Ballinger with a 2:04, a 2:07 for Carter Gray, a 2:09 for Nolan Cobb, and Ryan Stice holding on to that top 5 spot of 2:09.7. Steinbrecher now moving forward with a 2:07. He's in 6th place, and Landon Lee in that 2:07 range as well. How about that, Jackson? Jaden Smart in traffic, a 2:05, and already up to the 10th place position.
Yeah, making some moves early here in this one. And taking a look here, Zach, at some of our chips that we're handing out there for gate pick. Sawyer Geek, your leader right now, 13th gate pick here this morning. And then taking a look at Carter Gray, he was the 23rd gate pick on that 13 machine. For the 89 machine, give me 1 second here, we'll let you know what his gate pick was as well. It was a 41st gate pick, Zach, for the 89 machine.
Wow. So Ballinger taking that 41 and turning it into a great start. And we've seen that before. The infamous Adam Cincerello photo from the far outside gate, grabbing the whole shot in the Super Mini class. It can be done here at the ranch.
It sure can, and we're doing it right now. And look at that, a pack of riders ahead of the Suzuki machine. We'll see if he can make some moves. Starting to fall back just a bit here, now running in that 9th place spot. On screen, that 68 machine of Landon Lee aboard his Husqvarna. He's trying to make some moves there on what appears to be the 19 of Beckham Smith.
Man, how about this battle on screen here on RacerTV.com? Through the beach they go. We're watching the 57 trying to make some moves. Ryan Stice has got Nolan Cobb just in front of him, I believe. And I believe that's still Aiden Steinbrecher starting to move forward as well. This is what we talked about, the depth of the field here, Jackson, at Loretta Lynn's. You go from one battle to another to another. There is no rest period here at the ranch.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Zach, and that's why you want to get up to the front as soon as you can. Those riders know how important it is to make those early moves, because if not, these are the best riders in the nation. No matter who you're up against, you're going to have a battle.
So Beckham Smith on the number 19 KTM Orange Brigade backed ride, starting to try to climb forward as well. The Texas native had some big expectations coming into the week as he's fighting his way through a top 10, trying to put that thing back inside the top 5.
Landon Lee to the inside. He's going to be able to get it done with a good drive next to the billboard. The 19 trying to do the same thing. He's going to shoot to the inside now as they head back down through the start stretch. And there it is. The 57 machine going to go from 6th to 8th.
Yeah, we talk about the age range here, 10 to 12 years old. the 19, freshly 10 years old, kind of the youngster here in this class. And you can see, you take a look at Sawyer Geek on that bike, it just seems to fit him better, Jackson. He's able to maneuver that thing around, almost manhandle the bike, whereas Smith really starting to kind of get used to the 85 and figure out the next level of power that he's got on that KTM.
Exactly. So seeing the 25 and the 24 machine on your screen right now, Nolan Cobb and Aiden Steinbrecher back into Storyland they go, keeping our eyes on Steinbrecher.
And now watching Nolan Cobb make his way through the backside of Storyland. And going to head back towards the beach. Hugging that inside. Whoa, front end started to peek over that rut. That could have been a big one.
In fact, those two better not look too soon. Landon Lee trying to make a charge there. He's made a few passes. Let's see if he can get up to these two.
Yeah, you take a look at the lap times of Landon Lee, Beckham Smith, Steinbrecher, even a few spots in front of him as well. These boys are rolling as we take a look at the 43 at Gage Miller. Excuse me, Chase Brennan on the 43 battling with Gage Miller there through the beach sand section. Now we flash forward to the Thor sand sweeper, the 24 and the 25 going at it. Steinbrecher up the inside and is going to make the pass on Nolan Cobb for 4th place.
And he's going to be able to make that one stick as he checks in here with timing and scoring. Taking a look, Sawyer Geek continuing to be the fastest person on the track as the lap times continue to grow. He keeps his just a second or 3 lower than the rest of the group. Sawyer Geek with a 2:04 that time around there for the completion of lap 4. For the completion of lap number 3, it was a 2:01. So the lap time starting to be just a bit longer as we get into this one, but nonetheless, Sawyer Geek continuing to turn one fast lap after another.
Yeah, Sawyer Geek, the definition of flow right now, just peeked out the window and saw him make his way through the commandments. Not rushing Jackson, just trying to let this race come to him. He's got a decent gap to play with. He's able to kind of peek out the corner of his eye, find out where 2nd place is at. He's got Ballinger's number and is trying to bring this thing home. Meanwhile, Carter Gray and Aiden Steinbrecher almost matching lap times on that last lap. The 24 wants that final podium spot.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Landon Lee turning a 2:05. That was 2 seconds faster than the 3rd and 4th place riders, a second faster than your 2nd place rider. So Landon Lee on the move. He's now worked his way up into that 5th place spot. Also able to make it around Nolan Cobb.
Yeah, Lee making some moves. We saw him creeping forward yesterday before a late moto crash. So hopefully he can bring this thing all the way to the checkers as we are watching on screen the 24 battling it out
with that 68 of Landon Lee. Landon Lee has been able to pick up the spot.
Wow, so I was a little confused there. I'm like, wait, where did Lee pick up all that time? But yes, it is. Landon Lee and Aiden Steinbrecher in a back and forth battle. Through the beach they go as Lee has made the pass. He hugs that inside, protects the short line. And Steinbrecher probably sitting there thinking, man, I thought I was moving forward. All of a sudden, Landon Lee blows by me and a little hang up there in that corner for Steinbrecher. That's going to give the Husqvarna rider a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. 9 minutes and 50 seconds left in this one. So just at about the halfway point. Going to make their way in now for another lap complete. This is going to be 6 laps in the books here for our 85cc 10 to 12 limited. 5 laps in the books, working on lap number 6. Still in our first set of motos here at the ranch. Once again, your first moto here of your 85cc 10 to 12 limited.
Watching the Lucky 13 of Carter Gray. And we're going to find out, do you feel lucky or not? Because Landon Lee certainly does as he is trying to chase down that final podium position. There we see your leader, Sawyer Geek, taking the wide line, standing late into those corners, really just making sure nothing catches him off guard. Just like that right there, Jackson, we're starting to see some of these berms fade away, riders pushing out wide. So some great heads-up riding and adjustments being made by your leader.
Continuing to watch him on screen here, the big number 2 machine. Sawyer Geek going to be making his way out of Wyoming on that KTM Fly Twisted Development and Monster Back machine. And continuing to drop one fast lap after another, a 2:06 that time around for him. Waylon Ballinger, a 2:06 as well. But the man still continuing to be on the move. The fastest person around that last time around was Landon Lee with a 2:05.0.
Yeah, I was about to say Sawyer Geek has backed things down. You can even tell in his body language, but he's still only a tenth slower than Waylon Ballinger. So he is in control right now. I think he could ramp it back up if he needed to. But Landon Lee, he's been 2:06, 2:05 for the last 4 or 5 laps, Jackson. He has been wide open from green flag, and he is still fighting hard to try to get that final podium spot. There we see Geek, and we watch the finish line. Don't believe the 2-lap car going to be coming out quite yet. Got a couple left to go.
So there it is. Checks in now with 6 laps complete.
And we take a look back into that Thor Sand sweeper, getting ready to head back towards the finish line. That is the battle for second place. That is what we want to watch here. Oh, they go down. One of them down in the Bermuda Triangle just before the finish line. It looks like Landon Lee going to get that pass made on Carter Gray. So that was the battle for third place.
There it is, Zach. Racer TV going to pan there.
No, those are different riders there. So that is the 25 and the 19. That is Nolan Cobb and Beckham Smith, who were battling for a spot just outside the top 5.
So those riders also going to go down, lose some positions there as well.
When we talk about the tail end of that Thor Sand sweeper, you kind of think you're clean and clear. You're setting up for that Bermuda Triangle, and all of a sudden you find yourself on your head. A lot of those lines kind of coming together as well, Jackson. So a big battle there. Couldn't tell that Landon Lee incident there, whether there was some contact. He was definitely trying to take that line away, but Lee will not be denied. Still a 2:07 on that last lap. Sawyer Geek, a 2:07.3 as well.
Yeah, so it's Geek, Ballinger, Lee, your top 3. Steinbrecher, Brennan, Stice, Nightingale, Gray, Smith, and Cobb, your new top 10. Pino, Olberg, Smart, Miller, Waddell, Keller, Dempsey, Hatton, Owen, and now McCoy, your top 20. Zach, taking a look just outside of that, we see Ryder Lane, Kyler Prewitt, Race Matson, Braxton Roth, Holden Lampkin, Carter Pilgrim, Bryson Woodman, Colton Terry, Connor Wolf, and Adam Grand, your top 30 here in this one.
Man, Jackson, just got to give a shout out there to Chase Brennan, the lone Suzuki there inside the top 5 once again. Remnants of an old Eli Tomac on that 43 yellow machine, but another solid ride late into the moto for Brennan as we continue to watch Sawyer Geek on screen. He's making his way around and still could not quite tell. I don't believe the 2-lap card is out yet. I think I just saw him lay it down. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, Jackson. Only a couple laps left. 3, maybe 4 for Geek.
So here we go. Geek trying to put a ribbon on it, but Zach, everybody knows here at the ranch, until that checkered flag flies, this one is not over.
Without a doubt, Jackson. How many times have we seen it? The final lap, the final few corners even, things get taken away. Whether that's a win, a championship, a podium, anything can happen. As we'll continue to watch and wait for Waylon Ballinger, watching Geek make his way through the 10 Commandments,
working his way around some lap traffic.
Yep.
And Zach, he's starting to really get into some lap traffic. Going to be a few more riders. Going to have a little bit of clean air before he reaches the next few riders.
Well, I'm watching right now, Jackson, peeking outside our announcer's tower, and Landon Lee, once again, a 2:05.3 to a 2:07.8 from Waylon Ballinger. So not sure exactly what that gap is, Jackson, but there is a chance that Lee could bring this fight to the 89 for second place.
No doubt about it. Landon Lee has been on the move this entire race, turning one fast lap after another. And Zach, he's been able to keep it in that 2:05 range consistently here for a few laps. Like you said, Ballinger with a 2:07, also Geek with a 2:07. Although Geek, like you said, I believe Geek is now kind of settled into this pace, Zach, staying right there around 2:05, 2:07. And letting this race come to him. But however, Waylon Ballinger, he better not look too soon, because Landon Lee continuing to chip away at this one.
Man, just speaking to the level of competition here, Carter Gray, he now finds himself back in the 8th place spot with DePino and Smith 9 and 10. Thought we'd see the 42 with Jaden Smart maybe climb up a bit further. He's still battling just to try to get inside the top 10. Nolan Cobb has dropped back to the 13th place spot now, just in front of Gage Miller, Anderson Waldell, and Austin Keller. There at the tail end of your top 15. Meanwhile, up and over they go, Jackson, and couldn't quite tell. I think the 2-lap card may be out.
It is, Zach. The 2-lap card is waving. So 2 more laps left to go here in this one. And Zach, I can't lie, I did not quite realize how big of a gap was between these riders. Ballinger going to be 10.9 seconds off of Geek here, and then 8.3 seconds as they check in with 8 laps complete from Lee to Ballinger.
Well, we're going to have to see what Lee can do. The 68 dropped it a couple of seconds that last lap, a 2:07. Which is not a bad lap time whatsoever, but we've been seeing 2:05s consistently, a 2:08.5 for Ballinger. So Lee gonna need more than that in these last couple of laps if he wants a chance at second, maybe even gonna need a mistake from the 89.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
There we see Smart now jumping inside the top 10, so he made a couple of quick passes, went from about 11th up to 7th. So Smart not giving up on this one, gonna keep driving all the way to that checkered flag.
Jaden Smart, a heavy hitter here in this one. You know, he has higher expectations in the 7th place, but the thing about this 85cc 10 to 12 class, Zach, is everybody has those expectations. Geek has the expectation of winning. Ballinger, Lee, Steinbrecher, Brennan, Nightingale, Smart, Gray, Stice, Pino, DePino. All of those riders are riders that are more than capable of winning. Even Beckham Smith, Chance Olberg, Anderson Waddell, Nolan Cobb, Gage Miller. Those are riders that can all win one of these motos. The best of the best truly having to go head-to-head here in this one.
Well, and that's the beauty of Loretta Lynn's, Jackson. All of these riders, we talk about the different states represented, the different areas. They are the who's who of their area in the 65 class, in the 85 class. They're not used to having this level of competition. So some riders coming onto the property thinking, hey, this title's mine. They're just battling for a top 10, a top 15 now. So just goes to show you never know what you're going to get or who you're going to face out here at the ranch. But right now, Sawyer Geek knows he's only got to face him for one more lap, as he has put a phenomenal race together so far. Just needs to do it one more time around.
The white flag is flying. One more lap left to go. But yeah, just going back to the point of these riders expecting to win. Not only, Zach, did these riders dominate their local tracks, for some of these guys, they're probably the fastest person on any size bike at a lot of their local tracks, even on these 85 cc's. So some high expectations for them coming into this one. But Geek here in Moto number 1, going to be the only one that can say he has been able to step away with the gold medal. We'll see if he's able to bring this one home.
Well, I just can't stress it enough. The intensity that we saw from Sawyer Geek early in that race is so important. He made quick moves. He got around the few riders that were in front of him, and he knew if he could do that, he could put some gap on the rest of the field. We saw him do a great job of avoiding that downed rider early in the 10 Commandments, paying attention, checking up to those red cross flags, and now back on his way with about 3/4 of a lap left to go.
Hey guys, quick announcement. Ethan Day, once again, Ethan Day, we need you at the MX Sports office. Once again, Ethan Day, you need to report to the MX Sports office. Thanks, Dean. So back to it, continuing to watch Sawyer Geek here in this one. And as we watch him, Zach, I would love to give a shout out to our flaggers, all of our flaggers here, but especially right here in the 10 Commandments. They have been on top of before the bikes ever touched the ground. Zach, those flags are waving. A big shout out to them as we continue to watch this number 2 KTM machine of Sawyer Geek.
And I will be the first to say it, I have been beyond impressed. There's been a couple of times riders haven't even hit the ground yet, and the flagger is already out waving the flag. They've been trained on how to maneuver the other riders around the crashes as well. So really been impressed. I know Budman Buddy Antonez doing a lot to help properly train those flaggers, keeping them paying attention, and a big hats off to him in these brutal conditions as well. But right now, through the Thor Sand Sweeper for the final time, Sawyer Geek got to be stoked about this. A dream way to start off your week in one of your classes. And that's going to be with a first moto win. Sawyer Geek on the number 2. Going to grab the number 1 spot here in moto number 1. Let's see how it shakes out for the rest of the podium. Should be Waylon Ballinger crossing the line in the number 2 spot. And just behind him in the 3rd place position. I believe that was a little snap of the fingers there for Landon Lee. Hopefully he was pumped up because that was a fantastic ride. We've got some bar banging going on in the Thor Sand Sweeper. Just saw outside the tower for some of those final spots inside the top 5, top 10. But that is what it's all about. Sawyer Geek and Waylon Ballinger hanging out in that monster impound zone, getting ready to chat it up down on the podium. It looks like it will be Landon Lee in the third place spot. Aiden Steinbrecher going to cross the line in fourth. Chase Brennan rounds out the top five with Cade Nightingale. Jaden Smart going to bring it all the way up to a seventh place finish. Looks like it'll be Carter Gray, Keiki DePino, and Chance Olberg, your top 10. As Gray checks in, there's Olberg making the move for ninth, and DePino going to round out your top 10 unofficially, I should say, in 85 10-12 limited.
So there we go. This one in the books as those riders get ready to head up to the podium here for Moto number 1. Man, a big shout out to Chase Brennan as well before I turn this one over on that RM Army. I hope Suzuki has about 10 crates of machines headed towards him. That young man doing a great job out there on the 43 machine. Whenever you're ready down on the podium, take it away.
Thank you, Jackson. And we'll wait. Sawyer Geek told him to come on up. And not too shabby down here, the conditions actually right now. The riders are not nearly as hot as they might be. Maybe a little bit later this afternoon. It's actually good for Loretta's right now. Here it is, gold medalist, number 2 last year, trying to get the 1 this year, Sawyer Geek. Okay, first, just take me through that moto. It looked like you had it under control. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, I got a really good start. I think I was second, and I passed Nolan, and I was just pushing as hard as I could to get out front. I got a decent gap. About 5 laps in, I started making pretty bad decisions with my line choice, so I started to fade a little bit, but it's okay. We got it done.
Okay. I heard a story yesterday. Your guy, Jake Weimer, who you're working with, you convinced him, or you had some level of the decision of him coming back to race himself this week?
Yeah, he's been training me lately, and we're going to an area, and we were like, you want to come? And he was like, yeah, and then it just took off from there.
Look at that. And he's racing and you're racing. Maybe you can teach him a few things. Who do you want to thank, Sawyer?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for getting me up here and keeping my bike and my body together. My mom, my dad, my whole family, KTM Orange Brigade, Fly Racing, Monster Army, Alpine Star, 100%, Moto Sandbox, my trainer Jake, and just everyone who gets me up here. Thank you guys so much.
Let's hear it for him. Sawyer Geek, gold medalist in 85. Bring up the second place finisher, silver medal. Waiting for Waylon here. See if we can squeeze through this spot. We're going to move this bike back in a moment, but here we go. Second place. I'm going to let these bikes go by. Let's hear it for Waylon Bollinger. Some thunder back there. We'll wait for the thunder to go by. All right, sight lap just about underway for our next group. Waylon, second place. How'd you do it?
I got a decent start. I kind of hugged the inside, then railed that outside over there, passed a couple kids, and then I got behind Sawyer. I was just kind of following his lines, and yeah, he was ripping, but I just stayed on 2 wheels and rode my own race.
Awesome. What's it like, man, to get a silver? You got to be stoked.
Man, it's awesome. I've never got one before, so I'm just so happy to be up here.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank for it?
My mom, my dad, MTF, Colleen, Brian, Tony, Steezy, 110 Racing, 100%, 6D, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Waylon Bollinger. That is second and third place for Landon. All right, let's hear it for Landon Lee. Yeah. There you go, bronze medal. Here, come down in the center here. Oh, you want to take some photos? I get it. That's cool. There it is. Landon Lee, have you been up here on the podium? Have you gotten a medal before?
No.
This is it, huh?
Yes, sir.
This is what you've been working for.
Yeah.
Oh, we love it. How'd the moto go?
Pretty good. I got the triple through 10 commandments, and that just helped me a lot right there.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, WBPR Motions, Bees Moto Lab, Diamond A Motorsports, 7, and everybody else I forgot.
All right, let's hear it for him. Landon Lee. Okay, 85 limited is complete. Send it back up.
All right, thank you, Jason Wygant. Great job down there on the podium. Great to hear from our podium finishers. As now we turn our attention to 450B Limited. Dean, let's see who we've got coming out of Utah on the number 11. That's Henry Millicum. Out of Texas, Christopher Harris on the number 12. Out of Georgia, that's going to be Felipe Costa on the number 14. Out of Louisiana, Franklin Bowser on the 15. Coming from Texas, that's Luciano Tesney on the 16. Out of California, Jackson Del Visco on the number 18. Coming out of Texas, Mason Brown on the number 20. Out of California, Talon Staggs on the 21. Also out of California is Caden Gonzalez on the 22. Out of Florida, Chase Inglewicks on the number 26. From New Jersey, Osvaldo Nito on the number 27. Out of Georgia, Noah Sherman on the 28. And out of Colorado on the 29, McCaden Fitch.
Yeah, they've got the number 30 machine out of Texas. That's Wyatt Thurman, Illinois rider. Number 32, Reed Day. 34, Christian Merman. He's going to be out of Pennsylvania. 36, that's Austin Schaefer out of Hamer, South Carolina. 38, Trevor Albrock. He is out of Concord, North Carolina. Max Shane. He's out of California. Kellen Sampson on the number 40. He's out of Trinidad, Colorado. 41, that's Michael Pillar out of Washougal, Washington. 44, Wyatt Duff out of Lexington, Kentucky. 46, Vittorio Fazio out of Hampstead, New Hampshire. Gage Dunham, he's out of Golden, Colorado. And the 51, William Barrett, he is out of Cairo, Georgia.
Taking a look now at the number 54, coming out of Washington, Chase Ward. Out of Pennsylvania on the 55, Joseph Shipley. Coming out of California, Jacob Garcia on the 59. Also from California, Brazen Denver on the number 62. Out of Michigan, that's going to be Connor Rosiak on the number 63. From New Jersey, Robert Weiss on the 64. Out of New York, Michael Gerda on the 67. From Michigan, Logan Hecker on the 68. Out of Alabama, Hogan Mims on the number 70. From Arizona, Chase Haynes on the 71. The 77 of Jaden Wolf out of Wisconsin. From Kentucky, Travis Tucker on the 79. From Texas, Jasper Scortino on the number 80. Coming all the way from Canada, Jameson McDonald on the 93. Cohen Jackman out of Utah on the 94. Kadon Prescorn out of Michigan on the 97. And Aiden Bailey coming out of Rhode Island on the 99.
Thank you for that, Zach, so much. The 2 card is up. It flips to the 1, and it goes sideways here in just a little bit. And before you know it, those gates will be dropping. Who's going to get the whole shot here in the 450B Limited?
Let's see. Gates down, bikes off and rolling. Coming from the middle of the start here this time.
Whole shot there for Aiden Bailey on the number 99.
Man, great start from the 99. Caden Gonzalez and Franklin Bowser, 2 and 3. Reed Day and Talon Staggs, your top 5 early.
Here they go, Zach, making the way into the corner for the 10 Commandments. Aiden Bailey, he's got clear vision right now, and that's just what you want as you hit these challenging 10 Commandments.
Man, the 44 machine slicing and dicing headed into those 10 Commandments. Wyatt Duff wasting no time as he tries to make his way up to the front of the pack.
Yeah, no surprise there. The Kentucky native, arguably one of the favorites here in these B classes, and he is quickly trying to make some moves as they launch their way into story lane here on lap 1.
Throwing caution to the wind is that 44 machine. I'll keep my eyes out for him. Here we go, taking a look at our front runners.
And you can really see these riders still able to move a little bit to the inside and outside without worrying too much. Great different line choices here. Things going to only get deeper as look at that, some side-by-side action launching headed into the beach. Whoa, feet off the pegs, Dean. They're hanging on for dear life.
Oh, yeah, a lot of lines developing right now. We've seen on screen there the 51 of William Barrett. He was a rider that was out in the lead and had some issues yesterday. So it's good to see him running a good moto here in this 450B limited class.
You know, Zach, we talked early this morning about 3 motos. We talk, oh, we got to survive. And, you know, it's part of our mission statement, fairness. You know, that's one of the things on the agenda. And with the 3-moto format, something happens in one of those motos, you can recover. So you're either going to prove that you deserve that podium finish, you're either going to back it up, or if that 33rd come through because of a big crash or anything, you've got, you know, an opportunity to show that, hey, That was an accident. That was a miscue. We're going to come back. We're going to overcome that.
Well, and people have to understand this is the Loretta Lynn's Amateur Championship. It's not just a race. Our pro athletes do it over months, Mega, weeks, different locations, different conditions. Here at Loretta's, it's over 1 week, but we have the different conditions. Your motos usually fall at different times during the day. We get weather of different kinds throughout the week as well. It really does show who can get the job done in a multitude of conditions.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the idea of this platform. Dean, you can attest to this. It doesn't matter if you're in Las Vegas, you're down in Orlando, you're going to see different conditions all over the country. You're going to see a lot of replica tracks where a lot of compounds went out and they built a replica Loretta's track. But what you can't do is you can't replicate the competition.
No,
you can't replicate the situation.
And for me, it's the soil, man. The soil here at Loretta Lynn's, it's prestigious for sure. We know the wood chips, the sawdust, the sand, it's all been brought over the years, mixed in with this mountain clay, and we have a great racetrack. Watching now on screen is our battle. I believe that is for the...
I believe that's the backside of the podium. That's
that Boucher and Wolf?
Looks like the Stags out there on the number 21 machine. Yes, it is Talon Stags there in 7th. We're watching on screen. He's making some moves around the racetrack.
Caden Gonzalez there on the 22 Yamaha machine on Racer TV. That's the rider that we're zoomed in. Now going to flash back up to the front to the 77 of Jaden Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf got the inside right there. Good move. Does he have the pass made? Can he double? That's the question. Can he double out of that inside? He does just that.
It's a lot of work to get a good drive out of there. Set yourself up correctly. And Zach, that's exactly what he did. Able to double out of there.
Man, I tell you what I'm excited for, Mega. We got a couple of riders that didn't get the start they wanted that I expect to be working forward. You look at Wyatt Duff, Chase Haynes, Max Shane. These are riders we thought were going to be battling for titles. They're on the backside of the top 10. I'm expecting some movement.
Yeah, you're expecting whole shots from these guys, top 5 starts, this and that. When you get a guy like the number 44, Wyatt Duff, in this position, these guys are going to turn into animals. It's going to get exciting here in just a few minutes as they all start to work their way to the front.
Yeah, what I'm watching now is Aiden Bailey, your leader, William Barrett. He's going to check in 2nd. Frank Boucher in 3rd. And the man on the move right now is the man in 4th. He's going to move around Jaden Wolf. That is Austin Schaefer. Jaden Wolf in 5th, running the top 5. We've got Max Shane, King Gonzalez, Talon Stags, Wyatt Duff, Chase Haynes. And Zach, what do you see up there at the top?
I'm watching right now as your leader heads into the 10 Commandments. I'm curious to see the tail end of this rhythm section. We've seen a couple of guys keep going for that quad, and it's almost bitten them a couple of times, Mega. You got to kind of start to balance risk-reward. It's fast if it works, but if it doesn't, it could be very costly.
Zach, the penalty's heavy. That's the bottom line. If it doesn't work, it's going to cost you one way or the other, either a bunch of positions, maybe a DNF.
And it looks, I'm impressed with the getaway speed of Aiden Bailey going on right now. He's put a couple of bike lanes between himself and Barrett to where Barrett, I think, playing a little more defense than offense right now, Megan. He knows Bowser's back there. Schaefer's got the pace, and he's bringing Wolf, Shane, Gonzalez, and Stags along with him.
Yeah, he's working the playbook perfectly, Zach. No doubt about defense is where it's at this point. Bailey does have a great advantage, though, has control of the race lines. That can go anywhere he wants on this track, depending on where the competition is.
And Dean, watching right now, really seems like that KTM is working well, getting ready to buzz by us here at the tower. As on screen, we're watching a 3-4 rider battle all in the air at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we got our eyes on the number 29 machine out there. That is McCaden Fitch back in the 12th place position. So we know Fitch is going to be working in the front of this one.
Yeah, several of our heavy hitters, Wyatt Thurman, we saw win a moto yesterday, Christopher Harris, some of these names that we really thought were going to be off the start. It just goes to show first motos that leaves you kind of scratching your head sometimes. Oh, one rider was down. That might have been, I thought it might have been William Barrett, but he has just now checked in, so maybe not a big change within inside our top 5.
Yeah, as well as riders outside the top 10. But what I'm scratching my head about is these riders running a 155 in this moto right now. We know the track is a little smoother, still kind of a morning moto, but there's definitely been quite a few motos. And for them to be out there running 155s is impressive.
Well, and Dean, we talked about it earlier in the week. Was the fastest laps going to come from the A riders or the B riders? These guys put up an incredible fight. And we talked about when they're in groups like this, sometimes it slows them down, but sometimes it elevates the entire group. These guys are on the ragged edge, pushing the limits in a battle royale.
Zach, we lost track just a little bit yesterday. Kiefer turned that 154.6 early in the day. I don't think we surpassed that, did we? I think that was the fast lap number. But here we are at 20 minutes to 9, third race of the day, 155.1 out of Bailey early in this one. That's incredible.
Look like a 71 to Chase Haynes, your 10th place rider, going to wash out here before the 10 Commandments. Back up quickly, though. That's the only thing he lost a couple of positions. I mean, shout out to the camera guys. There is so much racing, so much action on the racetrack right now, and they're doing a great job of bringing the action right to you.
Yeah, of course, make sure you guys are following along on racertv.com. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you click that subscribe button. Leave us a comment, hopefully a nice one, but we hope you guys are enjoying the Loretta Lynn's coverage so far here in 2025, as we're doing the best we can. These guys are putting on a show for us. We're just trying to cover it.
Yeah, put on a show right now is your race leader we see on screen. Look at that, full straightaway lead for the number 99 machine, Aiden Bailey, really showing his stuff out here at Loretta's in the first moto, this 450B limited class, as he makes his way through that Thor Parts Unlimited sweeper and up to the finish line stretch. Let's see if he can run that 155 yet again.
It's going to be fun to watch the confidence radiating off of the 99, up on the pegs, over the front end through that Thor sand sweeper. Asking you shall receive, Dean, on 155.8.
That is impressive, you know, about the midpoint of this moto. I believe next time will be the halfway flags to still run a 154 for Max Shane.
There it is.
Making some moves.
That's the new
154.3. We're going to put Max Shane on the board right now. Zach, I like what you were saying about body position there a minute ago, and I just commented before you said it to Kevin. Look how he's letting the bike move. Look how he's letting the bike kind of follow the lines through the sand and the soft stuff. Whoa, we got one up in smoke over there?
Yeah, it looks like we had one of our Blue Crew riders go down through the 10 Commandments, possibly the 22 of Caden Gonzalez.
Looks like opening ceremonies of Supercross.
It does, and it is certainly not what that rider was hoping for, as he's getting tended to by our medical crew. Meanwhile, your leader has already passed by, and Max Shane is starting to track down Aiden Bailey. We've got a battle headed our way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Max Shane turning that fast time right at the 154 over a second faster than our race leader, Aiden Bailey. But Aiden Bailey doing a great job, as I've been watching him on the screen, hitting a lot of creative lines out there.
And that's what it's all about, continuing to adapt to the racetrack. Like we said earlier in the day, yes, a couple of main lines have developed, but still plenty of opportunity for different lines to be made as well, and he is clearly making the most of them. Bailey taking that wide outside line. And just like Mega was talking about, letting the bike do the work, flowing through the beach corner. And got to think, has an opportunity to take a little glance over, see whether or not he sees the 39 of Max Shane starting to creep his way forward.
Yeah, I watched Shane ride. Shane's a hungry rider. Max Shane is really pushing hard right now, but the last time through was about an 8-second gap. So, unfortunately, he's going to have to pick it up probably a second or two if he wants to have a shot at this win.
Yeah, we talk about coming into the ranch with expectations. Max Shane, I believe, ranked number 2 on that Verb Moto Prospect app, headed into the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National. So you got to think that maybe carries a bit of burden of expectation, and he is showing why he carries that burden right now with a 154.3, our fastest lap time so far of the week, and backs it up with a 155.1. Shane bringing the fight to the KTM.
And I said it, Zach, he's got to pick up a couple seconds. He did just that. He is 2 seconds faster than your race leader now.
He's going to have to continue to find motivation off of the pit boards, because not quite in eyesight of the 99 yet. Meanwhile, Bowser still checks into the number 3 ride, a quietly impressive ride for the Kawasaki number 15. Austin Schaefer kind of stalling that momentum out in the 4th place spot, with Jaden Wolf rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, in that last lap, man, William Barrett, he was the one battled up in the top 3. He had that mistake, and he is in the 10th place position, so tough break for Barrett, but I'm sure he's going to be able to gain some positions before it's over.
Franklin Boucher there in the 3rd place position will be getting some pressure from Schaefer very quickly. Little note on Franklin Boucher, he actually rides the Yamaha in the 250 class. He is actually aboard a Patty B backed Kawasaki, a borrowed 450 for the 450B Limited. That is another challenge. They ride a lot different, the tank size, the noise, and all of those things. So another challenge for Franklin Boucher is he is definitely rolling on the Patty B Cowie right now in 3rd place, but some pressure coming from Schaefer.
Patty B, that's not Patty the Batty backing him, is it?
That is not.
Our 5th place rider of the 77 machine, that's what we've seen there on screen, down in the dirt. Jaden Wolf getting back up quickly, but man, unfortunately going to lose a couple spots.
Well, it is later in the Moto, Dean, but as fast as these riders are and as close as they are together, he's going to lose several spots right there as we continue to watch through the beach. And going to pick up the front side of our, or the back side, I should say, of our top 3. Believe this is Bowser and Schaefer going at it for the final podium spot. The Kawasaki rider just in front.
What are you seeing out there? I think that Max Shane might be able to get it done by the end of this moto, Zach.
You take a look, this is why. Another 154.4. Wow. This guy is comfortable, sub 155. Bailey, a 158.4. So 4 seconds faster on that last lap. You got to think this gap is all but disintegrating behind Aiden Bailey. The question is, how much fight will he have if the Husqvarna gets right to the rear wheel?
And Zach, it's done just that. It's disintegrated. It's 2.4 second gap now separating first and second place with 8 minutes to go in this one. It is far from over.
Meanwhile, battle here on screen on Racer TV as we stick with the Boucher-Schaefer battle as they go to the long short shoot heading into the 10 Commandments. Boucher actually answering last lap, 57.9 to 58.1 for Schaefer. That's not enough to get the pressure off the collar there, but been a battle going on for a couple of laps as Schaefer now seems to be in position. Going to have to follow the Cowie into the left. Oh, and now we see some smoke.
Wait a second. Things going a bad direction there for the 36. That KTM starting to puff a little bit of smoke. Got to see whether or not it can hang on for the full distance. Clear that Schaefer's doing everything he can to try to get around the Kawasaki, taking those wide lines, and gets the pass made.
Yeah, but hopefully the bike of Schaefer's makes it all the way through there. Sweet Pea doing a good job of navigating his way through the pack and now riding in that third place position.
A large percentage of the time in these early motos, you see some smoke. It's very alarming as a mechanic, as a rider. A lot of times as a rider, you probably don't know about it, but it's mainly just the amount of roost that these bikes are eating and the coolant. Most of the time, that's the issue in these early morning motos. What you got, Dean?
I got my eyes on the front right now. Max Shane has put the pressure on. He is trying to get around Aiden Bailey right now. Follow that inside rut. Blue flags are flying. Lap riders know what to do. Hold your line, get to the side of the track if you can. We have a race on our hands right here, and it is Aiden Bailey and Max Shane.
Here we go, picking up the race live on Racer TV. Look at that. Your leader goes a little long over that tunnel of love. That's going to put blood in the water for Shane. He's going to try to swing wide, see if he can slingshot around Aiden Bailey.
Yeah, it takes that outside line. That outside comes to the inside, but that inside kind of pinches off. You got to lose a little bit of momentum going there. But he's going to launch a single. I love that inside hump right there. He puts a wheel on Bailey. Bailey is feeling the pressure now.
The door.
And
not
makes
in time.
Yep, makes it happen.
Close it as Shane had a head of steam coming out of that corner.
Well, and we had to wonder how much fight was going to be there for Aiden Bailey. Still multiple seconds faster was Max Shane on that last lap, and you can see almost immediately able to put a couple of bikes between himself and the KTM.
Yeah, Max Shane, man, he rides kind of like Deegan, very mean, very aggressive. Like he's a madman out there. Mad Max Shane, I think that's a good name for him.
Absolutely showing us why right now as he launches back into Storyland, getting that pass made, and still very technically sound up on the pegs, letting that bike dance underneath him. Shane trying to run away with it.
Absolutely.
That'll be Max Shane in the lead. Now Aiden Bailey back to second. Schaefer in third. Franklin Boucher fourth. Wyatt Thurman in fifth. Talon Stagg sixth. McCaden Fitch 7th, Wyatt Duff in 8th. Chase Haynes and William Barrett will round out the top 10. Another notable there in 13th, Christopher Harris. I was actually down on the starting line, and I saw him, no excuses now, but he was on the outside gate. So got to expect a tough start for Christopher Harris, running a 159 right now. See how far he can mount the charge up as he nears the top 10.
So continuing to watch your leader, Max Shane, now make his way through the Thor Sand Sweeper as we get later and later into this first 450B Limited Moto.
Yeah, solid ride from Max Shane. We can't take anything away from Aiden Bailey, though. He got out front early. He's been riding a great race. Now sitting pretty comfortable in the second. I just checked in with time and scoring about a 10-second lead over third place, which is Austin Schaefer.
So Bailey going to forfeit the lead, but still looking at a very solid podium finish. Great spot overall as far as title looks go. But Max Shane, we talked about the almost extra bit of confidence that may come with working your way through the pack. K-Dub, some of his biggest competition, he's already had to pass and put behind him.
Yeah, it's definitely a plus for Max Shane, and you could see that energy that he was carrying early into the moto. Just looked a little different, a little bit better charged through the jumps. Doing a lot of things the same, but the little extra little nuggets that gained the tenths here and there, he really looked like he was charging towards the front, and now that's where he finds himself.
Well, I tell you what I'm watching right now is the 5th place spot, the 29 of McCaden Fitch, running almost identical lap times as your leader, Max Shane. He was back, I believe, 12th or 13th when we checked in on him last team. Now he's inside the top 5. He's now going after the 15 of Bowser.
Yeah, McCaden Fitch is on a charge right now, and he got at least 2 to go in this one. Let's see how far that McCaden Fitch on number 25 Yamaha can climb before it's over. And we called him out earlier going through the Ten Commandments, charging hard. The 44 Wyatt Duff, he finds himself in 6th right now. Talon Sags in 7th. 8th is Wyatt Thurman. Chase Haynes in 9th. Christian Merman rounds out your top 10. But Max Shane, he is the one we got our eyes on right now, man. Max Shane, resilient this race. He had to fight for it. You know, he had to come through a little bit of passes being made out there. He was able to track down Aiden Bailey, and now he is running a strong race, maintaining that lead.
Yeah, Mad Max Shane doing just that. And I like that when he brought the fight to Aiden Bailey, he wasn't interested in resetting behind him and then striking. It was as soon as I caught him, I'm making the pass immediately and trying to get away. Shane on a mission and trying to bring things home.
Absolutely. It's like motor builder Willie Manning used to say, see him, catch him, pass him, see him, catch him, pass him. What do you see there, Zach? Is it the white flag?
I'm seeing a white flag wave one more time for Max Shane here in 450B Limited. Meanwhile, still looks like things are wide open for the rest of the top 5. Aiden Bailey does now check in. Austin Schaefer not far behind with a 159, a little bit faster, was the 36 on that last lap. And then meanwhile, Franklin Bowser and McCaden Fitch, they checked in at almost the same time, it looks like, and Fitch 2 seconds faster. What's that gap looking like between Bowser and Fitch now, Dean?
I'm going to go with nothing. What do you say, Dean?
1.6 is what it officially says, but yeah, that is nothing.
That is not a battle I want to fight off if I'm Franklin Bowser with 1 to go. McCaden Fitch has been on a roll here for the last couple of laps. It's going to be some tough pressure here as they come to the Ten Commandments. That is Franklin Bowser in now and McCaden Fitch as well. Racer TV focused on our leader, obviously making short work of it right now, turning in a 156.6 with only 1 lap to go and a lead. That's super impressive for Max Shane in the tower, and for the folks here on the fences, there's still several battles that we're calling, as it looks like Franklin going in the storyland might have pulled out a little bit. Fitch may have made a small mistake, but we'll focus on our leader here, Racer TV.
And you see Max Shane still moving just a couple of inches to the left or the right, piecing a couple of these lines together that we're not seeing the other riders able to do. So still finding a flow, keeping creative, and probably already starting to focus on the next moto that he's got this week.
Guys, it's crazy to think that he just ran a 156.
Yeah.
Look at the leaderboard. That's the only 156, and he's got a very large lead right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's in the flow and putting it on like a glove. You know, he's feeling it right now.
He grabs the fastest lap of the week so far and also grabs a first moto win. Max Shane gets the job done in 450B Limited.
Hey, footnote, his final lap, 158. Wow.
Yeah, in the lap before, 156. Lap 9, 156. So 154.3, fastest lap of the week, as Zach just said. But clear up to lap 9, 154?
With no pressure.
156, with no pressure.
Out there chilling.
Great.
Okay, Schaefer actually moves up 1, brings it to the number 2 position. Aiden Bailey will slide back to 3rd. And look at that, Franklin Bowser holds off a very hard charging McCaden Fitch. That rounds out the top 5.
Zach, it looked like to me Bowser was, that guy was in a battle from the time the gate dropped. Am I mistaken? I mean, and Duff, it just seemed like he was in a pack, in a fight like this entire moto.
Well, here's the thing, man. You can be in a lot of different kinds of fights, and when you get a good start, you're playing defense from the green flag. So Bowser battling people behind him almost the whole moto, did a great job fighting off the hard-charging McCaden Fitch late into that race.
It's going to be Wyatt Duff there in 6th, and Wyatt Thurman coming across 7th. Talon Staggs, Chase Haynes, Christopher Merman, and honorable mention to just outside of the top 10 there with Christopher Harris coming across in 11th.
Yeah, and wrapping up that 12th place position, looking at Gage Dunham. 13th to be William Barrett. 14th, Jaden Wolf. 15th, Felipe Corno Costa. 16th, it's going to be Noah Sherman. Sherman out there doing a good job on his gas. Michael Gerda going to finish up 17th, 18th, Chase Glenowicz. And 19th, Jameson McDonald. Then we're going to throw it down onto the podium.
Okay, we're just getting set down here, gang.
Hey, fuck yeah, dude. Good job.
Well, Medalist is a dynamo of a moto, the fastest lap time of the week produced in this race. And no surprise, it's by the gold medalist. Fastest lap of the week and a gold medal. Let's hear it for Max Shane.
Yeah, buddy.
Absolutely ripping out there. And first of all, the jump coming into the sand here, the finish. I don't know if that's a quad or that was a 5 or a 6. You're just sending it out there.
Yeah, I got off to a bad start. I spun pretty bad, but once I got like an open track, I knew I was going to catch him. I wasn't going to get tired. So my goal was just to try and battle for the fastest lap of the week.
Oh, so that was a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you got it. Did you find out that you had it?
Yeah, but we still got a long week ahead of us. So,
true. Hey, throwing down, something to be said about that. Who do you want to thank?
Big thanks to my mom for everything she does for me. Big thanks to Team Husqvarna. They do a whole lot for me. Darian, Jen, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, Giancarlo Aspen, Greg Dorenzo. Big thanks from Jacob from MCF. He got me a little scoop of this stuff before the moto. And then 100% CP Racing, Coker, Eric, FMF, 100%, Dave, Nick, Monster Army, Nick, Christian from Alpine Stars, Kyle. He's my mechanic. He's been helping me out all week, just killing it. Just couldn't, finally got a dialed bike, so I couldn't thank him enough for that. Altus Suspension, Pro Taper, and just really everybody, thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for him. Max Shane.
Yeah, buddy.
That's a big moto win there. Starting the week off right in that class. We'll bring up the second place finisher, Austin. Come on up. Thank you, Max. Let's hear it for Austin Schaefer. Austin Schaefer. There you go. I don't know what happened. The old restart. Oh. 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, we're back. Your bike was smoking when you were leading. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know, but I started pretty far back, 27th. I got up to the front, got stuck behind someone, and then Max had around me. I just finished second.
Second, though, you still happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I want more, though.
Yeah, okay. Who do you want to thank, Austin?
My dad, mom, south of the border, MX Tire, One Industries, KTM of Lumberton, Brett from ICW, Pat, Matt Toth, Austin Kuhn, Maniac, and Dunlop. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear it for him. Austin Schaefer taking second place. Third is going to be Aiden Bailey. We'll bring him up. All right, Aiden, we'll bring you over here. Let's hear it for the bronze medalist, Aiden Bailey. You put in some work to get to that third spot. Take me through that.
Yeah, it was great. I got off to a great start. Me and Brad at Club 57, we worked so hard on those, 3 to 7 a day, just working our butts off, and it was great.
Yep. Happy with the bronze? Is that cool?
Yeah, this definitely blows my best finish out of the water here. Never haven't got a trophy here. Never got a whole shot, but we're changing it this year.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad. They've worked so hard. My mom does everything for me, drives me to the track, everything. And my dad works so hard when we're not even home. And Brad at Club 57 works so hard with me and Wyatt and all the boys there. And Tom works on my bike day and night, and my brother, John, for doing my mechanic. And my sister, Callie. Alex and Matt at Fox, Jeff Hoover, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it. Oh, you got one more.
And Grant at Motorbikes Plus.
Definitely got to hook him up. All right, let's hear it for the third place finisher, Aiden Bailey. Good job. That's 450B. I'll send it back up.
Thank you, Ouija. Appreciate it. Coming up next on deck is Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC. And we're looking at number 5, Alessandro Carminati. The number 11, a Colby Lester. The number 13, a Tyler Kirby. The number 14, a Kane Bolasina. The number 15, a Quade Edwards. The number 16, of Oliver Weitzel. The number 17, of Davis Daniels. The number 18, of Logan Kressel. The number 19, Austin Camden. The number 20, a Caden West. The 21, a Cannon Hargrove. The 24, a Lincoln Bischoff. The 25, of Luca Medica. The 26, of Braxton Meese. The 27, of Chadwick Nauer. The 28, of Parker Harrington. The 29, of Luke McNeil. The 30, of S.J. Coy. The number 31, of Sawyer Cordell. The 32, of Chase Anderson. The 37, of Tristan Pruitt. The 39, of Benjamin Moya. The 41, of Brady Olson. Wes, Kane, who else do you see out there?
I thought you'd never ask, Dean. The number 42 from Brentwood, California, Mason Finney. From Groveland, Florida, the 43 of Maddox Percret. The 44 of Daniel Reed from Paris, Utah. The 46 ride of Matthew Williams from Panawan, Virginia. New Plymouth, Idaho brings us the 47 ride of Christian Humphrey. New Iberia, Louisiana, the 48 of Ethan Romero. The 49 ride of Tanner Dorman from New York. All the way from Alabama, over there by our good friend Chad Ward, the 51 of Mitch Pierce. From Illinois, the 53 of Logan Webb. Mechanicsburg, Ohio sends us the 55 of Justin Schuff. Chillicothe, Ohio, the 57 ride of Eddie and Golf. Oxford, Massachusetts, the 66 of Brady LeBlanc. Jacksonville, Florida, the 72 of Chase Monahan. Smithville, Texas sends us the 79 ride of Hudson Short. Fallbrook, California, the 81 of Cash Hawkyard. Chatsworth, New Jersey, the 82 of Grant Getz. Kingwood, Texas, the 86 of George Casenza. Wildwood, Missouri, Oliver Camp aboard the 91 machine. Kevin Del Pino from Hammer, South Carolina, the number 94, and we've got the 2 board up, and it is about to get busy here, Little Dean.
It's going to keep busy for sure.
Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC, never fails to deliver here at the Dude Ranch.
Yeah, we say it every year. I feel like this is the most stacked one we've ever had. The car goes sideways, the gate drops, Wes, and here they come.
What a picturesque day here. The backdrop, the trees, the gate dropping, and riders rambling down into the first turn. Here they go. We'll pick them up as they come through. Was that 80 and Golf out there?
Yep.
Tanner Dorman, Moya, Hargrove, Mels, Camp, all worked their way down 20 miles down that long short chute, and here they come. Watch them, Little Dean, as they work their way around that little tree line, a little 180 there into the 10 Commandments.
Tanner Dorman already in the lead, man. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a great moto because all our heavy hitters in this class are well inside the top 10. You called them out. Aiden Goff, Tanner Dorman, and Benjamin Moya. Cannon Hargroves, Braxton Meese, Oliver Camp, Choice Monihan, Kevin DePino. What do you see at the top?
Hey, here we go. 4 wide as they work down that little bottleneck to that 180 again. And the story be told, you got a leader out there, and that's going to be 80 and Golf.
Yeah, Tanner Dorman, though, making quick work. I believe Dorman now in the lead as they exit the storyland. They're going to go double. They're going to go double, triple on these 125s. Just got to wait and see. No, they're going to go with the double. They're going to single into that right-hander and make their way into the sand sweeper.
Watch them now as they work their way down. That sand sweeper, that Rocky Mountain ATV, 20 miles of bad road. And here they come. I'm telling you, them boys are on fire as they rocket through there. There's a good shot on Racer TV, number 94, looking good out there. Keep your eyes peeled on that young man. He has got something to say about this Delpino.
Yeah, Kevin DePino, man, heavy hitter out there.
One rider being forced off of the field there. Let's see if we can catch who that is. One of our front runners, one of our top 5 there, top 10.
Here you go, around that Kawasaki sand sweeper. Not too bad right now, Little Dean. For amount of racing that's been on it, it's not as carved out as it was yesterday. So these riders really getting an exceptionally great track to race on. It's exceptional all day long, but it's really looking good out there. Now watch this rider now as he comes through. 3 wide in the air as they buzz the finish line.
Yeah, I'm watching the 44, Dan and Reed, that we're seeing on screen right here. He's making some very aggressive moves early in this race, and that's just what you got to do. This is where it counts right here. You got to get out there and sprint it down after you get a decent start. Around the mechanics area, it's number 14 and the number 11 battle it out. That's the 14 of Kane Bolasina and the number 11 of Colby Lester sitting 11th right now.
Keep an eye on the number, I believe that Colby Lester out there's got to watch him. And number 11 now, trying to get that Yamaha up in the fracas. Donnie Luce now watching very closely with Ed Torrance the progression of this young speedster in the middle of the week here.
Yeah, putting in good rides. Benjamin Moy having some issues out there. He's off the side of the racetrack as we're watching our leaders on screen make their way into Storyland. Is that Moynihan and the number 49 machine battled out Dorman. So Dorman must have made a mistake there as he finds himself in that third place position behind Moynihan. And it looks like Cannon Hargroves is our new leader, Wes.
All right, keep an eye on Hargroves now. He's made the move up there.
Oh, Dorman.
Oh, look out. Couple of riders. He's all right. Just a little scrub off the side of jump. Back in there. Just a little bit of miscue to the inside, but he is okay. Back on track. And that looked like, what number was that? Did you get a look at him? He's one of our guys up front.
I believe it was Dorman. Dorman was in third trying to make some moves out there. He slid, did a full circle out there.
I tell you, the one to watch right here is Jace Coy back there in 16th. Yesterday didn't have the ride that he wanted. Kind of had some issues out there. But Coy now says, hey, I'm in 16th. Let me roll this thing down in the top 10. You keep that Coy camp back there, all grins.
And here comes our race leader, Wes. He's got to go through that finish line. Oh, no.
It's Dorman's machine is on the side of the track. The EBR Yamaha having some issues over there. Hopefully you can get that thing refired and get back up in here.
Yeah, get back in the race. Right now we're watching Cannon Hargroves, Chase Moynihan, Braxton Meese, Kevin Pino, Tristan Pruitt running a top 5. Now he's on a move. Kane Bulacina, Caden West, Colby Lester, Dan and Reed, and Dorman is falling and fading. Tough break for him, like you said. Alessandro Carminati going to inherit that 10th place position, and he's on a move as well.
All right, watching back in 30th camp, Modica and Edwards. There's Dorman now back through. He hasn't checked in yet, but watch those guys. Pierce, Getz, and Bischoff now having a pretty good battle back in 33rd, 32nd, and 34th.
Thank you, Wes. We got our eyes right now going to the ticket man with the 94. Kevin DePino watching there. Double, triple, double, single as he drops into this corner right here. This right-hander takes the high line as he chases down the number 26 of Braxton Meese. And I'll tell you what, Braxton doing a great job transitioning to this 125 off the Super Mini.
Colby Lesher back there in 8th right now, still doing good with Reed Carmetti. Once again, I'm going to shout out to the number 30 ride. He's already picked up a couple spots. Could this be the ride that Jace Coy was looking for here?
It could be. He's trying to hunt down the number 48, Ethan Romero, one of K-Dub's riders out there.
Humphrey, another rider back there now in the 16th place spot that we've saw some good results out of, but do want to give you an update on Tanner Dorman. He is going to be retiring from this one early.
Tough break.
So the dog days of summer has risen. He's okay. He's great.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's going to walk this thing off, but his trusty steed has expired out there. So they'll have to go to work just to get back out here in this one, just to say, hey, I might not win the war, but I'll win this little bit of battle right here. We'll be back in the next. We'll be back in Moto number.
Yep, he'll be back and ready for some redemption. He is clearly very, very frustrated with this one. Heartbroken.
Hey, you know, you can come in here and get a DNF. There's a possible way you can still finish in the top 20, top 15. I've seen it done. Guys DNF when they come back, they get 13th overall. And if you look at the score, you know in your brain, hey, this guy was a bad dude.
Yep, exactly. And, I mean, a gold medal means a lot to you, even if you don't get the championship. But look at this, the 21.
Our leader,
Cannon Hargroves having some issues out there. We're watching on Racer TV here at Loretta Lynn's MX 2025 at Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. And now the changing of the guard, the shuffling of the deck has occurred. Moynihan now, he doesn't pick a rut, little Dean. He just buries through that. And here he comes. He'll be coming.
Hey, I think your boy Ken Hargroves needs to go see Jeff Cernix, man. He was slipping.
Hey, if you're slipping, get gripping. Get those Dunlop tires. See Rob Fox, Jeff Cernick over at MX Tire. They've got the air pressures you need. They got all the intel. They've got tire selection. Is the track loamy in the morning? Of course. Is it fast? Is it hard? Right now it seems a little back out there. Doesn't seem so loamy right now.
No, definitely not. You see some slick surfaces rising up there in some of the sections. As we got our eyes on number 72, our new race leader. He's inherited. He's got a couple gifts out there, Wes. We had one bike down. We had one rider going sideways, and our new leader is Chase Moynihan.
You know what I like? I was standing outside the tower yesterday. Along over there, the Monster Observers, everybody, they're blowing horns, they're screaming, they're cheering.
Having a good time.
You can really hear the fans getting up close and personal with their riders when they come by and just give them a little hand salute. So I'm super pumped to hear the intensity.
Hey guys, y'all mentioned Dunlop there. They have a 93% win rate here at Loretta Lynn's, at least as far back as they can count. They know a thing or two about some traction out here. I know y'all mentioned it.
Yes.
Make sure to go check them out. You mentioned that you can get the air pressure. It might be a little different than what you might be thinking, so make sure to go stop by over with our friends at Dunlop. Also want to remind everybody that's watching on Racer TV, I know a lot of people in the comments wondering about what our moto order is. You can find that on our Loretta Lynn's app. That's for everybody on Racer TV, everybody that is here on site. Make sure you get our Loretta Lynn's app. That way you can keep up with everything going on. Got some good motos coming up next.
Here we go. Back to the battle out there. You can see Monahan now. Braxton Mays, Bam Bam out there. Rocking and rolling. Del Pino, Pruitt, Bussalina. Hard up. Colby Lester now makes his way up into 6th, so he's putting on a good little battle out there. There's your leader on Racer TV, the 72 of Chase Monahan.
Carminati making some moves now up into the 9th place spot. Davis Daniels also. Brady Olson going to be in the 11th place. Christian Humphrey. I mentioned to y'all, Christian Humphrey, he has moved up, going from 16th now up to 12th. Picks up 4 spots. Austin Camden up into the 13th. Chase Anderson in the 14th, and then Jace Coy going to drop down to the 15th place spot, having some troubles that last time around.
We're watching right now, Jackson, is DePino. DePino looks to be under attack by Tristan Pruitt. Pruitt going to dive to the inside right here, try to make a lineup. Not going to happen. He's going to dive to that inside, get buried in that run, but he is charging hard. He's still able to get over the Triple O Storyland as he is trying to chase down the number 94 of Kevin DePino.
There's a good look at the number 94 right out there, right there. Tough break for him. He had a good run going. You know, back in 3rd right now, still in championship contingents. Nothing's over till Friday or Saturday, so these guys are going to charge hard no matter what.
Absolutely. Look at the 14, Kane Bolasina. He's joining that party. He wants to get in the battle. He's trying to get on the rear wheel of Tristan Pruitt as Pruitt is reeling in DePino, and DePino is your 3rd place rider, so it's a battle for the podium, Wes.
Hey, there's battles all the way through this thing. They go from 1st all the way back to 42nd. These guys, they're tough. That's the process of areas and regionals. You want the best in the business out there. So across the country, across the globe, it's an international event here. Hey, everybody's welcome, but you got to go through those areas and regionals, and you get the Kremlin of Krim here at the Dude Ranch.
It sure is the 2025, the 44th running here of this Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships. This is what it's all about right here. Schoolboy 1 BC going at it, boys.
Nice little view right there. Look how great that is. Hey, don't be fooled. The track looks fast right now, but it is continue to change each and every race out there. Del Pino, you think, starting to feel a little pressure now? Jackie Legs?
That's the question. We'll see. He's handling it pretty well right now. Oh no, the 28 machine having some troubles here in this
Parker Harrington over there.
Yes, sir, aboard that KTM machine. Tough break for him. Pushing these machines to the absolute test, putting these machines to the absolute test out here as now we focus back in on the 72 and the 26 machine. Our leaders, Chase Moynihan and Braxton Mees.
Keep an eye on Bam Bam now. Bam Bam all over the rear fender of your leader, Moynihan. Here they go, line for line now. They're out in Storyland. And let's see what the story be told. Bam Bam goes to the inside. Here comes your leader now, Monahan now. Hop, skipping, and jumping. He makes the quick right-hander. He's going to double up on this tabletop now as he heads into that 20 miles of bad road. The sand section starts to come alive. Your leader right there, Monahan. Braxton Mays now in view. Can he roll up on him? Jackie Legs.
That's the question. Moynihan, the Jacksonville, Florida native, sponsored by some of my friends over at Scrub and Dirt MX, Tom Zont Racing, O'Neill, and then Club 57, and he is making them proud here this morning.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Bam Bam, he's chopping down that lead. He is trying to reel him in. He's got that. He must have been at the Malcolm Stewart Fishing Tournament because he's got him on the hook and he's reeling him in.
Did you see our leader there sending it into the sand? And it's not just him. The whole top 5 absolutely going for it. It's all the 37 machine sending it into the sand as well as now we see him on screen.
To the inside now, the 94, Kevin DePino. He's under pressure by number 14 of Kane Bolasina. Bolasina has been the rider making a push there. Check him out on time and score. And Jackson, what do you see?
Tristan Pruitt now moving up to the 3rd place spot. DePino moves back to 4th, and then Kane Bolasina, he continues to run in that 5th place spot as he is trying to pick himself up one.
Behind the billboards, the battle ensues as they pass the mechanics area. This one here is shaping up to be a dandy on this Chamber of Commerce day here at the Dude Ranch.
It sure is. Wes Kane, Braxton Mees going to be on that number 26 machine, sitting in that second place spot. Mees sponsored by KTM, Orange Brigade, Alpine Stars, Canvas, and Monster Energy.
Kane Bollicina going with aggressive line right here.
A little different line change. Could have been an out of control accidentally. Line change. He rode that front wheel down up in there.
Definitely a mistake led into that pass.
Hey,
right?
but he made it look like he intentionally. He recovered well, and he's still back on it. But this battle now in the Storyland. Bam Bam, Braxton Mays not letting him off the hook. Monahan now doing a checkup from the neck up. He sees him in the rearview mirror. Knock on the door. Chase Monahan, you better look out and do a checkup in the rearview mirror. It's the set 26 and Braxton Mays now trying to take the spot.
Kane Bollicina, hey, he might have learned some of that over with his friends at Game Moto on that Atlas Motorsports Musa Lee and Huxon brand back ride. Seeing the 72 machine now on screen along with that 26 machine. So this is our leaders, first and second, that you're seeing on Racer TV here. They're going to make their way back into the Thor Sand Sweeper. Look at this next jump here. They're about to send it off up all the way there for the 72 machine.
Jackson, take a look at lap number 6. Here we are. Moynihan, 159.6. Mess, 159.3. Tristan Pruitt, 158.9. DePino, 200.7. This 6 laps in, and look back just a little further, Bollicina turning a 158.9. That is how close this competition is. Hundredths of a second separating these guys in lap times right now.
No doubt Tristan Pruitt checks in. Look at that megawatt, a 158.7. Braxton Mees, who's just ahead of him, a 158.8. So 0.1 second, the only difference between your second and third.
He opens that track way up and uses every inch to keep the momentum driving. No chopping the throttle there. He is just hammering down right there. And here they come. They're down 20 miles of bad road, line for line, as they enter the 10 Commandments. 2-man enter and 2-man leave. Everybody up on 2 wheels now as they're going to work their way through these 180s and back into Storyland. A line for line. Oh, I just saw our leader make a little bit of mistake coming in out of the rut there, and that's going to close the gap for Mays. Maybe a little sense of urgency now is going to come and going to make something happen here in Storyland.
Yeah, Mess, man, making some moves out there, putting the push on. And he knows now there's about 5 minutes to go in this one, so anything can happen as Chase Moynihan is doing an amazing job withstanding the pressure. But here he comes. Braxton Mess got the inside. He's got him set up. Jax, you think he's got it done?
Here we go. He hasn't done it yet. We'll see if he can here in this Sand Sweeper.
Bam Bam has
machine.
Bam Bam got new life over that little mistake there that Monahan made.
Here we go.
You can't give it up now. Now it's time to pounce. Now it's time to capitalize on that little bit of miscue.
Here it is,
Bam Bam goes to the inside. How many times have we seen that yesterday, all day? They go outside. They wait. You go outside, I'm going inside.
Woo. Oh, Moynihan trying to come back on him with that big triple into the sweeper.
Well, that's something that Big James always told Bubba. You got to protect the inside. Even when they used to take him to the grocery store, he'd be in the cart, pushing the cart, stay to the inside.
Look at him right there.
And they practice it right there. So Monahan went outside just 2 lines, and now he capitalized on that, and now looks like he's in that express lane, 10 items or less. He's on the checkout.
He sure is. And Wes, you said it. He is protecting that inside line as he shoots back into the inside right here at the billboards. Now going to head back into turn number 1 there for the 26 machine. A new leader here in Moto 1 of Schoolboy 1.
I like that line right there. That's for Sonny Black back there. Leader. Here they come. I know you're listening back there, Sonny. And this is here shaping up to be a dandy as Bam Bam now, the 26, Braxton Mez out front with that 159.2.
You know, Wes, clock's starting to expire here, but I see the 72. Moynihan starting to get caught up a little bit by Tristan Pruitt. He's about 4 seconds back right now, but the time is scoring. He's a second or 2 faster, so we might be able to see a battle here before this one's over.
2 lap board out, Little Dean out there. So we got 3 minutes on the clock, 2 lap board out. I think Pruitt's going to be in good position out there. Pruitt's going to get a podium. Bussolina's going to be there. So many talented riders. So let's see what happens.
It's a who's who of what's what in the Schoolboy 1 12-17 class. And right now, watching the 26 of Braxton Mees. He's making his way through this right-hander through the sweeper.
Well, there's tricks out here. You can't throw it away. And I think Mez has been here for a long time. He knows he was patient. He was just waiting for that opportunity to strike. And there he is. Oh, almost a little dab right there, but he's able to power through it. So drops back in. Now that's the line right there. He's leaving the door open a little bit. But, hey, he's got control of the track right now. Yeah, you don't have anybody beating on the back.
A little bit of cushion.
Yeah, he has a little cushion. You're right. Just got to hang on. He's going to come around now and get that white flag. Braxton Mays. They don't call him Bam Bam for nothing.
And, man, what a great transition. Like I said, he's done off this little bike, getting on the big bike's full-size machine and taking this first moto lead right here, and maybe a victory for the first motos in the Schoolboy 1 12-17 BC.
One more to go. The white flag is out.
Nice line right there. See that outside?
Oh, the white, it's amazing. He's really got some good lines right there in front. Oh, rider going down. Mays had to dodge that one.
Oh, yeah, dodging a bullet out there. We're going to watch Pruitt. Pruitt is on the rear wheel of Chase Moynihan. Can Moynihan hold off the third place rider,
Christian Pruitt isn't done. He's coming he is coming, and let's see, can he get second? Because if he gets second, that puts him in the next moto. Exactly. That's as good as a win right now. So Pruitt's starting to come in on the white flag.
There it is.
And he is right there. So Pruitt gets...
That's the same pass we seen a few laps ago, wasn't it?
Pruitt dives into second. Can Moynihan respond? Bam Bam's up in front. The blue flags are waving. Your leaders are coming through. The rider heeds the flag. He steps to the side a little bit. Moynihan now trying to get around and answer back and fire back on Pruitt. Pruitt's seasoned. He's surly. He's a veteran out there. Even though it's a schoolboy class, he's already a veteran. Got his ticket punched on Team Junior USA with Jeff Cernick and the boys this summer, a couple of weeks ago. So he's bringing that intensity. He's bringing that lesson. Hey, over there he had some issues. It only made him better here this week.
Absolutely. I believe that Team USA dinner going to be down at the Plantation home, so it'll be good to carry a good moto.
I think they got to take you over there, Dean. You got your passport?
I got my passport.
You need to get over there then. You need to go with Jeff and be a part of that. I think you'd be instrumental in your future in this sport and commentating and everything that you're doing. That would be an asset in your resume. All right, here we go. We're picking him up. Mez going to come around. A couple of more. That checker's going to fall. There he is. We're watching through the Racer X drone. Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC. Braxton Mez going to come around. Watch that flag come out. Bam! There goes the checker flag. You are a winner. Congratulations. Bam Bam, you have won a moto here at the Dude Ranch. Put that bike up on the box. Jason Wygant's heading down to see ya. Christian Pruitt, what a ride out there, Little Dean. Comes all the way back from out of the top 5. Gets him a number 2 spot on the box. Chase Moynihan, you're in the fight. Finishing 3rd. 4th will be Kane Bossalina. Hats off to Kevin Del Pino. Great job. You're checking in. Colby Lesser, the number 11 ride. We'll look for you. And we're waiting. There he is. Colby Lesser checks in 6th. We're looking for a 7th, 8th, and 9th place rider on the roster. So I got Mez, Pruitt, Moynihan, Bossalina, Delpino, Lesser. There's Caden West in 7th. Dan and Reed 8th. Kuramani in 9th. Where's Mark Daniels? Can he bring it in the top 10? There's Bam Bam, cool, calm, and collected. Darian Sanahi putting some of that nice, cool Monster Water on his neck. And Austin Camden, 11th. Humphrey, 12th. Brady Olson, he was another rider that was over there with Jeff Cernick and Mike Burkeen. He brings in a 13th. And all these are respectable positions. They're all braggable positions. They're all good. Every one of these guys from 1st to 40th are winners. They are champions. They have won something big somewhere. And they all bring it down here to the Dude Ranch. There's Logan Webb, 14th. Mason Finney, 15th. Hawkyard, 16th. Kenan Hargrove with a great ride out there at 17th. Chase Anderson, 19th. Oliver Camp, 19th. Jace Coy, great job out there to maintain, to handle it, and 20th. Who do you got 21st, Dean?
I'm glad you asked, Wes. It's Maddox Burke there at 21st. Ethan Romero at 22nd. Logan Kressel, 23rd. 24th is going to be Oliver Wetzel. And 25th, it's going to be Lincoln Bischoff. And it looks like we're down on the podium and ready to go.
getting more and more prestigious here. We're putting more and more carefully orchestrated logos on the race winning machine as we get the moto winner. He's putting in some incredible lap times to get there.
Good job. That's the way to do it.
Let's hear it for the gold medalist, Braxton Mess. Buddy, you were rolling in that one. You look fast. The lap times are good. You've got to be happy with how you're riding.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Way better start than yesterday. I got chip pick 1. Had to redeem myself from yesterday. So I'm pretty pumped with that ride.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for it, Braxton?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, the Lord for keeping me safe, KTM, Orange Brigade, Ryan Morris and Casey Lytle. They've been helping me out so much. They got this bike dialed in. And I want to thank Monster Energy, Mike Shakoff, Nick, all my friends and family, AO Power Sports, KTM R&D. I know Aiden Singh's up there watching me, so I'm happy that he's watching over me, and I hope he's okay. Canvas, Orange Brigade, Porter Rents, Lewis Construction Group, Acerbies, Drive Real Estate, Alpine Stars, Mika Metals, ODI, Camworks, and everybody, thank you so much, and Dunlop.
Let's hear it for him, Braxton Mess, with the moto win on the 125. Going to talk to Tristan Pruitt here. Tristan led some of that moto. It's a good ride, and he ends up with the silver. Tristan Pruitt. Well, good job there. Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
Take me through it.
I pulled chip 24, so I mean, not the best, not the worst. Yesterday I pulled 4, so that was a little bit better. I don't know what I was in on the start, probably back of the 20s, front of the 30s. But I was just digging, trying to pass as many people as I could, as quick as I can. Like I said yesterday, they're still getting used to the track, so that's my advantage, just going out there and sprinting. I was basically sprinting the whole moto. At Baker's Factory, we've been putting in a lot of work, so I can do that, and feeling good.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Tristan?
I thank God for keeping me safe. My mom and dad, they go through so many sacrifices to help me be up here. My sister, my brother, my grandparents, they help me so much with just everything. My grandma back home, all my family friends back home, Motorsport Hillsboro, Venture Moto, Monster Army, 110 Racing Gear, some sick gear, nice Fented gear. Go check them out on Vendor Row. X-Brand goggles, Bell helmets, Alpine Stars, super comfy boots, and just Tamer Whole Shot, N-Lab, Mika Metal Bars, XC gear, TCD. We flew them down a couple weeks ago, got my suspension dialed so I can push hard the whole race and keep it smooth. Dunlop, just everyone that helps me be up here, thank you so much.
All right, Tristan Pruitt, everyone. That's a big podium there. And we have one more rider to talk to. That'll be the 72. Let's hear it for Chase Moynihan. All right, Chase, good job there. 4, 5, 60 running for podium there, and you managed to hold on. How'd you do it?
I don't know. I had arm pump the whole moto, so I don't know how I did it.
Wow, arm pump the whole moto. I'm going to let these bikes go by. Do you normally have that problem, or is that just a Loretta's thing?
Every day.
Oh, no matter what. Maybe you've learned to ride through it.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, doesn't feel that way. Who do you want to thank for the third? It's still well done.
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Scrubbing Dirt, Club 57, WW Ranch, Do It All, Rhino Power, O'Neill, Nitro Lubricants, 139 Designs, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All right. Tristan Pruitt, and then Chase Moynihan taking third with Braxton Mess with the win. That is 125.
All right, thank you there, Jason Wykamp. Jackson Burrow here. Gonna have Dean Dias back up here in just 1 second, along with the insane Wes Kane.
Yeah.
Get in here, Wes. Gonna take a look here at our senior 45 plus.
Better than nothing.
Race number 24 here. Going to be about our 4th, 5th race of the day, I do believe. Going to be our 6th race of the day, to be exact. 5th one here on Racer TV. Taking a look at who we've got here in this one as they make their sight lap going to have John Burrup making his way out of Tennessee. He will be on that big number 1, Wes, and you know when somebody has a single-digit number, that means they have earned it. That means he was last year's champion, to be exact. So John Burrup, one to keep your eyes out for. Going to have Michael Keating out of Texas on the number 7. Scotty Guthrie on the number 11. He's going to be making his way out of Nevada. Wayne Powers out of New Jersey going to be on the 14 machine. Alan Flanagan going to be making his way out of Florida on the 15. Michael Brewer on the 17 out of Tennessee. Then we've got Joey Bollinger out of Ohio on the 19. The 21 will belong to Alan Alford. He's making his way out of Virginia. Then we got Jeremy Tiffany out of New York on the 22. Calvin and Lubbock out of California will be on the 23. The 26 is John Murray out of Colorado. The Washington native John Bill will be on the 27. Eugene Prida going to be making his way out of California on the 28. Ben Grades out of South Carolina will be the 29 machine. The 31 going to belong to Patrick Mahan out of New York. The Texas native Michael Gage will be aboard that 33 machine. Mark Otnad going to be making his way out of Wisconsin on the 36. Kip Posey out of Utah on the 37. Adrian Spiker out of California will be on the 39 machine. The 42 is Brian Johnson out of Texas. Frank Koenig out of South Carolina will be on the 43. Gregory Paymar, Frenchie, going to be on the 44 machine, making his way out of Pennsylvania. The New Hampshire native Jeffrey Doan going to be on the 45. Donald Letty will be on the 46 as he makes his way from Florida. And then Dwayne Carter out of Texas will be aboard that 48 machine.
The number 50, Gabriel Gurado, all the way from Mexico, makes the trip. From Kentucky, the 55 of Toby Kimbrough. Findlay, Ohio sends us the 59 ride of Tony Robinson. Hannah City, Illinois rider, the number 60 of Joe Buzzkirk. Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 67 of Tim Zebro. From Washington, the 68 of David Nichols. 71, Mike Hodges, all the way from Puerto Rico. Ronnie Ford from Paducah, Kentucky, the number 78 ride. The 79 ride of Bill Loy from Illinois. Longmont, Colorado sends us the number 80 of Brian Shabba. Bismarck, North Dakota, the 84 of Steve Drulow. Cumberland, Rhode Island sends us the number 88 of Shane Keller. Sturgis, Michigan, the 89 of Christopher McMillan. Temecula, California, the number 90 of Aaron Cook. Williamstown, New Jersey, the 91 of Orion Fascal. Akron, Ohio, the home of the NFL Hall of Fame, the 97 of Christopher Uplinger. Glade Hill, Virginia, the 98 of James Jetmar. Let's talk about some of our suspects in this one. Jackie Legs, you got our crafty veteran out there, Shane Kelleher. Kelleher's been on tour now since last year. He is just all about it in his senior 45.
Yeah, a rider that we had our eyes on all last year, man. He had a great showing. We'll see if he's able to do it again.
He landed here at the ranch. Palmer, Frenchie, also one of our usual. I mean, all these guys are great.
Yes.
They're great. Buzzkirk, Brian Johnson, but Donald Letty. But we're looking for the that guy to make that stand out. That move that's going to catch our eye to like zero in on you. And last year it was definitely Kelleher.
Yeah, John Burrup as well. He was able to secure this championship. The Maynardville, Tennessee native on that number 1 machine. He is definitely one to keep your eyes out for as well.
Well, when you did a lot of Sam Gamlin races back in the day, the Mega Series, the Ultra Series in Muddy Creek, when John Boroff was that 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, you had to race John Boroff. Like, he put you to the test out there, and he kind of drifted off the scene a little bit. He did a little bit of pro stuff, but he came back here last year, and I saw him like, whoa, I haven't seen you in like 10 years. And 46 years old now, so it's been a little bit. But he's, like you said, he's brought that number 1 plate here to like, now I'm going to defend it.
He's going to stamp it. Everybody in here is one to keep a lookout for as they've made it here. There's a reason for that. The 2 card goes to the 1 here, Wes. We're just about ready to roll.
I do believe he won a B-class title here at one point. Him and Jason Thomas had a couple of good battles out here, and you know him from SMX. All right, here we go. Down in the mix, Jason Wygant jumping up in here.
Look at that.
Frenchie. You know that's Frenchie just by the body. Language.
It's that hunched, crouched, I don't know what you want to call it, but it is the distinctive 44 riding style. of Greg Paymart.
And look at that, Wes Kane, you said it, Shane Kelleher is going to be up in the mix here in this one aboard that 88 Honda machine.
Here they come, Jason Wygant down the long.
Yeah, long short shoot. Shane Kelleher on the inside trying to work over Paymart.
Paymart just closes the door just a little bit. Kelleher didn't want to force the issue. It could make curtains for both those riders. But now another rider, Yamaha rider, trying to jump up and make it a three-way dance in the Storyland.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if that's...
Oh, watch Kelleher.
That's the 29 of Ben Graves, actually, out of Club MX. Kelleher, yeah, makes the move with authority. And neither of these guys are scared. We've seen them get aggressive, not with each other as much, but they will fight for position, Paymart and Kelleher. But right now, Kelleher to the lead, but watch out for Ben Graves.
Ben Graves now training down there.
Oh, he's just like Brandon Haas, man. He wants to be like the team owner. Graves going for the lead.
Outside sweeper turn, sweep the knees. And Shane Kelleher feels that as he swept that turn and swept his knees. Now can Kelleher respond?
Dude, they're becoming the vet class factory there. You got Brandon Haas winning a moto yesterday, but Kelleher's responding to the challenge from Graves.
This one's just now, we're not even in lap one. These guys are putting on a show. It's shaping up to be a dandy here in the Senior 45 on this Chamber of Commerce Day here down at Hurricane Mills, Tennessee.
And Kelleher did it. Wesley went from left to right to aim to the inside and makes the move on Graves.
Did he just bulldoze his way through and clear the path in the sand section?
Look, these guys from New England, like Kelleher, they know a thing or two about riding sand. Southwick specialist for sure.
Kelleher trying to qualify still for the National, and let's pick his I'm not going to throw him under the bus. 46 years old, and I'm going to try to qualify for Southwick National.
He was there in qualifying on Saturday morning.
Give that guy a lot of props, man.
I do, too, because of what he just did. Look, Graves came from about 7th to 1st on the first lap, and Kelleher said, oh, yeah?
He grabbed him up by the collar and said, not on my shift.
Down to 100%. So Graves has to reset. They've left Paymart behind. He's 3rd.
You think that was a Pier 6 move? Like, don't be coming on Pier 6 with none of that.
No, I think Kelleher's got more of the tank if he needs it. We can get a little more aggressive than that. But Graves is reset, and it could be another battle on our hands.
Here they come. 10 Commandments. Graves goes to the outside. They're in the turn at the same time. I'm watching through the window. So now Kelleher can hear that Yamaha barking. Weege. Here they go into Storyland. What do you see, Jackie Legs?
And Kelleher getting a little out of whack there going through the 10 Commandments, having a whoop through him, Wes Kane, but that shows how much control he has over that machine, just able to suck those up.
Top 10 look like this. Kelleher on point right now. Ben Graves 2nd. Gregory Paymart, the number 44 in 3rd. The number 80 of Shaba in 4th. John Beal in 5th. Koenig from Columbia, South Carolina in 6th. There's Oliver in 7th. Spiker 8th. Facila in 9th. And Brewer is brewing up a great top 10 finish overall going in here right now as it stands. Number 17 on the track.
And look at this, guys. Where is all this time coming from? Shane Kelleher really starting to stretch that lead out as now Paymart going to go back after Graves. Graves holding those inside lines as Kelleher buzzes the tower here.
At a 1:5.63, which is great times there. We got a rider down. I see a flag out. Who is it?
It's Kelleher. Kelleher was using that same inside line of the sand he used to get the lead a lap earlier, but this time he goes down, and that's going to shake things up.
That's going to put him back, I believe, into the 6th place position. We'll wait for him to check in and clarify but that is going to allow Ben Graves to inherit this lead. Paymart now into the 2nd place. And let's see where Kelleher's going to come through.
You know what this just made? This thing interesting.
Look at that.
Because Kelleher's not done. He's going to try to make those spots back up.
Like, he opens his lunchbox. That was like a little chip or a snack, what we just saw.
Okay.
He's still got more down in there that you're going to get. Maybe a ham sandwich, a bologna sandwich, something. And he is going to put it to work out there. Where's he at? Kelleher in 5th. I don't think he'll stay there, Weege.
You got John Beal 3rd. And Ann Levesque is in 4th. Now, I've actually got someone who has told me the exact way to pronounce Ann Levesque. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to study it.
What is it?
I'm going to come back in a second. But speaking of comebacks, look at Paymart. I mean, Graves made the move on him quickly and pulled away quickly, and Frenchie is back to put the pressure on the leader, Ben Graves.
Here is Frenchie now, hop, skipping, and jumping through that rhythm session. He's putting pressure on Graves right now. He's got the tourniquet on. Jackie Legs, and he's starting to apply the pressure. We'll see what happens here as they go into Storyland. Paul Mart now gets the job done. Pick it up, Jackie Legs.
Look at that, Wes Kane able to make that big triple there, and Gregory Paymart, Frenchie, going to be able to overtake this lead on that 44 machine. Of course, Frenchie going to be making his way from Pennsylvania there on that MKS Moto Kicks or MKSMoto.com, aka Moto Kicks, GPMX School, Crossroads Power Sports, and BPE Racing.
Well, there's your leaders right there down through the Rocky Mountain ATV sand section alongside the road. Paul Mart now going to drop to that inside line. He's going to be buzzing the tower here momentarily. He's got that silky smooth style right there, rips the tear off. You're watching on Racer TV. So it's Frenchie, then Ben Graves. But I've been looking out the window here. Kelleher's on the move.
No doubt about it.
The fourth, he's going to be dealing with Kelleher right now. Kelleher wisely going to go to the outside of the sand where he went down on the inside one lap ago, and I think he's about to make that move.
Kelleher's back in the sand section right now, so he's on the rear fender, the number 80. Let's see. Kelleher's.
No, he's making the move on the 23.
Yes.
And Levesque, and this is going to be interesting. So he's going to maybe fight for podium here. John Beal in third on the 27. As you see the leader, Paymart, getting away. I cannot wait to talk to Ben Graves after this moto. He has had some of the best half laps we've seen and some of the worst. He's passed everybody. They passed him back. He's passed them back. They passed him back. Now he's losing time to Paymart.
Yeah, Paymart's got that 209 lap time going. Everybody else is kind of 212, 214. It's kind of tapering off right now, but Frenchie out front, dropping. Oh, Frenchie a little sideways on that last commandment. Thou shalt not
go sideways.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is the Honda of Kelleher putting pressure on Andlovic. Andlovic on the KTM, the number 23.
All right, I'm watching right here. There they are in the 10 Commandments. You got a back marker here. They're coming up on, or could that be Beal?
No, I think that's Beal on the 27th. This is third, fourth, fifth right here.
Kelleher's going for a twofer in Storyland. One of your special shopping things.
Oh, yeah, we love the buy one, get one. And he might have it right here because Andlovic is on the outside trying to pass Beal, and there. Oh, Kelleher almost had the pass made.
He slammed the door on him right there. Kelleher's knocking at the door. He's going for a BOGO.
How about the 27 here of John Beal as Kelleher going to make the pass, going to go right up the middle, and that's going to be enough to get around the 23 machine.
With authority on that one, he threaded the needle right in there and got it done.
But how about John Beal, like I was saying, the Washington native leading the way here for the Beta on his Beta USA, Moose Off-Road, Recluse, and Everett Power Sports back ride.
So Kelleher wants a podium spot up here, wants to talk to Jason Wagon.
Kelleher just doubled to get side by side.
Look, Kelleher, you see that?
Almost went down.
The leg goes out like an outrigger, and it was able to hold him up. The strength of that right leg.
Here it is.
Outside line.
Here he is, right in front of us.
Look at him close down. Look at him close down.
Just a little bit of elbow pressure, huh?
And can he get it done on Beal? And he does. He's up to third. And by the way, Ben Graves is not that far ahead in second.
Did you see Kelleher dip out of that rut right to a smooth little exit there?
Hey, look at these lap times. A 2:10 there for Paymont, fastest person on the track. And then at Ben Graves, a 2:14. But how about Shane Kelleher dropping it down with a 2:10.5?
What is he
He's just throwing whatever. Hey, you know what I like about Shane Kelleher? He uses his legs. He uses his elbows. He uses whatever part of body English it takes. Like a pool shark. He's got some English out there.
He's a hustler.
And that's his best friend.
I want to give a shout out though to John Beal on that Beta. Good catch on that. Kelleher just goes across in the exact opposite direction the ruts are going. But Beal, seeing a Beta up there, this is relatively new at Loretta's. We were talking about in the SMX Championship, 10 different brands have now scored points this year. Beta being one of the new ones, Triumph, Ducati coming in. The traditional brands are still there as well. So good to see a Beta running right now in fourth with Beal. I'm going to assume that Beal is an off-road guy based on the sponsor list, based on the Beta, and based on the handguards on the bike. He's running fourth.
Bark busters, case protector.
It looks like he has bark busters, which I know is not allowed out here, but that actually looks like it. There's Kelleher, center of your screen. Can he run down Ben Graves? No, there is the 23 of Andlovic, who is fifth.
Well, here they go. I just saw a glimpse of Ben Graves right there in the picture frame as they are out of Storyland.
I'm going to guess here. I'm going to guess it's arm pump for Graves because the first 2 laps,
he was an animal.
The speed was incredible, and he has not been able to replicate it since.
Well, listen, if you are Ben Graves' pit guy and he's boarding Kelleher on the hunt,
it's scary.
And you hear some barking back there, and maybe a little bit of, hey, look out. You might get on your toes right there.
Well, that might give you arm pump. Just knowing that Kelleher's the one back there. And look at Kelleher. He's caught Ben Graves for second after he went down while they were battling for the lead in this section of the track.
He just bulldozes his way through the sand section. He is like a watch this line out here.
Wheel to wheel, headed back into the finish line here as Shane Kelleher trying to get himself from a bronze medal to a silver medal as they sit right now.
Hey, give him a gold star. Give him a gold star.
2 laps to go.
That's
2
it,
laps to go.
Hey,
oh boy.
You give Kelleher a Medal of Honor every time he goes out there and rides. It's just like, you are the man, dude. But anyway, hey, let's talk about some of these other guys out there. I'm watching Kimbrough, Flanagan, Keating, Prida, Spiker, Mahan, Brian Johnson, Bill Loy out there, Wayne Powers, all looking good, 15th through 20th. Crook, Ford, Jetmar, Odenod, Hodges, a lot of guys all the way down through the roster out there. Donald Letty, big mention out there, running 17th now. Dwayne Carter, Powers, Wayne Powers, Gabriel Geraldo, Joe Buzzkirk, looking good. Meanwhile, we're going back to Racer TV. And Kelleher, watch him now. Jackie Legs, we're watching Racer TV down in the Storyland. Anything can happen right there.
He triples in. Look at this. Side by side. He gets the pass made. Shane Kelleher going to overtake second, but can he hold on to it as Ben Graves tries to fight back, and he's going to make it stick. Shane Kelleher going to guard that inside. Oh, a little bit off balance, but he's going to be able to hold on to it.
It's that body English Kevin Kelly he brings to the table.
Yeah, you're talking about body English in reference to Greg Paymart. English is his second language because he speaks French.
And he'll do it on the podium for sure.
He will French kiss his girlfriend right there.
All right, well, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, a little line changing right there. Kelleher. Oh, Kelleher just drops the leg.
Look at that, boys. A double from the inside for Kelleher.
He's got Jackie standing up here.
I'm smiling with joy up here watching this 45 plus. It is just a great ride out there. These guys, it's like schoolboy class. They're just 20 years older and they are getting the job done. Right there, Kevin, I know you were probably listening, but Kelleher augured it down right there in the lead.
Right.
Augured it down, picks it up.
Championship's done. No way. No, I know it's not.
We knew this was going to happen. We're like, okay.
He's
digging in his lunchbox. You know the old lunchbox? He's still got the metal one that the old iron worker carries in back in the 50s. He opens the thermoses up
Peanut
there.
butter and jelly. Get that out of the way. I'm getting to the protein.
Yeah, he gets right in there.
As we pan back here to Paymart, Kelleher able to take a look over when they made their way into turn number 1 into that billboard section there and see Paymart. So he knows how far he's got to go. Only 1 lap left to go. The white flag flies. So Kelleher probably going to run out of time here in this one as Paymart going to try to bring this one on home. But Paymart turned in a 2:11 that last time around, continuing to keep those lap times down with a 2:11.8. But how about it? Shane Kelleher, the fastest man on the track there for lap number 6 with a 2:10.8.
You know what this just did? Set up moto number 2.
It did.
Set up moto number 2 to be just this amazing thing that we're going to watch. And then we'll drop in, like I was talking to Davey this morning, moto number 3, that last championship motos are going to be amazing, and we're going to light this place up.
Going to be a barn burner, no doubt, for our senior 45 plus, especially between Paymart, Kelleher, Graves, our championship leader, the one trying to do it again here in 2025. John Burruff, and then Calvin and Lovick. Is that how we were saying it? And Levick.
And Levick. You know, we really didn't hear much about Boroff, but he's still right there. I mean, that 4th will hold in this class. That 4th will hold.
No doubt about it.
Palmart, let's see what he does.
And a great lap time for him at 2:11.1 for Burruff.
Frenchie jumped that double right out of the inside, too.
Yeah, these boys are no slouches, Kevin Kelly.
I mean, this guy's had quite the 24 hours from winning yesterday a moto. Now he's going to win another one.
And he was pumped for it. I saw him posted on Instagram. He would be out there at 9:30 ready to go, and the man wasn't lying. Look at this. Greg Paymart Frenchie gonna get it done with one corner left to go. Paymart.
Whoa, got that Crockett Myers one-hander.
Top.
The flying W.
Freestyle judges are going to appreciate that.
Wow.
We might have him jump tonight because we got Monster Energy, Keith Sayers, Monster Energy, FMX right here. It's going to be there. I'm hosting that. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. Top is here. Axel Hodges, X Games gold medalist, is here. I believe Twitch is probably going to drop in, so it's going to be a good one here.
Shout out to Kelleher. Holds on for a second place. Ben Graves going to be able to grab himself a medal as well with that third place, and then our defending champion John Burrup going to come through in the fourth place spot. Count it and love it.
Hey, you remember John
Burrup? Going to come through in that fifth place position. So top five: Paymart, Kelleher, Graves, Burrup, Boroff.
Yeah.
Boroff.
Ivan
There you
Boroff.
go. Boroff. There we go.
There's
Boroff.
Koenig out there, Donald Letty. They're all checking in. There's Kip Posey, not Kip Bigelow, Kip Posey.
Joey Ballinger, not Jeff Ballinger.
Joe Buskirk's always a fun guy to hang out with.
I can't say that I've ever hung out with Mr. Buskirk.
Hey, it looks like Grizzly Adams. He pops that helmet off. That's all. Nicest guy ever. Always
little Joey Buskirk.
Christopher McGowan.
Yeah. 2 race wins for Paymart. That's what we're all saying. Like, these guys have
Paymart's already ready to go, guys.
Let's go. Let's get into it.
Unbelievable. He doesn't even go to the tent. He just hangs out on the podium. Here, he had like a sip of water, so he's good. He said he wants to hang out as long as possible, so he just goes straight to the podium. Well, now, 2 moto wins so far this week. Frenchie, Greg Paymart.
How's my hair, dude?
The hair is shockingly good considering it. Is this weird if I do this? Is this weird? Is this weird? Okay. Come on over here to the middle. Hey, man, look. You gave credit where it's due. Brownie's not racing there in 50+, but, hey, you're coming out here in 45. How old are you?
Where's my helmet? I don't know, about 28. In the morning when I get up, about 72.
So we average that out and you're over 45.
I'm 52, yeah. But don't tell anybody, all right?
Hey, man, no, you don't need to make excuses. You're winning. You won the 45. That's impressive. And Kelleher went down. Ben Graves going real fast. Did you regroup or something? Because they got you and then you started getting everybody back.
No, I know, scary man. Sometimes Rattle's scary. He's super fast, but this track is so rough and slippery and grippy and everything in between. Little mistake, so it's easy to lose a bike. And I just rode the track, hit my line. Ben was sprinting. I could see he was in the sprint mode, and I was in my cruising mode. I waited a little bit, and he started doubling the triple in the back and stuff, and I just gently pulled the triple. But those guys are flying, man. VPE, dude. Let me tell you something. I tried a lot of people out there with suspension and stuff, but Fred and Steven and the kids here, they're based in PA and in the Carolinas. They cover most of the East Coast. You got to give them a shot, man, because I never had anything that handled that well. We do a lot of testing, but fun testing. They go, let's try this, Frenchie. All right, well, we move we do like pretty creative stuff, and those Steven back there rips too. Does a lot of the testing, so I probably have the best setup I ever had, and it just makes a big difference, not only on the track, but for your confidence, to have some support. So.
That's really well said. You should do the media training and not me. Who else do you want to thank? Anybody left?
Of course, yeah. Crossroad Power Sport, friends at home, my club, I forget to say Pagoda. Motocross for Christ. We did a camp at Tomahawk, and if you've never been to Tomahawk, you gotta go check it out. This national level is deeper than here. You put like hundreds of load of sawdust on that track. So Chad is the nicest guy around. FXR, of course, and he's looking at me. Bonjour. We know each other for like 10 years. I didn't know we speak French. We speak English. Boyzone, Adept Graphics, of course. Austin's awesome. Give me graphics in time. I always order stuff like, hey, I need my graphic for yesterday. KSL Wheels. Forgot to mention him earlier. FMF, the guys at FMF, Joe and everything. I know 85, I get my first bike out of him at the National at Broomtoga, 1995. I was a young pup, but and everybody else that support me, I appreciate you, Shannon. Everybody is, the vet class, I'm not saying this because I'm a vet rider, but we're a warrior. I do the driving, I do the bike maintenance, I try to train, I got to run a business or two, MKS Motor Kick and GPMX. I drive my own semi. I was never fast enough to get a factory ride, so I'm going to build my own, you know, and I have my own semi. But just we use a crap out of it. Just cool, but that's it, man. Thanks to you guys.
Greg Paymar, everybody. Let's hear it for the moto winner. That was Greg Paymar. I don't know what happened to my mic. Now you should go and sit down and rest. You seem fine, but we're going to bring up this second place finisher. I believe Shane Kelleher was able to make his way back up there. It was some impressive riding, and we're going to see a showdown in these next couple of motos. He's in the battle for the lead. He went down. We had him back in 5th at one point, but he came all the way back. Coming out of the front. Be proud. Let's hear it for Shane Kelleher. He had that crash in the sand. We're like, he's not going to end this moto in 5th. He's not going to sit back there, and you did not sit back there.
No, you know, I was stuck under the bike for a couple seconds, burning my arm. I just had to press it off and get back up. I was riding it with all twisted up, levers down. Just got used to it and made a couple passes for second. Frenchie was the man. He was out front, just cruising. Got to give it up to him. He's riding well. Come back second moto and try a little harder.
You know where you're in contention. Who do you want to thank?
FXR Moto, Hydro Earth, 139 Designs, Artco for the helmet painting, Kelleher Sealants, DC3 Suspension. Anyone else that I forgot, thank you. My wife, my kids, my mechanic. Thank you to all.
All right, we love the character in this class. Shane Kelleher. These guys are such great personalities in these 45-plus divisions. Let's bring up a third-place finisher. He had a couple laps of fury in there, and I thought, oh, we could be headed to the gold. He ends up taking the bronze. Ben Graves, everybody. I got to ask the hard questions here. For about 2 laps, I'm like, it's the fastest guy. Then they got you back. So what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, my plan of attack this week was to pull hole shots and lead laps. I blew the start. Didn't have the bike in the proper gear, unfortunately, and rookie mistake. Got to the front quick, and then I started making the same mistake those guys were making, and come back around me, and I just finished with a nice, safe moto. Want a little more, but a good, safe way to start the week off, 3rd place, and looking forward to pulling the whole shot in the next moto.
Is there stuff that you learned there? You're like, nah, we can fix this.
Yeah, track was just a little different than I anticipated, and it's a lot gnarlier this year, so you got to be ready for it. And looking forward to that 230 moto and seeing these guys struggle. So we're ready.
Okay, there we go. Ben Graves, who do you want to thank, buddy?
The whole crew at Club MX, whole staff. We got an amazing crew. We've had an amazing year, and I appreciate each and every one of the people there involved. My wife and daughter for putting up with me and supporting me, letting me come down here. My mom and dad for getting me into this great sport and bringing me here when I was a kid back in 1988. The whole FXR Club MX Muck-Off group, First Form, the guys at Guts, Mika. I got to thank my guy Jeremy at MX Tech, dialing my bike in, suspension is solid, and everybody else, I appreciate it very much. Looking forward to the 3rd moto, or 2nd moto.
Yep. All right, let's hear it for Ben Graves up on the podium. Another one of the Club MX head honchos, and that'll do it for 45-plus.
All righty, we're going to check in with our 250C limited class. Kevin Kelly here, Wes Kane, going to give you the rundown. The number 12 is going to be Hunter Morse out of Richmond, Wisconsin on the gas. 13 is going to be Kyle St. Jim out of St. Charles, Missouri, Honda mounted. Number 14 is Tanner Pike out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Benjamin, Utah brings you Yamaha rider number 15, Colt Street. The number 17 is Alva, Florida native KTM rider Blake Mara. And here he is, finished 2nd place yesterday. The number 19 of Alessio Chavez out of Rock Springs, Wyoming. Browns Valley, California brings you number 21 of Francisco Rodarte. The number 22 is Ryder Stackhouse out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Albert, Texas is home to the number 23 of Zachary Chambers. 25 is William Vandervoort. This is Kevin Wyndham's guy here. He squared off with Alessio Chavez, and they had a good one yesterday on the number 25 Kawasaki. 14 years old, got a moto win already. 26 is Cade Butler out of Encinitas, California. Suzuki rider Hunter Brennan, number 27 out of Winchester, California. The 28 is Wesley Minery out of Jamestown, Ohio, Yamaha mounted.
Great job out there, number 31 of Cannon Taylor from White House, Ohio. Ahatchee, Alabama is the 33 of Dayton Lowry. The 36 of Talon Barreca from Texas. 39 of Caden Wheaton from Temecula, California. The 43 of Matthew Auhaus from Spring Grove, Illinois. The 44 of Landon Yank from Cross Junction, Virginia. The 48 of Gabe Salazar from Cameron Park, California. The 50 of Sean Sutton from West Jordan, Utah. The 51 of Jackson Beck from Bel Air, Maryland. 64 of Corbin Taylor from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania. He hails from Chautauqua, Pennsylvania, the 67 of Jaden Schmelzer. The 68 of Logan Ford from Monson, Massachusetts.
Gonna have the 70 machine of Jet White from Utah. Gonna have Aiden Conklin out of North Carolina on the 71. Wayne Powers Jr. making his way out of New Jersey. You'll find him on the 72 machine. Mason Mims, the Fairhope, Alabama native, gonna be on that 73.
Yeah.
Ryan Ellert out of Ohio on the 79. Jordan Allen, he's going to be on that 80 machine out of Washington. Jason Brownie out of New York will be the 81. The 84 going to belong to Gavin Shatney out of Newport Richey, Florida. The Pennsylvania native Chase Landis, you'll find him on the 86 machine, with the 87 belonging to Carter Dreschel out of Byron, Minnesota. Then we got the Missouri native Dylan Fodge on the number 90 machine. Bodie Priest going to be making his way out of Connecticut on the 91. Ryan Gomes out of California on the 92. Grayson Kelly out of Texas going to be on the 93. Stoney Hudman, you'll find him on the 95, another Texas native. And the Kansas native, Brady Collins, El Dorado, Kansas, there for Brady Collins on that 96. And then to round things out, the 99 of Parker Shalosky going to be making his way out of Pennsylvania. And that will be your starting lineup here for this 250C Limited.
Big shout out, just Luke Boyk over there, suspension guru over there at Pro Circuit, says, I'm clocking in. They got Racer TV on. Mitch Payton says, hey, get that thing turned up loud. I'm porting cylinders over here, but I want to know what my boys are doing over there at the Dude Ranch. So hats off to you, Luke and Mitch, for tuning in here to Racer TV. Checking on your riders. Kevin?
Yeah, we've already seen these two guys square off, the number 19 of Alessio Chavez and the number 25 of William Vandervoort out of Centerville, Mississippi. They squared off at the spring races.
Oh, we saw them.
They have thrown down. They kind of swap motos back and forth, so Chavez looking for a little redemption. He led about half the moto yesterday, and then Vandervoort got him.
Chavez, concrete company over there. It's always concrete guys, plumbers, electricians, pioneers, kids, their bikes. Let's go racing.
They're the only ones can afford it and go on the road for 6 months at a time.
Oh, it's great.
We're going to Alaska.
I mean, look what happened to Ryan Dungey, big diesel concrete guy. Hey, let's buy some bikes for all these kids. Let's go. We ain't doing nothing on the weekends. Look what you got.
Got to do something in the winter when everything's slowed down. Go to Florida, race dirt bikes. Got these guys done with their parade lap. Now they're going to roll right into their starting area, the classic starting blocks, just a couple of chunks of wood there. No ginormous stands like the boys are using in the Pro Nationals. Have you seen how big starting blocks have gotten?
Yeah, those are wild. Yeah, where they stand, they keep their feet on the pegs now, just have their toes pretty much sitting on those starting blocks to where they never even had to raise their feet up.
Oh, check out the number 23. Look how far he's got that bike cinched down. That thing squashed down.
He's got, look, we got a fan attached to the handlebars now. Does that come off?
Yeah.
Does that come off? Does it stay there?
It's a Honda accessory, sir. Look at that. We're going to zoom in. He's got that fan, custom design there. Got stickers for it.
I like it. It's clamped on there.
Yeah.
You
might get in the way mid-moto, but you know what? You can deal with it.
I know that thing will come off here in any minute.
It's clamped on there. Yeah. There you go.
That knows what's up. But hey, great.
Smart.
I mean, you got adverse conditions here. You got to stay comfortable. The big thing is stay in the cool zone.
Absolutely.
So his body temperature's down. Let's keep it down. Let's put that fan on there.
Well, let's go have some fun here, man. The 250C limited class.
Still working on our first motos here today. Coming up next, got our women's class, and we got Schoolboy 2, Open Pro Sport 65cc 10 to 11, and Super Mini 2 will round out our first set of motos. We will start our second set with our Bet 30 Plus at 130. The card goes into the air. It's sideways. Here we go, Kevin Kelly.
Heads down, inching over the starting gate, and the Oklahoma Land Rush. And let's see who got it on the inside. It's the number 19 of Chavez again. Look at that. Yes, the one-hander from Alessio Chavez.
Mara going to be credited with it, but Chavez
got that whole shot.
He did.
I know what that says, but well, at least his one-hander tells me he got it. That dude is money on the gate. Kevin Windham. He is so good.
No matter what happened on the whole shot, here we go into turn number 2 with Chavez leading the way into these 10 commandments. Getting a little out of whack there, and the 17 machine having a good run through him, but not going to be enough for Chavez as he continues to lead the way.
Now, the reason Timmy Wiegand is here, is that his son, Caden Wiegand? Is that why we're seeing? I believe that. I'll have to find out about that.
Caden Wiegand.
Yeah. We've had him here before in the B class, and we had him here in the A class, and then he went pro for a couple more years.
Plus
Timmy's always been a contender.
Got his kid in the mix here?
I believe so.
Oh, no.
Well, that chapter in Storyland right there is going to have to get remounted. That's a 21 ride. We checked him out. That's going to be Francisco Rodart. So he's going to get back up on his trusty steed and get back going again.
Got some work to do.
Yeah, but hey, we saw Kelleher do it. These guys can do it.
How about the 93 machine, the Triumph getting into the mix here. Grayson Kelly sitting around that 4th, 5th place spot here.
Cousin Grayson there spells it the correct way, my friend. Well done. No relation to me. He's way too good to be a Kelly, a real Kelly, no doubt. There's a look at the 22 of Ryder Stackhouse as they come right past us here in the tower. And we check in with the rest of the gang in the 250C Limited. We'll reset the field. They've all done a bunch of passing, and positions have changed for sure. Wes is turning everybody's headphones up. I'm good there. Settle down. There's the number 19 of Chavez again. The one thing I did notice at Mosquito Mix, I think he nabbed about 12 straight hole shots. So I knew he was fantastic off the gate. He's done it again. He's got back-to-back hole shots. And where is K-Dub's guy? Where's he at? Vanderberg came through in about 18, so he's got some work to do.
Yeah, we had Chavez out there, Oak Hill, at Spring-a-Ding-Ding, and that guy just went lights up. He just lit everything up. So he kind of hit my radar screen there and he is still making it happen.
Starting to pull away from the 17 of Blake Mara. So here is the new running order. One lap in the books. It's Chavez, Mara, Stackhouse, Colt Street, and Caden Wygant rounding out your top 5. We'll run on down to the top 10. Jackson Beck, Stoney Hudman, Grayson Kelly, Tanner Pike, and Jason Brown rounding out your top 10. Top 10 brought to you by Fly Racing, Wes Kane.
Yes, sir. Vanderford down there in 29th right now. Kevin Windham shaking his head no. Mims, Salzar, Chambers, Rodart, Dashill. There's Brady Collins, not Don Collins up there back in 23rd.
Former Don, is that a Don Collins relative, you think?
It could be.
If he's from Rhode Island.
He plays a guitar made out of a cigar box.
And he's got Elvira-like hair.
Yep.
Oh, some troubles here for the 17 getting hung up just a bit. And the Yamaha rider going to really take the brunt of that Colton Street. That's going to allow the pack to catch him there.
Yeah, that's a 4-way battle there.
Yeah, Storyland is lit up with talent right now, and here they come down. Whoa, he airs that big thing out there, and he is headed down a little sideways there for Mara, and he's starting to feel the pressure from the 22 Stackhouse.
Now, check this lead out here, boys. He's coming right past us here in the tower. He's got the entire Broadway street here between himself and this battle right here. So Chavez just set and sail. Feet off the pegs, though, for the 17.
Kevin, let's key up on the Stackhouse. Now, Stackhouse, I got to look at him out at Cal Classic. So I kind of like, C-class rider. He walks up to me, gives me a card with a cue card like his resume.
QR code.
And it's sitting there, and Willie Manning goes, who is this? I go, Stackhouse gave that to me. We're going to check him out. And
I like that.
Lo and behold, there's Stackhouse right there. He's like, hey, here's my card. And it's got a Q code on it. So then when you hit that Q code, it tells you his resume.
Nice.
And you know what I told him? I looked right at him. I go, get out of C class, get in the pro class, then we'll talk. He's like looking at me like I'm crazy.
Not nice, Wes Kane.
Not nice.
All right, taking a look here. Chavez still going to be leading the way. Colt Street in the number 2 spot. Ryder Stackhouse going to maintain the 3rd place position. Blake Mara and Caden Wiegand going to round out our top 5 here in this one.
This one's shaping up to be a dandy. Chavez, Street, Stackhouse, Mira, Wiegand.
Not even in that.
Yeah.
He's already gone into
Storyland. He's in a different zip code right now.
There's Chavez.
Crazy. What do you see, Kevin?
Well, I'm trying to find him.
Stackhouse is right there coming through the 10 Commandments. Stackhouse, he's got a Street in front of
so
him.
there was a problem for Chavez. That's what he's right behind him now. Colt Street has got him in his sight, so he's about 7 seconds out. So Chavez must have had a little tip over, and now blood in the water for Colt Street and the rest of the boys, Stackhouse, Mara, and Wiegand.
Well, Wiegand is the push right now. He's in there, and He's pushing him, so you can hear him barking down. And that's going to, Stackhouse with a little miscue, Kevin, and the inside. That's going to cost him.
So how much, what kind of effort did Chavez have to put in to get the bike stood back up? I did not see him tip over, but we have to think after you lose 6 seconds, something must have happened.
I'm looking at 93 of Grayson Kelly.
No relation. He's way too good to be one of our Kellys.
Yeah, sitting in the 7th place there for Kelly. Morsi sitting in that 8th place spot. Sean Sutton in the 9th place. And Jason Brownie in that 10th place position. Jackson Beck, Avon,
here we go.
Aiden Conklin, what we got?
No, I was just saying we're going all the way to 38th place. Let's say hello.
We're going to do it. Aiden Conklin there in the 13th place spot. Travis Head in 14th. Tanner Pike in 15th. Cannon Tyler, Brady Collins, Talon Becerra, Jaden Smeltzer, Mason Mims, Dylan Fodge, Bodie Priest, Carter Dreschel in the 23rd spot. Wayne Powers Jr., Zachary Chambers in 25th.
Yeah, Jackson.
All right, there you go.
I'd say you drop a number with them because you're just saying names, and these people are like, okay, well, what's this?
26, the number 80 of Jordan Allen.
There. I think that helps these folks out.
27, the 64 of Corbin Taylor in 27th. There's 13 of Kyle Simi in 28th. Cade Butler in 29th right now. The number 26, the 48 ride of Gabe Salazar, all the way back in 30th.
Hey, Jackson, and you can probably speak to this. Like, everybody has goals, so maybe top 10 will be incredible for you. Maybe being top 20. Maybe you've only been riding for 2 years. You just want to get in the top half of this thing.
Well, qualifying, Kevin, is a major goal. Just going to an area and your dad going, hey, just try to qualify to the next loop.
We're going.
Then you make the next loop. And then let's get in here. We need top 6, top 7.
Top 5.
It used to
Win
be 8 at one point. Yeah.
Get a whole shot. There's all kind of little checks you can make there.
Yeah, a lot of these riders going to be able to hang their hat, like you said, on just making it here. This is going to be now. This is the fun part for them. The hard part's over. Now it's time to come here, have a week of fun, and just see where they're going to line up with the best of the best in the nation.
Yeah, I say that. The regional is the biggest pressure cooker, man. Getting through that. Once you're here, you're here. Go have some fun. And the number 19 is having some fun right here. Alessio Chavez was out to a massive lead, had a little bobble there, and now he's starting to stretch it out. Again, Colt Street, though, trying to throw a rope around him and follow him around this racetrack, working on his first moto win of the week. He finished second yesterday in the other C class.
Yeah, you have to imagine for some of the riders like Chavez, he's going to have a little bit higher goals for himself, at least a top 5. I would imagine coming into this one for him, or even possibly setting his sights on getting this big win or getting a championship very well could be Chavez's goal. Either way, he's getting it done right now as he continues to lead here.
Yeah, Kevin Windover's 4 laps. Too. He's saying that the Yamaha rider, Colt Street's kind of...
Well, he's running at 205, and Chavez had a little more problem out there with a 210 on that lap. So that 5 seconds, that 5/10 right there is what Kevin Windham is looking at there. It's starting to close up.
All right, well,
both out of 205.
Battle between our first and second place. Want to look just outside of that top 30. Give some love to the last 10 here. The 31st spot is Gabe Salazar. 32nd, Jet White. 33rd going to belong to Francisco Rodarty. Then 34th place position, Parker Shalonsky. 35th going to belong to Landon Janke. Aiden Conklin in the 36th place spot. 37th, Wesley Minery. 38th, what you seeing, Wes Kane?
I'm watching right now. He's got that lasso on him. They're both posted a 205, but Chavez now is starting to feel the pressure right there.
Yeah, there's a couple of sections. I watched the Yamaha kid jump that over the sand double out of the turn there. He's doing some different things than Chavez, but the one thing I can say about Chavez, and I've seen him race, and you have too, Wes, doesn't make a ton of mistakes. So he may take the second and know he's going to get good starts. Look out here.
A little crossover there, but not able to close the gap close enough. He wanted that inside. He went outside in, but Colt Street was able to get there quicker, pull the trigger, take the line, and now they are in Storyland.
Chavez now going to follow him around. Maybe he settles for second. And I would rely on my great starts if I'm Chavez. He is just a fantastic starter. So got 2 more motos to go here. This one is far from over. We've seen mistakes come on the last turn. That Bermuda Triangle is a turn. We call that for a reason. We've seen guys lose championships in that final turn, and it's just the weirdest things happen over there.
And we talk about goals, and you have to wonder if Chavez going to try to settle in here and bring this one home for a second place. Maybe those goals, maybe those sights are set on a championship here this week, and we'll settle here for a silver medal in Moto 1 to try to get the big trophy at the end of the week. Either way, Colt Street, he's not settling right now as he's about to check in for another lap complete. Going to be about 5 minutes left in this one. We'll see if they're going to get the 2-lap board.
And you got to wonder, each of these guys, so wherever they're from, they're the baddest dudes in their league, from New York, from California, or wherever they're from. So you get to square off with these guys. You don't know this guy. You haven't raced him enough unless he showed up at Whitney, or excuse me, Oak Hill or Spring-a-Ding.
And guys, I do believe I see that 2-lap board out.
2-lap board is out. The captain has the board out.
Right by the billboards, and Chavez is kind of latched in, so maybe a little mistake if he can just keep it close. Man, I got to go outside there, dude. Not going to beat
outside. You got to just power that thing in there.
Chavez trying to put some lines
together. Okay, we got to adhere to the flags. There you go. Up on your pegs. Slow down. Take it easy, guys. That's what you got to do. You got to adhere to the caution.
I think this thing is far from over, boys. We don't have a white flag yet, and Chavez is kind of, I don't know how those crazy lines are working, but they are, so he's obviously smarter than I am. We're going to triple.
Oh, a little miscue by Street. That little bit closes up Chavez. And you got a back marker in there.
So you're stuck in one of those slot car ruts, and you got to make the right call.
You got to power your way through like Frank Kelleher. You just power through it.
Put the power down. So Chavez is back. It's not over yet. He runs this midway line here in the middle of the racetrack.
He's got a lap and a half back. Storyland, things are untold back there. Things are told.
There's the 27 of Hunter Brennan. That's a surprise to see him way back in 42nd. He had some obvious issues there as they worked their way around him. And we are watching Chavez.
Chavez is not, he's relentless on him.
Colt Street. I mean, the lines look unorthodox every now and again from Chavez, but they're working. He's still pretty close to Colt Street.
Definitely no easy street for him.
There you go.
Looking at 5th place here. Is my mic on? Is this working?
Yes.
It is. As much as I'd like to take credit.
Not him, not related.
We are not related. I have a T at the end of my name. But I suspect that might be a relation to Timmy Wygant.
That's what we were saying earlier.
Now the KTM off-road manager, because suddenly Timmy Wygant appeared on the entry list this year. He's racing Loretta's.
He was racing.
Yeah, and I'm like, I wonder what made him come back. Now I think we might have figured it out.
No, we were saying that earlier today.
Yeah.
And I told Kevin, I said, I do believe the reason Tim is here because that's his son.
Yep.
It makes sense. He's 18.
Fifth. Yep.
Timmy's got to be 41, 42.
I'm going to take credit, though. Many times people have confused me and Tim. I've heard people say, yeah, you had a decent career of your own. I'm like, yeah, I did. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll take credit for this one as well.
There you go, your son.
Good job to my son, Caden, in 5th place. That's what we're here for, top 5. That's what I told him.
Set those goals.
That's what I told him.
Final lap here. The white flag is out for Jason Wygant's son and the rest of the gang in the 250C class. And Chavez, when you think it's over, the guy he's still there, Jackson Burrell. Just like you're still there. You never gave up.
Hey,
it's not a one-way street on that call.
Taking a look here, going to have our pylon back up here on the left side of your screen for their 250C Limited. Get to take a look here at the top 20 as they continue to check in. Watching this battle for the top spot here between the 15 and the 19 of Street and Chavez. This is what it all comes down to here in Moto 1 for them.
White flag, who's got the fitness, who can clean up a lap.
Put it together here. Chavez is right there knocking at the door. He is relentless. He is not giving up. He's choosing his lines.
Big problems there for Colt Street. He goes down, and that was the mistake Chavez was trying to put together and put the pressure on. That was it. Street is down. He's right back on the machine.
No, we say the pressure cooker, the crock pot is on, and it was about to boil over, and the pressure was there. He made one mistake.
I'm not sure if he lost even a spot there. As Street gets right back up and rolling now. The lead hands right back off to the number 19 of Alessio Chavez.
Chavez was just nipping at the heels, not letting off, put the pressure on. And his dad's going to be over there all happy. Like, you did what you had to do, son.
Got those concrete hands. He can hold on to that bike.
I shook that guy's hands like grabbing somebody with a catcher's mitt.
Take a look at Chavez. He is just trying to bring this one home, choosing to double his way over the triples into the sand sweeper. He's cool, calm, and collected. He knows he's headed down to the podium to talk to Jason Wygant and grab himself a gold medal here on the number 19 Gas machine.
How about that? A nice, easy finish there for Alessio Chavez. He will grab the race win. He's got a 2 in yesterday's race, different moto, and a first place in this one. So having himself quite the day. Hey, it's not over yet for this young man. Colt Street showing some fight. I believe he's going to come through in second. There's the battle for third.
Wow, coming all the way down, Kevin.
I don't know if Mara or Stackhouse got it. Mara jumps up to third, and that was Wygand battling it out. No relation to Jason Wygand. He's way better than Jason. So Wygand will get in there to fourth. And Stackhouse slips to fifth. Man, what a rough last lap for those guys. But all is not lost. 250C limited, a lot of parity here. You'll see ups and downs. Some other riders will jump in the mix there and change the whole landscape of the class. I'm expecting to see Hunter Brennan get in there. He's Suzuki mounted. He finished 42nd, so he's got some redemption in his heart, I'm sure.
Hey, as they get ready to go talk to Jason Wygand down on the podium, want to give some love here to our top 20. Right outside of our top 10, we see Jaden Smeltzer in the 11th place spot. The 12th place.
Wiped out. He hit the caution sign. He was
still
mad.
wobbling. 12th place going to be Stoney Hubman. 13th going to Cannon Tyler. Hunter Morris in the 14th place spot. Bodie Priest will be your 15th. Tanner Pike in 16th. Jordan Allen in 17th. Matthew Alshow going to be your 18th. And then to round out your top 20 will be Chase Landis and Wayne Powers Jr.
And we should have Jason Wygant down there on the podium with these guys. I'm sure you're going to talk to a very ecstatic Alessio Chavez. Colt Street, man, solid ride. Keep your head up, dude. You're in the mix. Blake Mara with a great last lap. Makes a couple of passes. Take it away, Jason Wygant.
Thank you. Going to get Alessio Chavez up here. Well, this kid's been running up front multiple times, multiple classes, definitely came in ready to do some damage. And in 250C Limited, he gets it done. Let's hear it for Alessio Chavez. Crushing it, my man. This has been good all week. What's going on? How did you put in this kind of work? How did you get this good?
It's all really up to Greg and Game Moto, and just they really pushed me to do the work, and super glad that he chose me to go to his facility and kick some ass. So pretty pumped.
Doing it so far really well. Who else you want to thank?
Just want to thank my mom, my dad, both Gregs, Let's Ride, Pissed Off, Art of War, JBR4, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
There it is, everybody. Alessio Chavez. That's a big one right there. Second place to silver is going to go to Colt Street. Oh, they're pumped up down here for Colt. And while we're at it, third place, Blake Mara can get ready to come on up. Let's hand over the silver medal, Colt Street. Boom, we got the air horns and everything. Happy with that ride?
Yeah, but I hit neutral going into the corner and it kind of just tipped over. I wasn't able to recover fast enough.
Okay. Hey, you're in title contention though, right?
Yeah, we're stoked. I was only number one. We're gonna go for 1, 2, and 3.
What's up with these people here? They're losing their minds. What's your crew here?
So that's Greg in the game, my girlfriend Sydney, my mom Jemima, my dad Dustin, and those my grandparents and uncle right there.
That is cool. They're fired up. We appreciate that. Who else you want to thank?
I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Twin Air, 100%, Thor, HVR Performance for getting here, Factory Connection for getting me dialed, and everybody else, thank you. And Young Power Sports.
There you go. Colt Street, everybody. Blake Mara is the third place finisher here in 250C Limited. Come on up, Blake. Let's hear it for the third place finisher, Blake Mara. Thank you. Great job. Tell me about that moto for you.
It was good. Drew 18th gate pick, so definitely not bad. And was able to, get a good jump and get out there. in the front pack early, and then I was able to, you know, make a couple passes, get into third, and kind of just maintain there.
Awesome, man. Who do you want to thank for it, Blake?
First, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Mom and Dad, Matt Pachelia, Moto Bros, TLR, Fuel Factory, Power Band, Dirt Lab, Moto Muck, and everybody else that helps me. Thank you.
Blake Mara, everybody. That is third in 250C, and I'm going to send it back up. I see some blue number plates. Time to roll out another first moto.
Yeah, it is, and that is the women's class on deck next. We got the number 1 of Kylie Stallings out of Yukon, Oklahoma. The number 4 of Sydney Clemens. Clemens out of Libby, Montana. Out of Connecticut, we got Madison Casimir. The Georgia rider, that's Katie Nalder. Out of Colorado, the 14 machine of Tadium Ashan. As we do this rapid replay now. This is the 250C limited class that we're watching. There's Greg Paymart, big fist pump right there. Man, Paymart has been unstoppable all week so far. I believe that's the second win of the week. There's Jason Marr getting hung up on one of those rough tride Decimoto streets. We've just seen the C limited class. Beautiful picture there going into Storyland. That's where we see the mistake happen there by Colt Street, but he was still able to get up and manage that second place position. And, of course, Chavez on the podium with an outstanding ride there after a great battle here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. Huge thanks to Race TV for that rapid replay. And back to our riders. As I said, Stallings, Clemens, Casimir, the 12 of Katie Nalder out of Georgia. Teddy Machon out of Colorado. The number 17 of Megan Byram out of Pontypool, Canada. Shelby Britton out of Midland, Texas. Out of Colorado, that is the number 19 of Mela Herrick. Kansas, we see number 20 of Jalen Wishon. Out of Sarasota, Florida, it's going to be Quinn Sonnen. Out of West Virginia, Anna Folk. Out of Florida, it's going to be Jordan Jarvis. Out of Japan, we got a Japanese woman rider out there. That is Nanami Honda. Oh, that's a solid last name, Honda. The 33 of Ariana Tavares out of Arizona. The 38 is Phillips out of Utah. Adriana Spiker out of California. On the number 39, the 43 of Haley Dow out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. The 44 of Shelby Rowland, she's out of Tennessee. Haley Vassallo out of Virginia. McKinley Hayes, she's out of Boone, North Carolina. The 48, that's Sage Tangler out of Malakoff, Texas. The 50, Kinsley Jackman out of Utah. Callie Sutton on the 52, she's out of Evansville, Indiana. And the 53, Miley Sittler, she's going to be with us out of Pennsylvania. Wes Kane, who else we got on the line?
All right, big shout out. Ricky Carmichael, the GOAT, number 4, sends me a screenshot. He's driving down the road, and he's got Racer TV playing on his dashboard in his pickup truck. So thanks for tuning in. Ricky, wish you were here to hang out with us, and we know you got important things to do, but thanks for tuning in to Racer TV. And no, I cannot scream. I've got to keep it down. The level's got to stay down, Ricky. We got to be cool. All right, that's all the way from California. Number 58 is Elizabeth Edwards. From Mexico, New York, the 61, Eliza Ingersoll. Elkhart, Indiana, sends us the 63 of Kylie Hayes. Pemberville, Ohio, the 64 of Ellie Young. All the way from Santa Marie is the 67 of Piper Bell. All the way from Ohio, the 68 of Ashley Harris. From Hemet, California, the 69 of Taylor Hard. Big Sky, Montana, the 73 of Tresha Raw. From Alabama, Lillian Pettis, the 76 ride. Maple Valley, Washington, the 77 of Lexi Wheel. From Indiana, the 79 of Elena O'Brien. Brooksville, Florida, sends us the 83 of Mila Bollick. Redmond, Oregon, the 88 of Jaylee Gallagher. Temecula, California, number 90 of Avery Cook. From Canada, Keena Kirks, the 94 ride. Haley Johnson, the 95. Kaylin Harris, the 97. And Lala Turner from Gardenville, Nevada, is the 99 ride. Take it away, Dean.
Thank you so much for that. We're also going to bring up a special guest for this one. Sophie Phelps here, really familiar with this women's class, right?
Yes, dare I say I am quite familiar with the women's class. Yeah, I've raced this probably 6 or 7 times myself. So.
And hats off to you. You started down here helping us out yesterday, and all of a sudden we got you down on the podium, and you just jumped in there like a seasoned veteran, like
you guys are awesome. Thank
knocking
you.
things out, man. We were like, hey.
I was a little nervous.
No, never be nervous.
I'm learning.
Be assured.
Be assured.
Be assertive. You know what? I talked to Alan Cincerella a little bit, and he says when you go into those big corporate meetings, you go into things, he goes, just kick the door open and be yourself. So get on that podium and be yourself. Don't kick anything over there.
Crazy.
Just be yourself. He said.
Okay, I can be myself.
Be yourself. You're doing a great job. Give us your analysis out here. What do you think about this women's class?
You know what actually ties in well is that I was talking to some of the girls. I said, what are your goals? And they said, I just want to ride like myself. So everyone out there is hoping to ride like they know how. And I think a lot of people come to the ranch and say the exact same thing. And sometimes they have a numerical goal, but generally the goal is to ride like you do in practice. So hopefully these girls are able to get comfortable enough on this sight lap to be able to do that.
Like show up.
Yeah.
You gotta show up. Don't hold back. Don't be like Lala. You're gonna see the gate drop. She's gonna be Lala Turner out there all day. She's gonna ride. And her practice was like, whoa, she's here for business.
Yes, she was on the move. So other heavy hitters that we have to look out for are Kylie Stallings, last year's champion. She
brought the one plate, so
she's running the number 1.
Does that weigh heavy, you think? Any pressure there?
Ooh, I don't know. I've never run the number 1 plate, so I can't say exactly, but I would imagine it has to.
You want to defend that. You want to leave here again. You're laying it on the table now. You brought it back.
Yes.
Either way, it's up for grabs every year.
Yeah.
But you would love to keep it on that bike one more year.
She would, I'm sure.
There's a lot of contingency, a lot of different things in contracts that lay heavy with that number 1 plate. You know?
They do, certainly. And she comes in here with a pretty good fan following, and a lot of people know her name. She has a lot on her resume. So yeah, that's Kylie Stallings and Lachlan Turner, and I should say Kylie Stallings has also been racing the WMX.
I'm going to call it right now, Little Dean and Sophia. I think we're going to watch one of the best races today.
Absolutely.
Right now. And it's been like that down for years. We always look and when, Jessica Patterson was here, or Sarah Whitmore and so forth, we always said the women's race at this level is it's like what just happened there. You know?
It's amazing.
Another notable we haven't talked about, which we consider the vet in this class, number 30, Jordan Jarvis. She's always a heavy hitter here at Loretta.
Jordan Jarvis will deliver, and Shelby Rowland as well. I remember when Steffi Bow came through down here. Then you had Kim Seibert, who came in and nailed down a couple moto wins. Just the list goes on of talent that's came through here that has absolutely been amazing and a tribute to the sport.
It's true. Right now, as we were saying, Jordan Jarvis is a multi-time Loretta Lynn's champion in both the girls class and the women's class. She has WMX championships from the 2018-ish year range before they pulled it away. And let's see, I already mentioned Kylie Stallings. Lachlan Turner was last year's girls champion, last year's WMX champion, current WMX points leader. She's got quite the resume. Mayla Herrick was second place yesterday in the girls, was fighting for the championship last year in the girls. This is the first major event that, I suppose aside from Spring Nationals, that we're seeing her on a big bike. So this will be really exciting. She's racing a 250F. On top of that, we've got, let me scan down our list. Lots of girls. We mentioned Shelby Rowland. She has been a heavy hitter for a long time in this class. So good to see her back as well. Nanami Honda, she is over here from Japan. I talked to her earlier in the year, and she's really excited about this. I rode on the same track as her, and she was moving, I'll tell you what. She came to my home track and rode and was matching my lap times, and I was very impressed. So yeah, we've got a lot of really fast girls here. I talked to Callie Sutton. She was, goodness, what was she? 4th place or so in the girls yesterday. Do you recall, Wes Kane? We announced the girls class together.
Oh, yeah.
And she's on a 150 right now in the women's class, so that's pretty exciting for her. So yeah, we got
a lot of talent too in the girls too. 11-16. I mean, Hannah Jameson and the rest of the crew that's coming up here. It's just going to be. I love to see the younger girls classes full of gate, because that just means we're progressing up. In the next 5 years, our WMX is just going to be, the gates are going to be full.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be huge, and we can see the 2-card flip around.
Now, you will hustle down and do this podium.
I would love to.
Yeah, I mean,
I totally would.
You've been doing a great job down there. I'm sure that they'll be relaxed and great to see you down there. You know the lingo. You know what's happening. Oh, who's out front? Wait.
Oh, we got a lot of blonde hair flying out of that helmet. Mila Baltic. And it switched. Jalen Wishin, number 40.
I see Jarvis up there.
Jordan Jarvis, number 30. Lachlan Turner, number 99. And then Mila Baltic, number 83.
There's Lillian Pettis out there, Spiker Bell, Britton, Shelby Britton, Kurtz, Hayes, Harold. Let's watch them now as they square off into the 10 Commandments.
It's true. So let's check for...
It looks like Lala's going to quit making quick work now into Storyland. Jarvis now hanging in there. Yeah.
We can see our number 1 of Kylie Stallings was 16th around that first corner, so she's
already worked her way up into fourth. I'm watching as they go into Storyland.
Kylie's very good at sprinting those first couple of laps.
Well, you better look out because here they go. There's Turner now. A couple of riders going down just after the 10 Commandments, but here they come, Kevin. Looking good out there. Little Dean, as you're looking out the window, there's Stallings now trying to get around. It looks like the 83 of Baltic.
Yeah, I mean, Baltic definitely under fire by Kylie Stallings. And Stallings trying to get in there because she knows she can't let these girls in front of her get away.
No, you can't let them get away. And Stallings goes to the inside. And we're looking at our leader now as they come around. Dominic's got the spot. And I just looked through the air at level of the window, and it was like a bird flying by. It was Lala Turner.
It was, and Jordan Jarvis not far behind, as well as Kylie Stallings, but Kylie knows she has to get up there on those girls because if she doesn't, they will run away. She can't spend her time passing other people. She needs to get up in the fight.
A little slick on that face of the tunnel jump, but Turner able to use a little body English and maintain her composure there. She now hand salutes the mechanics area. And she chooses the roughest line to take, and she just goes right through it like nothing.
She bulldogs through any line.
She did.
Look at this girl.
And here she goes, bouncing off the jump, elbows up. What about that form, Little Dean? You're a trainer.
Yeah, she's had great form. I've been watching her for a while now through all these nationals, charging hard. She's got some good form, and it's showing right here. Just to get over that triple, you got to be ready, you got to be set, because that's a tough landing over there going to that sweeper.
There's the 83. I'm watching her. That's Mila Baltic. There's Pettis, Johnson, Harris. What do you see, Sophia?
Well, Shelby Britton after that, Jaylee Gallagher, Adrienne Spiker, Mayla Herrick, Haley Dow, Isla Phillips, Jalen Wishin. 15th is Callie Sutton. So we've got a good lineup. That top 15 is still going to scramble a little bit more as they're jockeying for position on these first couple of laps.
Yeah, Mayla Herrick. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say Kylie Stallings right up on Jordan Jarvis. She's getting close, but Lachlan Turner is already pulling away.
Yes, she looked like she was a little gingerly coming through there, a little brake slide out there, waiting for the turn and made the exit, now heading over that tabletop, again down the Rocky Mountain ATV, 20 miles of bad road. And the track, not so loamy today, Dean. It looks a little fast, a little hard pack out there. Even through the sand over there, seems a little packed.
Yeah, it's definitely a little more compact. You see the bumps not getting as rolly as they were yesterday. As we're watching the battle unfold right here, as Kylie Stallings and Jordan Jarvis, they're going at it.
Yeah, Kylie has made her way around Jordan. Jordan now doubling over the wall jump as Stalling tries to pull away.
And I remember Stallings last year was all about consistency with Kylie, so this is where she wants to be in second place here, going to Moto 1 to be an outstanding finish for her.
Well, that's why she's number one. She's a champ. It's all about position. Jordan Jarvis knows how important it is to see that number one plate go by. She knows that she's on the move. She has got to throw the lasso out. She has got to stay in tune with that number one ride of Kylie Stallings on that Kawasaki right there, if you're going to be in there for the continue of the championship or top three on that podium.
She does know that she has to stay right up on her. And, you know, the cool thing about these three is that they all get along. They're all friends. I've hung out with the three of them all together. We've had a great time. And that's one thing that I love about the women's class and with us trying to grow WMX is that these girls are really willing to stick together and work together to build up a good series. So we'll see if they race nice, but off the track we're nice.
Top 10 look like this. It's going to be Turner out front, Stallings second. Jordan Jarvis, number 30, in third. The 83 of Baltic in fourth right there. Lillian Pettis, 76, in fifth. Johnson, the 95 ride, in sixth. Harris, number 7. The number 97 is in seventh right there. A little change into the guard there. There's Sutton in ninth. Britton, number 18, in the top 10. No KK out there.
No KK out there.
What was the backstory on that?
Well, I can tell you she's doing a lot of off-road races this year, as she always does. And additionally, she is doing the whole WMX series.
Right.
Which is quite a lot of work. So this was just adding a little bit too much to the
And she's come a long way and made that big step. I mean, she won the first round, correct?
She did, yes. Yeah, and she's a past Loretta Lynn's champion in the girls 11 to 16 class.
Yes, she is, absolutely.
Yep, she beat me. Just watching Lachlan Turner fly over this sand jump and around that sand corner. She carries so much momentum through that corner. And we'll see Jordan Jarvis and Kylie Stallings coming around here soon. Kylie Stallings beginning to pull a little bit of a gap over Jordan.
You know, just looking out where my seat is, it's kind of like if they don't double down into the sand section, you really don't see them. They drop in. But I look to the left every time Lala comes by, and she just in the window.
She's high in the air, and you know what? She's scrubbing a lot of speed as well.
Yes.
That girl has some pretty cool style.
I mean, her brother Lex Turner doing a great job out there on the SMX tour right now. He's definitely a top 15 to 20 rider out there. The talent is so deep there that when you get into that level on one of the B teams that he is, I believe it's Aereo KTM. He's doing good. So your sister's doing great, you're doing great, and hats off to the Turner family to have two kids at the level that they are in the sport.
They certainly are a family of athletes, with Lachlan Turner now turning a 2:02 lap time, Kylie Stallings 2:07, and Jordan Jarvis with a 2:10. Turner now has a 20-second lead over Stallings, who has a 3-second lead over Jarvis.
And Lala pulls the trigger and goes to that third line from the outside. And those ruts, I mean, you see it on Racer TV. If you really want to appreciate how fast they're going, take a walk back in Storyland before they do any track maintenance. And you're like, how do they go through here? I know you've been on a bike before, but I would not recommend that you even go back there.
Wow, are you
Don't even walk back
smoke? You want that?
It's gnarly. And these guys are flying through that section.
They are moving, and Lachlan now getting around some lappers there in the Rocky Mountain sand section, doubling over the wall. Did you see her triple out of Storyland? Every single lap, this girl's consistent, hitting all of her marks.
But she knows the talent that's out there with her. So the board is going out. Where's Stallings at? Where's Jordan Jarvis at? Where's Leanne Pettis at?
Yes, certainly. And I talked to each of these girls before the race just to see what was going on. And I did hear from Jordan Jarvis. She said,
"Oh, that could have been a cross rut right there." And I didn't mean to cut you off, but if you were watching on Racer TV, the rider that was in that line, and Jarvis almost just threaded the needle and missing that would have been costly there. That probably would have took her down.
Yeah. That was a very good save, certainly. Just what I was saying is Jordan Jarvis was saying that she has a bulging disc in her back right now that she's dealing with. And she did say, I have a quote from Jordan, if I don't win, it's because I suck, not because I'm hurt. And I think the true way to say that is maybe if Jordan doesn't win, it's just because she has some
but you can't be that hard on yourself. If you're out there and you've got a medical condition, I mean, you're out there and you're doing a great job.
So,
you do not what you said. I won't repeat that, but she's an athlete, and I get that her heart is in this, but you do not. You're great. You're good.
Yes, and so just a huge shout out to her for
I'm
dealing
going to give
with
her a
that
lot of props.
Because
a lot of props.
Wow, running a similar lap time to the girls in front of her.
I've had a bulge disc before. It's no fun.
You can talk about.
It's no fun. It's no fun. It's no fun. So hats off to her out there, Jordan Jarvis running in third, and you are a soldier in the elite forces of the women's class for sure.
Yes, yes.
There's Lala Turner out there again, 99, looking good.
Yeah, she's looking really good out in front right now. She's opened up over a 22-second lead now over Kylie Stallings. So that's got to be a comfortable gap for her for sure. But the number one machine of Kylie Stallings, she's still pushing hard and trying to latch on to Lachlan Turner. Jordan Jarvis, she's still in that third place position, about 4 seconds back behind Stallings and running similar lap times. So she's definitely not out of this one as far as that second place position goes. Just outside the podium, looking at Mila Baltic, Lillian Pettis, Mayla Herrick, Callie Sutton, Madison Casimir, Isla Phillips, and Haley Dow running out the top 10.
Great job out there, Little Dean, on the update out there in 11th. We're picking them up now. Here's Johnson on the number 95 ride in 11th, and 12th, 39 of Adrian Spiker. Shelby Brighton out there, the number 18, is in 13th. Jolly Gallagher is in the 14th spot. Number 88, number 50 of Kinsley Jackman doing a great job in 15th.
Agreed, yes. In 16th, we've got Kylie Hayes. 17th is Haley Vassalo. 18th is Miley Sittler. 19th, Caitlin Harris. And 20th is Kiana Kurtz. And that rounds out your top 20 as we see the reigning champ, Kylie Stallings, head around the finish line area and over the Tunnel of Love.
And no love lost there. Stallings now putting in some work. Lala Turner looks like she's got this one where she wants it. She's out there. She's not playing checkers. She's playing chess. Get out there. Get it done. Make your statement.
Which she is certainly doing. She's got a really good gap and laying down great lap times, but it'll be interesting to see throughout the week in the second and third motos when the track is a little bit different how these ladies handle it. And the cool thing about the races here at Loretta Lynn's, there's so many cool things, but due to the layout of the motos, you're not racing at the same time all of the motos. So you get a morning, an afternoon, a midday, and you get different opportunities to ride on rough and smooth tracks.
Talking about cool, not only are these women out here cool, Little Dean, tell us about that cool zone.
Yeah, that cool zone is amazing. I went down there yesterday to check it out. It's like being at the movie theater. They got a sectional couch wrapped around there. The fans blowing, the AC's blowing. They got waters, monsters, whatever you need down there hanging out. And it's just like watching Racer TV at your hometown movie screen.
You think this could be a trend?
Oh, definitely could be
because
a trend.
Because we've been out to Texas for spring-a-ding. It gets a little hot out there, even though it's in March. That cool zone would be amazing. You go to Baja Bra, hey, let's get in that cool zone.
Yeah, let's go.
And that's in September, and that's in a couple of weeks. So I like the cool zone. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think it's a great
And you don't
idea.
have to be cool to be in there. Just get in there, get that body temperature down. It's a great thing going on with Monster Energy, bringing that cool zone here. It's open for everybody. So when you're in staging, you do not have to stand there in the hot sun, pick your chip, go get in the cool zone.
Hey, speaking of the cool zone, cool right now is Jordan Jarvis. Been watching her on screen. She had a 2-second gap, and look at there, 2 seconds fast that last time through. It was Jordan Jarvis over Kylie Stallings. There she is.
And she's right on the heels of Stallings.
So Jordan Jarvis has got that Papillo Pocket Fisherman. She's bought off the infomercial. She's pulled it out. She's got it in. She's reeling it in like Malcolm Stewart last night, catching that 1.5-pound bass out of the lake in the tournament. And she has caught Kylie Stallings. She's got her on the hook. Now,
I see Kylie
will she land
looking
her?
back.
Because she got the net out. Will she put her in the net? Let's see what happens here.
I think Kylie, though, is feeling the pressure. I see her take a look over her shoulder. She got a face full of Jordan Jarvis there right behind her.
I mean, you look over there and like, it's Jordan Jarvis. I got to go.
She does have a lot, especially right now as Jordan's nearly right next to her.
You see that number plate coming at you out of the corner of your peripheral.
Yeah.
You got to move.
And if I know Jordan, she's back there revving it up.
Jordan's smiling right now. Big old smile out there, putting in some work. Frank Jarvis is somewhere.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
So she'll put her bike where it needs to be.
Wow,
to get around
right
Kylie if she has to. And I will say, speaking of just these incredible ladies, Lala, Kylie, and Jordan were each on the Team USA
that went
over to Australia. They were. So all three of them, as well as Jamie Astudillo and Michaela Nielsen.
Well, you got to have camaraderie then when you're taking that big 18, 21-hour flight over from the East Coast or the central, Midwest here. You got to have a friend. You can't be like, hey, just like, Rick Johnson and all those guys back in the early days when they go for the nations over in Europe. Those guys are buds for life.
Yeah, they do have to have camaraderie. They were led over there by Christina Denny, and they ended up with a second-place finish, second to Australia. But, man, it was a close finish. They were only just a couple of points off, and it came down to the last moto.
Honor to be there.
Rode awesome. They represented our country so well.
So,
yeah, we're proud of them.
If you're Kylie Stallings, you've been in this position before. What are you thinking now when you do know that Jordan Jarvis has rolled up on you? You've seen the number plate. You look back. What do you think she's thinking?
There's a couple of big things, and one of them I would say is watching out for lap traffic.
Okay.
That is a huge thing that can make or break a battle like this. Oh, and Jordan with some momentum around the outside.
And
Kylie Stallings and makes the pass.
It was a little mistake over here in the Bermuda Triangle. She caught that rut. It wasn't a smooth line. She put her leg out. She dabbed it down. It looked like that was a little bit to help her out. And Jordan Jarvis said, hey, I'm a shark in the water. I'm ready to capitalize on any mistake. And she made a mistake and made the pass.
She did. And now we're getting a little bit of back and forth between these two, it seems. And, man, that just makes for some great race watching. But now in Jordan's position, she has got to get away from Kylie because Kylie's going to try and retaliate.
Counter-attack move right here. Little Dean, you've seen this before.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I see it all the time. You know, if someone's going a little bit faster than
Jarvis with the big mistake.
Really good job getting back on the track, though, Wes.
Hey, excellent job, but not a mistake. You usually see Jordan Jarvis, like Christina Denny's looking like, with her eyebrows up, she's like, wow, that is a mistake that Jordan Jarvis normally does not make.
It's absolutely true. Jordan is, we were saying earlier, a little bit of a veteran of this class. So she has the experience. She knows, you know, kind of, she can avoid some of those mistakes usually. So yeah, an unusual mistake from Jordan as we see both of those ladies making it around a downed rider. And she's now going to have to catch back up to Kylie.
Well, I think Jordan Jarvis has got fire in her eyes right now. After that little mistake, she don't make too many of them. And she's going to have to go to work right now. And she's got to go through a couple of back markers. But I'm sure before too long she's going to be right there. Go ahead, Dean.
Sophie, I got to ask you,
yes,
both mentally and emotionally, how is that as a women's racer when you go off the track, you got to get back on and regroup?
That's a great question. I would say my biggest thing is I take a deep breath and I pull a tear off. Those are kind of my ways of kind of clearing my thoughts physically and mentally. So I didn't see her necessarily pull a tear off, but you definitely have to take a breath. You have to remember what you're doing and that you're not just going to make that mistake every lap and not overthink it.
We're watching again right here. Sophia, now Jordan Jarvis back on the charge.
She is back on the charge, and I'm sure her upcoming laps are going to be fast. This one, she obviously made a mistake with that 2:12 lap time, and Kylie Stallings did a 2:11. Laughlin's still running a 2:09 lap time, but yeah, Jordan is still right on the heels of Kylie and trying to make things happen.
Let's talk about Mayla Herrick up in 6th right now.
Yeah.
Great job out there on the bigger bike, made the transition. Mayla Herrick up to 4th, clocks in, and that's a big jump. She was running on Supermini for a while, and now she's jumped up on the bigger bike. Time to move up.
It's true. This is her first year at Loretta's on that big bike. She's 19 seconds behind Stallings and Jarvis, so she likely won't catch them this moto because it seems her lap times are about the same as theirs, but that will be something to look forward to in future motos.
Oh, yeah, it's like a house of cards. They're putting their cards up on that house, and Pops is over there strategically knowing, hey, what's our next move? We're going to do the Supermini thing again, or are we going to get moving with the career? And I think that was a great move. You're going to learn from the best right here. So out front is Turner, Stallings, Jarvis in the top 3. I've got Herrick in 4th, Pettis in 6th, Bollick 5th. There's Sutton in 7th, Casimir 8th, Phillips 9th, and in 10th is Shelby Breton out there. Dean, I'm telling you, this thing here is a barn burner.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely shaped it to be a dandy out there. As we see Madison Casimir coming through and checking in, she's going to move up to 7th place. That's going to put Callie Sutton back to 8th. So can the number 52 regain control of that 7th place position here as these laps are winding down?
Dean, I'm watching Jordan Jarvis now roll back up in there. Stallings being a little gingerly through the back markers, and you saw Jarvis just launching everything she can, not giving up. She's got fire in her eyes, and she's in this fight to get this position.
Each of these girls are such tough competitors, but Jordan does not give up as we see her go to the inside of Kylie and attempt to make a pass. Oh, and she's close, but not quite. She's got the white flag coming around this lap. She has one more lap to make it happen.
And that right there is not a surrender flag for for Jarvis, it's a sense of urgency.
Urgency, exactly.
So Jarvis now trying to get back that one position because she knows that puts her in a really good spot for the championship. A fourth, a third, that could hold up. But having that second right now in Moto number 1 going into 2 is as good as a win.
It is, and those points, each point makes a difference at the end of the week. You might have something else happen later on. So right now, while she has the opportunity, she's going to try and seize it.
All right, here they go. They got to thread the needle. They're back in Storyland. We're looking at, all right, in the 10 Commandments, there's your leader right there, Kylie Stallings, Jordan Jarvis in tow. Once that position back, goes to the inside again. They're going to make the loop around the FMF inflatable. Before you know it, they'll be in the Storyland. And so the story be written here on the white flag lap, Dean. What's it going to be?
I don't know. I thought Jordan was going to make an approach at her, make it happen, but Kylie Stallings is very fast back there in Storyland. She's able to get a couple seconds now over Jarvis. And we'll have to see what happens to make their way to the finish line. You see that last lap through, she tried to change up a line. She made a pass on the outside. Then she tried making the inside. The inside just did not work.
Well, Lala just buzzed the tower as she's headed around one last time to solidify her a top spot on the box. The 99 of Lala Turner now in the Bermuda Triangle, chooses her lines wisely, hop, skips, and jumps, and women's Moto 1 winner right there, Lala Turner on the 99 Yamaha, says I'm going up on the top step.
Amen. That is what she's saying as we see Kylie Stallings coming by the tower right now. Jordan Jarvis close in tow. She's got 2 corners left to make something happen, but just a little bit behind the number 1 of Kylie.
That Bermuda Triangle, Dean, here they come. What do you see?
I see the number 30 on the prow. She's going to try the south side line and give it dabs. She's got to settle for that 3rd place position, but like you said, still a good position there. Kylie Stallings taking 2nd. Jordan Jarvis a solid 3rd place. Obviously not too happy about the mistake. She must not have pulled, maybe she pulled a tear off, would have changed things, you know.
Hey, but we all know this isn't a sprint. This is a marathon. And you want to position yourself where you need to be, because that 3rd moto is like playing 52 pickup. You throw those cards in there, you never know which one's going to land face up. So it's going to be a good one. Let's run down the line. Well, who we got in 4th and 5th?
4th place, we got the 19 of Mayla Herrick making her way around, probably hoping to be up in the mix next moto. Number 83 is in 5th place, Neil Baltic. 6th place is Lilian Pettis. 7th is Madison Casimir. We saw a good finish from her yesterday in the girls class. 8th place is Callie Sutton. 9th, Isla Phillips. 10th, Shelby Britton. And that is our top 10.
All right, 11th is going to be Kinsley Jackman, the number 50 and 11. Adrian Spiker, the 39 ride, will finish up 12th. In 13th, the 45 of Haley Vasallo. 15th is going to be the 44 of Shelby Rowland. 14th, skipped over 43 of Haley Dow. 16th is Haley Johnson, number 95 ride. 17th will be the 94 of...
Well, that was a good one. Lala Turner, the winner of the girls class last year, now going for the gold in WMX and starting it off with a gold in the first moto. We're just doing some bench racing into the 10. Always fun. This class has put on some of the best championship battles ever at Loretta's through the years, and we'll see how it turns out in 2025. It's Lala Turner taking the win, and in that great fight for 2nd between Jarvis and Stallings. Stallings able to hold off Jarvis at the end after Jarvis made a mistake, handed the spot back. So we'll get Lala Turner up here. Also the points leader in the Pro WMX division, which resumes racing next Saturday at Ironman. So she's got multiple titles on her mind, putting in the work down at Club MX. Yamaha helping out. Let's hear it for the 99, Lala Turner. Whew. Hey, you just keep ripping. First of all, this is not your only class this week. You're not afraid to mix it up in the B class either, right?
Oh yeah, I love racing the boys, so I had to qualify here, and yeah, it's so fun racing.
That's cool. How'd this moto go?
It went good. We've been working on my starts a lot, so I got a decent start and got out front and just did some couple laps pushing, and then just stayed in the flow.
There it is. Who do you want to thank?
I like to thank my mom and dad, the whole Authors Blue Crew Yamaha Amateur Factory Racing Team, Donnie for everything, believing in me, my trainers, Hayden and Ben, everyone at club, they've been helping me a lot. And then 100%, Nick and Dave from 100%, love their goggles. And Rob Fox from Dunlop, the tires are sick. And yeah, just everyone who helps me, thank you so much, and believing in me, thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it for Lala Turner with the gold. Excellent job. We will talk to the defending champion of the class who takes second in the moto on the Kawasaki. And that was a fight, and you're always going to see it in WMX. There's going to be a battle for sure somewhere. And right now it's for that number 2 spot. So we'll bring Kylie Stallings up, and we'll get her side of that battle with Jarvis. Here we go. And again, catch WMX in action at Ironman on the pro side next weekend, but that's then. This is now hard-earned silver medal, Kylie Stallings. Well, you and Jordan had a battle there. You were not making it easy. You wanted that silver for sure.
Yeah, I knew that, if I was going to be in the contentions for the title, I'd have to get that second at least. But no, I didn't get a very good start. I spun off the gate. They had just watered, so I spun off the gate and I don't know, came out like 15th. So really had to charge that first part to get around everybody and get into that second spot. But I fell into like a cruise mode midway, and I started feeling that pressure, and I was like, I got to pick it back up. So picked it back up at the end. But no, we're going to go back, regroup, and change a few things for the next moto for sure.
Would be even better. We're going to let her thank some people. The bike's finally gone. Okay, we'll let you thank some people. Well, take the photos. We're cool. There we go. Who do you want to thank, Kylie?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer up at Raynard, Fox, Monster, all the guys from Monster, and all the guys from Fox, Maxima, Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, everyone from Kawasaki, Renthal, CTI, Ajax Motorsports, they've helped me out a lot. Really everybody that helps me out. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Kylie Stallings, everyone. That is the runner-up in Moto 1. We'll talk to third place here. She's won plenty of titles out here at Loretta's before. It's been good to get her back at the ranch the last couple of years. And a hard-earned third in that one. A couple of fun motos going to be coming up in this class as the week goes on. Let's hear it for the bronze medalist, Jordan Jarvis. We know there's going to be a battle somewhere, and it was for second between you and Kylie. It was a good one.
Yeah, it took me a little bit longer to get going than I wanted to. I actually pulled a really good start, which doesn't happen very often. But my Hoosier tires and my Gizmo Mods motors really hooking up really well this week. So hopefully I can get another hole shot, or maybe a hole shot to go. But yeah, there was a good battle between me and Kylie. I got around her and made a small mistake coming off the track. I tried to be careful not to make any time up, and unfortunately that led her around. But I was right there. I need a little bit more speed to catch up to Lala, but overall, I'm happy.
We'd like to hear. Who do you want to thank?
FXR, Gizmo Mods, Hoosier, CTI, Atlas, 60. Everyone, thank you guys so much. I really couldn't have done this without anyone. Conrad and Bobby over at Gizmo Mods, they've really done a lot for me this year. The doctors here have been keeping me good. I'm having some back issues, so they've been really working on me to make this a week, make it a good week. So hopefully we got more to come.
Yeah, maybe with the starts. Take some photos, and let's congratulate JJ Jordan Jarvis. And that's WMX.
All right, thanks, Jason. As now we turn our attention to Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. Let's see who we've got on the number 12. That's Logan Edwards. The number 13 of Kai Gentry. Lake Campbell on the number 14. Carson Fields on the 17. Deacon Dino going to be one to watch on the 19. Kyson Hillman on the 21. The 23 of Trinity Bachelor. Maximiliano Sepulveda on the number 24. Jackson McCarty on the 25. The 26, of Carson Wood. The 27 of Vincent Waite. Devin Cook on the 28, Grayson Townsend on the 29, the 31 of Jack Pullen, Mason Rayner on the 33, Gray Morrison on the 38, and the 42 of Jacob Hall.
Also out there, the 43 of Jace Williams, the 44 of Michael Hill, the 49 of Brendan Harrison, the 50 of Chase Lawton, the 51 of Jet Kellogg, the 55 of Colton Stewart, the 57 of Blake Lisby, the 58 of Dustin Davis, The 59 machine of Blake Parker. The 62 of Carter Dennis. The 66 of Brady LeBlanc. The 68 of Alex Anderson. 72 of Cameron Green. The 73 of Seven Henderson. 74 of Riley Bussey. The 76 of Ryan Sampson. 70, that's Owen Caffel. Makai Ulrich on the 83. The 85 machine, that's Tegan Kortenbach. 86 of Tommy Petz. 95 of William Kanigher. And the 96 of Gavin Moon. And to finish it up, the 97 of Caden Priestcorn. Going to be on this one, Zach.
Man, this is one we've been talking about, Dean. A lot of expectations here in Schoolboy 2. Some of the fastest laps we see throughout the week. Some big names on the line as well. And still first moto. So we're going to have to wait and see who pulled what ship, who's lined up on the outside, who's exactly where they want to be, who's going to live up to the expectations, and who's going to catch us off guard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You never know. Logan Edwards, he's tough out there. You already said Deacon Deno. Every single man on the starting line is super tough, like Carson Wood, Vincent Way, Grayson Townsend, just to name a few. Brendan Harrison's already had some good rides out here. I think the list goes down.
Yeah, we'll see. We had Carson Wood out there yesterday, had an early race lead, and kind of a freak slide up the face just before the finish line, ended up colliding with that finish line structure. Grayson Townsend looking to improve upon his results from yesterday as well on that SLR Honda. Trinity Bachelor out there, Deacon Deno, Vincent Way on the Team Green Kawasaki as well. So a lot of big names and a very few amount of spots on that podium.
Absolutely, Zach. And we see the card about to go sideways here in this one. Who's going to get the whole shot, have a clean vision, clear racetrack ahead of them.
Here we go. Cards down and gate is down early. Already seeing some front ends getting cut off. Looks like it's some orange machines leading them in and out of turn one. Carson Fields going to be credited with the whole shot. Deacon Deno right there in the number 2 spot. Trinity Bachelor and William Kanigher on the 95 in the 4th place spot. Makai Ulrich going to round out your top 5.
And Deno quickly into the lead right there. You see him hop, skip, and a jump over those brake bumps into the right-hander before the 10 commandments. Deacon Deno, he's probably the rider that his competition did not want to see get the whole shot. You know, Deacon Deno with clear racetrack, he could be dangerous.
Well, we know how fast some of these riders are, but it all comes down to the start. There it looked like the number 27 was way back in the field. So we'll see. Looks like way 14th when he came across the stripe just in front of Mason Rayner and Gavin Moon. So a lot of passes going to have to be made early, as already seeing a couple of yellow flags.
Yeah, Zach, I was down there on the line and I happened to talk to Nick Way, Vincent's father, and he was holding a number 42 chip. So
wow. No.
Far outside for Nick Way. Let's see, not Nick, Vincent, excuse me. Let's see if he can make some gains here. He's already in 14th. That's actually a really respectable start from considering all that he's gone through.
Well, then Way's got to stay patient as well. We talk about this, K-Dub, the rush that you can get. Hey, I got to get through the pack quick. I got to make it happen right now. Yes, they're all grouped up, but a lot of things going to be going haywire here in this opening lap.
See down there in 37, Carson Wood definitely not off the start that he wanted to be off to. So we'll have to see how he can work through the pack. But he's got time to work with, you know. But the competition is so thick here in the Schoolboy 2 12-17 BC.
That is a big shakeup. Wood, arguably one of the favorites for the title here, and not having luck go his way so far. We're going to see where he can climb. 37th. We'll mark it down, see how many passes he's going to be able to make throughout the next 20+2.
Here they come. They're checking in now through the first lap. It is Deacon Deno, Will Kanigher, Trinity Bachelor, Carson Fields dropping back to 4th. There's still a solid ride for him out there. Mason Rayner in 5th. Jackson McCarty 6th. Makai Ulrich in 7th on the number 83. The number 76 of Ryan Sampson in 8th. In 9th is the 28 of Devin Cook. And running your top 10, the number 59 of Blake Parker.
Man, that KTM dancing around underneath him. But Deacon Deno absolutely on fire as he is hitting his marks and starting to just edge away from the rest of the field. William Kanigher moves into the number 2 spot. Trinity Bachelor, a solid start. We saw him outside the top 20 in a moto yesterday from a bad start. Now he's showing what he can do when things start the way he wants.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see that second place rider, Will Kanigher, man, with a good start out there. He's usually one of those riders that's got to fight through the pack. He's strong all the way to the end. So let's see what he can do with the good start in this one.
Carson Fields and Mason Rayner round out your top 5 for the moment. A solid opening lap from them. Makai Ulrich moving up a couple of spots as now Blake Parker works his way into the top 10.
Watching Deacon Deno go into Storyland a couple of seconds ago, he came out of the corner and put ultimate power to the ground, carried his wheel all the way to the triple going into Storyland. He's just feeling it, man. His bike is hooking up. I know his motor's working well. Looks like he's got the full package right now early in this moto.
There we see the number 95, William Kanigher, in that number 2 spot. Trinity Bachelor just behind him on the 23. The 2 gas riders going at it. Then we see the 17 of Carson Fields. He's trying to get up into this fight for the podium as well, Dean.
Yeah, he definitely is, man. I'll have to wait and see what they do on time and score and see if that Carson Field was able to reel in Trinity Bachelor or if Mason Rayner was able to step it up and put some pressure on Fields. You know, that's kind of not where you want to be, that kind of monkey in the middle there, jockeying for positions.
Yeah, such a good point. The balance between offense and defense, protecting lines versus maybe trying some things out to make passes happen. It's a balancing act for sure, but one rider not worried about balancing at all is Deacon Dino, the 19, full offense, full steam, trying to pull away from the rest of this Schoolboy 2 class.
Yeah, the last lap through, he turned to 155, so a very solid lap time there for Deacon Dino, our leader. 156 for Will Kanigher, so just a second off, not too bad. Then from there on, we see everybody 2 minutes plus.
Yeah, Dino doing exactly what he wants to do, not riding over his head. He seems to be very comfortable in the position he is with the gap that he's got. And just like K-Dub was saying, buttery smooth. We're seeing him seat mounting his way through the 10 Commandments, not really having to do too much work to get that KTM where he wants it. The 19 looking very strong opening up this moto.
Very connected to the bike as we watch Deacon Dino head into Storyland yet again. Our spotter just pointed out both Vincent Way, Brennan Harrison now getting into the top 10. That's 2 guys that will probably hook up and work together. Like, you don't want to jockey, you know, with block passes and those kinds of things when you're trying to come through the pack. You want to try to work together for those 2 riders. Both of them not with the best of starts. See if they can make a little more ground as they enter into the top 10 right now.
And I got to give a shout out to that Monster Energy Star Yamaha rider, Carson Wood. We've seen him outside the top 30. He's already battling back in this one. It looks like Carson Wood's up to 24th, and he's definitely not done there.
Man, I tell you what we're seeing on Racer TV right now is a battle between Carson Fields and Trinity Bachelor. We thought Bachelor was trying to go after second. No, the number 17 steals away the 3rd place spot as he goes to work. There you see the 17 of Carson Fields making the pass around Trinity Bachelor and getting into that number 3 ride.
What's crazy about that battle they're showing on Racer TV, if you look just in the background, it is just a gang. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 really trying to jockey for position as well. So we got a lot of stuff going on early in Schoolboy 2.
Well, and as our spotter there, Vincent Way, or excuse me, Wes Kane points out, Vincent Way clocked in 10th, but he's got that big group in front of him now working his way into the top 5, it sounds like.
We'll see where they fall as they are going past the finish line. Timing and scoring will update very quickly. Bachelor there in 4th. Brennan Harrison now up to 5th. And like I said, Vinny Way there in 6th. So those 2 riders are working together. That's good to see, not holding each other up as they try to make a run towards the front. But right now, it's all Deacon Dino.
Yeah, they both run 57s, 2 to 3 seconds faster than Carson Fields and Trinity Bachelor. So you know they're going to be up there battle with them here shortly.
And it just shows how hard it is to maintain that kind of pace in traffic. Deacon Dino with clear track at 154.4. Wow. And I think that's a pace that we could see a Vincent Way run, but he's battling. He can't quite take the lines that he wants. A 157.1, a very impressive performance, making passes and working his way through traffic.
It's so funny you say 154.4. Dean and I both look over our shoulder. We check the board. The actual, it's 1/10 off the fastest time of the week so far, and the track is far rougher than it was when we posted that time earlier. Now we have it on Racer TV. Both Vinny Way and Brennan Harrison tripling in the Storyland. Handlebar to handlebar as these riders try to go to the front. Yet again, in 57, that's a good pace considering that they're in lap traffic, but that's going to be a tough road to hoe to get to that 54-second area that we see our leader in right now.
Well, and K-Dub, I don't think we'd be surprised to see a new fastest lap in the Schoolboy 2 class. Jacob Hayes was even talking about it earlier with me. He said, man, these guys are on fire. The track developing a little differently than yesterday as well. He thinks we could see some flashes of speed here, as it looks like Vincent Way has officially made his way into this party and is bringing the battle to Carson Fields and Trinity Bachelor. 3 wide, look at that. Getting ready to launch right by us here in the tower.
Yeah, the big launch, number 17. He's going to triple in there with Way falling right in behind him. That's the 17 of Carson Fields trying to hold on.
Whoa!
They almost come together there.
What a move by Vincent Way. Full commitment up the inside in that Thor sand sweeper and makes the pass on Fields.
Looks like Brennan Harrison now pulling up next to the number 17 as well. Don't know if he got the pass done. We'll have to check timing and scoring. But, man, what a slice and dice for Vinny Way as he went through the Thor sweeper just a minute ago. Now into the billboard turn. I don't think he's done yet, guys.
Man, no doubt about it. The Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki rider is on a mission. He was not scared of contact right there, K-Dub. He was making that pass one way or the other.
Absolutely. It's still Digadino with a 154 lap time, 156 for Will Kanigher. So those boys are on a move in front of Trinity Bachelor. Vincent Way, he's under 2 minutes at a 158, so he's definitely charging. He's not done yet. Brendan Harrison in 5th, 6th. Carson Fields, Mason Rayner 7th. The number 50, Mason Rayner in 7th behind Carson Fields, your 6th place rider. Then Chase Lawton in 8th on the number 50. 83 of Micaiah Ulrich in 9th. And running the top 10 is Jacob Hawk on the 42.
Got to give a shout out to some big movers once again. The number 26 of Carson Wood picks up about 10 spots now in the 14th place position. Meanwhile, just 2 spots in front of him, Grayson Townsend running a 159.8 back in the 12th place spot. These boys want inside the top 10.
Vincent Way pushing right now as we see him on Racer TV going in the Storyland. Feed off pegs. It didn't matter. He didn't check up. He's got work to do right now as he continues to put a lot of pressure on Bachelor as now they're out of Storyland. Vincent Way to the inside. Not quite enough to get the pass done yet, but he's taking different lines, and when the opportunity presents itself, he's going to jump.
I tell you what I'm waiting for is to see if this goes all the way to that Thor sand sweeper. Way had such a good line up the inside. If he doesn't make the pass happen before then, look for him to strike right there.
We're talking about Monkey in Middle, though. He's the guy right now. He's trying to play offense and get around Trinity Bachelor, but he also has Brennan Harrison knocking at his door. Look at Harrison.
Side by side. Wow.
Harrison's going for a move.
So how about that? Brennan Harrison not launching that big jump into the Thor sand sweeper. We see Way tucked back underneath on the inside. But he did. He had to switch up big time from offense to defense right there, Dean.
Absolutely. You know, he closed the door right there as they went to the sand sweeper. Here they come through the finish line. We'll see what they're doing as far as time and scoring goes. What kind of lap times they're running here as they check out for lap number 5, which will be about halfway through.
Yeah, the halfway flags are out, Dean, as 5 are complete. Good call on that. It is exactly halfway through the moto. The tougher half is ahead of you. Half doesn't equal half when you're on the motorcycle, right?
Yeah, these guys got to take a deep breath if they can for the moment, try to regroup. As shout out to Trinity Bachelor, man. He dropped that thing back down under 2 minutes, responded to the pressure from Way, and we'll see if he's going to be able to continue this fight with the 27 and now the 49, both knocking at the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Brennan Harrison, he is riding like he has not had lunch yet. He is hungry right now and a man on a mission to try to get around Vincent Way. And look at that. As Vincent's probably trying to play a little defense, Harrison trying to play offense, Trinity Bachelor starting to sneak away a little bit.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about earlier. And I don't know that it's really played out in this race. I think that Bachelor's just answering the call. But you definitely don't want to play too rough with each other if you're Way and Harrison right now. Just keep moving forward. But I don't know that that's really happened too much as of yet. I think it's really just Bachelor responding.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Harrison make a little mistake there, so he's going to lose a little bit of ground on Vincent Way. And that might give Way a little more comfort to try to mount a charge on Bachelor now, as he knows this one's halfway done.
Well, things started happening really quick there for the Kawasaki of Vincent Way. He thought he was making a pass, and I think he almost got caught off guard a little bit, Dean. I don't think he was expecting Brendan Harrison to be there. Peaked to the inside just about a lap ago, and we've kind of seen the pace settle down a bit. These guys regrouping to come out swinging in the later stage of the moto.
As quick as Brendan Harrison was putting pressure on Vinny Way, now we got Chase Lawton coming into the screen here on Racer TV as they triple into the sand again. That is Nick Way, Vincent Way. I'm such good friends with Nick Way. I always want to say Nick, but that is old school and in the past. Right now it's all about Vinny Way trying to put some pressure now. So side by side going across the finish line there. Vincent Way and Trinity Bachelor.
Way has definitely regrouped and re-engaged to try to get around Trinity Bachelor. Let's see. Going to run that tight inside line. Bachelor cuts back across. They're going to take a glance over that Yamaha mechanics section, maybe reading the pit board. And not seeing a lot of following from Way either, which is a good sign. Seems like he's very comfortable moving around, trying different lines out behind the 23. Pulls up alongside of him down that long short chute.
If you look in the background there on Racer TV, we do see that Chase Lawton has overtaken the 49 of Brendan Harrison. So that's a small change there to our top 5.
Seems like we keep having new names introduce themselves into the top 5 too. More people keep moving their way forward. As Townsend in 9th now, Carson Wood up to 12th. On screen, That's Trinity Bachelor and Vincent Way, the battle for the final podium spot. And this is big as far as the big picture goes, K-Dub, as far as being in podium position overall versus title contention. That third's really going to mean something.
Yeah, 3-1-1 can't be beat. So it's very important to try to. There's a lot that's going to happen this week, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to mail it in until the final moto, but a 3-1-1 is unbeatable here. So yeah, it's a big move for Vinny Way right now.
Way doing a good job of trying to not ride over the head, so I'm getting a little bit of head shake through that sand corner.
Whoa!
Oh, problems for Bachelor.
Didn't actually fully go down. I said tip over, but it was a massive foot dab and came to a complete stop. He did not fall off the machine, but it was enough of a mistake for Vinny Way to pounce.
We've kind of been watching that Oak Tree corner down there. They've been like hopping over the little hole and getting down to the rut. Just a little bit of miscalculation right there. It definitely cost Bachelor as he allowed Way to get around him. But Bachelor, he's not giving up on this one. He's setting the hook.
Good job from Vincent Way, staying patient, waiting for that opportunity, and makes the pass happen as he now takes the number 3 spot. We check in up at the front. Deacon Ditto a 2:06 on that last lap, so has backed things down just a little bit, but maintaining that gap over William Kanigher with a 2:09 on that last lap. 1 and 2 kind of in their own zone at the moment. Meanwhile, plenty still going on at the backside of the top 5 into the rest of the top 10.
Speaking of the top 10, Zach, Carson Woods now in that 10th position. He might be awarded with the most passes here in a moto, as he is now in top 10 with, 5 minutes to go. So still time to creep his way towards the front.
And this is going to be fun. You look at 8, 9, 10. Makai Ulrich a 2:01.3. Grayson Townsend in 9th, a 2:08. And then Carson Wood, that 2:02. So the backside of the top 10, they're going to start working their way forward in these final 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the rest of the top 10, they've been in a battle this whole time.
Absolutely, they have Zach, Deacon Ditto, Will Kanigher, Vincent Way. Man, look at those lap times. Still running 2 flats. 2 flat for Will Kanigher, then a 2:01 for Vincent Way. But man, I'll tell you what, he's going to be on the prowl. Speaking of prowl, K-Dub pointed this out. 1:59 for Chase Lawton on last time through. I think he'll be putting pressure on Bachelor here before long.
Yeah, we'll see how that battle with Vincent Way affects Trinity Bachelor. Kind of saw the wind come out of the sails when he had that mistake. Hopefully that doesn't turn into multiple mistakes, as he's really had an impressive performance so far in this moto. But Lawton, the man on the mission, we'll see when he comes across the stripe if he can maintain sub 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Deacon Ditto, not really a sense of urgency in the good way. It just seems like he's letting everything come to him, standing late in these corners, really just focusing on himself. Doesn't seem like he's worried about the other 41.
Yeah, it's definitely a race of cruise control right now. Just continue to hit your marks. You've put your bike on. He's not riding the bike. They are working as one, and that's how he's got to bring it to the finish line right now. And as long as he stays with that mentality, stays very present on the bike, he has put in one heck of a performance here in the Moto 1 Schoolboy 2.
So Ditto doing that double, triple, and then doubling out right now. Saw him launching it early in this race, but backing it down just a tick or so to try to bring things home for a gold medal here in Moto number 1.
It's really a nice feeling to be able to take it down a notch and still be putting up same lap times as everybody inside the top 10. Vincent Way did do a 2-minute flat. Everyone else is like 2:01-ish. So that's a good feeling when you're backing it down and you're still there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like Jet Lawrence has always said, make 80% fast, right there in that comfort zone.
And that's exactly what it seems like. Obviously, the 19 on fire right now, but just seems, even in the body language, just seems like he's expecting everything. Nothing's catching him off guard. He's got some lap traffic up in front of him. Doesn't seem like he's concerned with a specific line. Look at that, trying some new lines out, cutting across those deep ruts as well.
All the ruts are going one way, but he wants to go another way, and he made it happen. That's impressive.
Slices right through the middle of the Thor sand sweeper.
A lot of times riders will ask, you talk about cutting out and changing the direction. They're like, can you do it at a big race when there's thousands and thousands of bikes? And I always say you can. Thank you, Deacon Ditto, for proving me right. He went across all 40 of those lines from outside to inside. That was a great setup move, as he's got a little bit of bottleneck there. Let's take it slow here, Deacon, as he's coming on a 4-pack of lappers right now.
Slicing and dicing his way through trying some of those wide lines out. And it kind of seems like Dino's doing a bit of exploring as well. Seems like he's taking some lines we haven't seen earlier in the moto, trying some things out as well, Dean, maximizing what he can do with this gap that he's built up as far as for the rest of the week.
Yeah, he's definitely dealing with some lap traffic right now, so it's going to be good to explore some lines that we have.
Did you see that?
What I
he
missed?
gave that fella a big old panic rev. Hey, I'm here, boys. Deacon Dino hitting the rev limiter on that KTM there as he went into the 10 Commandments. Little heads up, little warning. Hey, guys, here I am.
Yeah, these guys are in their own race, though. You know, it's a
absolutely.
battle for
that makes it very tough. Yeah, I mean, you worked your tail off to get to Loretta Lynn's, and here you are in your own battle. You don't want to let up too much. You don't want to affect the race, but at the same time, you want to fight for that position there. That was about the 25th position now is the battle that we're watching as they navigate to fight for position while allowing Deacon Dino to make his way through.
Well, you could tell that rider knew he had a group behind him as well, so he didn't know, hey, as soon as Dino shows up, somebody else is going to try to tag along with him. Had to immediately turn the afterburners back on and put up the fight.
And we are on the white flag, guys, so this is the last time through the racetrack for the number 19 of Deacon Dino, who it should take this first moto in the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 BC class. Solid ride for Dino. Also a solid ride for Will Kanigher, man. Second place, that's a solid here in the Schoolboy 2.
Gonna have to watch and wait. Looks like we had a rider go down on that triple headed into Storyland. Gonna wait and see whether or not timing wise looks like it could be one of our front runners, so we could see a shakeup here late in this as Dino takes the checkered flag and takes the win here in Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 BC. A dominant performance for the number 19.
Yeah, he looked good all the way through practice Monday, racing Tuesday. Man, things didn't really go his way, but man, that was a solid statement moto for him right there.
And a big shout out to William Kanigher as well. Almost a quietly impressive moto in that second place spot. Didn't see him a ton, but man, he was right in the mix, running consistently fast lap times, and a solid silver medal waiting on him at the finish line. Looks like Vincent Way is going to fight his way back to a podium position and keeps himself in title contention. Chase Lawton works his way up to the fourth place spot. Trinity Batchelor going to round out your top 5.
Thank you for that, Zach. And I'll take you guys outside the top 5. We're looking for the number 33, Mason Rayner, who will finish up in 6th. The 49 of Brendan Harrison, he was up there in the mix, had some issues. He ends up in 7th. The 26 of Carson Wood climbs his way all the way to 8th place position. That was a solid ride there for Wood. In 9th place, it's going to be the 83 of Mackay Ulrich. Your 10th place ride around on the top 10, going to be Grayson Townsend. And in 11th, it's going to be Dustin Davis. Davis out there on the number 58 Gas Machine. A very solid ride for him, very solid for all our riders as we wait for our 12th place rider to make their way through. In 12th, it will be the number 25 of Jackson McCarty. 85 of Tegan Kortenbach. He's going to finish up in 13th. Not the ride that Riley Bussey wanted, but Riley will end up in 14th on the number 74. Your 15th place rider going to be Blake Lisby, followed by Logan Edwards, Carson Field, Gavin Moon, Blake Parker, and rounding your top 20, the number 42 of Jacob Hawk. And here in just a little bit, I know they're still getting the stage set, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it on down to the podium where we'll see our podium interviews here in the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 BC.
Deacon Dino, dominant Deacon Dino. That was a impressive performance, able to shed any pressure in that one, and we'll get him on up. So the 19 is number 1 in that one. And like I said, didn't look like it was that much of a struggle. We'll find out for sure when we talk to him and hand out the gold. This is a highly coveted class. We always talk about the B class, the B class, the B class. Trust me, this class doesn't have B in the name, but Schoolboy 2 is in that B class mix. A lot of times the biggest prospects will race this class and 250B because you can race the same motorcycle in both those classes as long as you fit the age requirements, which most of them do. So Schoolboy 2, in my eyes, it's about as prestigious and tough as any class out there, and this guy just went out there and walloped the very first moto of the week in Schoolboy 2. Let's hear it for Deacon Deno. Just crushing it out there. Did you feel any pressure? Were you able to just put in your own laps? How'd that one go?
That was great. I mean, got off to a good start. Honestly, didn't really need to sprint. You just got to find a good flow around this track, and once you get that, you're good. And I think if I ride like that, no one's on my level this week, and that's how I ride during training. That's how I should have rode yesterday in 250B. And yeah, I'm glad we could get a ride like that down on the board, and yeah, you'll see more of that all week.
That's good. You got the confidence rolling. Who do you want to thank, Deacon?
Oh, I can't thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My parents, they do so much for me. I'm so grateful. The whole Orange Brigade team, Darian, Jed, they help us out a lot. Monster Army, Monster Mike for the sick lids, Bell, helmets are sick, renting for the sick kits all week. Alpine Stars, Christian, keeping me cool on the gate with the ice vest for Christian. The Motor X, FMF, Pro Taper, Dunlop tires hooking up great, DID chains, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, there it is, Deacon Deno taking the moto win. And that's what everybody wants, and he's the one they're going to be shooting for come Moto 2. We're going to bring up Will here for the second place finish. Silver medal. One of these years we're going to get it right. Will Cannigier taking second place. Sometimes you just got to ask on the podium. So Will Cannigier, how'd that one go? It's not easy to get second against this group. How did you make it happen?
Yeah, got mid-pack, 8-pick, lined up inside, took a chance, and ended up ripping a start. So bounced back from yesterday for sure. And yeah, it was a cruise halfway in and brought it home.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Will?
Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, my brother, Matt, Brandon, Kyle, the whole Future MX team. Can't thank those guys enough. We put in a lot of hard work in this season. I'm lost for words right now. Cameron Summers, my agent Cody back home, Oakley Goggles, they hooking me up with the best goggles out there, and everybody else, thank you so much.
Silver medalist, Will Cannigier. Well done, and Vincent Way was able to fight his way up to third. So we're looking for V-Way, and we'll hand out the bronze. That is in 250 Schoolboy 2. Schoolboy divided into two divisions, a little variance on age, but one is essentially for 125 two-strokes, another Schoolboy class for the 250 four-strokes. Let's get way on up here, and all these riders are title contenders. We have seen it happen time and time again. We're just getting that fit in the first moto goes a long way. There it is, bronze medalist Vincent Way. Take me through that journey there to get to third.
Oh yeah, I was on the gate, picked chip 42, was very far out there, got a great jump. I was like, damn dude, I might have a good start, and then it didn't. But made my way through the pack, got to third at the end, and then just rode her in.
Okay, so you're happy with third considering the 40th pick?
Yeah.
Okay. Better start. We'll see what happens the next one. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my whole family and friends for coming out. Monster Energy, Team Union, Kawasaki, Motorsport, Answer, Bell Helmets, Danny, Monster Army, Mike, Nick, everybody, thank you so much.
Vincent Way, everybody, third place in Schoolboy 2. All right, big one coming up next, Open Pro Sport.
All right, thank you, Jason Wygant. You said it, Open Pro Sport on the track. And coming up next, hey, don't forget, folks, on site, we've got some great things going on here throughout the afternoon as well. Our very own Chase Sexton going to be in the house at 1 o'clock over at the Oakley tent. You guys can stop by, get an autograph with Chase, take a photo with him, and check out all of the amazing things going on over at Oakley. And then don't forget, our friends Levi Kitchen and Company going to be over at the Fox Tower. We've got a couple different people, I believe, signing autographs over at the Fox Tower, and that's at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Make sure you guys take advantage of that. Get to chat up with some Loretta Lynn's legends and pretty good pro riders as well.
I'd say so. Cameron McAdoo will be signing
That's
as well.
it. Who else? I was about to say, I knew he wasn't alone. So McAdoo and Kitchen today at 4. Chase Sexton at the Oakley tent at 1 o'clock. But Jackson, right now it is all Open Pro Sport. Who we got sitting on the line?
We will have the 11 machine making his way out of Texas, A.J. Greenwell. Devin Ruth going to be out there. He's going to be on the number 12 machine making his way out of California. Thor Powell on the 13 out of Florida. We got Nathan Abbott on the 14 machine also making his way out of California. The Minnesota boy, Bailey Caroon, going to be on the number 16. Cade Johnson, the Texas native, going to be on the 17. Landon Gordon, you'll find him on the 18 machine, making his way out of California. The Wisconsin native, Deegan Van Reed, going to be on the 19 machine. Logan Riggins on the 20, making his way out of South Carolina. The California man, Enzo Timmerman, will be on the 21. Mason Nettleton out of Connecticut going to be on the 22. Then we got Landon Gibson making his way from Georgia on the 23. Alvin Hillen going to be on the 24 machine, making his way from California. Jonathan Getz from Florida will be on the 25. And then on the 26 machine, Cole Seswalkow going to be making his way out of Connecticut. Ronald Johnson on the 27 machine out of PA.
All right, coming out of Ohio on the 28, Brett Hairdorn. Out of Texas, a guy by the name of Andrew Short. Maybe you've heard of him on the 29. Out of North Carolina on the 30, Eli Gross. Out of New York, Connor Mowry on the 31. The 32 of Liam Aloff. We'll see if Liam's able to line up here today from Georgia. Reese Wheaton on the 34 from Pennsylvania. Out of California on the 37, Dakota Bender. From Pennsylvania, Ronnie Snyder on the number 38. The number 41 of Gavin Templin. Out of Wisconsin. Out of Alabama, the Bama Slammer himself. The 42 of Heath Harrison. The 46 of Luke Fowler coming out of Pennsylvania. Out of New Jersey, Travis Randinella on the 48. And the 50 of Cole Forbes out of Virginia.
On the 51, you're going to have Ezra Hastings out of Indiana. 54, Diesel Thomas out of Raymond, New England. 57, Jacob Beaumart out of Heartland, Texas. Clark Robbins, number 62, out of New Jersey. Colorado rider, number 67, Carter Malcolm. 72, Gavin Betts out of New York. California rider, Talon Gorman, number 83. Scott Champion, number 84, out of Texas. Massachusetts rider, Chris Caney, number 85. The number 87 of Mitchell, France. Ben Ivanowskis, Landon Hartz, and Colin Burns. We are racing. I'll tell you,
and look at that, boys.
The Short had a terrible gate pick. He was about 3 from the end, as was Luke Fowler. So we'll see what they can do with those starting positions.
The 21 of Enzo Timmerman flying here into turn number 1, but into turn number 2, it looks to be
the Diesel Thomas going to take over that number 1 spot. Takes the inside, heading into the 10 Commandments, but watch out. Timmerman trying to leap his way past the Husqvarna and back into the number 1 ride. Gavin Templin, Cole Forbes, Dakota Bender, the top 5 around the stripe, but look at the back and forth battle already for the number 1 spot.
The number 54 now, Thomas, has slipped around the 21, going through those 10 Commandments now.
And back off into Storyland we go as Diesel Thomas continues to lead the way, but Enzo Timmerman going to apply some pressure.
This is the big one. Yeah, I was about to say all the pressure you could ask for. Timmerman slamming into the outside wall around that first turn.
Wow. Is that the 29 and third? Dude, he was 5 over from the far outside. So Andrew Short, not with the greatest gate pick, but the crafty veteran. He truly is a veteran.
Here we go, Enzo Timmerman to the lead as we make our way over to the wall jump. And as they exit out of it, Timmerman continuing to lead the way.
There's Shorty. Oh, almost tipped over, ran into the back of the KTM. Was that Templin or Forbes he was about to run into there?
Here we go. Buzz in the tower is the 21 of Enzo Timmerman as he makes his way into Thor's Sand Sweeper. Going to make our way around here for 1 lap complete.
Man, just peeked out the window, saw a lot of high flyers. Landon Gordon and Landon Gibson, just to name a few passing riders in the air as they get ready to take the green flag. Timmerman officially leading 1 lap in the books here for Open Pro Sport.
Of course, Timmerman going to be on that Team Green Kawasaki Fox Pro Circuit monster backed ride. Here we go. Diesel Thomas now going to have some pressure on him from what I do believe is the 50 machine of Cole Forbes. And look at that, Landon Gordon.
The Alabama Slammer, Heath Harrison says, welcome to Open Pro Sport, moves him out of the way.
That's a great point. Both those guys, the vet riders there, Andrew Short and now Heath Harrison, are going to tangle together here.
Hey, he's called the Alabama Slammer for a reason. You saw it right there as Forbes now in the mix here. Going to follow behind Diesel Thomas into the 10 Commandments. A nasty rut leading in from that inside, but these riders able to make easy work of it.
I'm telling you, did you see the save from Diesel Thomas? He kind of slipped going off the face of one of those 10 Commandments and barely hung on for the last few. Once again, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not talk to the front.
You got it. Shorty getting a little impatient now as he's trying to get around Cole Forbes. He knows he needs to go because the number 12 or 42 is right behind him of Harrison.
Forbes making moves right now on the KTM. The number 50 working his way forward with pressure from Andrew Short just behind.
Landon Gordon starting to peek in there as well on that Kawasaki, so a lot of pressure. There's no rest for these guys. There's the 17 as well. Cade Johnson, he's really been off the radar here, so he's trying to get back on the map with the top 5 finish.
Man, did you see the move from Landon Gordon? It kind of slid out going onto that jump before the beach and flicked that Kawasaki sideways to get back to the ground as quick as he could.
Look at the vet riders side by side. Heath Harrison on that 42, the blue gear, squaring off with the 29 of Andrew Short. They are side by side. Do they both send it over this one? Nope. No, but he's threading the needle. The Kawasaki rider took flight. Landon Gordon trying to get around Shorty, and he does it.
Landon Gordon almost landing on Heath Harrison right there. What a threading the needle, to say the least. But Harrison hanging on to it, already focusing forward as he starts to apply the pressure to Forbes.
Here we go, another lap complete now, 2 in the books as we head into lap number 3 here of Moto 1 of this Open Pro Sport class. Timmerman, Thomas, Forbes, your top 3.
Man, I love what those guys were doing. They jumped just to the top, then hop off like a step on, step off there over the Tunnel of Love, right past the mechanics area, and it is just a fury of activity. Timmerman off just set sail, 156 for him. Diesel Thomas trying to match that. He's got a 158. Then the real fun begins with the guys you see on the screen here, Forbes, Harrison, Gordon, and Short. Cade Johnson really pushing back there in 7th. He's right out of that screenshot there. Oh, Gordon almost collides with the 42 of Harrison.
Would not have been.
And there's Cade Johnson ready to capitalize there, Zach.
I was about to say, Johnson is just chomping at the bit, waiting for an opportunity. Gordon bouncing back and forth between offense and defense. Heath Harrison thought he was going to maybe get away from the Kawasaki rider, but it seems like he's almost towing him along as Cole Forbes stretches things back out in front of Harrison.
Yeah, those kids are getting a little feisty back there. They have got to go if they want this championship, and that push is going to come from Landon Gordon on that Kawasaki, the number 18, along with 17 of Johnson.
Harrison struggling on the exit of that corner. That's going to allow Landon Gordon to pull up right alongside. Let's see what the Kawasaki rider can do.
Yep,
he triples out.
The levee has broken. Cade Johnson now going right after him as well. Like a wounded gazelle. They're just attacking him there, Zach.
Don't back Heath Harrison into a corner. He'll attack back.
Oh, no. Down? The 31 is down. So they're having to navigate around that rider. That's back in Storyland.
So Connor Mowry going down as we watch Enzo Timmerman. You saw how bad the bike was dancing around. Excuse me, that was Gordon actually. We saw back in kicking as he was going up that face. Meanwhile,
Cade Johnson just looking, you saw him check up. He's like, where is Heath going? I got to get around this guy. And they're both going to try a 2-for-1 special on Heath Harrison. There is the 17. He's also got Clark Robbins right there in tow. There goes Johnson. He will slip right on past.
Harrison didn't quite get the drive he needed there, Jackie, and Cade slingshots around the outside. But look at Clark Robbins trying to make the move.
Harrison not quite looking like himself right now. Maybe a little bit of arm pump for him, a little bit of fatigue as we head into this one.
Dude, I think it's just there's a busy bunch of pro riders all over you. It's not the vet class, and they go fast. And he's going to have to just settle into maybe 6 or so. I think a top 10 for either he and Shorty would not be a bad deal.
Harrison actually the fastest qualifier out of this class, so he knows he's got the speed. It's putting it together lap after lap. That's the difference. Is we continue to watch this battle on screen.
Jackie's just so excited. He's pointing. And
take a look back into Storyland. That is where the 21 of Enzo Timmerman is. He's in a different zip code here than the rest of this crew. Diesel Thomas and them trying to catch up to it. But look at that lap time, a 1:54.6. That is just 0.3 seconds off our fastest lap time of the week.
And again, I have to, for reference, that was a very smooth 8 a.m.
second race of the day.
This is not a 11 o'clock hot summer day now. But again, still fast.
It is about as hot and as rough as we can get this track right now. 25 plus 2 for this open pro sport. So these riders, that may be something we're seeing from Harrison as well. We talk about the maturity, saying, hey, we got a long moto. These kids are battling really hard early. We'll see whether or not they're going to fade late in this.
And they are surging. They just continue to attack him. That's Landon Gibson you see on the 23 Husqvarna, now going after the 42 of Heath Harrison.
As we are continuing to watch, looks like that is Clark Robbins making some quick moves. Landon Gibson trying to get up into the fight as well.
Hey, we're going to welcome Cameron McAdoo to the stage here, if you will. Cameron, I hate to mess your hair up, dude. That's some fantastic hair, and you throw these headphones on, so you just got to deal with it.
Oh, the Tennessee humidity already got my hair some type of way. My wife, Maddie, was talking about how she has to wash her bangs every night because of humidity.
It's tough. We're looking at a rider that's gone down. When was the last time you raced at the ranch? Let's just catch up with you as we watch our pro sport class.
The last time I raced at the ranch was 2016, actually in this class.
There you go. Well, how was your week?
That was by far, like, night and day the best week I've ever had here. That was kind of towards the end of my, like, pretty steep trajectory up. I was racing 250A in Pro Sport. I believe I got 3rd and 4th overall, but my first time ever scratching the top 10 here.
Wow.
And yeah, moto medals were awesome. I was stoked to be up there. And
yeah, when did you know it was going to, like, you were going to be okay? Because you haven't really got a chance to measure yourself against all the guys at once on one track here. Like,
yeah,
practice,
that
first moto.
Well, that year Freestone, I was pretty good. I was pretty competitive with the top guys. You know, Sexton. I battled with Faulkner a lot in the Spring Nationals, so I was fairly confident. But I always was told myself kind of. I wouldn't say necessarily was told, but I just never felt like I belonged as one of those guys. Like, and then first moto, I got a good start, and it just like it worked, and I was like, holy crap, you know, this is sweet, yeah.
Here we go. But we are watching the 21 and the 54. That's Timmerman. He was gone. Diesel Thomas has caught him, so an issue there. Zach, did you by chance catch what happened to Enzo?
No, and I just heard Mega talking behind us about it as well. It seems like something caught him off guard a little bit as he gets a little sideways, leaping into the sand as well. So Thomas, last lap around was 3 seconds a lap slower. So you got to think there was some kind of mistake made by Timmerman, but long story short, no.
There. And Cameron, can you speak to that in terms of when you are out cruising, everything's going your way, and then you have this massive bobble, the heart rate just spikes?
Yeah, it's especially when you save something, like save maybe, you know, a crash or a big mistake. It's pretty fatiguing.
Sure.
And sometimes it is hard to get back in a flow. I do want to give a shout out to Diesel Thomas though. He was a youngster, like when I was leaving home actually in the Iowa area, and I remember watching him on 50s at the local races.
Oh wow.
And so it's really cool to see another kid from my very local area out here crushing it and battling for podiums, and he was actually leading for a little while yesterday in the 250A class, so he's riding really well. But the Team Green kids are really crushing it as always. Obviously, Timmerman rode really good yesterday, and you guys see here Landon Gordon's putting a lot of pressure on Diesel Thomas for second.
What do you see, Zach? I know you're wanting to jump in there. What you got?
Oh, I think we were mistaken. What I thought was Timmerman, I'm pretty sure it was actually Landon Gordon. Is now the fight is between Diesel Thomas and Landon Gordon, a 158.
No, he's right there. So he's just now starting to pull back away. He was comfortably out front. But
a 209 on that last lap.
Right.
Something
did happen. As we welcome again Cameron McAdoo up here hanging out with us as we catch some racing, and what a treat you get to call your local guy back from your hometown, which is not like there's tons of guys out of Iowa that are at that level.
Yeah, like I don't really think of anyone that I can, you know, in my recent memory or, you know, around my time. So it's really cool. I mean, Diesel would come race at the local track, like right by my house, and I got to know his family pretty well towards the end of, I guess, or the beginning of my professional career. So I think that Diesel kind of actually looked up to me and thought that it was pretty cool when I would come back and visit home. And I literally remember him as a little Grom. My wife and I talk about it all the time. It's crazy how fast we all grow up, because it's mind-blowing that little Diesel's out here racing the A-class.
He's big Diesel now.
Yeah, exactly. Battling for the top spots, and so it's really cool. But
Give a shout out to the number 17 as well. Cade Johnson was outside of the top 10, and now you're going to see him in that shot. That's him on the Yamaha, the number 17, about to join the fun here with Landon Gordon. How good does it make you feel whenever you can see guys in front of you start to reel them in, and you're just like, yep, I've got the speed?
I mean, that feeling alone it works both ways, because the guy in front of you can feel you reeling him in too, and it is like almost like a gyro effect, because you get more confidence, and you get less fatigued, and he tells himself how much more tired he is than you, and it doesn't feel like the guy behind you is ever tired or struggling, right? So I would dare to say that Landon Gordon has a fair bit of confidence right now, and honestly, Cade Johnson has kind of brought these guys to him. So I think for Landon, his biggest thing that he needs to do is maybe try to work his best to get around Diesel, because I think they've kind of fallen into a different pace than maybe Landon feels that he's capable of.
That's a good call. Yeah, that you catch a guy, and then when you kind of settle in, you kind of lock into that pace. Hey, talk about this racetrack, and when you watch it on TV or when you walk it that first time, if you've never been here, you're like, okay, what's the big deal? Like, it's just a couple, some basic jumps, nothing too tricky, and then you see it now.
Yeah, to be honest, it's one of the most unique racetracks. I think there's a very valid reason why a lot gets put around this event, just because it's hard to have success here in a lot of ways. I think the pressure that everyone puts around it is hard for young kids to deal with, so when they are able to deal with it, that's pretty special. And then the track's so tight, so a lot of it is just very tight, a lot of bumps. The ruts are much different than call it what we race at a pro national track. So it's just difficult, honestly, and it's just so unique, track of its own, and that's why it is Loretta's. And I think that's honestly another reason why it hasn't really changed at all in pretty much the whole time Loretta's has been around.
You are right.
Well, and you can talk about this as well, Cameron. We talk about tight. It's a smaller track, not quite as high a speed, but that doesn't mean easier. A lot of times, Ryan Dungey even talked on this. Your heart rate's even higher in those conditions. You're standing up, you're braking, you're sitting down, you're right back up. Less time for rest in these busy tracks.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch this track, there is no brake on it. And even the few little track changes you guys have seen, like right here after the 10 Commandments, it used to be just a really tight right-left, but that actually changed when we raced the Pro Nationals here in 2020. And I think the reasoning behind that was because they felt that they needed to open the track up a bit for the pro guys to make it a bit of a longer lap time, I think, as well. But it's tight. So like you see here with Landon Gordon catching up to Diesel Thomas, it's hard to make a move, and these are the things that is really good for the younger generation, just to learn of racecraft and the different things you deal with.
It's really hard to see when Kevin Windham and that big beard just comes flashing past you too, man. Way to work through. You were working through Kevin Windham traffic there just then.
It's pretty awesome that I'm chilling up here with Kevin Windham. I remember, honestly, the most thing I remember about Kevin Windham was his transfers that he was doing towards the end. I think we need to bring him back. And honestly, now I've seen enough videos of him with a hat backwards skimming some whoops, or showing his kids at his facility how it's supposed to be done. So that's a little bit more fresh in my brain with Kevin.
Well, these guys are showing you how it's done on screen. We've got a good one. And there's Timmerman. He's just not the 156 there, but that's Diesel Thomas just behind him there. And that push from Thomas and Gordon on the Kawasaki has kind of pushed them right up to Timmerman, who's just now going into where the billboards are.
I think Timmerman does still have a, sorry for interrupting you, I do think that Timmerman still has a fair gap on these guys, and that's kind of, as a racer, it's probably something that you should do as least as you can, but as soon as you know the gap that's extremely manageable, you'll see Jet Lawrence is a good example of it. I remember when I was racing him in 2022, I would struggle because once he would get like 5 seconds, he would just keep it there. So it was really frustrating for me sometimes to really know how much I was pushing him. So I think Timmerman feels pretty comfortable with where he's at right now. But also, one thing I've actually kind of taken from my team owner, Mitch Payton, is like never get comfortable with where you're at, because what if you get stuck in a rut, right? And you could have been 20 seconds, but you're 10, or even you could have been 5, but you're 2 ahead of the guy. So, yeah, I think Timmerman looks like he's kind of settled into a comfortable pace, but this battle here for second place is looking pretty good, actually. I think Landon Gordon finally got around Diesel, so we'll see how he responds to that.
Yeah, going to be curious to see if Gordon can match the pace of Timmerman. Curious if the mechanics are kind of giving that information back. We talk about the lap boards. A lot of amateurs not running the pit boards on a regular basis. Cameron, what was your opinion on it? Was it something you were looking at religiously, lap after lap, or especially at this point in your career, how frequent was the pit board being used?
I mean, we use a pit board every lap, and to be honest with you, I can maybe read my pit board or see what's on it 30-40% of the time. So I think especially here, I say it's a short moto, it's 20 minutes, but you pretty much just have to go all out the whole time, everything you have, and that's what these kids are doing for sure.
Yeah, Diesel doing a good job, like you said a moment ago, when he got caught. It's like, okay, is he going to be able to step up? And he is pretty much matching the pace there of Landon Gordon. And he better, because there's the number 17 right behind him, ready to pounce. Cade Johnson on that Yamaha has been eating everybody's roost because he was outside the top 10 for 15 minutes now.
Yeah, it seems like Johnson has been right there, but not quite able to get more than a flash of a wheel here and there. But I think Thomas certainly in shape and still charging, but it just seems like he really put a lot out there trying to keep Landon Gordon behind him.
And then, as you say that, then he's like a bike leak and a half right here in the 10 Commandments. So I think he's gotten some pressure from Cade, and now he's surging forward just to get away from him. Look at Cade standing up all the way through that rut there. Is that something you guys work on, Cameron? Just like standing up like the max amount of time?
Yeah, very often now. I'm sure, as everyone has been able to see, that's kind of where the sport's gone, is the highest level guys are doing a lot of standing. And I was just going to kind of speak on that. It's really cool to watch the younger guys that they take pages out of all the books of everyone who's having success right now, because I see a lot of certain riders in a lot of these kids when we come here, because they know what they need to do to reach their goals and race professionally here soon. For a lot of these kids, maybe in the next couple weeks, actually. A lot of times some of the top A riders will leave here and race the last 3 rounds of nationals.
A little bit of a dab there as we check in with Gordon flying over that big jump. Was that thing here when you were here? Were you hucking that thing?
Yeah, it was actually. I remember we were jumping into it the last year I came here. Previous to that, I don't really remember. Probably never. Here, yeah, I was probably never really. If it was, I was never the guy that was jumping stuff like that. I was surviving.
And you see Gordon starting to jump all the way up and over the Tunnel of Love, similar to what we saw Cole Davies doing. That inside roller starts to get built up, and now they're using it as a landing. A couple different techniques we've seen are that the wheel tap off the top of it as well. So,
yeah, I actually came here in 2021 to watch, and Levi Kitchen was racing the A class, and I remember standing in the Fox Tower, and he was jumping all the way over all the bumps to where that yellow thing was. And I remember saying, like, man, that's really techie. That kid's going to be good.
Yep.
And here I am battling him.
Turns out he is pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
There's your second and third, fourth place battle right here. The green Kawasaki yesterday are still green. The number 18 of Landon Gordon. Diesel Thomas has just locked in on that pace. Cade Johnson can't quite make the pass happen. Things get a little rowdy back there. Feet off the pegs a few times for a few of those guys. Lap traffic puts you into a different lane, so it could be any number of reasons why. I mean, fatigue as well.
If you look through the backside of the top 10, Cole Forbes hangs on to 5th. Landon Gibson has worked his way all the way up to 6th. Clark Robbins holds on to 7th. Heath Harrison and Andrew Short are 2 vet riders, 8 and 9 right now, probably battling it out. And then Landon Hart's rounding out the top 10. Luke Fowler knocking on the door in 11th.
Yeah, Luke Fowler had the furthest gate on the outside of the gate, so he must have drawn a very, very bad chip. And isn't that wild how fate can just start you from behind the 8 ball? A bad chip can just get in your head.
Yeah, it kind of makes or breaks. In a way, Cameron, you can probably talk on this as well. Do we have any 1s or 41s that was like, man, this is a sign good, or man, this is already setting the week off on a bad tone?
Yeah, like I said, I've kind of only one really year been competitive here, so it never really mattered for me. But my good buddy Vincent Way, just this last moto, he actually drew gate pick 42, and it's tough. It's obviously, difficult. He was 3 gates from the outside, and it looks like he was going to be 3rd coming down the start straight, and ends up, maybe inside the top 15 barely. But yeah, it is difficult. That's one thing I feel that maybe, you know, a couple of the classes that would benefit from maybe doing, you know, time practice. But this is Loretta Lynn's, and that's kind of maybe part of what makes it what it is. And yeah, but how about Shorty out there in ninth? I think I saw on his Instagram last week he was saying like he spent so much time getting his son's bike ready, but he might have changed the oil in his bike. These guys just can't help themselves but to be competitive. Huh?
Yeah, I saw a video on social media yesterday. Shorts in full gear, dumping sweat, holding a fan on his son on the starting line to keep him cool. So double duty for sure. Playing dad, playing racer,
playing pro racer.
Yeah, pro racer. Yeah,
that dude.
All right, 2-lap board. I believe is out. Is that what you're seeing there? So if it's time for Diesel Thomas, he better make hay while the sun shines. We saw just a blur there of the 21 of Enzo Timmerman. You should see Diesel Thomas here just tomorrow. Spread some love around here. Some of our other riders. There's Timmerman. Jersey untucked.
Yeah, see, I think
cool off on
yeah, that's pretty cool. That's the Revive Plunge guys came in this year. They have a couple plunges right behind the start line, and one over at the Monster Energy rig, like the Monster Energy rider recovery area. It's really cool. I work with those guys as well. I have one of their units at my house, and it's honestly super beneficial, especially on super hot days like yesterday and today. So shout out them, and shout out everyone at MX Sports getting that rolling for these guys.
Yeah, definitely a strong thing to use, and if you haven't already, if you're here on site, take advantage of that Monster Energy Cool Zone in the staging area. They will come and get you when they start staging your class. Don't worry about missing that. You're watching Racer TV in there, cooling off, trying to get that core temperature down before you go to battle, as 25 minutes plus 2 laps here for this Open Pro Sport. The 2-lap card is out.
Cameron, how about your boy, man? The 54 of Diesel Thomas. Looks like he's fought off the number 17. He might not be able to catch Gordon, but dude, a solid top 3 for Diesel.
Yeah, Midwest proud. I don't think he's actually from Iowa, because I think he might be from Nebraska, which is like, you know, my house is 5 minutes from Nebraska, but
you're claiming though. He's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna claim him as a local, and it's really cool. But also, how about the Kawasaki guys?
Yep.
My, you know, I'll call it teammates, Team Green kids, 1 and 2. That feels good for us. So.
AAA, if you will, for baseball. I'm going to call him up soon enough.
Yeah.
21 of Timmerman. He's been the class of the field here.
Yeah, Timmerman just seems to have brought another level of intensity to the ranch this year. Has kind of forced his way to the front when he's not right up there off the jump, and nobody's been able to take it away from him here so far, as he's about half a lap away from an Open Pro Sport Moto 1 win, white flag waving.
And it's funny because you say intensity, and it's crazy, but it's usually how it goes. It doesn't look like very intense riding when you're riding that well, and that's usually how it feels too.
Yeah, we were just talking about the same thing with Deacon Dino in that Schoolboy 2 class. He's just kind of hopping around. Even Jet Lawrence, a perfect example. Really well. So here, one more time through that Thor Sand Sweeper, going to tuck it to the inside, the Bermuda Triangle. And Enzo Timmerman just about done the work. He sees the checker flag waving. And there it is, Enzo Timmerman grabbing your Open Pro Sport Moto 1 win.
That's a good feeling right there.
Absolutely.
All the way to the front of the tent there. Put yourself in a good spot going into the next 2 motos. You got a 1. You never won a moto here, Ken?
I've never won a moto here, no. Actually, my last moto at the ranch, it was an Open Pro Sport moto. I was leading, and I had a water pump, or not a water pump, sorry, my fuel pump go out, so my bike started sputtering, and my fuel was boiling as well at the time. But I didn't win that moto, and that wasn't. I was struggling anyway.
Do you think you'll be the rider that comes back to the ranch?
Big fan.
Yeah, I'll be back. I would dare to say I'll be back.
There it is.
Yeah.
So he hasn't won a moto yet.
Yeah, let's change that.
Yeah. Well, I was actually talking with Jake Weimer yesterday, because he was in the Monster Energy cooldown area before his moto, and like the plus 25 class is honestly a pro class. A couple of years ago, I think that Cole Martinez, he won a moto in the pro sport.
Like, plus 25 class.
Yeah.
And here's Jason Wygant getting ready down there at the podium. So we're going to say hello
1, 2.
Gordon and Thomas. Take it away, Jason Wygant.
Actually, no, we're not ready. I just want to make sure this mic is working. You keep talking, and I'm going to start wrangling.
You do your rank numbers.
He psyched us out there.
So Cameron McAdoo says he wants to come back and redeem himself.
Don't hold me to it. Don't hold me to it. I just love this place.
You guys marked that on the Racer TV feed when he said that. So refer back to that. But going to be signing some autographs later this afternoon,
yeah,
right?
We're going to be at the Fox booth at 4 o'clock, Levi Kitchen and I. So come by, say what's up, and hang out. I'm sure I'll be cruising around the Kawasaki and Pro Circuit areas too. And yeah, stoked to be here. So cruise back out and get back in the community.
Start swag. Yeah, get back to it.
Thanks
Enough time in the AC.
Thanks for the 15 minutes in the AC, boys.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming up. As now sounds like Jason Wygant standing by down at the podium.
Tiny bit of adversity for our race winner. Enzo Temmerman actually got, well, we'll ask him about this. I think he cut his chin, and I believe I'm actually looking at blood on the top of the tank of that bike. So we're going to do 3, 2, 1 here and get him a chance to get cleaned up and get that checked out. Obviously, he's fine enough to win the moto. And we'll talk to the third place finisher. We'll do second and third. Looking for Diesel Thomas, looking for Landon Gordon. So I got to get Gordon here. We'll talk to third place first. They went back and forth a bit. Here we go. Okay, I got it straight now. Hey, we'll bring you to the front. This is last year's Amateur Rider of the Year. Am I correct about that? Didn't you win the award last year?
No, sir.
You did not?
I just got
Come on over. Third place is here for Diesel Thomas. As you said, last year it was still a great year for you in the B class. How's A class pro sport life?
a lot of these guys are more mature, so it makes racing a little better. And yeah, I'm excited to see what the rest of the week brings. And yeah, we're going to come out swinging in these second motos.
What's up with the starts here, bro? 2 for 2 pretty much on Holies.
Yes, sir. I did probably 400 starts the last week of training at Moto Sandbox. So yeah, starts are dialed. It's nice.
That's cool. All right, who do you want to thank, Diesel?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, all the guys over at Munn, Tamer, Monster, Fox, Enjoy, Race Tech, Dunlop Tires, and OGO, and everybody else. Thank you.
Third place in the moto. Good job, Diesel. And it's been fun to watch him come through the ranks. Remember him all the way back in the 50s and 65s. The next thing you know, they're in pro sport. Let's bring up the second place finisher. He's been in contention in all of his motos so far this week. Landon Gordon. How was that one?
It's another hot one. Same gate chip as yesterday. So yeah, it wasn't great. Not the best start, but yeah, I feel really strong. Been training out in Florida, so yeah, I'm conditioned and yeah, ready for a long week.
Yeah, do you feel you have more fight in you than previous years at Loretta's as you get more used to this whole thing year after year?
Yeah, for sure. And it's a fine line between, you know, burning yourself out and being ready, you know. Yep. So yeah, I feel like I'm in a good spot.
Excellent. All right, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My whole family, my mom and dad, sacrificed so much. My brother and sister, Monster, Pro Circuit, Alpine Star, Dunlop, Monster. Yeah, everybody behind me, Jacob Hayes, Will Hahn, Swanee, the whole Team Green, thank you so much.
All right, Landon Gordon, silver medalist in pro sport. Thanks, Landon. You can go chill out, and now hopefully we can get the moto winner. This is crazy, man. The more I look at this motorcycle, I see a little bit of blood there, a little bit there. That's actually not dirt. I guess he cut his chin. We still won the moto. We'll get the story on that. All right, we're going to go get him. Besides that, everything's gone great for Enzo Timmerman, who's looking at 2 of these gold medals here, and didn't even hole shot, had to make some moves, had to make some passes to make it happen. So this kid is definitely on his game. Cheer it for Enzo Timmerman. Bro, we got like a forensic study going on with the motorcycle here. The moto is obviously great. You won it. What else happened?
Yeah, I got a really good start and got in the lead right away and started pulling out, and then I had a crash, knocked the bars on my chin, and I looked down and there's blood all over my bike, and I got going again, and just it was survival like the rest of the moto, but we finished it off. We still got the win. Can't thank everybody at Team Green Calislate enough. Everybody at Fox, my whole family, my mechanic, my trainer, everybody that helps out, thank you so much.
You've been in California, you're a California guy. Where have you been doing your prep, and what kind of prep are you doing to get these kind of performances? It's been great so far.
Yeah, I've just been riding the local track at DT1. Shout out to my dad and Dieter and the track crew out there. They have it good every day so I can practice, and my trainer Stout, I work hard with him in the gym, and yeah, that's all it is.
It is. Who else do you want to thank, man?
Everybody at Pro Circuit, Monster, Throttle Syndicate, Maxima, Ride Dunlop, everybody else, thank you so much.
There it is, everybody. The moto winner, Enzo Timmerman. That is Pro. Hope everybody enjoyed the show. I'll send it back to the tower, and we're going to switch to much smaller motorcycles next.
Absolutely. We're also going to kind of smarten this up a little bit. Let's just be real here. We got Andrea Lieb, who's going to make us all look smarter than we really are. So, Andrea, take it away on track. School, right?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. We're excited to be here for our 21st year at Loretta Lynn's at the ranch. We are conducting the scholarship race for our 3rd year. We have raised $75,000 for educational scholarships in the last 3 years, and grateful for the opportunity for MX Sports and AMA to have us create a scholarship program. And we want to give a big shout out to Thor, Pro Circuit, MX Tire, MX Sports, Yamaha Blue Crew, Pro Motocross Championship, Canvas MX, and On Track School for donating to that fund to help these kids further their education.
Well, and you've talked about what On Track has done. You started with the On Track School program and now moved into the On Track Apprentice program as well. What is kind of the next steps that you guys are wanting to do? It seems like every year you're back, you're bigger and better. What's kind of the next process in the journey?
Well, the apprentice program is growing. This is the 7th year. We're super excited to announce the Pro Apprentice. We brought 2 of our apprentices, one of which you have up here helping you announce, Savannah, to the Beld Ring, to the SMX station. And to date, I think we've gotten 18 to 20 apprentices hired with full-time careers.
Here they come. I get nervous when this crew comes up here, man.
I love it.
They're going to make us look dumb. Yep. But Andrew, you also, so this money can be used for your savings account for your schooling. It's vocational. It can be transferred to another child within the family.
And thanks for asking that, Kevin. You do not have to be an on-track student to either be an apprentice or take advantage of the scholarship. So that money goes into a 529 account, can be used, and you've been paying attention.
I have.
Love it.
I have.
So that can be used for, vocation, college expenses, or transferred to family members. So we're excited about that. We're down there next to the pavilion. Come say hi. Congratulations to Enzo. He's one of our graduates.
Awesome.
And thanks for having me up here. I'll let you get to your trivia stuff.
Oh, boy. You're gonna make us look dumb.
Here we go.
Come on, team.
I'm going to give a quick rundown, and then we'll set up our trivia and let you know who's what on this racetrack here. We'll check in. It's 65, 10 to 11. Zach Heron as we get rolling. The number 11 is going to be Martin Ospina out of Dunedin, Florida. Adam Aguirre. Number 13 out of Odessa, Texas. Coming to you from Calgary, Canada, number 14, Ryan Taylor. The 15 is Luke Shelton out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. That is tough. Eichfemming, Michigan brings you Braxton Gaultier, number 17. Ben Baker, number 18, out of Itascadero, Oregon. Whitesboro, Texas rider is going to be Brim Brockmuller, number 19. Jacob McGinnis, number 20, out of Columbia, Kentucky. Palmdale, California, that's home to number 21, Crew Polska. Hale Fiera Jr. out of Claremont, Florida on the 22 ride. Beckham Smith, number 23, out of Amarillo, Texas. Bellingham, Massachusetts, that is home to the 26 of Destry Tucker.
All right. Morgantown, North Carolina brings us Ashper Hall on the number 28. Burlington, Canada brings us Beckett Burke on the 29. The 32 of Fort Addington coming from Canton, Georgia. Great Bend, Kansas brings us Mac Murmis on the 33. The 34 of Levi Geis coming out of Jordan, Minnesota. Fresno, California brings us Landon McBride on the 41. Yucca Valley, California brings us Zayden Kansu on the 42. Caden Sedgwick on the 43 out of Creston, California. Oxford, Florida brings us Levi Letty on the 46. Yucca Valley, California brings us Landon Corbin on the 47. Marysville, Pennsylvania brings us Trayson Walters on the 48. And out of Clovis, California on the 49, that is Talon Henson. The 51 of E.J. Dutton coming out of Graham, North Carolina. Racing Kyler on the 54 out of Brooksville, Florida. Rowlett, Texas brings us Cannon Zabanik on the 55. The 57 of Ryan Ciceretti out of Brooksville, Florida. Jack Whitson out of Santa Paula, California on the 62. Thornton, Colorado brings us Eli Herrick on the 66. The 69 of Cole Workman out of Echo Point, Kentucky. And Wilmington, North Carolina brings us Braden Paxton on the number 70.
The number 71 is Winston Biesmeyer out of Cisco, Texas. The 72, that's going to be Weston Otto out of DePierre, Wisconsin. Webster, Minnesota, that is home to the 74, Parker LeBeau. 75, Chance Chiron out of Milford, Utah. Ringgold, Georgia. Braden Vandergrift, number 88. Gavin Audette, number 91, comes to you from Dudley, Massachusetts. Glenbird, North Dakota, brings you the 96 of Tucker Tix. Chandler Power, 97 out of Canada. Peru, Maine, perhaps. I believe that is Forrest McPherson, number 98. Jack Spaker, number 99, out of Leland, Illinois. The parade lap is still underway, and now it's time to make Kevin Windham look dumb. Here we go. Trivia.
After yesterday's performance, we looked great yesterday. We looked great. But that was only Moto 1.
I know.
And, you know, as we know, at Loretta Lynn's, it's a multi-moto format here. Plenty of time for us to drop the ball, tuck the front end, going into turn 1.
Oh, all right. So let's get to it. Let's just go right into it, drop the gate on some trivia, some on-track school trivia.
Okay, we're so glad to be back. Now, in true teacher fashion, I told you yesterday we were easing you into it, right?
First day of school, we don't want to throw all the hard stuff at you.
Icebreakers are done.
So we got the easy stuff out of the way. We're stepping it up a notch. Okay?
I'm nervous.
So today we've got Jacob Agan. He's one of our apprentices this year in the medical tent.
Awesome.
Jace Agan. He's an apprentice also who floats all around and does so many different things. And then we've got on-track student Brady Olson. So I'm going to let these guys just
I'm not
take
taking
it
any
away.
questions from Brady.
You must know this
We'll
guy.
save Brady for last.
Let's go.
Okay, ready?
So in true Loretta Lynn's fashion, we're going to give you guys 3 rounds, just like a 3-moto format.
All right.
This year, Thor partnered with our apprentice program and have been wonderful mentors this week. What does Thor stand for?
Torsten Hallman Off-Road.
Nope. Torsten Hallman Original Racewear.
Okay.
That is correct.
There we go.
Kyle is so mad at you right now.
I got the Torsten Hallman right.
I did that one for you, Pops.
There you go. All right. 1. That's a moto win, folks.
All right, Kevin's going to have to step out of this one. When and where was Kevin Windham's last win?
Motocross or Supercross?
They're not even letting you answer.
Win.
I'm out.
This is his last win.
Last win.
Do you know, Kevin? If he doesn't know, then good Lord, we got no chance. There's probably video back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
What year was it, Kev? What?
I'm gonna say
I'm gonna have
you got to pull something out.
No, you just 2011.
Can we phone a friend? I thought the guy that did it. This is the guy you would phone.
I'm gonna focus.
Oh wait, overall or moto win?
Last race, full overall win. You're talking
overall or moto win?
It was Supercross, right? You didn't win an outdoor stuff.
Yeah, might be the oldest guy. Eli Tomac, if he beats me, he'll be the oldest guy to win an outdoor national. Right now, I am the oldest guy to win an outdoor national.
It was like 20.
Yeah, but I'm trying to help him into like
Give me a general
2010.
Redbud?
Ish.
2011.
We got to go.
We're done. We don't know.
He doesn't even know.
It was Salt Lake City 2021.
Supercross.
What? Wow.
The COVID stuff?
It was a Supercross.
He didn't even know. He did not know that.
Wow. But hey, that was the rain, snow, sleet race.
We talked about that
and
yesterday.
I lapped Dungey. I just didn't remember the year.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Coming back.
All right, for the next question, we're going to have to name 5 or more professional motocross riders that have graduated from on-track school. 5 or more.
Ricky Carmichael. Jeff Emig.
Deegan.
That's 1.
Barry Higgins. He graduated 1834.
Ricky, Hayden, right?
That's
Hayden's
3.
We got 3. Was one of
Austin
them up
Fortner?
in the, was one of them up
2
in the
more.
booth just a second ago?
Cameron McAdoo.
Was McAdoo one?
Does Renfro have his pro license?
No, he doesn't count. Not yet. Dang it. We're about to blow it again. What the?
I'm joking here.
It's a loaded question. We got to hustle up here. About to drop the gate here.
Yeah, we got 3. 5 is too many.
I'm blanking.
I mean, I could just start naming guys.
Yeah, I think after you put in
Thorpe
5 votes.
He's in the pro class.
Do you want a hint?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh.
That's 4. But we've thrown out 9 names already.
But is there more than that? Or are you just giving us? It's way more than 5 people. Yeah.
A lot more than 5.
Did he graduate? Jeff Ricky, Michael Eve.
Hey, I know one. I got one. Didn't J-Law just? He was a pro. He did it after. Did J-Law?
Did he drop out of? Did he drop back out of on track?
I got a.
That's correct.
I got a look. I got a look that didn't work.
So close. All right, so we blew it.
Yeah,
did we get the 5? No.
Did we get it?
Hey, I think
4.5.
Jack Baker with a great start on the number 99. We kind of DNF that moto ourselves. So is that our third question? Are we done?
That's it.
Okay, you got one? That was it.
That was
so
it.
We lost.
Yeah, so we're what?
We're 4 for. We won a moto yesterday. We lost today. So see what happens in that third and final moto.
I feel super deflated because I didn't know the answer about myself.
That's the one. That's the one that gets us. You didn't know the question related directly to Kevin Windham. We know it's Jax Baker out front, Weston Otto, Kenan Zabinick, Forrest McPherson, Heo Ferreira in the number 5 spot. Ferreira. That's a tough one. Come on, Zach. You got one? What do you got, Kevin?
We're going with Hoeo, but they told me it's spring a ding, and I forgot already.
Hoeo Ferreira.
Are you talking about João Ferreira?
João Ferreira. Is it João?
He's a Florida boy.
All right,
João
cool.
Ferreira.
Thanks for jumping in there.
You're letting us just die over here? Jeez. All right, so these guys are not dying. It's our 65 10-11s. Jax Baker with the number 99. Got that hole shot. Is he still out front? I believe so.
Yep. Looks like
no pressure.
Saw the locks flying in the air of the Racing Kyler, number 54, just inside the top 10. Levi Geis in 9th. He had a tough spill yesterday. There is a great sequence shot of Levi Geis hitting the deck in the 10 Commandments, but I was assured last night that he is ready to go today. He's in 9th. Right. Luke Shelton there rounding out the top 10.
Who's that, the 0 or the number 11? The number 11 of Martin Ospina comes up from 6th to now challenge for the lead or for the number 3 spot. It's a 22 on there as well. 72.
Yeah, Weston Otto making some moves now back into what looks to be the number 2 spot.
A few KTMs mixing it up with all those Cobras.
And looking to the number 11.
The 11 of Martin Ospina.
Yeah, passes him back. Man, this is like the 3rd or 4th pass between those two.
So Jax Baker will get credit for leading the first lap here in the 65 10-11, but it is all breaking loose behind him with Ospina and Otto.
Wow, a big move from Kenan Zabinick. He was up in, I think, the 3rd spot. I'm not sure what happened. It was off camera on Racer TV, but we'll pick him up shortly at some point. But he slid back to 10th spot. Tough break there at the end of lap 1 for Zabinick.
Eckham Smith back there in the number 11 spot on the 23. Ashper Hall just now moves inside the top 10 in 9th. Kruposka, Talon Henson, a couple names we were familiar with. They find themselves on the backside of the top 15.
Hey, Zach, what time are they doing autographs again today?
Yeah, absolutely. So Chase Sexton going to be signing autographs at the Oakley setup at 1 o'clock, just about 45 minutes from now. You can check out, get an autograph from Chase, take a photo, and, of course, check out all of the fantastic things going on over at Oakley. And then Cameron McAdoo and Levi Kitchen signing autographs at 4 o'clock at the Fox Tower.
What you got, Kev?
Yeah, tough break. I believe that. Is that the number 28? My old eyes can't see. That might be Hall.
Ashford Hall.
Tough break getting
yellow flags are out.
65 back running.
I think you're right. It was.
Yeah, I believe so.
That is a top 10 runner in lap 1, but certainly falling back to about the late 30s and 40s there. Tough break. Tough to get that 65 back running.
The memory is the first thing to go, Kev. It's the first sign that you're losing it because you could not remember the last race you won. Have you won that many where you're like, oh,
that was just yesterday. I'm focused forward. I'm not looking back.
Past is past. Okay. That's how humble he is. He doesn't even know when it was. I'm not sure. The number 99 of Jax Baker. I mean, speaking of Chase Sexton, who's going to be the next Chase Sexton? There's a little kid in here.
He's in here right now.
Somewhere.
Well, yeah, we were talking. I flashed back to take a stab at Dungey because of he was involved in my last race, and it's funny because he tells me all the time that as he was a KTM junior Supercross guy, and I gave him a high five. Little did I know that I was going to have to race him years later. So there is certainly talent on this track.
That is so cool. So you high five tiny little 7-year-old Ryan Dungey.
Then he just goes straight to kicking my butt after that. So there you go.
No respect, man. Come on.
Should have gave a little kid an elbow or something.
Squeeze him, maybe break his wrist where he can never ride again. Yeah. All right, we got a three-way battle here. The 99 of Jax Baker. We're just in front of the number 11 of Martin Ospina. Weston Otto is third. What are we saying, J.O.? J.O. Ferreira? Jowl. There you go. Kenan Zawanek. I mean, the average announcer would struggle with 4th and 5th place, man. Those are some tough ones there. As my papers go flying. It's like a cartoon here.
Man, look at the 3 different line choices there for our top 3 headed down the long short chute. Your leader, Baker, running the wide line. Oh, hang on to it. Ospina gets a little sideways through the commandments. Oh, good move from the 72.
Oh, but he left the door open. Did the 11 take advantage?
Oh, both of them dabbing feet on the exits of that corner.
Look at this. They're still just side by side.
He'll make the pass back. The 72 says, sure, I'll jump right into the number 2 spot. And look out. Ospina says, not so fast. Did he take the position back? So there's your leader, 99, Jax Baker. And the 72 has gotten back around him again.
Otto to the inside. Ospina, I like what I'm seeing, though. He's not scared to try those wide outside lines. This is a really rough course right now. I believe track prep coming up after this moto, so kind of the roughest it's going to be before they touch up a couple of spots. Just got done with an Open Pro Sport moto, and these guys doing battle on the same course.
Yeah, how cool is this? Like, Kevin, this place used to be such an anomaly, an enigma back in the early 90s. You would just hear about it. There's no really much video footage of it. There's not much, coverage of it. So it's just a place you just heard about.
Well, it was before social media, right?
Before internet and all the, yeah, for sure.
The connectivity and, the advantages of, we talk about the Monster Energy
cool
down and athlete lounge. Man, it's so connected. You're on a sight lap while you're chilling out and trying to lower your temperature. So, the sport and life in general is just really progressed, and the access that these guys have. And look, they'll be off the track posting pictures, pumping their sponsors up, and that's awesome where we're at right now as a sport. And
they have little social media directors doing all the filming for them.
Yep,
it's insane. Well, we are following along, and those of you at home watching on Racer TV, we welcome you. You are watching the number 11 of Martin Ospina. He is doing great, Grandma and Grandpa, wherever you are at, because I promise you they've got all the information. They are all watching little Martin right now.
Shout out to the 55. Zawanek back inside the top 5 now after going down early, running a 2:21.1, so just about a tenth faster than your leader, just a tick off of Weston Otto's pace.
Yeah, a lot of moving and shaking and grooving there in the top 10. It's now Baker, Otto, Ospina, Zawanek, Tyler, Geis, McPherson, Herrera,
and
Smith and Henson. Levi Letty just outside. So they've all been around that area, but man, there's just a lot of moving going on right now. And look at the 72 feet off.
He's back,
11.
same place.
Man,
another pass there.
That is where the pass happened the lap before. Just the 11 tries to slam it.
He gets it back.
Oh, that's the deepest rut on the track.
So
my
deep.
gosh.
Man.
Lost it again going back into Storyland.
And those of you that know how to say Ferreira, just drop a note in
Ferreira, maybe?
Ferreira, yeah. I mean, there's the 2 R's and another R after that. Drop a note in our YouTube chat. Everybody's so friendly over there. They're very complimentary. Great group of guys. Love to have a beer with one of you guys. You seem like a fun bunch.
You look at those comments.
Heck no.
Okay.
I pay no attention to that. If I did, I would never want to work again.
We would retire.
I'm terrible. I know it. There you go. Well, not thinking about retirement right now. The number 99, he's thinking about, I'm getting a raise, dude. Pay me some Cobra bucks. Jax Baker keeping these 2 KTMs behind him of Otto and Ospina. I mean, at this age, these are some clean riders. They're only 10, 11, and not a bunch of mistakes, not a bunch of tip overs. There's a look at the 54 of Racing Kyler, or maybe Zabanik. But man, it's such a tough racetrack and no massive mistakes. Kev, how does your training work in terms of a 65 rider versus a pro sport guy? Are we still working on just fundamental foundational fundamentals?
Yeah, I mean, it's foundation. And, you know, at this point, not many years ago, you know, they had the introduction of the clutch. So,
Sure.
you know, a couple of things to figure out, making sure you're using your brakes properly, your clutch properly. It's, you know, you got parents that say don't ever use it, and then others abuse it. And the OEM puts all of your levers and brakes and shifters and clutches on for a reason. And I think as a trainer, it's just important to try to find that they're bringing the rider to a higher level and not actually using it as a crutch. So really important time, not necessarily, you know, learning about hooks and ruts and jumping out of stuff, and line choice is fairly important. We saw the 11 get stuck in a deep rut, but I'm sure he won't take that line again. But it's more just about implementing using all of the tools that the OEMs give these young riders to use, specifically just clutch. You know, that's the first thing they had to learn switching from the 50s.
Yeah, and like that safety foundation. If you can build a rider and to ride in a safe manner, then that will carry through all the way through his adult life, man. You don't want to sit down, elbows down, that kind of thing. What you got, Zach?
3 laps in a row, same section of the track, side by side once again, as Otto still gets the best of it and hangs on to the number 2 spot, but just shows Zabanik, Ospina, these guys are going at it still. Baker's able to slip away a couple of bike lengths.
This is this race just, it's unbelievable. Those kids are locked in, same basic speed there. There's the 55 of Zabanik, says, you guys just keep slugging it out. I'll just slip right on past you, and I'm going to go after my teammate, Jax Baker, also on a Cobra.
Good mention there on Zabanik there, Kevin Kelly, as he was the fastest one, at least out of the top 5.
Yes.
Yep. He turned a 220.4. You got to go all the way back to Beckham Smith. Shout out to him for a 220.3.
Dude, call out to Henson and Letty, too, coming way through the field. We haven't even mentioned them. They were buried.
So with that time of 220 for Zabanik, Otto a 223, and Ospina a 222. So, yes, this battle will, if the math plays out, should really tighten up as they are in the Thor sweeper.
The beach, the sand there, they got the flip-flops on, playing around.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this plays out. Zabanik, a multi-time champ here at the ranch, I believe winning a world title as well as a 65 rider.
Got a little head of steam about him.
Yep.
Just a little world title.
Yep, casual, no big deal. I know my man Bobby Head down there in Texas, big fan of the Zabanik family, and they're all very excited to see what Cannon can do here in 2025.
Speaking of that world final there, Mike Burkeen and Jeff Cernick, big parts in that, getting the kids over there, reaching out to their European counterparts to make sure the kids all have bikes. And they got you rent the bike, it's $700 a bike, and they bring engine guys, they got motor guys, you bring the full semi, the whole deal. You are well taken care of, like a little factory rider there. And you need every bit of that when you're over there, you against the world. Kevin, you got to participate in the donations, right?
2 times we raced. One time September 11th happened, so we didn't go that year. And then also the little experiment with Travis Pastrana as we represented Puerto Rico there in 2018. But that is a fantastic opportunity, and to see riders that are potentially 10, 11, even younger going over there, man, what an experience! Look, hey, we got to focus on that corner every lap, and this time the 11 slams the door.
Says not today,
on Otto.
And he's not done yet, though. What a battle. They're going to go back, and their dad's going to be like, are you tired? Because, man, you battled that guy the entire race. And it's all captured right here on Racer TV, one of the best battles we have seen. And we've only said that 100 times.
Well, it's for second and third, but they've passed each other every single lap.
Back and forth, yes.
And they're picking the pace up as well. They've pulled back out on Zabinik. So
Zabinik says, not so fast, sir. He's right there.
He's right there.
But still, that's an incredible race here. Shout out to the fans baking on those aluminum bleachers there. You probably need to roll over, get a nice even burn.
Number 11. Zabinik needs to sit there, and when either Ospina or Otto takes an outside to try to set up a pass, he's going to dive on. Here we go to the inside.
He listened to you right here.
It wasn't enough. I believe it was.
That's worth a $100 bill right there.
Man, can I get some of those bonus bucks?
Jeez. That's exactly what he did.
Send me some money, Zabinik.
All right, down around the big sweeper, Zabinik says, all right, I'm not done yet. I want to go after this other kid right in front of me, the number 11, I believe. Yep, Ospina. So he's going to go outside. Oh, look out. The 72 dives underneath him. Can he make the pass back on Zabinik?
Little bobble there from the 11.
Uh-oh, here we go. And he'll make it.
Wow. Yeah.
Zabinik comes to life here with about 6 minutes to go.
The Bermuda Triangle strikes again. This time it was on the number 11 of Ospina, and Zabinik going from 4 to 2 in one lap. So I know he's happy about that.
And look how wide the number 11 Martin Ospina went. Nice and smooth out there, but uses a lot more fuel, using a lot of this racetrack.
Beckham Smith just checking in again, still in that 220 range. Both Zabinik and Smith in the 220s. So,
and look who's coming through. Talon Henson now up to 8th. Levi Letty has stayed in the number 11 spot. So Henson is climbing up into the field here. Past a couple more guys, you can start thinking about a championship from a 5th.
I'll tell you, Cannon Zabinik, I think, is thinking about a number 1 spot. That was Jax Baker we just saw at the bottom of the screen. Okay. 2 seconds or so faster was Cannon Zabinik on that last lap. This thing isn't done yet.
Far from it. Plenty of time. 5 minutes remain on the clock here. Running that man-to-man defense. Full court press now for Zabinik. And there is a look at the number 99 of Jax Baker. And is that Zabinik right there?
I believe so. I don't think it's a big gap at all.
Oh, man. Yeah, we got one cooking here.
Them. Boy, look, ask and you shall receive. Great work from the Racer TV crew. And
absolutely.
Getting the angles. We say, hey, where's Zabinik? What's the gap? They're going to let us know. Thank you, guys.
Well done, boys. Into the big sweeper, the 99 of Jax Baker. Manhandling that little 10-year-old kid is manhandling that little motorcycle. I mean, Kevin, it was a sea of green back when you rode. We had the Kawasaki KX60. That was it. Honda had one for a minute, 83, 84. Yamaha had one for a year or two before that. And Cowie says, we'll take the reins from here. I think the 83 was their first year. And that changed the game.
Sure did, but the evolution is here, and right now it's Cobra's running 1 and 2, followed by a couple of KTMs and back to 2 Cobras. So that's your top.
Look at that.
5 or 6.
Fingers on the clutch as he rolls into that left-hander, the number 99 of Baker. That was nice.
I got a coach. They taught me how to use the clutch. No problem, guys.
Okay.
I got it.
Stands up everywhere, up and over that.
Oh, hang on to it, baby.
Careful.
Oh, he got wide over the tunnel of love there. He did the kind of hip triple, that triple right after the finish line, a little bit of a turning jump. The 99 got a little wide, I think wider than he was expecting, but
once again, the 55 a bit faster on the lap time.
He's coming. He is absolutely coming. He's paddling through there. Was our 3rd place rider, the number 11 of Ospina Otto. 4th, Levi Geis up to 5th. Beckham Smith, Forrest McPherson, Talon Henson up to 8th.
And this is the white flag, guys. White flag is out. So final lap of racing. The battle for the lead is on as Jax Baker tries to hold off the charge from Cannon Zabinik as they head into the 10 Commandments.
Got some lap riders here, so you're going to have to pick and choose where your lines are. I think Zabinik has probably been in every single rut. He's moved all over the racetrack.
Zabinik diving to the inside right now. This has been a turn that has
bitten some folks. But he
had
can
some
make it
action
work
in this motor.
Yeah,
There's
for sure.
Pass almost every lap there. Oh,
barely clears that lap rider. Oh, a little bobble there for the 55 here late in the moto, trying to make something happen and run down our leader, the number 99 of Jack Baker. Oh, the Phantom visor, no longer a part of his game there, sir.
It's very tough to get into a young racer, all racers, but especially a young racer that Zabanik, you're right where you need to be. Don't do anything too over the top. You're in a great position. I mean, of course, he wants to win.
And that lap rider holding up Jax Baker just a little bit.
There we go. Baker will flash around the outside of him. Those ginormous, those were not there this morning. You guys and your dirt bikes have been messing up my yard.
Check it out, Kevin Kelly.
Here he comes.
I'm interested to see what this Thor stand sweeper does.
He's going to dive the inside again. Watch Zabanik to the inside. He's been running this line very well.
Nice.
Here we go. Whoa, gets a big kick.
Almost put him off the seat there. So Zabanik going to have to regroup here. He's able to ride that out. But you said it, Kevin. He almost gave that moto away. So let's just ride this thing home. Zabanik has other ideas about that.
One corner left to go.
He made a pass there the lap before, so it was a good move to dive bomb that inside, but it just didn't work out as it looks like Jax Baker's on his way. And he takes a dub here in Moto 1. Jax Baker holding off a hard charging Zabanik. Good last lap effort to try to make the pass. Didn't work out for the young man, but no damage done for championship mode if you're thinking about the long game here for Zabanik.
Fantastic race from both of the Cobra Elite riders. Looks like Martin Ospina going to round out the podium. Weston Otto in the 4th place spot. Levi Geis going to round out your top 5. Beckham Smith now checks in the 6th place position. Forrest McPherson in the 7th place spot. Talon Henson, Levi Letty, and Racing Kyler looking to round out the top 5, or excuse me, the top 10.
Your leader goes right up onto the top of the box there, throws that bike up on the stand as we continue to watch the rest of the gang in the 65 10-11 file through. It was their first moto. Getting close to flipping the script and getting into our second motos here later on this afternoon. Race number 28, what we're seeing finish up, and we'll get ready to toss it down on the podium as we continue to lick our wounds from getting beat in that on-track school.
Yeah, we're gonna go steady.
The final question was,
we're in the race though.
Jeez,
we're in the race. And it seems so obvious now. You know, once you know the answer, it seems obvious.
It does. It sure does. That kid had all the answers there. Jax Baker handled all of the pressure. There's Zabanik. They're all pumped for him. Drink that water, my friend. Those are ice cold waters. There's our 3rd place rider, little Martin Ospina. We'll look back at these guys. There's a Chase Sexton. There's an Eli Tomac somewhere in the mix here. And we'll call it done from up here in the tower as we get ready to hand it off to our podium, the happiest place on earth.
I'm up here on the podium with our bronze finisher here in 65 10-11. This is Martin Ospina. Give it up for him. Dude, you had a lot about. Will you tell me about it?
I had a good start, like 5th place, first lap. I passed 2 or 3 people. I was battling with Weston Ouro, but then I passed him, and then Canon Sabonik passed me.
Well, you did awesome. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus for keep me safe, all the people from Colombia where is watching me, KTM Colombia, Alpine Star, Bell, 12 Clicks, and everyone else that I forgot. Thank you.
Martin Ospina, everybody! Finisher. with an awesome ride in this 65 10 to 11 class. We're ready for our silver medalist. If we could get Cannon Zap. Are you Cannon? Looking for Cannon Zapnik. He's probably still trying to cool down. It's a hot moto here. I can see these boys getting water dumped on them. Trying to sit in front of a fan. There he is. Cannon Zabanik, everyone. Second place. Nice glasses, dude. All right, Cannon, tell us a little bit about that moto.
Got gate pit 13. I got like a good jump, but I drifted to the outside of my start. Then I hit a roller. Then I almost fell. Then I was in my 10th. Every single lap I was passing kids. Then I just tried to catch Jats, and I was right behind them. I tried to make me pass, but I almost fell. So it's good.
Well, we got to talk about those glasses. Who gave you those?
100%.
Those are pretty sweet. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, dad, Papi Ayabiba, Alpine Star, MTC, Alpine Star, 100%, Cobra Elite, Tamer, Pro Circuit Rules, ASV, JRL, Rails. I can't see. Oh my God. Recluse, T-Rats, Moto Gypsies, Minden, Mitten, and Malcolm, and everybody else, thank you.
All right, that's Cannon Zabanik, everybody. Your silver medalist here in 65 10 to 11. Now our gold medalist, we're ready for Jax Baker. Yeah, give it up for Jax, everyone. What a great moto you had. Led most of those laps. Will you tell us about it?
Yeah, I got off to a great start and just started digging. I was just pushing as hard as I could to get out front.
Did you enjoy that moto? Was it hot?
Yeah, it was pretty hot. I was sweating. My goggles were all sweaty and everything was sweaty.
Who would you like to thank?
Mom, Dad, Cobra, Scott, Tamer, Jamie, Mitten, B99, Sorby, Seven, Reese, the whole Cobra team, everybody that helps me, thank you so much.
Jax Baker, everyone, your gold medalist in 65 10 to 11.
All right, thank you for that, Sophie Phelps. And once again, congratulations from down there on the podium. As going to do a little bit of track maintenance coming up next. We're going to touch up a couple of spots on the track. Like we said, not fully redoing this thing, but touching up a few spots before we get ready for our next race coming up, Supermini 2, 13 to 16. But for right now, all of you guys on Racer TV, going to get a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with more coverage of the 44th annual Monster Energy Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross National.
Whatever you drive, however you drive, AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicle. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you and get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Shop by Vehicle at AMSOIL.com.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. With We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too. That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer. But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
ready?
Hey, race fans, we compete on the track, but one thing brings us together.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Scan the QR code or text SUPER to 785-833 to donate now. Become a monthly donor
And get this awesome Love Moto Stop Cancer t-shirt.
Your support allows St. Jude to provide treatments at no cost to families. You can help make cures possible for kids with cancer.
Together, we can save more lives.
Coverage on Racer TV of the Monster Energy Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the Beast. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Rocky Mountain ATV-MC. Get ready.
All right, we're coming back from a commercial break here. Intermission. I did the track up, and I got up here with me Lindsay Sheltema, your racer, Miss Arena Cross. Now you're having a big role at USMCA. Tell me what's going on over there.
Yeah, this is the best year that we've ever been at Loretta's. We've been here for 6 years straight now, and I'm telling you, this year we have over 75 coaches in attendance, and that, for me, that just shows how much acceleration the sport has taken in the last year, especially. I mean, every rider has a trainer, every rider has a coach, and they're trying to get their riders to the next level. But more importantly, it's showing me safety. Like, the families believe in safety. They believe in getting their riders to the next step safely, and they believe in coaching. So the United States Motorcycle Coaching Association, our role in the industry is to certify coaches. And the biggest thing with that is coaches are the first line of defense. When you're at the track and the rider goes down, the coach is going to be the first person there, not the medics, not the track owner, the coach. And the coach needs to have proper training. The coach needs to know how to manage and detect concussions, heat illness, cardiac issues. It's so important, and there's so much that goes into this. And I'm just so proud of the industry for recognizing that and helping elevate the sport to the next level.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I was part of the program when they started and stuff, and I was like, we need something to help make these coaches legit. And starting the summit, there was like maybe a handful of us. It was real small, and the goal was 50, right? So here we are already. There's 75 that are here. How many coaches are there now?
We have 425 coaches across the country, and it's only growing. I mean, but it's just because people are recognizing us. People want to be involved. They believe in the program, and parents are asking more questions. And that's the most important part, is the parents are seeing this and they're asking their coach, "Hey, are you USMCA certified? Why not?" Like, I want to be with somebody that's certified.
Yeah, it's totally legitimate. I know there's 3 different kind of qualifications you have, certifications you get. Of course, you do the first aid for the CPR and stuff like that. It's pretty amazing what you guys have going on. Also, background check, of course.
It's important, and it's important that we set that standard in the industry. So if you're looking to get connected to a coach, we have an app called Motorcycle Coaching. So you can go to motorcyclecoaching.org and you can get connected. Many of the top training facilities here have certified coaches that you can look up and get connected with. And you know, if you want to make a change or make a move after Loretta's, let's get on Motorcycle Coaching and see who's out there.
And I love it. You just go to motorcyclecoaching.org and you type in your zip code and you get a list of trainers in your area. It's really a great program you guys are doing.
For sure. No, we're really excited to be here. Again, I said it's our 6th year at Loretta's, and now it's exciting because now more major events are stepping up and they want to be involved. So I've already had great conversations with Oak Hill and Arizona Cycle Park, and they host AMA major events, and they want us involved. They want us class there. And for me, that means that we're doing the right thing. We're setting a standard, and we're trying to make a difference in the industry.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Definitely making a difference. That's the USMCA.
Yeah, that's right. So if you're a coach out there and you either need to renew or you need to get certified for the first time, go to usmca.org. Or if you're looking to get connected with a coach, go to motorcyclecoaching.org.
Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thanks, Lindsay. Hey, we want to remind you about Chase Sexton. He's signing autographs at Oakley right this very moment, and we've got a cool segment we want to show you. Malcolm Stewart, let's watch him do some fishing with some of his best buddies right here on the big screen.
Hey, everybody, Megawatt Mount Watson. Hey, everybody, I am Mount Watson here. Hey, everybody, Megawatt Mount Watson here. I am with Malcolm Stewart. We are at the first ever Loretta Lynn's Malcolm Stewart fishing tournament. Man, what a turnout we've got, Malcolm. Now, everybody knows you're a fisherman, okay? Roger also just told us that you like beating up on the local neighborhood kids while you're fishing. So let me tell you something. You have got a crowd out here, okay? These folks came out not only because they love the sport of fishing, but you're their favorite fisherman. And outside of their favorite racer, that's got to be a crowd. Look at this, Malcolm. Already got a player on the board.
That's what I like to see right there. Hey, so again, it's awesome to do this as for the first annual doing this. This is something that we want to continue to keep doing. I love coming to Loretta's. This is my family, right? You know, I grew up racing it.
Said we're going to come in for a couple days. Obviously, I
continue to keep doing. I love coming to Loretta's. This is my family, right? You know, I grew up racing it, all the classes coming through here, and the fact that all these, you know, families and friends and friends and families that are coming here to support me on this fishing thing is awesome. And we already got one bass on the board right now, so I don't know, it's looking pretty good, but we still got a little bit of time left. But I know there's some big bass in here, and there's some big ones.
And you know, when we talk about a favorite racer, everywhere we go, indoors, outdoors, you get one of the largest rounds of applause during opening ceremonies, and that really has to make you feel good as a racer, as an athlete, as a fisherman, to be that well received by the public and have that many fans.
It's awesome. I think the coolest thing about it is like when all the fans come through my line, they're like, oh, that's cool that you got 4th, 5th, hit the podium, but how big was the bass you caught the other day? Like, I think that's the coolest part about it. It's all about personality, being yourself, being who you are, and people know me as two things, racing motorcycles and fishing, and I feel like that's two things that we love to do. I'm here to do both of them, and this is an awesome deal.
And whether we're on the track or off the track, one thing about Mookie, though, he keeps it real.
I keep it smiling, too. Hey, I can sit here and keep talking about it, but right now, I'm down a bass, so I got to go out here and start catching.
You're about 1.5 pounds down, bro.
Look, I know this is a competition for everybody, but it's really a competition for myself. I got to make sure I let these kids know that I'm still him.
Hey, get over here and throw that black grape worm in the water.
That's right. We already got 1 pound right here. Look at it.
Woo! Check it out. 1 pound. I love it. Never know who you're going to see out here throwing a line, and sure enough, Ryan Villapoto, one of the baddest guys to ever throw a leg over a motocross bike, out here baiting hooks tonight.
That's right, yeah, I got lakefront property right here. Called up, said we're going to come in for a couple days. Obviously, I do the opening laps for practice with Yamaha, and Tim's like, yeah, we'll park you right here. So lakefront, got a view of the track, and the boys are fishing. It's cool that Mookie's putting on this little fishing tournament here. Gives all the kids something to do. It's hot. It's been hot the last couple days, but it's been a lot of fun.
So, you know, we see all these kids out here, and we understand the beatdown pro motocrossers take. So for Mookie to take his time, come down here on a week off, you know, he loves this place. He loves the kids down here. There's a lot to be said for Malcolm Stewart.
Oh, totally. You know, I think if you probably asked him, he probably would rather be fishing than racing a dirt bike, you know. So he has a passion for it. My kids love fishing. I always grew up, loved coming here to Loretta's, not only to race my dirt bike, but to fish. You know, so yeah, it's a lot of fun, and to get together, they got 2 hours to come out here and try to catch one. Actually, we've got a good one already, or not us, but the group got a good one already. You know, so that's cool. So we got one on the board. See what anybody else can produce.
So what'd you bait up? Did you put a rubber worm on?
I put some rubber worms on. My one kid's got a worm, like a live worm, and the other one's got a rubber worm. We'll see. Like I said, it's been hot, so they should be down deep.
Bringing out all the best here at Loretta Lynn's, RV2 in the house.
Hey, there we go. A little Mookie action down at the pond.
Yep, and we're about to have some action on the racetrack as we move on to race number 29. It's going to be the Supermini 213 to 16. Kobe McAllister going to be on that number 11 machine out of Iowa. Sam O'Leary, Ohio rider, number 12. Camden Scoggin, number 14, comes to you from Tennessee. Minnesota brings you Jackson Ahrens on the 17. Jasper Jenkins, number 18, out of Colorado. Texas rider is Gage Brown, number 19. He's had a good rider, too, here already. The 21 out of Illinois is going to be Tucker McNeil. Maverick Galloway out of California, number 22. Hunter Blaylock out of California as well, number 23. Jason LaBouffe out of Massachusetts, number 24. Winston Widrick out of New York, number 26. Bernard Diaz, number 29, out of Mexico. 28 is Grant Getz out of New Jersey. Nevada rider is Drew Mason, number 30. Massachusetts brings you the 31 of Anthony Pasella, number 31. I just said that. Brecken Moss, number 32, out of Wisconsin. North Carolina brings you Austin Webb on the 33 machine. Carson Whitman out of Minnesota, number 34. 35, Dane Pappas out of California. Wrightwood, California brings you the number 36 of Reese Seba. Jake Willis, 41, Carlsbad, New Mexico. Fairfield, California brings you the 44 of Nolan Ford. 47, the quick starting Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama. Isaac Obeliski out of Portage, Wisconsin, number 48.
Gonna have the Georgia Boy Trip class go out there on the 52 machine. Sebastian Asari gonna be out there, the New Hampshire native, on the 54. Cash Anderson, he'll be aboard the 55 as he makes his way out of Minnesota. Got Brett Arkenbrock out of Utah out on the 56 machine. Cass Landry on the 57. Darren Pine on the 58. Carson Bolin on the 61. Trayson Payne on the 62. Knox Lewin on the 67. Trenton Burton on the 71. Colton Oldenburg going to be on that 74 machine. Lincoln Brocker on the 77. Bryce Steffen on the 78. Cole Massa on the 84. Brody Pacheco on the 85, Gavin Giomi on the 87, Braxton McIntosh on the 90, and Chase Dashell be on that 96 machine, and here we go.
Dude, the number 44 of Nolan Ford pulled that whole shot from the far inside, absolutely from the inside, and swept a little bit out and controlled that line.
That's unbelievable because, Kevin, I've been down there a few times today, and I got to say the inside's probably more of a disadvantage than the outside. There is a little bit of a dog leg. You got to move to your left before you start going to the right, so that is an impressive start for Nolan Ford from an inside gate position.
I feel like the 47 of Colt Martin might be out front, which is crazy because he came through the first turn in 7th, and I believe that is the 47 who has a little problem there. Looks over to his left, and he sees the 44. We are 3 wide here, Jackson Burrell.
Heading back into Storyland we go. And a battle of the KTMs out front right now as some moves being made from the outside. Look at that, the 35
Pappas.
machine. Pappas getting it done.
Yeah, Pappas from 3rd. Gets around Nolan Ford and right into the lead. So a few different names we haven't really called as much. Dane Pappas, I expected to see him. I expected to see Reese Seba. Seba with a good start as well on the 36 machine.
Bada boom, bada bing. That's how you do it. 35 machine rockets up to the top as they make their way now over here next to the tower and into this Thor Sand Sweeper.
All right, so Kev, what are you saying here, or what are you seeing after a total reprep? New lines, new way of getting around this racetrack.
Yeah, they're going to have to set on it for just a minute. There's a couple little, I wouldn't say wet spots. They did a great job laying down the water, but just by nature, there's going to be some areas of the track that hold water differently than others. So I know they got a sight lap, but I think this is a kind of like a sight lap 2, if you will. But as soon as I say that, like, to see somebody like Colt Martin go from 7th and up to 1st and now back to 2nd, there's still a lot of pressing and pushing going on right now. One thing about Colt Martin, he's got to be riding on a high right here. Had an amazing moto yesterday. Got to visit with his mom, guess where? At the ice cream.
Yeah, of course you were.
Got to visit with her, and great moto. One victory in his earlier moto, but right now he's
pressing for the lead.
Look up the inside as they go to a long short shoot.
How we get away with saying that is just beyond me. We just listen to what Wes Kane says. He's so confident in messing it up, and we're like, I guess that's what it is. It's a very long, short straightaway. What?
Look at the 10 Commandments right there. They
greased up a little bit.
Super tricky right now. So.
Yeah, so you want to take a couple.
Oh, here we go. Another mistake here.
Another mistake there for the 35 of Pappas. But he actually made time. How does that work?
Wow.
There's Colt Martin. They are searching for lines and traction right now, Kevin.
Pine now to the inside of Martin. Martin trying to go the long way around there. Handlebar to handlebar as they go through the middle of Storyland.
That's Nolan Ford he's battling
correction,
with.
yeah, 44 of Nolan Ford. Sorry, I read the board and not looked at Racer TV. I need to pick my eyes up. I'm looking down too much.
The Pine's right there behind him. He's on the 58 just behind him. So your leader just in the orange gear, that is, for the moment, the 35 of Dane Pappas. Nolan Ford in the number 2 spot. Those guys battle each other in California quite a bit. There's the 47 of Colt Martin out of Alabama. We don't care how you do it on the West Coast, what he's saying. The old Cycle News sticker.
Talladega, right?
Talladega, yeah. I mean,
they just go fast there.
South. Yeah, it's a super speedway. He's having a super day right now. In third.
This section is not the super speedway right
No, this is not. If this was Talladega, they would be crashing every time they went around the course. All right, into the inside. Martin going to take a look here. Paddling through that bad boy. Again, the track's still kind of settling in where they've done some maintenance.
Yeah, looking good as we check in now. A couple laps in the books here in this one. This will be our last moto here of our last race, I should say, of our first set of motos. After this, going to be moving on to our Vet 30 Plus, and that will be the start of our second. But for now, a dogfight here in this Super Mini 2.
13-16, so this is the last stop for these guys. They probably have a 125 in the crate, ready to go. Probably already been riding it, but you don't want to do that because then you'll not want to step back down to the Super Mini. These are exotic little machines, Kevin. You raced the Super Mini back in the day?
I did race the Super Mini. Yeah, that's a class that's been around all the way back into the 80s.
Yeah, all the way back in the 1980s, the 1900s.
Yeah, you know, 1900 people.
Right. So we all remember Ricky's all chrome Super Mini bike that they brought out for him.
I actually don't, but what about it?
You don't remember that? Well, I guess you're already moving on to the pros. You're such a big deal here.
Wow, look at this pass here. I hate to be a blast from the past, but the 44. Wow, that was some authority there, huh, Jackie Legs?
You got in there.
Sure was.
Hey, you got to remember, I don't even.
You don't remember the last race.
I failed on my last race when on-track schooled us.
We lost on track because they said, Kevin, when was your last race win and where was it? He did not remember. He didn't know. We lost.
Headlights. It was terrible. Yeah, and now you want to know what Ricky Carmichael's Super Mini looked like.
Well, it was all chrome. It was a big deal in every magazine. I think it was chromed out head to toe. Anyway, back to the action. Dane Pappas doesn't care about chrome motorcycles. I knew you did. Everybody but Kevin.
Pappas trying to run away here with this one, but take a look at that man in second, Nolan Ford, who you see on your screen on the 44. He's turned a 158.3 there on lap number 2. That was going to be the fastest rider out on the track. We'll see if he can continue his
sub-2-minute
fast
lap
ways
on Super Minis.
How about that?
Scooting. A 158 for Nolan Ford. I mean, that would hold up pretty solid in some of our B classes.
Well, now we're at
I know it's a smooth track. Come on. 157 now for Dane Pappas. Dropping the hammer.
Leader there, Pappas taking a big kick down the billboard straightaway. Recovered nicely, but that gas stepped out kind of quickly on him. Good recovery there.
All right, through the sand section, the 58 of Darren Pine working on Colt Martin, excuse me. Martin on the outside going to check in to his left, and he sees the 58 of Darren Pine. Oh, just laying into that left-hander.
Yeah, a little too aggressive there. He stuck the Super Mini. He'll lose some momentum on the way out.
I don't wear you out doing that, too, fighting a motorcycle.
And Nolan Ford with a good drive there through our 10 Commandments section. Able to gain a little bit of time now. Just a few bike links kind of separate those two, Dane Pappas and Nolan Ford. Colt Martin still going to be right there in the mix as he runs in that third place position. Darren Pine just a little farther back. Then we see Knox Lewin holding it down there in that 5th place spot.
Yeah, it looks like Nolan Ford is ready to take a run at our leader. He just has something about his riding style. He's ready to go get him.
Ford
has something to say about that.
Ford don't make a run for it. Colt Martin going to make a run towards him.
I've also, we'll see if we stick with this battle all the way through the Bermuda Triangle. That was where I first noticed Colt Martin actually changing his lines up just a little bit. I think he had a few that wasn't working that well. And with Pappas and Ford in front of him now, I think he's got a good perspective of some adjustments that he might need to make as he wants to head back to the front.
And you see Pappas kind of fighting with his goggles there, trying to get those tear-offs to work for him. Kind of pulled out just a little bit over Nolan Ford.
Okay, here we go. One
outside
to the inside, one to the inside.
But Ford goes way around the outside.
As well.
Man, these dudes just working those Super Mini machines.
all the way
look
over
at that.
How about that?
That was nice there from the 44 machine.
Carried a ton of speed into the face of that jump, cleared a bunch of it. And now they got that. They're going to be a nice hook where they're kind of bailing out of that left-hander there to get over close to the grass by the mechanics area. Colt Martin continues to bounce his way into the number 3 spot. That guy out there, did you see him? He was telling you, come out here. He was pulling his rider out there. I caught that. That was our 4th place rider, Darren Pine, getting some instruction there. I mean, this track is so raceable. Look at that. You thought he was going inside, and Ford just shoots all the way to the outside there.
That's stretching out the double, triple there for Ford.
Ford with that 157 that previous lap on lap 4. So that is a blistering pace here in this super mini class. These are all guys. Go ahead.
Halfway through the moto, I was just going to give a little rundown here. Pappas there in first, Nolan Ford second, Colt Martin in third, Darren Pine in fourth, and Knox Lewin running out the top 5 as we're about at the halfway mark.
Here we go once again, keeping our eyes here on Racer TV on that 44 and the 35 machine who you see on screen right now. Dane Pappas making his way through, still continuing to fight off this hungry pack of Super Mini 2 riders.
Yeah, I was looking down the field here to see if there was anybody missing that's a straggler out in the 30s or 40s, but nobody really there. They're all kind of up top now with Pappas, Martin, Pine, Ford, Siva. So all the players getting off to a clean start. As we see Nolan Ford now bearing down on Dane Pappas. Now, does he go inside? We got some riders down. The 31 goes down. That is Anthony Pacella. And we'll pick back up with our leaders here. We'll see if this move right here, Ford, going to just jump right past him. I would not recommend doing that when you're that close to your opponent. So different lines going in towards the billboards. They're both going to grab that inside line with the hook in it, get over towards the grass. It's a little smoother. And Colt Martin is going right along with them. Everybody's cheering for him right there outside of their own little private mechanics area there.
Yeah, things starting to tighten up here at the front of the field as Nolan Ford continues to turn one fast lap after another.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Did he make that work? And
Crossfire.
Ford did it. How about that? He was way outside, carried a ton of speed. It was smoother. Now he's got to race to the inside. They're going to be side by side in the slot car section. Here comes Colt Martin now. There's a battle there. Thought he had the pass. I was completely wrong. That was a lap rider, and y'all just let me do that.
I was trying to gather it up myself.
Come on.
That's Pappas still out front, it appears,
Right,
on that
next
35
time you're
machine.
on your own, pal.
Oh, you had me super excited, Kevin. I was in the battle.
Yeah, I was too.
No, I called it completely wrong. It's still the 35 of Dane Pappas. I was like, how did he make that pass? He was so far outside.
The great news is that's only the first mistake, so you're good.
The first one.
First one.
Oh, good.
You're good.
You get that on a big job. Here we go, though. The
Look at
47
this.
machine now starting to make some moves.
Martin on the outside.
Yep, good call. Long way around. Doesn't look like it's going to pan out.
Had to check it.
Wow.
On the outside to the inside, huh?
All right, so we've got one cooking for
This
the number
is gonna
2
work.
spot. Drag
This is
race
gonna
out.
work. There we
And he
go.
made it.
Flying by the tower, we see Colt Martin taking over second place position. Now remember, he was in the lead of this thing early. Now 7th place start, very short stint in the lead there through Storyland, got overtaken pretty quickly. Now he's
Back
starting
in
a
the
little
mix.
late moto charge here. He's never been out of it, but just, sitting there in the 3rd spot, a couple seconds back. He is going to the front right now. Looks like a different rider here the last lap.
And there's Nolan Ford with that patented move, jumping up and over the tunnel of love. They'll both dive bomb the inside here. They'll definitely ignore their mechanics here. They're in a race. They're not even worried about what Dad's saying.
Yeah, I was shocked. McAdoo, did he say that he read his board about 30%
maybe,
of the time?
yeah.
I was shocked by that.
So 15 laps, he might hit, what, 3 times?
Give it to me twice. That's all I need.
He said he got it every lap, just could only read it.
Read it every
30% of the time. What's yours?
Trust me, I know that my mechanic put it out every lap.
Whether or not what you read.
I actually relied on it quite heavily in my day. I took the time to stop. If it was too many words, I'd slow down. Really try to read the whole thing.
Short and sweet. All right, little bobble there as we continue to watch Dane Pappas, the orange gear, the number 35 machine. The 47 out of Talladega, Alabama, in the number 2 spot. Colt Martin. I think he said he trains at Club MX. So no, doesn't spend much time on the super speedway there with his Supermini. And back in the game here, Nolan Ford. Can he work his way up to the 47 as we have about 5 minutes to go?
Oh, hang on to it.
What a save there.
That will spike the heart rate.
No doubt.
Cause a little arm pump issue, possibly. I know I'd be hanging on like a death grip.
No doubt. And there is the 47, and he might have just looked over. All right, he knows he's pushing it. Maybe that was a sign to him. I might need to back it down, take this second, but he's right there with Dane Pappas in that orange gear, so it's hard not to go after him.
Yeah, that little bit of information definitely goes in one ear and out the other for these racers. Yeah, second's good enough. Bull crap. No, it's not.
2-lap board is out. I believe I saw that. And now
yes,
it is.
Good call there, Kevin Kelly.
Time to get busy if you're the number 35. Sophia Phelps getting low right here, walking down. Didn't even obstruct the view there of Jackie Legs at all. All right, so white flag will come out next time around. Do you think Colt Martin's got something in the tank for our leader, Dane Pappas?
He's looking very racy right now.
Oh, wow. I would say yes. Look,
little lapper.
That's the perfect time for that to happen. If you are Colt Martin, they're racing for the same piece of real estate. And, wow, Martin was able to
actually really good defensive play there by Pappas. He knew what was going on with the lapper. He knew he had to slam the door, and that's exactly what he did.
All right, this slot car portion of the racetrack. And here he goes to the inside, and just instinctively, you know he's there.
Oh, yeah. He's feeling that pressure.
31,
hearing
just
it
watching
and
the
feeling
race.
it.
What a battle. All right, he'll switch it up, go inside, outside. Still got about a lap and a half to go. Colt Martin letting it all hang out, man.
Yeah, with this kind of pressure, there's time here. You know, just wait for your opportunity.
It's got to be a spot on the racetrack where you can get close and you feel like this is the place we can do it. Maybe a lap rider. He was ready to pounce on that lap rider. Looks like Pappas has stepped it up too, though. He is up for the challenge. Here comes more lap traffic. Pappas will clear it to the right. Those lappers got their own little private battle as well. And now down the dead center of the racetrack, right down Broadway, as they head towards the Thor sweeper, as we follow along with our leader, Dane Pappas. White flag ready to come out, Jackie Legs.
Pappas going to be on the CMYK Inc. Liet Twisted Developed Monster Army-backed gas machine.
Oh, man, that rut is so deep now. They're digging into some of the old ruts that were just had the dirt pushed over them. A lot of wheel spin there. Here we go. Let's take a final lap. Supermini 2, 13-16. Dane Pappas has squared off with all of them, and he has fought off the charge of Colt Martin. Can he do it? One more lap to go. Lap riders all over the place, Kevin Windham.
This is going to be a very stressful lap for Dane Pappas. He will be the first one to get to the lappers, obviously. Sometimes that will give the advantage to Colt Martin. A lot of these guys are in the biggest race of their life, and they're battling for position, so they don't want to move over. Very, very stressful situation for Pappas at the moment.
Yeah, and if you are Colt Martin, you are just looking right now. It's all about line choice. If he gets hung up with a lapper and Pappas just smokes right through him, he'll split both those guys. And this might be it right here. This might be Martin's chance if he can get somewhere that Pappas isn't. Right here on the inside, lap riders all over the place. Oh, Martin gets kind of hung up there.
Now that one caught Martin. Pappas actually did a great job of setting that up. That as he entered the Ten Commandments, he had a plan and actually was in great position as they were in that off-camera horseshoe turn there.
Could have went sideways in a heartbeat as we watch the closing stages here of the first moto in the Supermini 2, 13-16 before we roll into motos number 2. And rising to the occasion, the 35, Dane Pappas. I mean, this might be one of his better laps here. This is fantastic. To cut through traffic, he's got to do it again. 2 more riders late in the moto. Colt Martin, blood in the water. He sees it. He's looking for something, a little bit of daylight.
Still got the Bermuda Triangle to make it through. Lap riders ahead of him.
Perfect form there for Dane Pappas. A little bit of a wheelie, carries out of that right-hander. Up and over the camel back there. Into the beach one final time. Look out. Here comes Dane Pappas working his way around the number 28. The lap rider lofts that machine up in the air, up and over those big rollers. Foot off the peg, Kevin Windham.
Yeah, I was just about to say how.
Oh, my gosh.
Leader's down.
I cannot believe
the
that.
Bermuda Triangle strikes again, and a gift is given to Colt Martin.
That's why you race to the finish line. You put that pressure. And Colt Martin, there's Dane Pappas. He fires back up. I think he's still going to get second, and he knows he let that one get away.
How about that, everybody? The 47 machine of Colt Martin going to get a gold medal. We're going to inherit that one from Dane Pappas.
Colt Martin led about, what do you think, 22 seconds of this race, but the most important.
It was the most important 22 seconds. The Bermuda Triangle
bites again.
Claims another.
Do you think that straightaway coming into it, though, the foot comes off the peg, so he's a little rattled.
He was a little out of position as he went into that tight end side, blew a little foot off.
He dabbed a little bit.
You saw that, Kevin Kelly. Got a little bit under the bike. And I think that when you get under the bike like that and you're trying to give it the juice, you had commented a couple laps earlier about how soft that turn was on the inside. Fell over to the low side, easy fall to do. No injury to the body or bike, but man, it's just a devastating deal to lose the Moto 1 win. Of course, you know, big picture, not a lot of damage done, but
still able to salvage second, though. That's impressive there.
That is great, but something about being on top of the podium, which now Colt has done for both of his two classes, so great job to him. Dane Pappas, Nolan Ford there in third, Knox Lewin fourth, Chase DeShelia and
Dashel. Yeah,
Dashel, is that it? My bad.
Sure,
Thank
I don't
you.
know.
I appreciate it. I'll go with yours. Gage Brown, Reese Seba, Darren Pine, Brecken Moss, and Trip Glasgow round out the top 10. Cash Landry 11th. Take it over there, somebody.
Yeah, we'll jump into the 11th with Cash Landry, Drew Morrison 12th, Trayson Payne 13th, Tucker McNeil 14th, Jake Willis 15th. And on down 16th through 20, it's Brody Pacheco, Camden Scoggin, Sam O'Leary 18th, Austin Webb, and Jason LaBouffe rounds out your top 20s. These boys try to cool off. That was a hot moto. That was a fun one to call, man. They never got away from each other, and Colt Martin never gave up. Dane Pappas with literally one mistake, and it cost him the moto win, but he's good, still in that hunt, still in the fight. So keep your head up high. The number 35 of Dane Pappas. Plenty in the tank for that young man. Put a little water down. Again, the water truck's cruising around, spotting in a few places here as we head into the 10 Commandments. So we'll get ready to toss it down to Sophia Phelps down there with our first, second, and third place riders. There he is. Take it away, Sophia.
Hey guys, I'm down here on the podium with Nolan Ford. Come up here in front of the bike, dude. Congrats on your bronze medal. Let's give it up for Nolan. Nolan, tell us about your moto. It seems you're tired. It's really hot out here. The track looks gnarly. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, I pulled a 27th gate pick. I was very far inside. I think I pulled the whole shot. I don't know. Then I went off the track in the second corner. I was fifth, and then I made my way to second. Ran out of tear-offs on like maybe halfway, and then I just struggled from there on out.
Certainly an eventful moto. Who would you like to thank?
Mom, my dad, 100%, Fly, Hope, Alyssa, Orange Brigade, Darian, my sisters, my mechanic TJ for everything, JM Suspension, Lynx Racing Motors, Mellon, Ethica, Monster Army, and everybody else. Thank you.
That's Nolan Ford, everyone, your bronze medalist here in Supermini 2. All right, we're ready for Dane Pappas, our silver medalist. Those on TV couldn't see it, but Nolan's younger sister was waving her hands so that he would thank her. Glad you got the gratitude. Dane Pappas, we're ready for you. All right, come over here, dude. Everyone give it up for your silver medalist, Dane Pappas. Dane, it was a heartbreak of a moto there at the end. Will you tell us about how you're feeling and how that moto went?
It was good. I finally picked a good chip, and then I was like third off the start. Then I passed first and second in the back. And then I was just kind of keep a consistent lead. And then I came into the last corner, didn't realize I was in neutral, and then leaned it over, and he got the win. But it's first moto, so second's just as good as first.
Keep your head up. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, CMYK, Monster Army, Mike Shokolov, Caleb, Chris, my family, REP Suspension, Rob Parker, Liette, Danny, Bell, Jamie, Twisted, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Dane Pappas, everyone, your silver medalist here in Supermini 2. All right, let's bring up our moto winner, Colt Martin. Congratulations, Colt. That was an awesome ride. Tell us how you're feeling.
Felt great. The start wasn't the greatest, but I cut under and I went outside in the second corner and then just held it on down that straightaway and just went outside in the third corner. And I was like fifth going into that corner and somehow come out first. Then made a little mistake. Dane got by me, and then made another mistake. Nolan got by me. And then just tried to follow their lines, and got past Nolan. And then I was just trying to take it easy the last lap, just trying to just get second because, you know, such as good as the first in the first moto. So, and then I seen Dane fall, and I was like, what the heck? I barely even seen him fall, and I just went past him. I was like, holy crap, I cannot believe I just won that. But yeah, it was insane.
Well, congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
Thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Chris and Weston for coming to help with the bike and come watch. My pawpaw, my TT, Wes Kane, the man. I want to thank Alpine Star, Oakley, Deft, FXR, Aaron from Oakley, Christian from Alpine Star, Jason from EVS, Mika Metals, TRS Throttles, Monster Army, Monster Mike, Factory Connection, Tamer, Roost, Mifa Moose, Hayden, Club, Daniel, Mike, Brandon, Ben, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Colt Martin, everyone, your Moto 1 winner of Supermini 2.
All right, let's flip the script here. We're going to head on into our second motos, and going forward, we will give you the top 10. So here's how they finished in moto number 1 here in Vet Plus 30. Finishing in the number 10 spot out of Massachusetts, it was Chris Wisniewski aboard the number 78 machine. Let's find our 9th place finisher out of Ruston, Louisiana, John Moeller on the number 21 machine. Finishing up in the number 8 spot, Kawasaki rider out of Union Grove, North Carolina, Michael Mitchell, number 61. Finishing in the number 7 spot, Travis Delinky, number 48, aboard the Yamaha. Here is your 6th place finisher. We're looking for him here out of Leesburg, Florida, Michael Ash on the number 30 KTM. Here's your top 5, ladies and gentlemen. Take it away, Jackson. You got it, big dog?
Yeah, your 5th place, making his way out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, was the number 12 machine, Judson Whitstone. 4th place. Taking a look here for our 4th place. There he is. Joe Perrin getting it done aboard that number 70 machine. And then breaking into our top 3 here, the New York native getting it done. James McNeil, your 3rd place there aboard that number 7 machine. Delta, Ohio is where our 2nd place makes his way from. The number 5, Brock Peterson getting it done. And then, of course, your winner out of Chesterfield, South Carolina.
Awesome.
Aboard the number 1 machine, was the number 1 there in Moto 1.
Brandon Haas, yep, out of Club MX. Puts his money where his mouth is, Kevin Windham. Nothing?
Well, I was muted because I was enjoying watermelon and reading a few texts. I am pumped to see via text how many people are locked in on Racer TV all across the nation. Thousands and thousands of folks here at the ranch, but a lot of people tuned in at home listening to our words of wisdom.
Oh, I'm sure they're catching everything I've said wrong, and they'll let you know about it for sure.
I didn't catch a thing.
Oh, you're great. You didn't catch that you raced and won your final race either, so I don't know what to think about you anymore, man. Scare me.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, and you know what's crazy about that? They gave me the opportunity to opt out of the question. I chose to insert myself into the question knowing that I didn't know the answer.
Dang. What could have been, sir? Jump in there, Weed. What do you got, sir?
We're bringing up while we wait for the second moto at 30 plus to begin. And by the way, this is working. You are here, my mic.
Yes,
And Andy Jefferson from KTM, Megawatt cornered him. Want to talk about Andy's racing days in the 1980s as a pro. Andy's here to talk 2026 KTMs. First of all, here's the big news. I saw the press release coming from the Euro side of KTM. The factory's fired up. There's full production. 2026 bikes en route, underway. It's happening, Andy.
Yes, it is. We are assembly lines running. We'll have bikes in dealers. We're hoping in late September, early October.
Okay.
The new 2026 bikes that are being announced today. And yeah, we're back. And I mean, I shouldn't say that. When I say we're back, in the U.S., we never left.
Yes.
You know, everything that was happening was more in Europe than here. We've been doing what we've done always. I mean, we introduced 390 Enduro, 390 Adventure, and 390 SMT over the last probably month.
Yep.
We had a big opening up in Mammoth, and then we did one at a track by our house or by our office, and so which is our house. And so we've been working, and we've been doing what we've always done, and have the ability in the U.S. to just do what we've done, and to continue to work and sell bikes and talk about our products, and it's been fabulous for us.
So if anybody's worried, there's nothing to worry about. New bikes are coming. That means if you currently have a bike, you don't have to worry. Everything's going to be serviced, and warranties and dealerships. It's all systems go.
Parts and everything. And we'll announce Husky and Gas in a few weeks, and everything's back to rolling, just like it was.
Should
always.
be.
So, yes, exactly.
Right. And everyone in the American side is like, a lot of what you're seeing is global.
Yes.
The American news isn't reporting on this as much because we don't have as much crisis to deal with on the North American side has remained profitable and strong.
Right.
Europe's a little different.
Right.
Are we good?
Yeah, you just cut in and out.
I am. We're just going with this.
Do it. You could repeat a little bit about that.
So anyway, I was going to say, I was at Anaheim, and I was starting to ask some tough questions of the KTM North America group, and they're like, a lot of the news you're seeing is coming from European outlets, from the European side. Mm-hmm. Obviously, maybe things aren't 2020, 2021 boom level, but it wasn't maybe as crisis level in America as it was in Europe.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, we just continue to do. We went to work every day. We continue to do what we do.
Yeah.
We introduce stuff. We still were doing exactly what we do. Talk about our bikes. You know, be out with the public, doing what we need to do.
About to go. So Andy Jefferson for KTM 2026 bikes. Look for some announcements over the next couple of days of the whole line. We're underway with the second moto. We're going to get you out here racing someday, Andy.
Never.
Okay, that's what Andy says.
No.
Whatever. He's fitter now than I think when he was racing.
He looks great.
All right, event 30 underway. Brandon Haas, maybe no surprise, out for the lead. Giancarlo Klauscher, who had the good start in Moto 1, is right there with him.
Kevin Windham going to jump back in there. Weed stepping in for just a moment. Thanks, Andy Jefferson from KTM. All is well.
Yeah, great
at
news.
KTM. We want to hear that. We don't
look at the pile up here.
Massive pile up here. Yamaha stuck together. That was the number 69. Had a good start. And he was in 12th, actually. That was Philip Harris. So problems continue for Philip Harris. Brandon Haas out front on the Club MX Blue Crew Yamaha.
There's only one way that number one doesn't look good, and that's when it's got a just roost-covered face there. Just can't even see the number one, but
it's not the case here.
Haas did not want to disrespect the one. He wanted to keep it nice and clean.
Who's that down? The number
19.
Dang,
Yeah.
Fourth place rider Bryce Klippel goes down. So not a lot. You don't normally see the vet guys get all tangled up early in the motos, but I guess they're jockeying for position.
Yeah, we've had a few crashes here in just a couple of turns.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble for the number 5 machine of Peterson to start this one off as well. Hey, no trouble up at the front of the field, though. Is that the 35 machine right there?
35 of Cody Williams. We were just checking him out on screen, but everybody's coming down Broadway, and then they will send it over this big jump if you have the courage to do it. There's the number 4 of Jeff Luke, the big man, Jeff Luke. Had some bike problems in that first moto. Credited as one of the taller riders in our sport for several years. I think he gives Benny Bloss all he can handle. He's a big guy.
That's a big dude.
All right, a lap in the books now. Brandon Haas continuing to lead the way there on that number 1. Judson Wisdom now going to go to the number 2 spot. Cody Williams holds on to 3rd.
How tall is too tall? Like when it becomes a problem? Like I mean, 6'5", 6'6". I mean, we got.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some limits there in that 6'4" area. I mean, you have to deal with it. Look, same as being short. There's some things that become a little bit more difficult. I mean, whoa, big crash there.
Another crash there. Was that Jeff Loop? I sure hope not, but he took a lot of that impact on the head there.
It was a red bike there. We don't want to speculate on the number, but it definitely was a red bike. There's only a gas and a Honda there in the top 10. So we're going to wait to confirm.
Yellow flags are out. The bike is still there. And
the rider's up, so that's a good sign.
Kind of holding his right shoulder there. The impact was he was immediately on the ground.
That is, in fact, Jeff Loop on the number 4, running in 6th before a pretty hard get off, but he's back up and running. Looks like the bars are a little bit tweaked.
Wow, he is on that motorcycle. What a tough dude.
Tougher
that was a shot. Yeah, I'm going straight to hospice, pretty much. I'm just going to say it's over. Put me down.
Look at this battle.
Look at this.
The
The
number
12 machine.
Judson Wisdom. It's a great name for this vet class. And he goes right past Haas. What did Wisdom get on the number 12?
Wisdom was there in 5th, it looks like, in Moto number 1.
So a 5-1. Look at that. Pops the tear off. He's like, this is where I belong. He looks comfortable out front.
And Haas is just trying to figure out what the heck just happened. He's had really very nothing happening in Moto 1. When I say nothing happening, he was just representing the number 1 out front. And I don't remember a lot. Maybe not getting past.
Maybe he had to come through. We're talking about Judson Wisdom. Maybe he had to come through the field, and don't really remember seeing much about him, but he's letting us know who he is now.
Ooh, nice line from him. Taking that line those Supermini riders were using there.
Probably saw that in the
sitting on the gate
lounge.
Yeah,
the
Riders Lounge.
Rider Lounge. Cooling the body down, I'm sure.
All right, so Haas going back to work here. Jackson, maybe he's going to follow him for a minute. Maybe, Jack?
Do what?
Yeah, Haas might have to work in this a little bit. You know, he's probably sending emails in between motos, running
for sure,
a race team, running all the stuff that he has to run.
And he's got all his kids here from the facility.
He's got about 15 things going this week, but right now he's trying to make a pass back. Look, this is a tricky corner that we've seen some stuff happen as the number 1 dives to the inside.
Look at that rut. That was about a 100-yard rut
look at
there.
Him switch over. Okay, inside, outside, inside.
There it is.
For the moment, they'll drag race side by side. Somebody's got to let up here, and Haas will take back over the number 1 spot.
That was a sweet little couple of corners there where the riders were just crisscrossing, not wanting to follow. Haas knows he's not going to pass him if he's behind him.
So now Wisdom will go to work trying to work. Oh, Lord. Wisdom, the momentum just about
Haas
pushed him past.
There, you see that?
Yeah, Haas knowing that's where Wisdom carrying some speed at, making sure that doesn't happen again.
It wasn't a brake check, but it was pretty close coming out of that one turn there.
It was a pretty close brake check.
I will say that. All right, down Broadway here, heading towards Thor Beach. Now, can Brandon Haas motor away? Check that out. Jumps out of that little hole there. There's jumps everywhere.
I don't even know what that. It started as a double, then it turned to a quad. Now there's like eight bumps.
It's a rhythm section now.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. Another lap in the books. 3 laps complete here in this one. 12 more minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, they've done like 2 motos worth of racing, it seems like already, these two. So you can only sustain that. Those young kids in the Supermini and that 65 class, they did that the entire moto. The heart rates are just pinging, and they were able to manage that race, not make massive mistakes, not go down. So Cody Williams in 3rd, Shane O'Banion is 4th, Giancarlo Klauser is 5th, Delnicki, Perrin, Muller, Kapler, and Locke round out your top 10. This is the plus 30, the vet class. I believe you're not able to ride this if you're a former vet. You can do that in the plus 25 and 40. Is that correct? In terms of having like a pro number and all that, Kevin?
I believe so. That sounds like
these
the
are
case.
Sportsman classes, if you will. These are the 30.
Sportsman.
So look at that. Taking a look here at the 83 machine. The 32, the 48.
Travis Delnicki there in 5th. Yeah, that's the race for 3rd, correct? That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
Yes, it is. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Some moves already being made, it looks like.
Oh, the 48 now going to send it and jump into the number 4 spot. So Travis Delnicki, actually, he'll jump into 5th maybe. Shows him 6th last time around. There's the 32. Might be a lap. Nope, that's our 5th place rider, Giancarlo.
Yeah, this might be 4th, 5th, and 6th, actually.
Yeah. Good call. Keeping us on task. Jackson Burrell.
Number 70 here getting in the mix as well.
Joe Perrin. So everybody coming to dance in the second moto here. Our first wave of second motos now officially underway, Jackie Legs.
Yeah, officially crunch time as we start to move farther and farther into this week here at Loretta Lynn's. Things going to start heating up.
Here we go.
As we continue on, heating up right now.
To the inside, yeah.
Yeah,
Klauser. A little bit of steam there for a while.
Klauser trying to pop that tear off 2 different times, and the 70 tried to slip right past him. Yeah, had to check up a little bit.
Good line there from the 70 machine of Perrin.
Here comes the Yamaha rider continuing to move forward there. Delnicki, he is going to try to pick up another spot right here. Again, want to circle back to Jeff Luke. I'm glad to see him get back up under power there and continue his ride, at least off the racetrack. Brandon Haas has already cleared the tree section, now heads into the 10 Commandments, and he leaves this crazy battle behind him.
He does, so starting to settle in now. Brandon Haas with a steady lead out there. Justin Wisdom, he's kind of in no man's land. Nobody in front of him, nobody behind for a good little ways. Then we see the 35 also kind of in that same spot. But then behind that, we have a battle for that 4th place spot.
And that is what Racer TV is focused on now. Our leaders are pretty secure, are the top 3, but after that, it's anyone's guess right now as we try to guess. Look at the 70 now, the inside. I like the horseshoe turn right now. That's a lot of stuff happening there, but I'll tell you one thing that's been happening for the last several motos is passes, and that's a great section there. A little slot carish. Rush, you got to figure out the inside one's super deep and tight. And there's some stuff happening there, riders. It's a good thing you need to be looking at when you're in the lounge, the rider lounge there at Monster Energy.
Yeah, scoping those out and deciding, like, you may be on the inside here and jot right over to the outside to shut down a pass here. And that's what the number 70 is going to have to do in a moment on that Kawasaki, because here comes the 83 of Shane O'Banion. I believe he's a Tennessee native. So they are dancing in the streets of his hometown, I'm sure. The 83 on the inside, not as much speed. The Kawasaki rider's going to send it. Lands on the ground. That felt good.
Starts to get a little bit tougher on the wrist when you get in these vet classes, but
all right.
Nevertheless, the 30 airing it out there, or 70, excuse me.
O'Banion, 13th there in Moto number 1, the Bowling Green, Kentucky native.
Oh, Kentucky, there you go. Yeah, I remember seeing his name quite often at some of the Mega Series races. There is O'Banion.
Wow, we both went the same rut here, guys. We
have to share, guys. Come on.
Now, very rarely do you see that work as the outside rider, right? Like O'Banion kind of came in from the outside. Normally gets kind of stood up, get a little love from the inside rider, but the 70 checked up of Perron.
Yeah, what a commanding lead now. A 2:03 for Brandon Haas. He's already into the 10 Commandments, and you have to look down the track to find the number 12 of Judson Wisdom in second. There's Judson about to hit the 10 Commandments right as we speak. There he is on the 12.
35.
Look for a 35. He's kind of on the move there. Cody Williams, 2 seconds quicker than Wisdom.
He is tripling his way through the 10 Commandments as I take a look out the window. But, hey, I want to give a shout-out here to the number 5 machine of Brock Peterson. Like we said, going down there on lap number 1, he's been able to make his way back up into the top 10, sitting in that 10th place spot.
Following along with the 32 of Giancarlo Klauser, as he's got 4 riders right in front of him, Kevin. Pick a line, dude. Any line.
Yeah, they're starting to make their way up. I thought the top 3 had kind of had it solidified there just 1 lap ago. We got 5 complete now, so on their 6th lap, things are not as secure as I once thought they were.
The 21 machine starting to join the chat here as he makes his way around the 70. So John Moeller going to move up to the 6th if he can hold on to it.
And you're watching the 38 of Brandon Ream and I believe Klauser, and we'll check back in with our leader who just looks super clean, got a great start.
I'm waiting on one of the riders to give us a little look over and salute, you know.
Yeah, man. We're up here. We're looking at you. And then they wad up after that. We don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want that on our shoulders.
No, then Jackie Legs, I'll let them come talk to you.
There's already too many announcer curses. Normally we announce a rider's name right before they tip over.
Yeah, let's don't do that. Brandon Haas able to shake anything you're saying off right now. Solid by the billboards.
Man.
Kevin, are you on that billboard anywhere?
I am, yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Jackie
I do
Legs?
know that.
He does know that. Are you on the billboard?
No.
No. That was a quick negative, sir. I am not.
Taking a look here at the number 1 of Brandon Haas, the Club MX team owner showing, hey man, he can't just train him, he can do it himself out there. Looking good right now. He's been training some off-road riders, so getting to talk to him a little bit earlier this year. Who knows, maybe see him doing some of that as well. But for now, it is trying to get another gold medal here at Loretta Lynn's.
It's got to help, too, that when you go and talk to your kids after you've won 2 motos, you've got a little
insight. You better listen, boys.
I think I know what I'm doing here, guys. Puts his money where his mouth is. There's our second place rider.
Look at that.
Williams, new change here. Good call. 35 into the number 2 spot.
48 starting to put some room between him and the 83 machine of O'Banion. That's Del Nicky moving on up on the 48.
I think he's making a run for Wisdom right now.
Ooh. Well, that would, yeah, he might. He very well could be. Back to the number 1 machine here on Racer TV. A hop skip.
What is happening up here? Give me a picture of that. Hold that. Hold that, Kevin. Hold all those like you're going to eat them all.
So got some ices up here. Hey, speaking of which, got plenty of food vendors out on hand. So if you're needing yourself something good to eat, go take a stroll through the sponsor village. Of course, going to have a ton of sponsors here with us all week long. If you're needing anything, make sure to go see that we've got the best in the business set up, ready to serve you guys. Back to the number 1 here on Racer TV. He's going to make his way back here to the finish line for what will be 7 laps complete, and the 2-lap board is out. 2 more left to go here for Vet 30 Plus.
Brandon Haas looks fresh, continues to run those solid lap times, so the times aren't falling off too much. A 2:05, I believe a 2:03 was about where he was at. Jackie Legs saw the ices come in. He goes, I got to have it, man. Got to get that picture of Kevin Windham eating an icy. Look how happy he is. Yay. And Brandon Haas, man, treat yourself to an icy, maybe some ice cream or something, man. You gotta have some kind of little fun here while you're here.
Yeah, I wonder what his victory celebration program might be.
Just a dry scoop some protein, get a 5-mile jog in, cool down.
Send some emails.
Yeah. Some
tighten up that race team.
And we continue to follow along the number 1 of Brandon Haas, trying to go 1-1, the first rider we've had looking to go back-to-back moto wins here. Got some more fresh tour water getting delivered up here, resetting everybody. We're watching the battle for 3rd. Unfortunately, the camera's not showing it, but hey, the battle for 3rd is there with Del Nicky and Judson Wisdom as we zoom in tight on that pretty number 1 here of Brandon Haas.
Yeah, the 12 and the 48 there going into Storyland, both in the air over the triple at the same time. We will let Haas cruise this thing in here as the white flag's out, but we have a battle here as now it's on Racer TV. Thank you, guys.
Hey,
Thanks,
you called it, K-Dub.
Yeah,
you called
thank you for that. This is a battle for the final podium position here. 3rd place battle. Right now, Wisdom is in control, but Del Nicky has been on a charge here for about the last 3 or 4 laps, slowly chewing into the gap that Wisdom had.
Yeah, around that big rolling, sweeping, sandy beach turn there. The number 12 trying to fight off and fight around the number 48 of Travis Del Nicky. That is the worst thing you want to see there late into a moto, is just somebody harassing you on the white flag lap.
Wisdom looking pretty good, but now we have the sand beach as we're going to hand this one to Haas. Congratulations on another one. One to go?
Sorry.
Okay, I got it way ahead of myself. I got brain freeze on this Italian ice here. Brandon Haas has 1 to go, and that's great news for Del Nicky. Not the best news for Wisdom. I thought this one was in the books.
Not a lot of wisdom when you're smashing that icy there, kind of freezes the brain up
Cody
there.
Williams, I'm going to stick with it here. Cody Williams securely in 2nd, and Wisdom Del Nicky in a 1-lap battle royale for the final transfer position here, or podium position, excuse me.
Directly transfers to that 3rd moto.
Yeah, you got it.
Taking a look here, Haas going to have a 11-second lead going into this one. 3 seconds back is going to be Wisdom from Williams, but not even a full second going to separate Del Nicky.
Yeah, look at them. They're coming into your 10 Commandments. That is the battle for 3rd. to get on that box here. The 12 and the 48 just absolutely going at it. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there as they exit the 10 Commandments, and the 48 tries something on the inside. Can he put the pass together? Not quite. This is where all the passes have been happening right here, that right and left after the 10 Commandments. The big man on the number 48 machine digging deep in this moto. Del Nicky.
I think he's got some tear-offs flopping in the breeze there. That might hinder
mess with
him.
his aerodynamics. You can hear that too when you're riding there.
Well, plus you don't know what to pull. I'm sure he's going to need to pull a tear off here as he's been eating roost here for a couple laps.
Good point. Probably saved those, and now they're unusable as they fly in the wind.
So Racer TV watching the number 1. The announcers looking out the window here at this battle between Wisdom and Del Nicky. Right now, Wisdom in control of it as they enter through the sand section. You can actually see him on the back of your screen there. But it has been all about this man up at the top of the charts as he makes his way into the final few corners.
Second place solid Cody Williams will come through here. He is comfortable as we get ready to visit our winner. Brandon Haas will nail down a moto win. We're watching that final spot there, the third place position here for the number 12. And there it is, folks. The checker flag is out. The number 1 goes 1-1. Brandon Haas, Club MX Yamaha ride. Well done. And we're watching that final turn. And he makes the pass. Bam! He just, and he goes down, almost rides it out. What a finish.
We had contact in the final turn.
Way to catch that on Racer TV, man. That was awesome. What a finish. They banged into each other.
Wisdom prevails.
It always does.
It always does. That's why we got to go on track, guys.
Wow, what a finish there. Wisdom and Del Nicky. They're like, we'll see you in the third moto, big boy.
Fresh as a daisy up here at the podium. This bike is looking, it looks like it had a lap or 2 on it. That's about it. We're going to get to our moto winner, Brandon Haas, working on back-to-back titles. He's 2 steps of the way there. Okay, we are summoning Brandon Haas up. He certainly knows the drill, looking for a 3rd title at Loretta's, but the first time trying to go back-to-back in 30-plus. Gold medalist, Brandon Haas. I think what a lot of people are wondering, we've talked about this where it's like, well, he owns clubs, so he's able to ride and train more than anyone else. But in reality, you're running a race team and a facility. How do you balance that with doing what you need to do on the side yourself?
That's a good question. It took me a lot of years to figure that out. Supportive. No, I'm obsessed with dirt bikes. We live right in the middle of the training facility, so I'm pretty all in. But no, I think it's just proof what we're doing at club works, and I only participate in a small bit of it. And I'm nearing 40, and I feel like I'm almost riding the best I ever have. And even at 25, looking down that list of names, those guys whipped my butt all my life. So for me to try to get one back later on is, it's fulfilling and kind of itches that scratches that itch a little bit. But yeah, I ride once or twice a week, and then I miss some months, but it's all good. I'm just super grateful for this opportunity.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank, Brandon?
My family, my wife, 2 daughters. It's cool they can come here and do this with me. All the club staff, the race team staff. I got some other stuff going on too. I got some really good guys. FXR's been big part of our program since the birth, and if it wasn't for Milt and Andy, Brad, Carson, we definitely wouldn't have the platform we have. Same thing with Yamaha and Muck-Off. To be a privateer team and be on the best bike on the paddock is a grateful opportunity, and yeah, we just hope to keep capitalizing on it, grow year after year. I think we've proved that we're doing that. We've proved it with club. Now we're going to prove it with the race team. We're not going away. We're going to build this amateur side up more and then carry that through the pros, and as opportunities come, we're going to keep giving more opportunities back.
That is awesome stuff for you and for the whole team. Let's hear it for the moto winner, Brandon Haas. Cody Williams ended up finishing second in that one. We'll talk to Cody in a minute. We'll let Brandon go down there and cool off. Great job by Cody. Haas is a tough one to deal with in this division. But these guys are in position just in case things don't work out. We'll talk to the silver medalist, Cody Williams.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Hey, man. You got a moto medal at Loretta's. Pretty awesome, right?
So I'm so glad to be able to stand up here and talk to you guys. After the first one, I didn't think I was going to be able to. So for all the vets here, how it goes for all of us, we basically, the older you get, you don't get to hang out with your friends as much. So this is the ultimate moto vacation. It's hanging out at this point, and riding's just a bonus. So, but this has been a lifelong dream, obviously. You guys all get it. So I'm super proud, and yeah, it feels good to be up here.
That is really well said. Yes, it's the hangout as much as it is the time you're on the track. Who do you want to thank?
Motorbikes Plus, Grant for everything, Fox, Matt, everybody, Alex, Tyler, Kenny. Man, they've been supporting of this vet guy for a while now. And limited decal, factory connection suspension. As you guys know, this is probably one of the roughest races. This is the roughest race I've ever done. So thank you to them. Everybody else, I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody because I didn't even think I was going to be up here. I didn't prepare. But thank you guys. Enjoy the week.
Runner-up, that's a great story, Cody Williams. And Judson Wisdom holds on for third in a battle that went down to the last turn. Travis Delnicki, my buddy who actually writes for us at Racer X, took it down to the last turn, but Wisdom holds on to take the bronze, and we'll talk to Judson here in a moment. He's been on this podium, I feel like, many, many, many times, and he gets another one. But that's Loretta's, man. There's going to be a battle for every position out on the track, including for third. Let's hear it for Judson Wisdom. I don't know how much you have left because I feel like you were in a battle pretty much the whole moto with whoever was in front or behind.
Yeah, I gave him all those first 4 laps to try to race with Brandon, and I just didn't have the fitness. I heard you say I'd been on the podium. That man right there is the one that's been on the podium in the vet classes. This is actually my first podium.
Oh, it's your first. Who's that, your dad?
That's my dad right there. He's been on the podium a bunch of times here. Closest I got was the 4th, and I'm really pumped to be on the podium. And I have to thank my family for sure. They put so much effort in this week, and I think FCA, they've really helped me out this summer, and can't do it without Jesus. He's the one that's gotten me to where I'm at today. I had a lot of troubles growing up after racing, and because of him, I'm standing right here today.
Dude, that is such a cool story. So yeah, I thought you'd had a ton of podiums. It was Dad, actually. So then now knowing that, Travis Delnicki all over you in the last lap. It was this close. What was that last lap like to try to get that first podium?
The last 4 laps was just I was doing the best I could just to stay in front of him. I don't like to race that way because I'm just surviving. I'm not really racing, but I'm glad that I got to hold on to it. The last corner was hard. He hit me, and fortunately I was going straight, and he was still kind of turning. So it helped me get the 3rd place.
All right. Well, can never take that away from you. He got the bronze. Let's hear it for Judson Wisdom. Stuff. Now, 2 generations on the podium. Good job, Dad. That's going to do it for 30 Plus as we continue into our second motos.
Thank you so much, Weege. We're now on the line. We have 450B class. Going with the 10th place and motor number 1 out of Hilton, New York. We're looking at Jacob Hawk on the number 42. And 9th place, moto 1 out of Cairo, Georgia. It's the 82 of Will Campbell. Your 8th place rider out of Franklin, Wisconsin. It is the number 7 of Jaden Wolf. Finish up in the 7th place position out of Rescue, California, the 41 of Nate Freehill. Your 6th place rider, hailing out of Alameda, California, it's going to be 75 of Cole Coker. In your 5th place position, moto number 1, we're looking at number 36 out of Hamer, South Carolina, the SOB rider of Austin Schaefer. Your 4th place rider out there in moto number 1 out of Cairo, Georgia, the number 59 of Tommy Doble. And your 3rd place rider out there out of Scottsdale, Arizona, the number 71 of Chase Haynes. Finishing up runner-up in moto number 1, he's a heavy hitter out there. It's the 47 out of Hesperia, California. That's the 47 Aiden Schaefer, or Aiden Kiefer. And taking the first moto win out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, the 24 of Owen Coble. And that's your lineup, Wes Kane.
Sounds like we've got the deck stacked in this one here. Going to be a good one. 450B Moto number 2. These guys that went back, they reassessed, they made adjustments. Midday Moto, so you're going to get what you get out there. Track is seems a little fast out here. Doesn't seem so loamy. It seems like the ruts are curled over nice. So we're going to see if maybe somebody can have a breakout ride here. Owen Colville sitting here in the number 1 spot. I mean, hey, it's his right now going to Moto 2. If he can get a pair of pocket aces at the end of this one, going into 3, he's in the best position in the house.
Yeah, you said it, Wes. Koval in the driver's seat without a doubt. But you think about the last time these riders in this class saw the track, it was the 2nd moto of the week. So, yes, things a little bit harder packed, a little bit more dry here in their 2nd moto. But I don't think it's going to be near the speed that we saw. Remember, Aiden Kiefer running that 154.4, I believe it was, in this first moto. Not sure he's going to be able to repeat those times here in this one. A 208, a 205 for Cody Williams in that last moto, and that was on the last lap. So it's going to be tough to see.
Yeah, especially when you get these guys not knowing where their gate picks before and were able to come up with these times. Now, I mean, you got 10th gate pick if you finish 10th in that one. So this could be an advantage for one of these top 10 guys to say, hey, I got a better chance at a better gate that I want. I was outside. Now I can get in somewhere in the middle between the box and the inside. That's where a lot of the starts are coming from, and you never know what's going to happen when that gate drop. And that's the irony of the whole thing right now.
Well, and Dean, we talked about it this morning as well as we move into the 2nd motos. Yes, you don't always have to necessarily have nothing but great motos. You can get a 5th in one moto here and there, but you can't do that in the 1st and the 2nd moto, Wes Kane. You can have 1, but you have 2. The title hopes are going to slip away. So those riders that didn't have the first moto they needed, they've got to perform now here in Moto 2.
And most of the C classes that we saw are normally like a 4, a 7, and a 2. Those guys are like, I want it. You know, they're like Shea Bentley and Pingree over there on the West Coast Supercross. They're like not knowing until somebody walks up and go, hey, you won this thing. And they're like, what? I went in this thing in like 7th. I won. I'm the title guy. Here we go. Riders focus now, gate up. A couple of guys getting a little antsy, little Dean.
Exactly.
Oh, that could have been disastrous. Here the gate is down, and it looks like a Kawasaki leading the charge down through here. We're going to pick him up there. That's going to be Nate Freehill, the California rider, and Coville in 2nd. So Freehill, whoa, getting a good look here. We'll see where Freehill was the first race, and he finished 7th. So now, hey, I got a whole shot. Now it's my time to show you guys I got the juice. In the 10 Commandments, here's your leader, Coville, now probably going to try to make quick work of Freehill before they get to Storyland.
Well, I'm telling you what, take a look at the 47 of Lil Kiefer, Aiden Kiefer, trying to make some quick moves as well. He tried to take the long way around Owen Coville, while Freehill had his hands full with the Blue Crew rider.
Yeah, I'll tell you who you don't want right behind you right now, and that is the 24 Owen Cole. He's coming in fresh with a win in moto number 1 yesterday and riding in 2nd place position. He's just going to be really smooth and consistent and plan his attack on our leader of Nate Freehill. But Freehill right now trying to make a breakaway.
Well, I got the chance to go out there and do the California Classic this year at the beginning of just before Aries and Regional started out there for 2X Promotions, and his dad was telling me since guy's been hurt. It's been off and on. We kind of had an off Loretta's, no Minios. So right now, what his dad was telling me they were working on, it looks like this could be the plan finally coming together. He goes in with a 7. He's out there leading this one out.
Yeah,
it's what Freehill's been hoping for.
Yeah, as far as points, man, that'll go good. 7-1. You got to feel it's average. It's like an average of a 4-4. So he's going to be sitting right there in that podium position.
Well, look at Freehill changing those lines. He went from the center and then hopped one and dropped down to change it up. So he's using his lines, and the kid's been in the gym. I saw him yesterday, strong. You grab a hold of him, you're like, man, this guy's solid. And right now, they are trying to roll him up, but he's got to get away. He's got to get behind that billboard He's got to tuck away. He's got to run away and hide because there's no slouches out there in this one.
No doubt about it. Aiden Kiefer in the third place spot. Tommy Doble once again finds himself inside the top 5 with Austin Schaefer just behind him. And then Cole Coker, McPherson, and Bussy all right there in the 6th, 7th, and 8th place spot.
Schaefer coming out of the SOB camp over there in Eastern Carolina now. It's hot over there, so I know he's got to be fit for this one because anybody that's training over there, Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, it's hot over there. There's just a different kind of heat coming out of that tri-state area.
Absolutely, but you got to watch out for the number 75 machine of Cole Coker. Coker is latching on to Schaefer right now and putting the pressure as they go in the switchback right here and off into Storyland.
Now, do you think Coville is letting him go and going to let and see what happens if Freehill can keep it together?
I'm going to be honest, I think Coville's managing his effort at the moment. It's a long moto, as we all know, Wes. A lot of things can happen. And I think Coville's confident with the speed that he brings to the table. But you can't sleep on Nate Freehill. Like you said, a 7th place in that first moto. And if I remember correctly, he worked into that 7th place spot. So if Coville is trying to play it safe, he might wind up regretting that by the end of things if Freehill's able to put in the moto he thinks he can.
And Freehill's been around a while. They got the older brother that does SMX, and I believe he's qualified for a few Supercrosses already. So the Freehill program is tight. They're just waiting for Nate to have that breakout. And he's been around for a while. We used to have him at AX come in and ride 60s and then 80s. So Nate Freehill has been around for a minute.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's performance improving or not, but the Freehill flow is pretty tight too. A lot of style over these jumps. Freehill looking good and feeling good leading the way.
Well, here we go. Top 10 look like this. It's going to be Freehill that checks in with the captain over there at the start at the finish line. Owen Kelville still in second. Colville and Kiefer a few seconds faster right now. The pace is being set at a 1:58, but those two riders clock in at a 1:57.8.9. There's Tommy Doble with a 1:59. He's in there. And Austin Schaefer in 5th. There's Riley Bussey in 6th. Cole Coker 7th. Blake Thomas the 83 and 8th. Jaden Wolf the number 7 and 9th. Jacob McPherson the 49 ride. Round out your top 10 in this 450B extravaganza.
There it is, brought to you by our friends over at MX versus ATV Legends, and some legends in the making right now as Nate Freehill tries to hold off Owen Colville and Aiden Kiefer. 1, 2, and 3 on your screen here at Racer TV.
You got to be careful if you're Owen Colville. Like you said, he manages his race. He can see Freehill, but that man in 3rd, I say it's always the catbird seat. He's actually got the best seat in the house right now. He's watching you guys play cat and mouse, offense, defense, and what he is doing is just slowly coming up in the mix, and he's going to pick something out that you don't see, and he's going to make the pass.
Yeah, you got to think Aiden Kiefer, not only is he in the 3rd place spot, he doesn't have a ton of pressure coming from behind him. Going to wait and see. Might have been Tommy Doble we saw go down at the end of the 10 Commandments. Look at that. Still just now catching a glimpse of 4th place.
Hey, I'm watching 3rd right now, like you said. Zach, he's reeling those two guys in. They better be careful out there. The board, Pitman better be saying right now, Colville needs to get around. He needs to get around our leader to have that buffer from Kiefer.
Wes Kane says it. Colville makes it so as he ups the pressure and is right to the rear wheel of Nate Freehill. Oh, not the best exit out of that Thor sweeper. They're both going to go wide in the Bermuda Triangle as Aiden Kiefer tries to get within a couple of bike lengths of Colville.
If you're Nate Freehill, you got to choose your lines wisely. You have to choose your lines because right now, our man Colville's watch you on 3 laps. If you're picking those same lines, he's got one picked out to make the strike.
Yeah, really liking the line choices I'm seeing from Owen Colville. You saw him use that far right-hand side around the billboards, barely touching any of those braking bumps. Now we're starting to see these guys use the very edges of the track as Aiden Kiefer stalls out a bit of momentum, passing by the mechanics area.
Here comes Doble, Schaefer, Coker, McPherson, Wolf, Haynes, Yelton, all in the top 10. A couple guys just out of there is Fields, Barrett, Russell, Lisby, Looney. What do you see in the 10 Commandments, Little Dean?
I see the 10 Commandments is Kiefer. Kiefer is coming. He's been right there the whole race, whole moto, and that's what Colville doesn't want. he doesn't want to sit there behind Freehill for too long because I'll tell you what, second and the first moto, Aiden Kiefer is on the hunt right now, Zach.
Yeah, I tell you what, I am blown away by the number 47, Lil Kiefer, coming into this thing kind of with a question mark around the name. We knew he had the support. We know he has the speed, but he was injured earlier this year. How good of a recovery was it? How quickly was he going to be able to be back at 100%? He's looking pretty good right now.
Kiefer might be building him a championship run right now. If he can get up in there and win this one, go a 2-1, shuffle the deck back for Colville to end up a 3, this could be a shakeup now. There he is, Doble, Kiefer. Kevin Kelly's pointing over here to Tommy Doble on the move at the 158. So Doble looks like he wants to get in there and make it a 4-man split. Call it a square dance where all 4 corners are covered here.
Hey, absolutely. Doble maybe about half a second or so slower than Kiefer technically on the last lap, but it does seem like he's applying the pressure, and that's starting to create a sense of urgency for Kiefer to catch back up to the Yamaha in front of him.
I would think that Kobo would already have made the strike. Once you hear Kiefer back there barking, a little bobble right there. It's just a little hesitant in the Bermuda Triangle for Colville. And remember, when those little tidbit mistakes like that where you almost kind of stop and then you take off, and it's only a blink of an eye, that is going to give more life to the 41 and Kiefer in third. So both riders are going to gain from that.
Well, Kiefer, the one not having the lap that he needed, a 2-minute .9 that last lap to a 1:57.9 from Tommy Doble. So 3 seconds faster was now the Gas rider in fourth as we focus back in on this battle for the lead. Freehill continuing to play defense out front.
Freehill now riding a ride that dreams were made of down at the ranch. He's going to leave the door open.
Grown man moves. Shout out Mikey Waynes as Owen Colville makes the pass happen, whether Freehill was ready for it or not.
Freehill just kind of like took that second line, and Colville was ready to strike. One mistake. He got close enough, and I thought, honestly, Freehill would have been over way earlier than that. So he kind of just opened the door for a little do-si-do right there. And Owen Colville, look, that's it. Kevin's got it going on up here. So now a changing of the deck, a changing of the guard.
Certainly it does, and got to think Colville. Like we said, it is time to start thinking championship. He says a 1-1. That makes the math really simple coming into that final moto.
Like we always said, years out here, Jason Wygant, a pair of pocket aces going in the third moto is the best hand in the deck.
I agree with that 100% as we're watching the battle on screen right now. That is Kiefer. Kiefer trying to hold back Doble. Doble coming with the 4 in the first moto. So every position he could do from now is going to be a better finish for moto number 2.
Yeah, if you were Kiefer, you needed to get up on around those 2 guys out there. Now you've been in third. Here comes Doble now, goes around that tree line. That pass, it's like everybody's already seen that. You got to protect the inside there.
Well,
we've seen more passes there than a toll pass on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
It only works, too, if you nail that inside line. We've seen it earlier. There's a big hook on the exit of it, Dean. When you aren't prepared for that, it costs you way more time than taking the outside line. But if you nail it just right, you can make a pass just like Tommy Doble.
You got to pay the toll to rock and roll. Right now, Tommy Doble is paid the toll, and he's full rock and roll as he moves his machine up into third.
Absolutely. I'm turning a good lap time that time through with a 1:59 to Nate Freehill's 2:01. So can Doble catch up to our second place driver before it's over?
Yeah, Tommy Doble now changing the momentum to him being the man on the move as Colville drops to a 1:57.8 now with some clean air in front of him.
A lot of these guys, I mean, we're 7 minutes. We're about almost halfway through this, and now we're starting to see the cream rise to the top. So Doble wants to make a statement out here. Like you said, Colville's done a great job, but let's talk about inside the top 20. DaCosta, Querno Costa out there in 20th, McPherson 18th, Barrett, excuse me, McPherson 19th, Barrett 18th, Looney 17th, Mims 16th, Lisby 15th, Vassor 15th, Fields 13th, Thomas in 12th, Russell 11th, Yelton 10th, Haynes 9th, Bussey 8th, Wolf 7th, Coker 6th, Schaefer 5th, Kiefer 4th. Doble now makes a move. He moves up in the third. Freehill in second. And Colville is the man with the plan.
You want to talk about feeling the pressure right now? The 71 of Chase Haynes, a third in Moto 1, currently sitting in the 9th place spot. He has got to improve upon that position if he wants a chance at an overall podium or the championship. Meanwhile, look at the battle now between Freehill and Doble for the second place spot.
Well, it's really heating up. It looks like Freehill now kind of popped that line there.
Here we go, that inside line once again for Doble.
It's wild right there. Doble now going to gain just a little bit. And let me tell tell you something. The heat, I don't care who you are, is taking a toll on you.
There's no way it could be.
What do we got here? Number 38. We'll pick him up. He has a little tip over. He's up on his trusty steed. He's going to go, but now Freehill.
Oh, look at this.
Might be in a little bit of trouble.
That's going to cost Doble.
Yeah, that's going to help Freehill out quite a bit.
Yep, Ulrich was down right there. No way for Doble to adjust those lines. We talk about how long those ruts are as well, Dean. Kind of once you've committed, you're stuck.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he had to make that move over there. Go ahead, little Dean.
Here we go. Going on the billboard section right now. Owen Koval doing what Koval does and run away with this one. He's got a little bit of a gap now over your second-place rider, Nate Freehill, but there is no gap right there. That's the battle for silver and bronze here in moto number 2, and they're going at it. Doble crosses the line.
Wow.
Gets to the inside just like that and makes the move.
It was X marks the spot, and it almost looked like they pulled a perfect X coming through there, and Doble and Freehill trying to fire back, Zach.
Tommy Doble, we have continued to see him march forward throughout the week. How about that? Make sure that that door is closed before Freehill tried to make something happen along the outside. Whoa, gets a little nose high at the end of the 10 Commandments. Freehill not giving it up yet, but seems like anytime we talk about Tommy Doble, he's working his way forward. He gets these starts figured out. He could be a very dangerous rider in this 450B class.
Danger is the name of the game right now because you got Koval at a 158. Freehill was at a 201 at its best right now, but then Doble at a 159. Those two guys are carrying all the speed in this race here.
Absolutely. Doble now in second. I'd like to see what he can do as far as lap times go. Obviously, there's a big gap separating the two right now. Owen Koval and Tommy Doble. But they're running 1 and 2. Nate Freehill rounds out the top 3.
Here they go now. Your second and third place rider now. Doble, Freehill. It's getting rough as a cob there. It looks like the back straightaway at Dade City if you're not careful. Those boys are hooking and driving there down the Rocky Mountain ATV. 20 miles of bad road.
Here we go. Doble up the inside once again, getting ready to buzz by us here at the tower. Freehill launches deep into that Thor sand sweeper, going to tuck back underneath on the inside.
Hand salute right there for you, Zach, as both those pilots now pass the window here and enter the Bermuda Triangle.
I'll tell you what, Freehill is not giving up. Doble slips up a little bit. There goes Freehill.
Freehill, what happened?
We talk about those insides. They're great when they work, but they're so deep and chewed up. It just looked like Doble dabbed the leg, lost that momentum. Freehill able to slingshot around.
Did Freehill have maybe a little issue just having to back up a little bit, get recomposed, and come back in him? Because he shot right by him like, hey, you know what? Let me show you what's up.
I don't know if Freehill has gotten an opportunity to breathe at all. He went right back to
you mean he
Doble.
just started breathing now with 7 minutes and 3 minutes left?
At all. Yeah.
Hey, he has held his breath.
He was blue in
for
the face.
17 minutes.
Took one. All of a sudden, he's back to life here. Yep.
Wow.
Figured it out.
Now as we're coming to the end of this one, we'll have to see if Tommy Doble, you know he's breathing back there, if he can catch back up to Freehill and make this pass. But I'll tell you what, he is not going to make it easy as the 2-lap board is out now. So this next time around, they will be seeing the white flag. And that's got to be encouragement for Freehill. It's like, hey, I only got 2 more. I can keep Doble behind me. Let's go.
Yeah, Freehill kind of started to think the wind was coming out of the sails. Doble was starting to pull away, but that little mistake was enough to bring some life back to Nate Freehill. 2 laps to go. He can hang on for it. That's what he's telling himself in that helmet.
Freehill took off just like somebody on the sideline is programming his bike and gave him a little more, a little something there because he really lit up coming through that Bermuda Triangle, and then he's holding his own right here.
Well, I am excited to see how this plays out over these next 2 laps because Tommy Doble has shown he is not scared to take the line away to run it up the inside, and we have less than 2 laps remaining. Might get a little feisty here for this second place spot. We know how important that position will be for the overall picture.
Well, we already know that we always say, how bad do you want it? And right now it looks like Freehill really wants it bad because with a whole shot, and you're sitting there, and I don't know what they're writing on the pit board over there, but something has given him a sense of urgency. Like, if you want to end this week the way you planned for it, you need to get moving.
And Freehill paying close attention to those lap riders as well.
Yeah, white flag is out now, and it looks like he's got an edge on Doble.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like
enough, Zach.
The wind has come out of the sails a bit for Doble there. Not quite the same intensity we saw just a lap or 2 ago. Up and over the tunnel of love goes Freehill, and now we don't even have Doble in the picture anymore. He just now comes into frame and battling with that same lap rider in a bad spot. So Freehill. He took a breath, and all of a sudden he's got second secured.
I mean, did he actually really, like you said, maybe he didn't breathe for like 16 minutes.
It's something that we do here on the podium. Riders forget about it. They're cramping up. They're getting tight. All of a sudden
he's like,
take a little of that that O2.
Oh, I can go now.
You're good to go, absolutely. When this man breathing calm, cool, and collected, he's probably zone 2 right now.
Well, Kevin Kelly's a fireman paramedic. We'll have to ask him, could he have held his breath for 15 minutes in that moto, Kevin? Kevin said not. No,
not a chance.
Not happening. Maybe a half a lap. Not. Maybe down through the first turn.
I'm going to give you a quick rundown right now. It's Coble, Freehill, Doble. That's your top 3. Austin Schaefer in 4th. Jaden Wolf in 5th. Cole Coker in 6th. Aiden Kiefer falls back to 7th on that lap. Riley Bussey is up to 8th. 9th for Chase Hayne running your top 10. It's our boy Holland Russell. Haul the mill right now inside the top 10.
You're going to be
making
disappointed.
His way through the Rocky Mountain ATV Beach. That's Owen Coble with only half a lap or so left to go.
Another great ride for Owen. You know, he had to work for it. He stepped back. He knew what he was doing the whole long, I think. He was the one back there breathing and setting his passes up. He was able to get around Freehill into this lead, and Doble. He was also able to get on Freehill, but then we see Freehill get Doble back after Doble made a little slip up before the finish line area right there. And I'll tell you what, since Freehill has gotten back in second, he has not looked back.
Well, here we go.
Checkers. Yep. Bring us home
to go, and it's checkered flags for Owen Coble grabbing the win here in 450B Moto number 2, keeping the math easy for us. A 1-1 equals 1 more moto to go for Owen Coble. Nate Freehill making some points there with a second place finish. Looks like Tommy Doble going to hang on for that final podium spot. Shout out Austin Schaefer right there in the 4th place position as well. Jaden Wolf, Cole Coker, and Aiden Kiefer battling to the line. Let's see Kiefer going at it with Chase Haynes. So it'll be Jaden Wolf 5th, Cole Coker in the 6th place spot, Aiden Kiefer. No, excuse me, Riley Bussey now in 7th, Aiden Kiefer 8th, Chase Haynes 9th, and Holland Russell going to round out your top 10 here in 450B Moto 2. Going to make a very fun championship picture for that 3rd and final moto coming up later. So there we see Owen Coble staying nice and cool in that Moose Alpha 1 gear, dumping the water on him, and going to be chatting with how good it feels to have a 1-1 so far.
And I do want to let you guys know the app is going right now for MX Sports.
Yeah, so if you guys
for live timing.
Yeah, just got updated live timing and scoring there on that Loretta Lynn's app. You guys can click on that. It'll show you exactly who's on track, as well as what the overall pictures are looking like as well. We'll try to keep you guys as up to date on what the overall pictures look like as well from up here in the tower. But we take a look at our RacerTV.com rapid replay. We've had some incredible racing so far as we've closed out our first set of motos. And just now, having 2 second motos in the book with plus 30 and 450B. And things are looking exciting so far. There we saw some bad luck in the Bermuda Triangle.
Those Pappas have some issues in the Supermini class, man. Tough break for them.
Some great battles here in this plus 30 class to kick off the second set of motos as well. As now we get things set and get ready to chat it up with our 450B podium. Owen Coble, Nate Freehill, and Tommy Doble getting the job done. We're going to send things down to the podium.
See if one of them will run me down a mic.
Hey, Sophie Phelps, just try holding the bottom of that microphone on.
It's on.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right.
We're bringing it back up.
Check here. I think we've got you on the mic.
No, that's me.
Thank you, guys. Sorry we had some technical difficulties. I'm down here with our 3rd place finisher. This is Tommy Doble. Everyone give it up for bronze. moto and a hot one as well. Will you tell us about it?
Yeah, I got off to a decent start. I'm not sure where I came out, but I moved up to third pretty quickly, hunted down second. I made the pass for second, but made a mistake just before the finish line. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with third.
How are you feeling going into the third moto?
I'm feeling pretty confident with a 4-3. We'll just see what the leaders make. So if they win, they win. If they don't, oh well. But yeah, I was feeling pretty good out there.
Who would you like to thank?
All my family, mum, dad, my sister, little doggy, Evan from Thor, TJ from Dirt Care, Andrew from Prime Design, and or Reese for my filmer who came over. So big thank you for all them.
Tommy Doble, everyone, your bronze finisher. Now it's time for our second place. This is Nate Freehill. Coming up here. Nate, that was a great moto. You were in and out of second place. Walk us through it.
Yeah, it was a good moto. I was struggling with starts on first moto, so I locked in on that one. Dunlop tires hooked up great. Just leaned back, shifted, and got it. Just managed from there.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, keeping me safe. Hope he kept everyone else safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, sister, Adam and Seven, Oakley, Shano, Twin Air, Renthal, Maxima, Sizzy Clean, Works Connection, Guts, everyone who backs me, T-Dog. Yeah, everyone who's backed me. Thank you all. Love you all.
That's second place, everyone. Nate Freehill. Good. It's working now. All right, we got to bring up our first place finisher, Owen Koval. Owen, congratulations on that moto win. You got to be feeling pretty good going into Moto 3.
Yeah, it was good. First off, I want to say, I bet all of us out here are going to say it, but we're all riding for Aiden, and obviously it was devastating, but yeah, I just want to say that. But yeah, it was good. Felt good and found a flow. Just need to fix a few things for next one.
What a heartfelt tribute. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, the whole Altus team, everyone at MTF. I can't thank them enough for all the work we put in. Enzo, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmet, Moose Elite, Monster Army, Dunlop, FMF, ODI, and everyone else abroad. Thank you so much.
Owen Koval, everyone, your Moto 2 winner, 450B.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's go to top 10. We'll set the stage for 85cc 10 to 12, race number 3 on our rotation of second run of motos. Going to the gate with 10th gate pick, the number 11 of Chance Olberg from Parker, Colorado. In 9th, the 68 ride from Midland, Texas, Landon Lee. 8th place in moto number 1. He is going to the gate with the 8th gate pick from Hammer, South Carolina, 52 of Kaike Delpino. 7th, Power Harbor, Florida, the 25 of Nolan Cobb. Top 6 goes like this. Waylon Ballinger from Cairo, Georgia, rider number 89. Top 5 going in moto number 2. St. Clairsville, Ohio, census 13 of Carter Gray. 4th gate pick, number from Air Oaks, California, 24 of Adian Steinbrecher. Top 3 look like this. From Moto 1, the 74 from Georgia, Anderson Waddell. 2nd in Moto number 1 with second gate pick now, Winchester, California, sends a 43 on the Suzuki, Chase Brennan. And Moto winner with the number 1 gate pick, Kevin Kelly, from Alpine, Wyoming, number 9, Sawyer Geek.
Sawyer Geek out of Wyoming, man. Just not a lot of riders out of there, but when you make the trek down, we know you are here for business. Trains at altitudes, probably 10,000 feet. Totally guessing. Could be at sea level. I don't know.
I mean, I drove through Wyoming a few times, and it's
nothing sea level.
Yeah, they got that. Yeah, nothing.
All right, so we got a sight lap underway. The track is probably near its roughest we've seen all day. We did a little track prep maybe an hour ago.
But it still looks fast, Kevin. It's not loamy rough. It's everything's
It's not choppy for sure.
No, it's not like it's like even through the sand section over here. We got Stu Baylor up here, and he'll probably tell you that's nothing over there in the
No
sand
big deal.
section. Nah, no big deal.
Nothing to it.
No big deal in that sand section right there, huh, Stu? You do 100 miles of that stuff on a hot Saturday afternoon, no problem.
So we get ready to have a look at the 65 or 85 10-12. Like you said, Sawyer Geek was your race winner out of Wyoming. And this is kind of the meat and potatoes of kind of your 85 career. As you've gotten off the 65, now you're on the 85 and kind of establishing yourself.
Well, what this will do, Kevin, once you get through here, that'll set the stage for your 3-year. You got your Supermini, Schoolboy 2, 250B, and then your Pro, and then you get your certificate over there at the podium, and next thing you do, you should already be doing SMX and looking for your college credits in SMX.
Yes, on track will
and
help with that as well.
You're going to get some credits there, and then you'll head to Combine, and then lo and behold, somebody's going to be shopping for you.
Hey,
for a spot.
Loretta Lynn's, and everybody's got a different trajectory. Everybody's got a different path. Ryan Dungey was telling me, and we were here in 05 when he got his only title.
Yeah.
And that was the last time he's raced here, 20 years ago. And it's just that you don't have to gauge yourself on what you are at age 12, 15, 16. I mean, everybody hits at a different time. Ryan Dungey he goes, I had no idea I was going to be pro. Not a year later. I was not coming back to Loretta's. I was going to race the last 4 nationals. Like, what a wild ride that guy had.
No, I think there's some plans. There's a lot with some plans. I mean, Drew Adams came through here. He really didn't have anything locked in either. And that guy was the Horizon Award winner. And, it's like, okay, we're going to give you a fill-in ride. And then he got hurt. And then next thing you know, there was you're on the bench. If one of our guys get hurt, we're calling you, and you're in. And it worked out for him. So sometimes there's different paths, Stu, you're over here. You know about some of those paths with, you never know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being a racer, still a racer, I almost said formerly, but still a racer, running a team, owning a team, having a training facility. I get to see it all, and man, you see that trajectory change. Sometimes there's a kid that this may be his standout performance, and it changes his mentality moving forward. And I mean, this is a cool event because it's not like a lot of the other national championships you see in motocross where one single weekend you've got a championship.
And Cameron McAdoo said his last trip here is what changed his whole. He goes, I didn't know I was one of the guys till I left, and I was one of the guys.
Well, when Jimmy Albertson came through here and won the A classes last year, him and Greg were walking back after the award ceremony, and they were talking out loud. And he's like, I don't have anything. I just won the biggest race ever, and nobody's talked to me. And I said, get in the rig, the command unit, get your outdoor license, and the guys that are higher will be standing on the fence. Just go show your tail out there and get it done. And he had a pretty decent pro career. He got picked up with some Suzuki supports and stuff like that.
He rode a factory Honda for a minute.
Yeah, you have to be out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure everybody sees it. I know you guys, we've talked about it in years past, but there's kind of like the chosen classes too. Like there's, aside from pro sport, even before that, obviously if you're looking at the sheet, you know which ones they are, but I think the 250B classes, kind of see those Schoolboy all the way back to Supermini. You watch those kids from the time they jump off of 65s and you're like, all right, that kid can be something or he's going to be something. And a lot of the ones that you say can be might be even better than the one that is.
Well, it's checking the boxes. Like we said, you might have a guy. I know Cameron McAdoo didn't come through here and have some standout career, but there was something about him that we saw in Texas where Austin Fortner was the guy. But there was always a guy coming back from 10th in that amateur B and A, and he kept charging. And then Cameron McAdoo just decided to do anything he could, fill in ride, and then we had it. He landed. So you never give up, folks. Never give up.
Absolutely. Now we're looking for that next Cameron McAdoo out of this 85cc 10-12 class on the gate.
He's out there.
Who's Sawyer Geek? He's got a first in that first moto on the number 9 KTM, 13 years of age. There's a 71 on the outside. You can make something happen from there. Hole shot, where's it come from? About 5 over from the inside.
Oh, Kevin, did you see that?
I saw that. So,
a couple of guys over here
got bounced off of the racetrack. Everybody's okay.
I like that dirt barrier there. It kind of wasn't much at all at one time, and then it was hay bales. I think the sand buffer is pretty good.
The 43 of Chase Brennan goes down.
No.
And Chase had a good first moto, finished second, so he is dead last on that RM85.
Now we get to see how good he is. I mean, here's the telltale. If you're Tim Castone over there and he's your guy.
Castone.
Okay, let's see how good you do.
Yeah, definitely. This is actually
storming the Castone.
I got to watch this moto, and I think you guys said something. He joked about Tomac maybe being the last Suzuki on the podium here. It has been a minute. I got to say it has been a minute.
It has been a minute.
At least on the Super Mini side. But no, the kid rode a phenomenal race. But the kid that won this one, the number 9, I remember watching this moto actually on the way from the airport here.
Saw you there.
And the kid rode so good. He was very methodical. He never put himself in a bad position. Running outsides, his line selection was key. And obviously he's up there in that top 3. He's where he needs to be. But just a very mature ride that I saw out of that young number 9.
He's also done some indoor racing. He visits the Arena Cross Tour every now and again. He's got some pretty good skills indoors too as well.
Yeah, he's very patient with the bike. He's like I say, just very methodical. Actually, as soon as I got here, the kids at the facility, I said, "Hey, watch that 10 to 12 moto." Yeah. Even at the faster level, I was like, "Watch the way that kid picks parts of the track." He did very, very good. But yeah, the Suzuki ride also, he was there sitting in a close second, but phenomenal ride and on quite of an outdated bike, if you ask me. So, man, we'll see how he stacks up. I know he's out there trying to make moves as quick as he can.
Yeah, he did it at Mammoth as well. I was out there and watched Chase Brennan lay wood to those guys out there. So East Coast, West Coast, that kid's been solid everywhere he goes. He's got some work to do now, goes down in the second turn. So the 23 of Chase Brennan has a ton of work to do, and they are working right now. Landon Lee, 68. Waylon Ballinger in the number 2 spot. Sawyer Geek, your first moto winner, in third. So he's right where he needs to be, like you said. Doesn't have to press. We'll take a good look at him right now on screen. Runs third.
Just ripping that tear off in the middle of the turn. Nothing doing. Patience now will be his common virtue. Let's see what happens here. Lee, Ballinger, Geek. I'm looking down there a little bit. There's Roth, Miller, Whitaker, Jaden Smart back in 20th. Ooh. Not having the second moto ride that he was hoping. Maybe he can get on his horse and ride, but, best of luck out there. You got to go to work out there. Cade Nightingale in 14th. We're going down for some notables right now. 11th through 20th, I got Stice in 10th, McCoy 11th, Olberg 12th, Terry 13th, Nightingale 14th, Hatt 15th, Whitaker 16th, Miller 17th, Roth 18th. Jace Owen able to fit back in that mini bike.
Wow.
Yeah, straight out of Lincoln Trails in 19. No, it's not the same guy, but hey, it's a good name. Jaden Smart in 20th.
Look down there at that 25th. So somebody's made quick work. 17 passes and realistically not much more than half of a track.
We're checking the box, right? We're checking the box. Put head down and goes fast.
If he moves to the front, maybe he and that number 42, Jaden Smart, can hook up. I think everybody expected Jaden to be the guy to beat in this class.
I thought so, too.
Yeah, just a rough ride there in the first moto. I heard he had some crashes. Maybe he's a little tight, little sore, but I've got to witness that kid ride firsthand, as most people have. And, man, he's very, very impressive. Not where you expect to see him.
Well, this isn't going to decide his career. I mean, there's been I talked to Pop Ferry back in the day when Timmy was coming through. They'd go to Ponca City and leave early because he just couldn't beat Ezra Lusk and those guys. They'd come here, and they thought, like, Ponca City's terrible, and win 2 titles. Like, wow. So it's not the end of anything because Smart, it's just maybe, hey, he might have a tad of not feeling well right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's obviously a lot of things that could be.
He's more credible, and we're not going to discount it.
Yeah, but I did hear he had some pretty big crashes. I didn't get to see that first moto. I heard he did have some big crashes. As the leaders are checking around there.
That's a good lap for Aiden Steinbrecher. Jumps up to 5th now after kind of struggling in the background there.
Steinbrecher under that Danny Lewis supervision. He's got that keen eye out for talent, and he's more of a mental coach with these guys now. The guy that comes to the track, the guys that away from mom and dad, hey, look at me, maybe I can, because for some reason, kids listen to other people. Villapoto told me, he's like, I got to send my guys to train with Mike Craig. They don't listen to me.
Stu, check him out. He's up to 12th now. Jaden Smart is climbing the charts, and Chase Brennan just following right behind him in 19th, just passing half the field in 2 laps.
Yeah, definitely. Keep an eye on those guys as they make their way to the front. But at this point, they've lost a lot of valuable time in those opening laps. These leaders, sure, these guys are more than capable of making it back into that top 10. But man, to even say podium would be a stretch at this point, especially as we see this number 9 of Sawyer Geek just riding another phenomenal ride. It looks like he has made his way around into the lead of that 68 of Landon Lee.
Yep, we are watching it right here. The KTM rider now looking to go 1-1. The previous moto, I think they're going 1-1, like Brandon Haas went 1-1. That's a tough thing to do, man, to sweep all the motos. It takes some luck, it takes good starts, it takes a good chip to draw out of that for that first gate.
Everything, just like our
bike has to run.
I mean, Oscar Diaz came here and won some C titles. Costa Rica won some B titles. His motto was, and bless his heart, you got to eat right, you got to sleep right, you got to train right, practice right. Everything has to be right. And right now, Sawyer Geek, he's in that format right there where everything is happening right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just watching him, I said it right off the bat, methodical. I mean, I've got no better word to use than watching this kid. I mean, watching somebody, especially at his age, ride the way he does, the way he picks apart that track. And, I get to see a lot of kids through the facility, and that age is difficult.
One of our front runners is down, upside down.
Who was that? Wellzine. Could that have been?
I think it's Carter Gray is what Dean the Machine is saying.
Let's look around. What do you see, Dean?
Tapino.
Oh, tough break for Tapino. Running
scared the
really good. There he is.
Riders. So the 52 of Kiki Tapino goes down, moves everybody up a slot. Aiden Steinbrecher climbing up and into almost a podium spot. So a good ride for the number 24 KTM of Aiden Steinbrecher. The leaders aren't too far gone. There's the number 13 of Carter Gray. He's up. Jaden Smart will hang tough in 12th. Where's Brennan at?
Moved to the 14th.
Oh, up to 14th. There we go.
Wow, that's pretty monumental
riders.
right there.
28 riders he's passed.
Yeah.
Dead last in that second turn.
Hey, we're checking the boxes on that one.
Absolutely. I talked about how those guys might hook up on the track, and it's getting awfully close there with Jaden Smart. I heard that he made a mistake out on that last lap. Somebody here in the tower. But, yeah, if we can get those two, Chase Brennan and Jaden Smart, on the track, I'm sure those guys will make a hard run and see if we can't see them around that 5th place bubble by the end of this moto.
There's Welsen and the 23 of Keller.
Austin Keller.
They've been going at it for a moment here. Hucks that triple. There you go.
Boys are flying out there. Here they enter the Storyland.
Around the Triumph left-hander.
Looking good out there, Keller. So I'm also watching back here Owen Lane Pilgrim having a good little run back there with Pruitt Wiles back in 29th and 30th.
And we'll see if Jaden Smart can climb inside the top 10 along with Chase Brennan. That's a heck of a ride. If they can get 7th or 8th, man, now you got a 2, a 7, maybe a 1. You're in the mix now for a top 5 for sure.
If you don't crack that top 3, then you have to be realistic. Hey, let's just work into the top 5. Now your goal changes a little bit. Let's shoot for that top 10. You had a bad run, so Brennan got dealt a bad hand, but can he at least be in that picture on the podium with the top other 9 guys out there that are bad dudes?
Oh, a little bike problem there. For a moment, it looked like for Carter Gray. He looked down at the machine. He is A-OK, though.
You ever talked to Carter Gray?
I have.
He is just he's like talking to a mini adult.
Yeah,
it's like the things that he says and his mannerism. I was up at Baja Bra and he walks up to me and goes, "Hey, here's my resume. You give this to who you think you need to give it to." And like, okay, and walked away.
Yes,
pulled it right out of his backpack.
Yes, sir. And you went right and you did it, didn't you? You better. He came back and checked on you, didn't you?
I called Daniel Blair as fast as I could when he was over there. I go, "You know Carter Gray?" I tried. You can ask Daniel.
All right, so it's still Sawyer Geek on the number 9. There he is.
Looking good out there. He's at that right size, too, Kevin.
Yeah, he's not too small.
Where he's going to be able to go to that 125 or that. Probably would be that, yeah, for sure. Supermini.
But right behind him, just out of the shot, I believe, there's Landon Lee. So he is hanging close. Landon Bruce Lee chopping up the competition there on the number 68, Husqvarna.
Sweep the knees, Sensei.
And there's Waylon Ballinger not too far out of the shot. He's got Aiden Steinbrecher with him. That's third and fourth. And Lee with that, check that lineup, launches into the ruts there.
Just launch out. The rebound out of the rut is what did what it did just there. Here he comes. He's challenging. What do you think about that, Stu?
Man, he stayed where he needed to be, and he's seeing that he's got the pace now to take this one back over. And, man, when you're in that position, you get hungry real quick. So
let's take a peek.
That 68 right there, he knows right there at this point it's the time to go.
All right, Landon Lee finished 9th, so he still would be safe, or leader still would most definitely have going into the third moto.
Yeah, especially with our second place rider still working his way up. Chase Brennan is all the way up to 11th now. He's about to crack the top 10. Have a drink of the top 10, Wes Kane.
Let's do it. So you keep out front, number 9. Still leading this one out. Landon Lee in tow in second. Then I've got Ballinger, the 89 ride in third. Steinbrecher works his way up to fourth with the 24 ride. The 23 of Austin Keller in fifth. Gavin Welzine out of Florida, the 32 ride in sixth. 13 is Carter Gray in seventh. Chance Oberg, the number 11 in eighth. Anderson Waddell from Georgia, the 74 machine in ninth. And Ryan Stice is in 10th, but knocking on the doors. That 43, your guy right there, Stu Baylor, is Chase Brennan. He's bringing along Cade Nightingale, Jaden Smart, and Gavin McCoy. So there could be a little mix-up here in the top 10 as things get moving here.
There goes Brennan inside the top 10. Got the green on his name there. He has moved it up a spot. And, hey, how about the number 9, how he responded to that pressure? Almost was passed. Says, okay, we'll just step it up. I'll drain a three-pointer here and stretch it out right back on you. And look at that. One lap to go.
That's something Gene Stoll would do when he was coming through in 12-13. He said, I just looked over my shoulder and saw your boy, and I just picked it up a little bit. But he'd tell you that. And I'm like, okay, wow. Gene, thanks, bud.
Got a plan, huh?
Yeah. He goes, I just picked it up a little bit. I saw Drew peeking around there.
Well, Stu, that further speaks to your thoughts on this kid. He's methodical. He knows when to step it up. Rides within his own limit. Had to go a little bit harder and stretch it out a little bit over Landon Lee.
Yep, definitely. He was able to feel that pressure actually right there just a lap ago, and from there he answered and he did everything he needed to.
Get a little gap, get a little back, and then sprint out a little bit, then back it down a little bit, save some energy.
Definitely. Still not safe. It looks like he's giving up a lot of time. Actually, it seems that Landon Lee is following his line. Yeah, yesterday's moto going around Storyland, way outside was the line number 9 was on, and he was working those outsides pretty heavily, but seems that the number 68 has picked up on that, and that is where he's gaining the majority of the time.
Now, when you're in second and you roll them up like that, and then they drop a little bit of space by, it's kind of a little head game right there on you.
It definitely is. It's difficult. I think we saw that in the 250 V moto with Kiefer. You saw a guy make that hard charge. He got there. I think possibly you get the blood in the water. You get hungry. You get hungry fast, and you're like, okay, I can push a little bit more, and you push just past that point to where you exhaust yourself.
Speaking of hungry, Sophia's
Team
smacking an apple there. Yeah, just puts the whole thing in her mouth. You can see it going down her throat, like wow, like a snake. Wow. It was tuna yesterday, and now she's gulping a whole apple. Good stuff. Got to get it in while you can, right? She's hustling out there. She's back on those podiums.
I just am impressed. She just came in kind of like under the radar. Next thing you know, she's slinging podiums down there. It's like, hey, we put her on the express lane of advancement in here.
Chase Brennan now moving into that 8th place position. So he is locked in and in that top 10, well in that top 10. Man, the one that you expected to at least hang on to that pace was Jaden Smart. I believe he definitely had a crash based on that last lap time here. So
yeah,
lost that pace of that top 10 group. But I think no different than what we saw at the 68. Man, when a guy like Jaden Smart is buried in the back, he knows what he's capable of. He's going to push past that point. I would say he's probably pushing what I call a little bit of a red zone to where you start making those mistakes.
I'm watching Brennan now out the window. I got our leader right there, Sawyer Geek, coming through the sand section, but I'm looking out the window at
Carter Gray right
43 is all over Carter Gray. Gray goes outside, and both riders now enter Storyland, and we'll see how they work out there. But I'm watching on Racer TV. Our leader is Sawyer Geek, cool, calm, and collected, slippery as an eel as he withers away from the rest of the grasp of the rest of the field. Like he can't hold on to him.
He's not withering away. He looks strong. He looks great. So Brennan has 2 riders directly in front of him, so you got to think he's going to finish off around 7th. As we look over, the white flag is out, boys. So that is one more lap to go now for the number 9. So it is business time for him. Get it on lockdown, manage this lead. A couple of seconds faster than Landon Lee was, your leader, Sawyer Geek. And Chase Brennan will be coming around the big sand section over here, and he has a little bit more work to do. I think he got Carter Gray, perhaps.
He's just on the inside of Carter Gray right there, and it looks like we've got number 11 of Chance Olberg just in front of him as well.
Yeah, he's got a shot at 2 more passes here on this last lap. So the Suzuki Speedster, Chase Brennan down on the ground, cranks the motorcycle back up, and goes to work.
There in the sand section.
There's the pass.
Carter Gray and
Brennan
puts him right there behind the number 11.
We got time. They got plenty of time. He's gotten around Carter Gray, so he'll click that in. So he gets 1. He's got 1 more. Could he possibly bring
top
that machine in the top 5?
That'd be
he would pass. That means he would pass how many?
37 riders.
37. Stu Baylor's like,
moving.
Really?
I was thinking maybe these guys can make it back to the top 10, and when I saw him around 11th, I was hypothetically thinking top 5. But to stay on it that entire moto, stay motivated, you gotta think at this point he's passed so many people. He probably doesn't even know where he is.
The chance for a mistake is super high. Yeah, no, he has no idea. He just knows. Goes there's the 23. He would have to get here. Don't think he's going to have time. The 23 of Austin Keller leaves the 10 Commandments. He's still got the number 11 to try to navigate around. What a ride, dude.
They're going into 10 Commandments right now. Let's see what that one might be a little tough. He's got a little ground to make up. Here comes your leader now.
So you can only pass 36 riders. What a bummer.
I mean, Dad's got to be proud.
Heck yeah. The whole
Tim
Castrone. Tim Castrone in Alabama. Castrone. Castrone. Castrone out of Alabama. Yeah.
The Slammer.
No. It's not the Slammer.
Chad Ward.
All
right, here we go. Geek going to take the win. He's coming around that sand section right there, the number 9. A couple more turns to go, but you know what happens in the Bermuda Triangle. Let's keep right gingerly. Take it easy now.
Take it easy here. Something could
all right, be careful. Here he goes. Looks good. Good form around there. Bam, bam, bada boom, bada bing. He is your Moto number 2 winner here in the 85. Yeah, I mean, right now there's those pair of pocket aces we've talked about for years. He's got them. Great job out there, Landon Lee. Fist pump, says, thank you, Lord, I made it.
I don't think Brennan was able to get the number 11 just in front of him. Chance Olberg.
Not over yet, Kevin.
He's still
I mean, only 36 guys.
I mean, come on.
What more do you want? One more. 37.
That's freaking impressive. A 2.7. He's back in the top 5 playoffs for sure. What a ride there, man. So that is going to do it for 85, 10 to 12. Sawyer Geek, Landon Lee, Aiden Steinbrecher up to 3rd. Good ride. He's on the box. Well done, bud.
Danny Lewis is pumped.
Austin Keller will round out your top 5, and we are going to crow hop it all the way down to Sophie. This is yours. You got the podiums. Take it away.
finisher. This is Aiden Steinbrecher. Aiden, would you mind filling us in on your moto during the hottest part of the day?
Yeah, I got to a good start. It's really hot out. It's hard, but I tried to stay my intensity, and it kind of worked, but got pulled at the last half, but so good.
How are you feeling going into Moto 3?
Really good. I feel like I'm going to win. A lot more confident this year, but yeah.
Awesome. Always good to go in with confidence. Who would you like to thank?
The Lord just kind of keep me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother and sister, Fox, Cent, Dunlop, Greg Iverson, Gabe Mono, Rob Fox, my family back at home supporting me, Pro Circuit, Mitch Payton, Factory Connection, and everybody supports me. Thank you.
That's Aiden Steinbrecher, everyone. Your Moto 2 third place finisher in 85 10-12. We're looking for our second place. If we can get Landon Lee up here, that would be awesome. I know these boys need some time to cool off. It is a warm day here at Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch. Landon Lee up here, second place in the second moto. How are you feeling going into Moto 3, and how was that moto for you?
The moto was pretty good. I feel confident going into the third motos.
All right, who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, B's Moto Lab, WBR Promotions, MCP, RTC. I'm forgetting one, aren't I? Daniel Blair, my mechanic, and everybody out there pushing me on the track.
Awesome, that's Landon Lee, everyone. Your second place in Moto 2 of 85 10-12. Now we're ready for our Moto winner, Sawyer Geek. Way to go, Sawyer.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not Sawyer's first time on the podium, not this week or this in your career. So will you tell us how you are getting such consistent wins?
I've been working really hard since Spring Nationals. Me and my trainer, we've just been working our butts off, and it's really paying off here. I've been working really hard on my starts, and they're getting way better, and that's really helping me to get up front.
That's awesome. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for getting me up here. It truly is Him. My mom, my dad, the whole KTM Orange Brigade team, Monster Army, Fly Racing, Alpine Star, 100%, Moto Sandbox, my trainer Jake, and just everyone who makes it happen. Thank you guys so much.
Sawyer Geek, your Moto 2 winner of 85 10-12.
What a ride for number 9 of that Sawyer Geek, man. I'm a fan after that moto. Very impressive, just very methodical. When somebody threw the shots, he could answer. And
no, just finish your thought. You good?
Yeah, go ahead. Now we see the 125 C class going out for their sight lap.
All right, so this is a class you don't traditionally see a 1-1-1. Every now and again, Alessio Chavez is kind of working towards that. I'm not saying he's in this one because he's in the 250C, but let's give you the top 10 rundown. It's moto number 2 for the 125C class. Finishing in the number 10 spot out of Oregon, Porter Hare on the 83 Husqvarna. Your 9th place finisher, let's look at Brock Lamb out of Swainsboro, Georgia on the 39 Yamaha. In the number 8 spot, it would be Hampstead, North Carolina native Jackson Flynn on the number 70 KTM. 7th position in that first moto was Freeport, Florida KTM rider Halo Pirate Dinsley. I'm not making that name up, folks. Finished 7th on the number 13 machine. 6th place finisher, it was Ohio native Landon Yunker on the number 88 Gas. Here was your top 5 in the 125C when we raced that first moto. Yamaha rider out of Shalakta, Pennsylvania, Jaden Smeltzer on the number 67. In the number 4 spot out of Colton, Oregon, KTM mounted Kylan Bells on the 75 machine. Here was your podium top 3. very exclusive club. Let's find our third place finisher out of Pleasanton, California. KTM rider Cash Edwards, number 98. Your second place finisher, Cooper Coyette on the 18, Husqvarna. And your winner in moto number 1 out of Smithville, Texas. How about it, Hudson Short?
Let me ask you something, Kevin. Now that you went down through there, you think this class will have a little mix-up? I mean, C-class.
Absolutely.
Or Short's going to get out here and go
He
bam,
might
bam.
very well just nail a whole shot.
So far, everybody's been going 1-1.
Yes. We've seen Sawyer Geek do it. We saw Brandon Haas do it in his second moto.
Timberman has got him a pair of wins in his classes, looking for his second motos to come around, so he gets
Sure. It's not easy to do, man. You can draw a good chip, get a good moto. So a few guys have a bad start, but, dude, bang out another one and another one.
Well, that's we were talking to Eddie and Jess as many years as they've been here at the ranch. How long does it take to win that first one? Just to win a moto. And they go, we brought little Knox here, 5 years old. He got a moto win.
First trip. He's never even been here.
He didn't even want to come here 4 months ago. He'd rather go to Pigeon Forge and hang out.
That was the plan, wasn't it? Yeah. Now it is, though. You guys are going to Pigeon Forge to celebrate after.
I'm riding home with, I'm taking R.J. Johnson's van. I'll be heading that way.
Get out of
How about that guy coming through? You got an R.J. Johnson.
I mean,
what a name, right?
Two-hip Johnson.
Hey, I'm R.J. R.J. who? I'm R.J. Johnson. You're like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
No, I really am. All right, so the cool zone, the Monster Cool Zone is where we want you before the races. You guys get to go in there before your races and kind of just chill out. You can watch the races. You can stay cool and enjoy the cool temps there. Keep that core body temperature nice and low before they put you on the racetrack. Let Dad sit out there and sweat it out. He's been doing it all year long. He's acclimated, man. You've been in there playing games on your video games. So it's nothing new to you.
Most definitely. Not only that, you're getting the big screen. I was over there hanging out with some of the guys yesterday. You got the big screen that you can watch the motos before you start as this track develops. See where these guys are putting the Machio down and see fast lines.
You almost just take your sleeping bag in there and say, hey, I'm going to camp out here today. I'll see y'all later.
I mean, just think about
the creek or the cool zone. What do you want to be?
When Shea Bentley was here, we were here our first trip in '93, at least my first trip. I think he'd been here before. He had a conversion van, one of those canopies that you have the metal poles that got the rope coming off the side. He had nowhere to escape this heat. You go in the creek and just lay in there and breathe out of a straw like Rambo. And then
that's how it used to
be.
be.
Moto. Now you've got ginormous RVs. You got the cool zone. You got the cool tents.
We did the same thing. We went in the creek.
Hot.
You went and soaked and you laid in there and let your little head bubble up. That was how, because I was in here in '95, so there was nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely it's progression, man. You love to see it from all the training facilities, so you can speak to that. The tracks change.
It's smart. It's smart. It's evolution. It's what you need to have.
You should have seen Jackson Burrell's face when I was explaining to him that you had 3-piece tent poles with 2 guy wires per pole.
Correct.
And about the time you tighten 2 down, then pull the other side over. Yeah.
Don't bump into it. It takes any amount of rain.
Somebody finally got smart and tied it to the bumper of the truck, and then somebody opened the truck door.
Oh, now the tent's gone again. Son of a gun.
I mean, Kevin,
Easy Up came along.
Yes.
I mean, your story, y'all guys come in a pickup truck.
I had no tent. I borrowed them. We had no tent. I came with my little brother. I was 19. He was 15. And we're like, here we go. Let's just figure this out. Figured it out. No tent. Had 55 gallons of water that we borrowed or brought up here and 1 set of gear for 6 motos.
Were you washing it in the creek?
Sometimes.
I was just wondering if you just wore it dirty every day.
Oh, he did wear it dirty for sure.
All right, here we go. 2 board up. This is going to be a good one. Let's see if Hudson Short can follow in Andrew's footsteps, get him a good start, and see what he can round up here in Moto. This is really the one. You had pressure in Moto 1, but when you're in that position, now the pressure's doubled.
All right, let's follow along and see if our guy Hudson Short, he'll be on the 29 machine. Whole shot looks like it might be a Husqvarna. Ooh, hang on. Is it the 29? I believe it might very well be, or the 50.
Looks like a Land Rush on Kevin.
It is. The Oklahoma Land Rush for sure.
Where's that 29 at? I don't see it.
The 98.
Oh, there he is. He's about 6 right now. Where's he at?
Bad. That's not too bad. Cash Edwards will get the whole shot on the 98 KTM. I believe that's him. And how good does that feel just heading into those 10 Commandments, Stu, all by yourself?
Definitely.
Yeah, but he better look out. Here comes Short
on the inside, and he's already quickly made his way to 3rd.
He's kind of moved over there out of the way of everybody side by side, so he's got a little room.
Short he's almost exploring the track. Everybody else seemed to funnel to that outside to get into those Commandments, and he put himself on the inside of the track, making quick passes if everybody got stopped up coming in.
Hey, he's already up to 2nd, Stu. 2nd, 3rd right there. Let's see what he looks like coming through here. There's your leader right there.
Cash Edwards, he finished 3rd in that first moto, so that's a great start for him. Short trying to solidify that pass, unable to quite do it. Still in third. I thought he had the pass made. I mean, these guys are frantically trying to get in the mix here. So Short still in third, Cash out front, the number 81 perhaps.
I see 81 looking good. That's Jason Brown. Downtown Jason Brown.
Finished 22nd in that first.
Hey, guess what?
Let's go.
New life right
there
now.
There you go.
He told his dad, I'll do better, Dad. And them boys are coming along through there. Here they come. They buzz the tower. 1, 2, and 3. Short back in third. Trying to go to work.
What kind of program does Short have? You know he's got him locked in, right?
He has been, from what I've seen, I follow those guys on social media. Andrew's just such a good dude. I mean, they're really just good people. And watching on social media, it looks like they've been hanging out at Game Moto.
Did you see that little miscue by our second place rider? Kind of got a little, oh, look out. Somebody.
That's Jason Brown. The second place rider goes down, I believe.
It started happening in those rollers before the finish line. And it threw him off kilter a little bit, and he's back up on his bike. But
yeah, he lost about 15 spots. Good thing he's okay.
Yeah, we want each and every rider to be okay. We don't want
Not Jared Brown, it's Jason Brown.
We know Jared Brown.
We know Jared Brown. Back in the day.
That was our guy.
There's the number 98. Finished third in the first moto. It's Cash Edwards trying to get some of that cash contingency from KTM. He's going to go wide heading into the 10 Commandments and launches in there to pop that double. Maybe a triple. Nope, bounces into that one.
Hey, big shout out. Beckett's Ferry had bike problems, 35th in the first one. Now he's having a good run up in the top 13. So he's got a fair shake in this one. Let's see what old Beckett can do.
13th place, man.
That's awesome. Hey, that's a big change. That's giving you some life. So you got Edwards, Brown, Short, Zavitsky, Owen, Schmelter, Pirate DeLindsey, Minery, Flynn, Bells, Choate, Junker, Ferry, Gomes, Schmidt, Eckham, Kubik, Gore, Obloski, Miranda, Meta, all in the top 20.
And we continue to watch our first moto winner, the number 29 of Hudson Short. He's now got firm control of the number 2 spot. He's got the leader just in front of him. So Cash Edwards trying to get that 3, maybe get a 1 and a 1, and then he puts himself in the mix for a championship. Got to do what you got to do. You can only control what you can control. So he's got that number 1 spot. That's all he could do. Get a great start and let the chips fall where they may. What a battle here, man. We're talking 3-4 wide. And you'll see fatigue happening 2 laps into this thing for some of these guys. They don't get the opportunity too often to ride a racetrack like this, like so beat up, because your local track may have 200 guys. It takes 2 days at your local track to get it somewhere even near this. And this thing is that way 30 minutes into your day. You know that, Wes?
Absolutely, 100%. I see it happening. I've seen it.
I just saw Wes drifting off, and he's just like looking out the window.
Well, I was watching some of the guys go through that sand section there. I was gathering knowledge.
With
all right,
them.
Edwards Short. Halo Pirate Dinsley.
Did it right. So it's Edwards, Short, and Minery starting to close in. There's our leader. Looks fresh there. The all-white KTM, the Husqvarna behind him, the traditional Andrew Short style with a white helmet. And look out, the blue Yamaha. Leslie Minery on the 28 machine.
All right, here comes your leader now into the 10 Commandments.
You see Short changing it up.
TV.
Short changed his lineup to kind of head him off at the pass. The 28 Yamaha was closing in, trying to pass him right there.
Well, he's got a little room now, so he's subtly in second. He has a host of riders behind him, Kevin.
They're banging on the door.
A little miscue there out of that rut. You see how that rut curled him? Yep. It held him just a little too long. He didn't get a clean run out of it. That little hook in there, and he's got company, just like that.
Zach Heron, our guy, is going to go play at 9 o'clock at the adult tent, if you want to call it the adult beverage tent.
Going to play at the beach first.
The beach first?
Yeah, he's going to head down to the beach at 5 o'clock. Yeah.
This guy's everywhere.
Hey, shoot some guys up to the FMX Freestyle.
Oh, absolutely. You shoot them through the beer tent after Freestyle.
I'll shoot. Oh, of course. We'll have Taka and Twitch drive right on over there.
So we're starting at 5 o'clock at the beach to watch you, Zach, and then you're going to send everybody to watch Freestyle in West Kane at what time?
That's how it works.
I believe it's right after last moto. They're going to be
I believe 7:30 or something like that is what it's.
And then we're going to send them back back to Zach. Boom. So on your way through, make a little pass.
Freestyle beer tent.
Right.
In that order.
Make a little pass on your way through, and hey, there's Zach. You all guys after this follow him.
What a way to have a concert series, though, Zach. You have made the Loretta Lynn's tour, the beach, the arena, the beer tent,
He's on tour.
all the venues.
Oh, it's a t-shirt.
Hey, we've
That's
got the
what I'm
arena
saying. I want
coming
the
up
Loretta
Friday
Lynn's
night.
tour T-shirt.
Yep, we're working on it.
I can't wait.
Big things to come.
Don't take Zach back to Area 3 after that. His performance there. We need him back here in the morning.
Hey, I've extended the morning shift a little bit. Don't have to be here until 9 a.m.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
We're getting responsibly wild tonight.
I rolled in at 9:30 this morning. Felt great. Slept in. You guys.
Kevin Kelly here at the crack of 9.
Yep.
Me and Meg are texting each other at 4:30. You up? Yeah, I've been up for a half hour already. I got my coffee.
Does it still smell down there? Yeah, they haven't fixed it yet.
Willie Manning blew the camper up yesterday. I mean, I thought it was all right with that.
Enough of that.
Great job over there. I saw the boys. If you have call those guys that are pumping out the pump trucks. They will come and rescue you. They will pump out your RV.
You said you got it.
So let's make a positive out of it.
Yeah, there you go.
If you need them, go to the office. You don't know the number. They will help you. They're all out here.
Wes, check this three-way battle for the lead out. The number 98 has this battle behind him. Hudson Short and Kylan Bells. Holy cow. He's got to race over, try to close that inside line. So Short getting it from Kylan Bells. Puts the pressure on him. And here comes Wesley Minery. So the ebb and flow of this race is just wild.
All right, here we go. Edwards, Short, Bells, Minery, Schmelzer, Savitsky, Dinsley, Choate, Owens, and Flynn round out your top 10. A couple of notables there. Castleberry, Hare, Carlson, Kane, Nielsen, Sandage, all battle around about 30th to 26th right now.
Hey, Wes, we got some autographs coming up in about 45 minutes. 4 p.m. Cameron McAdoo will be signing some autographs along with Levi Kitchen. So that'll be cool over at the
I saw you. Booth. They were up here. You got the autograph. You got the selfie.
Oh, man. Yeah, he signed my face. Signed my forehead, man. That's awesome. All right, so we are side by side. We are watching Cash Edwards and Hudson Short. The 98 is Edwards. Here comes Short on the outside. He's able to clear that entire jump. He's got some momentum as we go into the beach. He's going to switch up the lines. He's going to try to sneak underneath him. Here he comes on the inside. Wes Kane, can he pull it off?
It looks like Short has pulled the trigger. Oh, no, he answers back. He has responded to the inside. Short now shuffles to the outside. Look at that rut change right there.
Look at that. Short's challenging for the lead. Now he finds himself in third because the KTM rider of Kylan Bells slips underneath him for the moment.
Oh, a little bobble there. Foot come off the peg, but watch Bell try to shorten it up right there on Short. Wow, a 3-battle breakaway right there between those young competitors.
What a great battle here. This is Loretta Lynn's, folks. Moto number 2 of the 125C. Third place in the first moto. He leads it right now. And if we freeze the field right now.
How about that switch up?
At last minute. They would have a 3-1 and a 1-3 going into that final moto, but we still got plenty of time to go here.
That's what I was just getting ready to say, Kevin. Still 4 minutes. Don't see a 2-lap card yet. So.
Not yet. No. Oh, man. So a flurry of activity now, the number 98. And I tell you, the 20 or 75 comes to life on that KTM. It is go time for Kylan Bells. Let's see how Kylan finished. He finished 4th, so he's in that championship picture.
Absolutely.
Too. How about it? There it is on the inside, just like that. The 75 Wes Kane.
Do you think Short maybe exhausted himself just a little bit trying to battle up?
Don't shortchange him, dude. I don't think so. Here comes the 98. He's going to go around the 75 for the moment. They're going to race to the inside of this turn. It's a little smoother for the 98, but KTM rider able to hold him off for the moment.
Dives around that outside. He's still got the momentum there as they exit Storyland. It's running the old 75 Gage Linville number.
There you go.
All right, there he is. He hugs to the inside. This guy, the track looks like it's growing a little bit.
It does.
Yeah, you saw that? It's growing a little wider there, but it's rough as a cob. As
they just continue to switch lines there, Megawatt.
Yeah, Bell's just letting that bike loose, wasn't he? Just letting it swap side to side, letting the bike do the work. But take a look at Short. Holy cow. Wants to go the opposite line there, West. Wants to get underneath, trying to make something happen. Couldn't close the distance right there around the tree.
Yeah, that's.
Nah, I think Short's back just a little bit.
Yeah, he's in third, but.
Yeah, these guys have broke away a little bit. They're Short. These two guys have a little room. He has just a little. Those two guys have a little room.
Watch him on the inside. Some good momentum. He looks over. He made a little bobble. Oh, they almost touched there, and he's going to just smash that pass. What a great move there. Back out front, the 98. I mean, this is true Loretta Lynn style West Kane white flag lap megawatt.
Yeah, Kevin, you called it. You know, you've been working those inside lines, made it happen right there. Take a look. Oh,
we're
back around goes Bell.
Get
goes
some. You know what he says?
Here we go.
Get some, Meg.
Absolutely. Wow. Step up, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Take a look at the 75 Bells. Knows he's got about a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps to go.
No, white flag is out.
White flag is out now. Yes, absolutely. So these guys have a half a lap. Here goes Hudson. Hudson Short tries to go around.
No, that's Cash.
I'm sorry.
Short's back a little bit, Meg, like I said early on.
Yep.
We don't know who's leading right now. I mean, you look on your screen, they're dead even.
Hey, Meg.
Right-hander at the end of the line here.
That line Bell took was the old cliche. You got to pin it to win it.
You better believe it.
Yeah,
dude.
he used it.
Yep, for sure.
And second place isn't off the bumper right there. Edwards says,
he jumped out of the rut. What a battle. He saw the lap rider. He had to jump out of his rut to avoid getting stuck behind him. This is just
what's the story going to be here?
He's writing it right now. I think we're going to find out here in just a moment. Big bobble there by Cash Edwards.
Yeah.
He's got a third in the first moto, now a second, and Bells will have a 1.
Have a little breathing room on that one, Kevin.
He finished 4th.
Still, we talk about having that top 5, how important it is to set yourself up for that third and final moto. You got to be inside that top 5 every time, Kevin.
All right, one more attempt. You're absolutely right here. One more run here for Cash Edwards. He made the pass last lap. I don't know if he's got enough time here. He's got to be exhausted.
That's what I was saying about Short. He was in second for so long, and then when he shuffled back to third, it looked like he had lost a little ground. I know you lost track of him a little because I said there was a gap.
Absolutely, bud. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. That's what we do up here.
That's how that action happens here, too.
Kind of gingerly in there, man.
Hiccup there, wasn't there?
I thought so.
Sure.
Well, another hiccup.
Whoa. The checker flag comes out with number 75 of Colin Bells.
I did it.
He is tied in points with the rider in second with 5 points.
I don't know.
Short will have a 1-3. He'll be 1 point ahead of these guys going in that third.
And what about that pressure, Meg?
That was a difficult fist pump right there at the end, wasn't it? I will tell you.
Help me, Tom Cruise. But I made it. Good job, He rolls that thing right. That move from that inside, Meg, was textbook.
It was.
Coming in front of I mean, he just
absolutely
found the line. Oh, wow.
In it to win it. Records or checkers right there, bro. We're going. That's Stu Baylor style.
So Bells and Edwards have 5 points. They're all tied up going into that third and final moto. Hudson Short will be 1 point ahead of them with 3-1 score or 1-3 score. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching this 125C class. Every moto here today has been outstanding. We're into our second motos. It's race number 4, the 125C, as we get ready to head down to the podium with more action. We got race number what?
I don't have.
I'm out of sorts now. This thing's all out of order.
I'm up here on the podium with our second moto bronze finisher. This is Hudson Short, everyone. Hudson, you look a little bit tired. Will you tell me about that moto?
Yeah, I got off to a good start, and Man, I thought I had a good pace and just couldn't pass. Nothing on the track, just me. And yeah, a little bit of a bummer to come in third place, but I'm ready to charge for the third moto.
That's a good attitude. Who would you like to thank?
Fly Racing, TJ Cycles, Fuel Factory, graphics guys, Scott Goggles, CCAP, and Alpine Stars, and just everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Hudson Short, everyone, your bronze medalist for Moto 2 of 125C. If we could get our second place finisher up here, Cash Edwards.
Cash Edwards!
Cash Edwards, would you mind coming up to the podium?
Hey, Cash! Down on the podium! Go!
All right, everyone, this is your silver medalist, Cash Edwards. Cash, you're in 125C. Is this your first year at the ranch?
Yep, first year and first year trying.
All right, well, congratulations. And how would you describe this second moto? It's hot. How's your experience at the ranch going so far?
It's going great. Kylan Bells is a fast rider, and it was good. I'm in a pretty good spot for the last motor.
Good. You're all fast riders. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Edwards and Sons, Bolin Builders, Bryce Hammond for helping me every single day, never giving up on me, and everyone else back home. Thank you guys so much.
Cash Edwards, everyone, your silver medalist in 125C.
We won, buddy.
Now it's time for our moto winner. If we could get Kylan Bells up here on the podium. There he is, our gold medalist, Kylan Bells. Okay, you got a moto win under your belt. How do you feel going into the third moto?
Super confident. Got off to not the best start, to be honest, and just started walking through the field.
That's awesome. Who would you like to thank?
I thank Grandma, Grandpa, Jerry, Chandler, my mom, Dad, Fusion Graphics, Justin Miller, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
That's Kylan Bells, everyone. Your Moto 2 winner in 125C. Back up to you guys at the tower.
All right, thanks, Sophia. Great job down there on the podium as another impressive 125C class. As now, Jackson, we turn our attention to the 250 Pro Sport second moto. Let's get ready to run down your top 10 from moto number 1. Rounding out the top 10, looks like that is going to be Bailey Kroon on the number 16 in the 9th place spot. That was going to be Jonathan Getz on the number 25. 8th place in Moto 1, Gavin Betts on the number 72. Finishing 7th in Moto number 1, that's going to be Cade Johnson on the 17. Finishing 6th is the 46 of Luke Fowler. Breaking into the top 5 now, that's going to be Diesel Thomas on the number 54. The 4th place ride going to Landon Hartz on the number 92. Making the podium here in the opening moto, that is going to be the 23 of Landon Gibson. The number 18 of Landon Gordon going to cross the line in the number 2 ride, and the 21 of Enzo Timmerman, your first moto winner. Zach Heron, Jackie Legs here to call the action. Stu, maybe going to hang out. He's still got the headset on. We got Pro Sport coming up next. This is going to be a fun one, Jackson.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Going to get the big dogs out there once again. It's going to be a little more even playing field for some of these young guns, as most of them are going to be on 250cc machines. So compared to the Open Pro Sport class, everybody going to be on 250 is going to be an even playing field. Going to be a good one here for our second moto.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talk about the riders, some preferring the 250s in that Open Pro Sport class as well. Here in the 250 class, don't have to worry about it. Everybody on those 250 machines, but we had some really exciting battles in this one. Enzo Timmerman, so far, 2025 Loretta's, he has been the guy to beat, but Landon Gordon, along with Landon Gibson, the battle of the Landons has been one to watch.
Yeah, it sure has, man. And what more can you say about Timmerman? He's been able to put that machine everywhere he wanted to. It's stuck. He's had a good week so far. We'll see if he can continue that here in this one. Doing a little bit of track prep right now, which I'm actually surprised before our 250 Pro Sport. So that's going to be good for him. Allow these boys to really let it eat.
Yeah, I believe just touching up a couple of spots. And Stu, you can talk about it as a man that's moved some dirt in your time, doing a little bit of track prep here before the higher level of skill riders, the 250 Pro Sport. Some guys probably sitting on the line going, no, don't do that. Don't take those bumps out. All you pro guys, you crazy pro riders, you actually want it as rough and as tough as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I feel like when you come to this event, that is a big separator, but not saying that it's still going to play any favorites. I think right now, if you actually look out, they touch certain sections. So you'll see the inside of a corner, they'll leave it rough. The outside, they'll change it. So I think it's actually creating a good race. When we look like right here before the commandments, so they've knocked out the outside ruts. It's completely smooth on the outside. The inside's still rough. So I think it gives for good passing opportunity. You can find those smooth lines. Storyland, they've seemed to be taking that Machio around the outside back there, keeping that outside open. If you want to charge through the rough stuff, you still have that chance on the inside. The one thing that makes it a little bit sketchy, and I'm sure these guys are thinking about it, that water that you see going down around this finish line section and coming out of Storyland, those are spots where they do not plow and prep every single time. Those are the spots where, as you guys remember, I think it was this moto yesterday where we saw the number 18 jump off the track coming into the triple. That spot right there is going to be slippery. The spot leading up to the finish line, a little bit slippery. So as they check the cycle lap, these guys are all very, very good riders. They've seen these conditions. They're going to know those slick spots. Be patient. But those are the only concerns. You know, as you're sitting on the line, how slick is it going to be? Is that face going to be slick?
Well, and here in 2025, a lot of tire talk going on. Everybody a big fan of the scoop, especially in these very deep start conditions. Now, the start straightaway ripped up between every single one of these motos. But to your point, Stu, there's a couple of these sections, several of which are right before the finish line where they aren't touching up. We're getting down to that hard Tennessee base, and we can see the back end starting to break traction a little bit. Riders going to have to pay mind to this, especially with the water being thrown down.
Yeah, definitely. The riders have all really leaned on that sand tire for about the last 4 years, and it's kind of crazy. I want to say it was like 2022 when we had the really muddy year, and everybody really started doing it. I know for years there's been guys, it's kind of been 50-50 split whether you're going to do it for the start or not, and then all of a sudden we just saw everybody show up with this MX, I believe it was the MX-11 at the time, and I've seen that transition change even in pro motocross. You look, those guys are doing it. Now in GNCCs, rocky races, I've seen guys on paddle tires. Yep. I've got one sitting right behind us here, Nick DeFeo, who won our opener at the GNCCs on a sand tire, and he has opted to run that tire. Obviously, we're on Pirelli now, but still, same concept. He has opted to ride that tire at 50% of the rounds, and they're making it work. Me, I'm old school. You're not going to change me. I ride it at Florida.
Hey, absolutely. And we've seen some riders, Eli Tomac comes to mind, where he does his training with that sand tire on. He does almost all of his bike preparation with that paddle tire on. So the way the entire bike is set up, Jackson, is to react to that tire. We've heard the small little differences that going from something like an MX-14 to an AT82 can do, not only to what the tire itself can do, but how the bike reacts given on how it's set up.
Yeah, no doubt. And Zach, as I looked at Dunlop and what their recommendations were, it was to go with that MX-34. It wasn't the MX-14 for the kind of conditions that we're getting here today. So yeah, going to be interesting to see what these boys can choose. But that's a good point. If it's what you're used to, if that's what the machine's set up for, I definitely wouldn't be changing it now.
Yeah, and there are some major changes. I know even just when I've run some different tires. So when I was with Dunlop prior to moving to Pirelli, they came out with that 82. The outside diameter of that tire was larger. I went to Factory Connection. They told me that some of the stuff that I was feeling on that tire was different because of the diameter of the tire. And if you look, the sand tire is a little bit more low profile. So I can see where, you're talking about Eli Tomac training on it, setting his bike up for it. There is a reason for that. I think it does change the overall handling of of the motorcycle. You don't think that 2 or 3 mil makes a big difference, but 2 or 3 mil on the sag does. Why wouldn't it on a tire?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. It only makes sense.
It always blows my mind how in tune with their machine these riders are. Something K-Dub said earlier, he's putting on his bike, and I didn't know what he meant at once, but he said at this level, your bike has to become an extension of you as the rider. It's not something that's a whole separate piece. You have to be that in tune, and riders able to feel a few millimeters here and there, like Stu was just talking about. That's the difference between being a high-level A-B rider to being at the top level of the 250 Pro Sport class at Loretta's.
Yeah, and how far you can push them. There's a lot that goes into it, but hey, for now, I'm going to let the riders out here for their sight lap. Going to get them lined back up, and we will be dropping the gate. As I take a look down my sheet here, a few of our big players DNFing there in that first moto, such as Thor Powell, not able to finish that one. Of course, Liam Aloft, who we've talked about, and then Reese Wheaton along with Hayden Hefner, and then Zach Peters out of that first one as well. So
yeah, and not even just the DNFs, Jackson. There's going to be a couple of riders. We talked about the variance in goals. Some riders just happy to be one of the 42. Some riders wanting to be inside the top 20. Several came to this week expecting to be battling for podiums, top fives, and championships, and now find themselves on the bubble. A perfect example, the number 46 of Luke Fowler. Definitely consider him a podium favorite, somebody that can get up in the mix, but the start's absolutely crucial here today. We kind of have taken out the randomness of those Moto 1 starts. Now they've earned the position they're in. They've earned the gate pick that they have here in Moto 2. Let's see what they can do with it.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited here for this one. Going to be excited to see what Kate Johnson can do on that 17 machine. He was 7th there in Moto 1, but we saw him having a great first moto there in that open Pro Sport class. So we'll see what he's able to do here in this one.
So riders out on their sighting lap right now, trying to take that opportunity to take in the last little bit, like Stu was talking about. Check out where they laid the water down, where they touched up on the track. One lap, and there's a lot of information that you got to process there, Jackson, but these guys the best of the best.
Yep, no doubt about it. The top riders about to move up to the pro ranks. A lot of these riders this race here this week will be their last time racing an amateur race before they move up to the top ranks.
So funny, a lot of these riders may not even know whether or not they're going to have another trip here to the ranch or not. We've heard several riders think, hey, maybe I got another year in pro sport. Nope, maybe not. So going to be exciting to watch for sure. Taking a look at the number 50 of Cole Forbes.
And take a look at that back tire there. Is that going to be a scoop tire for him? Also going to be a scoop tire, I noticed there, on Landon Gibson's 23 machine there.
Taking a look at, there's the lucky 13 of Thor Powell coming off of a DNF there in Moto 1, so really trying to turn things around. And now he has the ability to play the dark horse there, Jackson. The expectation maybe a little bit lowered after a tough first moto, so he's going back to the folks at Yamaha, going back to his team and saying, hey, now let's play spoiler. Let's get up in the mix in these second and third motos and show what we can do.
Yep, no sand tire for that, man. We'll see what Powell is able to do here in this one. Of course, a lot of these riders riding that SMX next as well, so already getting to see what they're capable of here this season.
Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen a lot of these riders, Jackson. I mean, you talk about Landon Gordon, Landon Gibson, Kate Johnson, several of these riders being part of that SMX Next program for quite a while now as well, as our man Thor getting a little bit of camera love there on the starting line. So these guys, familiar names, and most of them not their first time to the ranch either. This is a long culmination of, hey, I was here on 50s, 65s. I've grown up. I've suddenly become a star of this amateur national. Also, they can line up right here in our pro sport classes and try to end things with a bang on their amateur career.
Exactly. Hey, I'm sure that we've talked about it already with Stu. We got that nice Monster Energy hospitality there for the guys to hang out with, cool down before they go out. Stu, you think you would go cool down before you moto, or you think you'd soak in it out there, keep that body temperature the same?
Most definitely. I think that years ago people talked about heat acclimation. Not necessarily true. I think keeping that core body temperature low before we come into these motos. At this point, these kids have trained for a long time. They know what to do. Right now, they've just got a gate drop to worry about, and you can do that from the cool zone that Monster Energy has provided right there behind the start.
Well, save the cool for later because it's as hot as it's going to get, Jackson. You said it. Gates down, 250 Pro Sport Moto 2 off and rolling. It's a green fender leading them into turn 1. Landon Gordon going to grab the early race lead.
Cade Johnson with a good start, as well as Enzo Timmerman. That scoop tire for Landon Gibson working out as he is right there in the mix as well, taking that inside line here in turn number 2. They're going to rock it out. Zach going to have a smooth outside line. Let's see what the 21 machine can do with it.
Man, this is exciting. A lot of big names up front. We've got Landon Gordon, Cade Johnson, Enzo Timmerman, Landon Gibson, Luke Fowler, all inside the top 5. Diesel Thomas not far back in the 7th place spot as well. Cole Forbes inside the top 10 off the jump. That's a big improvement for him as well. This is kind of what we expected from our 250 Pro Sport riders, the who's who up front early.
And take a look at this pack as they make their way around. They're going to head off into Storyland. And a few zigzags. Now going to zoom into our leaders. Let's see who it's going to be, Zach. Some shuffling around up at the front of the pack. And is that the 17? It is.
I believe so. Yeah, Cade Johnson making the move happen.
Cade Johnson coming into this one with a lot of hype, as well as that 18 machine of Gordon. And look at that, 17 already putting some space between him and the 18 machine.
Yeah, Johnson on that Altus back Blue Crew Yamaha ride. Feeling good, feeling cool out front, as I think he honestly kind of caught a little confidence in that first Open Pro Sport Moto there, Jackson. He is coming into this one with a 7th place, a solid result for sure, but he was battling for podiums in Open Pro Sport Moto 1. He wants to be doing the same here in 250 Pro Sport.
Yeah, rightfully so, Zach. Some confidence was due after that one. Here we go. We're going to check in for 1 lap complete here in this one. The boys still going to have well over 20 minutes to go as we check in a 1:43.3. Look at that.
Now going to have to wait for a full complete lap before we get to really get in that Oakley fastest lap award. But as far as opening laps go, Jackson, that is a blazing pace, 2 seconds faster than Landon Gordon or Enzo Timmerman, now 2 and 3.
Here we go, back onto this start stretch, and Gordon gonna have some trouble behind him. Timmerman getting up into the mix. Let's see what the Kawasaki boys can do. Timmerman at the outside.
And this could be best case scenario for Cade Johnson. We talked about 2 riders getting back and forth with one another and actually slowing their pace down. So if you are Cade Johnson, you want Landon Gordon, Enzo Timmerman, and Landon Hartz to go to war right now while you slip away with the race lead.
Yeah, another person wanting that same thing is Landon Hartz as he tries to capitalize here on this battle. The 21 machine going to lose his stride. There we go, Hartz up the inside.
Great drive from the Yamaha rider. Hartz closes to within a bike length or so, taking the wide way around. Let's see. It's going to set him up on the inside in this next corner. Still trying to make it happen at the backside of Storyland. Hartz not quite able to put Timmerman behind him quite yet.
Hart's going to be on that EBR Performance, One Industries, Heatwave, Atlas Motorsports, Dunlop, and Lynn Johnson Collision Repair back ride. And boy, has to be making them proud right now.
Headed back into the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Beach is looks like problems for, oh no, is that
the 41 machine?
The 41 ride having some bad luck. Hate to see that.
Yeah, Gavin Templin.
Meanwhile, we flash back to the Team Green boys running 2 and 3 right now.
Ooh.
And Landon Gordon able to sky things out. Timmerman scrubbing it off a little bit. He's going to try this tight inside line around the Thor Sand Sweeper. Actually fades wide on the outside.
And Zach Timmerman looking like he's feeling good.
We talked about how planted he looked on that bike earlier today. I don't think anybody is looking planted right now, as this track is as brutal as it could get.
No doubt about it. Luckily for them, a little bit of prep on some of these faces, and I'm sure that's going to allow these riders to throw some big whips, some big scrubs like we're seeing, able to really soak up some of this. But take a look at this man, Cade Johnson, still able to keep some separation between himself and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, now getting a real look at those full lap times, a 156.5 for Cade Johnson, a 156.8 for Landon Gordon. Gordon may be able to get a bike length or 2 on Enzo Timmerman on that last lap, but it's been a yo-yo back and forth, Jackson. Meanwhile, Landon Hartz and Landon Gibson just trying to keep things inside the top 5.
Timmerman at the outside, a good line there for him. Double, triple, double. And back off into Storyland. Here we go.
Gordon, a little hesitation coming out of that corner. Not sure if he got off balance or what, but that is going to give Timmerman a bit of a break.
Man, Timmerman really taking advantage of that one.
And I don't think Timmerman or Gordon are really in a panic quite yet. They still have Cade Johnson right in front of them. Still got plenty of time, 25 minutes plus 2 laps here, Jackson. But at the same time, you know they don't like seeing that blue fender get further away.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Want to get up to the front of the pack as soon as they can. Cade Johnson still trying to break away and doing a great job doing so far. Going to take a look just a little farther back than what we see on Racer TV here for you. Landon Gibson in the 5th place spot. Luke Fowler, Jonathan Getz in 5th and 6th, 7th there for Jonathan Getz. 8th for Diesel Thomas. 9th for Clock Robbins, and Cole Forbes going to be holding on to that 10th place spot.
Absolutely. So some big names up front. Couple further back to look for as well. Alvin Hillen in the 15th spot. Gavin Betts, who was inside the top 10 in Moto 1. He's back there in 16th. Thor Powell just inside the top 20 in front of Dane Morales. But this is the battle to watch on RacerTV.com. The Team Green boys going at it, and it's all been Enzo Timmerman so far. As Landon Gordon, a lot of popularity in that SMX Next series like we talked about, Jackson. Some great performances as well. They both want to be the top dog under that Team Green 10.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I heard Wygant talking about it. Team Green, they want to see it, Zach. They want to see the battles. They want to see who is the best, want to put the pressure on these young riders, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
We'll bring in some analytics here from fellow Team Green rider there, Stu Baylor. What are we seeing right now? These guys, how much is it playing nice? How much it is you don't want to be in my way right now?
Man, at the end of the day, I don't think any two teammates want to get beat by the other. Obviously, on my side in the off-road world, it's me and Josh Toth trading wins every week, and he wants to beat me as bad as I want to beat him. There is no team tactics that's going to stand in the way of that. When you want to win, you want to win. And right now, I think that Timmerman knows that he has to beat the guy in front of him, which happens to be his teammate. If it comes down to it, you might have to get ugly.
Hey, you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do. It's the Red Lens. But, yeah, Timmerman better get to doing it right now because Landon Hartz has started to reel him back in. The 92 fell off that top 3 battle for just a moment or so, but he's regrouped and is closing back in on the number 21. Meanwhile, Landon Gibson and Luke Fowler in that 5th and 6th place spot in a battle as well.
The number 21 has really seemed to shine there late in the moto. So as we can expect right now, only a few laps complete. You got to plan on this guy really coming to his own late in this moto. And it seems that not necessarily that he is getting any faster, but his lap times don't change. He seems very consistent where the other guys start to struggle there at the end. But we obviously haven't seen the number 17 of Cade Johnson up here in the front with these guys. So that can obviously mix things up. And it looks like we've got a pass. Oh, wow. He just closes him off, just shuts the door. But putting him on the outside line here, maybe he can make a run up here through the finish line section.
Man, and that just goes to show, I was going to mention how Timmerman has not been jumping that big jump right beside the tower headed into the Thor Sand Sweeper, specifically so he could tuck back to the inside. He's chopping off a lot of distance there and just about chopped into the side of Landon Gordon.
And it looks now like they are closing this gap up just ever so slightly on that number 17 of Johnson. So these Cowie guys, I think the pressure got put on, and they are closing it up quick.
Wow.
Obviously, you got to anticipate a mistake out of the number 17 right there in that section.
Man, things happening in a hurry there for Cade Johnson. Not sure if he got hung up in a rut or what. All of a sudden, the gap disappeared, and now he's got not one but 2 Kawasaki riders going at it as Timmerman going to 2-3-3 his way through this 10 Commandments. Actually saw him, I believe, triple in on the last lap.
A 3-second lead when he crossed across the finish line. Now going to move back into the 3rd place position as Enzo Timmerman moves himself up in a 2nd. How about it? Landon Gordon going to be leading the way.
Yeah, Gordon got the memo. He did not want to be caught between Timmerman and Johnson. Said, okay, let's move it up. And Timmerman going to follow his teammate right along through. So no change for that Team Green battle except for the position it's over, and that's the number 1 spot.
Here we go.
Shake up in the last 2 corners we've had there with leader dropping back to 3rd. And, man, like I said, you got to expect this number 21 is hungry, and here he's trying to make a run.
Yeah, we're going to have
to really come on about that midway point, and then right now we're right there.
Wow, did you see that, Stu? They crossed in the air. I thought they were actually going to make contact as Timmerman has suddenly hit the go button. He scrubs alongside of him, slams the door in his face, and says, I'm going to take that number 1 spot and take the inside in the Thor Sand Sweeper. Look at how much he opens up just from that inside line.
Hey, as our buddy Mikey Waynes would say, that is making grown man moves right there. So a new leader on the track, Enzo Timmerman, going to lead this 250 Pro Sport into lap number 6.
The 21 of Timmerman took that lead away, didn't leave anything up for question, and then tough break there for Gordon. Drags the foot a little bit on the exit from the Bermuda Triangle, and that gives Timmerman just enough breathing room, and that's the last thing you want to do.
All right, now Kate Johnson going to have to shake that off, get back into this fight. Landon Hartz holding on to the 4th place position. Landon Gibson still going to be your 5th place.
Man, this is a hot battle. Let's talk to a rider who has spent plenty of time in a hot bottle. Jason Wygant, who you standing by with?
Well, yeah, I got none other than the Pro Motocross champion of the 450 class, Chase Sexton, hanging out with us here at the tower. But more importantly, former Horizon Award winner. Where does that rank? Supercross title, motocross title. Do you remember those days?
I do. 2016 was pretty special for me. I think I crashed a lot in one class, but I was able to win the other and was able to get the Horizon Award. So it was special, and a lot of good guys have won it. And I mean, it doesn't really promise you anything in the pros, but it is a good start to turning pro. So it's pretty cool.
Now, look, we were just getting a quick update on you. I know you're here hanging out with Oakley, but the pass that we just saw from Timmerman, you were pretty impressed with that.
Honestly, I was watching Open Pro Sport in this tower earlier, and I was filming him every lap he came from the sand section. He was jumping, and then he was basically doing like 3 jumps, and he was through the sand sweeper, which is really cool. And he's riding very well. Like, I honestly, that pass just made it have my jaw on the floor. So it's cool to see the progression and how these kids are riding.
Wait a minute. So you, Chase Sexton, videoed Enzo Timmerman to see what he was doing earlier this morning?
I would have posted, but I don't have any service. So no, it's cool. I mean, I love to watch. I'm a student of the game, and I like to watch other riders and what they do, and it's cool. I mean, both these two out front ride very well, and I ride pretty much every day with Landon Gibson. There's a lot of Landons out there, but Landon, Gibson, and just trying to like kind of wear off on them and teach them a few things. So, but it's really cool. Like I said, I was pretty impressed with what I was seeing earlier out of Enzo, but that was even more impressive.
Yeah, having to make the move because Gordon was fighting him there. As for you, here's the good news. You're here on a win streak. You won a race the last time everybody raced, which feels like a month ago now. Does it feel like that to you? It does to me.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while. It's only been a weekend we've had off so far, but this break, like the year, it seems like it goes by pretty fast. And then we hit this break every year in outdoors, and it's like it's starting to hit like it's starting to drag on a little bit. But it is nice to have a break and kind of regroup. Like I said, I came back from injury, and I didn't really expect to win as early as I did because I knew how good everyone was riding and how good Jet is, obviously. So I was good to get that one out of the way, and I'm moving into 3 tracks that I really enjoy and trying to work on a few things in these off weeks and come out swinging for Ironman.
Okay, Enzo getting away now. Gordon and Johnson still locking down 2nd and 3rd. Chase, could you take us through that 4 laps of fury, Moto 2 at Washougal? My buddy Kevin Kelly's texting me saying that's about the best racing I've ever seen. A couple people found me yesterday, and they're like, how good was that race at Washougal? What's it like to be in that? It was 4 of you battling.
It's funny because like when I rewatched it after the race was over, obviously, and I was like, man, in my helmet, it just seemed kind of normal. Like it didn't seem crazy. And it was tough because I ended up having to go back behind Hunter after the restart. So I was like, I gotta pass him again. And the roost at Washougal is horrible. So it was a cool battle, and I got next to Jet in the whoops and tried to make a pass, and then pass you back, and Tomac was behind me, and you can always hear when Eli's behind you, his bike is wide open. So I mean, it was cool because I think that's like one of the first times where everyone's kind of been up front and battling, and it's a good time to be a fan and also a racer of the sport.
Is the intensity so much where you're all like, okay, this is something I cannot do for 30 minutes. I'm going to put in my 1 lap here. Is it get to that level when you're trying to make that one pass right there? Or for all 4 of you think we could see it for a whole race?
I think you could see it. I mean, I kind of read who I'm racing, and I could tell, like, I mean, I think as far as like Jet and I were kind of like starting to like warm up and trying to get faster. And I mean, when I tried to pass him, like that's an all-out like burst of speed. But like, as far as like just riding behind him or he's behind me, like we're kind of just like sniffing each other out a little bit and trying to see what the other one's going to do. So I feel like that pace could be held for the whole race. I mean, I came back to it's actually after the restart. I had such bad cotton mouth from the restart. I couldn't get my tongue off the roof of my mouth. So I was kind of wishing we would have kept going, but no, it was fun, and it kind of calmed down after the restart, obviously. But it was a cool 4 laps.
Yes, we'd like to get like all 14 like that. Last thing for you, so you're hanging out with Oakley. You talk about that, and then also
when was the last time you were here? Like, I don't feel like I see you here every year, but I feel like I have seen you here post-racing.
I haven't been here since the Pro National in 2020. Wow. Yeah, so, I mean, since the amateur race, it's been 2016, my last time here, so it's really cool. I really enjoy coming to this place, and especially with how many memories I had here growing up. I didn't win here too many times, but getting to spend the time with your family, and it's really special with how much pressure this race brings, and all the guys here. You work your butt off all year for this one race, and sometimes it goes good, and a lot of the times it didn't. So it's really fun, and yeah, I'm honestly just watching Enzo go through the sand sweeper again. But it's really cool to be back. I would like to make this a more like normal thing for me coming back and being able to try and give back to the kids that's who I was when I was growing up. I was coming over here and watching other guys, the pros, RC and Kevin, all those guys ride. And when they come here to do the bike, they used to do like the bike reveals here. Yes. I would line that fence, be the first one there, trying to see the new bike and the pros ride and try and get some autographs. So it's cool to be back and being on the other end of it.
Okay, hey, good job, Enzo Timmerman. You got Chase Sexton geeking out. I said that was my last question, but I do have one more. You said you didn't win here a lot. Our theory on the outside is that your stories like that, there's a lot of guys like that, where they had more success as a pro than here. Was that part of the drive? Was getting podiums but not winning, did that build you maybe even more so than if it had been the other way around?
Yeah, I think for me, like, not winning as much as I definitely didn't win as much as I lost. So it kind of shaped me as a person, and it kind of built character for me, and that is something that like I would never trade. Obviously, I'd love to have more titles, but at the end of the day, the titles are the ones you want to win are in the pros, and I think that's something that kids like need to obviously realize. Like, it's not all made in one here. You got to do it in the pros, and obviously you have to do good enough in the amateurs to get that opportunity, but it's not all about this week. Obviously you want to come and perform, but there's other races and there's a lot more to be won than just titles here.
Building character, win or lose.
I love it.
Well, Enzo Timmerman, you got the stamp of approval from Chase Sexton, so that's pretty impressive. Gap's pretty stabilized here, Zach and Jackson, as far as you can see.
Yeah, for the top two there, Enzo Timmerman continuing to lead the way. Landon Gordon holding on to that second place spot, but look at that, Zach Gibson now able to put that 23 Husqvarna machine up to third.
Yeah, Landon Gibson flew by the speaker tower, heard Chase Sexton in our tower, and said, I got to go. I got to get to the podium right now. Chase is up there. So Gibson riding strong. Cade Johnson, got to wonder whether or not something may be going on with the bike. He lost that gap almost immediately, and since then we've seen a couple of little mistakes that just don't seem quite like the way Cade Johnson was riding early in this race. But up front, what can you say? Enzo Timmerman, look at that, wheeling, just hopping his way through these braking bumps like they were designed to do that.
Yeah, methodical, absolutely methodical, and absolutely tossing that thing as well. It is a treat to watch this man ride right now. The 21 machine putting on quite the clinic.
Yeah, Timmerman continuing to turn 157s as Landon Gordon checks in with a 2:01, a 159.6 from Landon Gibson, and then back down into the 159s is Cade Johnson. So maybe the Yamaha riders got things figured out and going to try to regroup for the tail end of this moto, as we're watching Timmerman standing late into those corners, really trying to absorb as much of the bumps as possible. Meanwhile, Johnson and Gibson still going at it as they head into the 10 Commandments.
Here we go. We'll see. Can Cade Johnson track him back down? And back into Storyland they go. Watching on screen here, the 23 machine of Landon Gibson and the 17 of Cade Johnson there on his Yamaha machine. Cade Johnson, of course, your early leader here in this one, trying to get himself back up onto that podium. But no doubt about it, the 23 machine, that is going to be his goal as well. The Rockstar Husqvarna Fly 100% and Dunlop backed rider.
So herein we may have a new fast lap time here, Jackson. Didn't quite confirm it myself, but Timmerman trying to continue to put his name all over the charts here at Loretta's 2025 as he is out front trying to collect another gold medal. Look at how far to the inside he's going right there, as he is chopping off probably 20 plus 20-plus rows. Timmerman's having fun out there right now. He's throwing a little bit of leg swag, Stu. He is feeling the flow, not feeling any pressure.
And Jason Wygant has just brought off a new lap time. We got a little insight here, Jason.
Yeah, well, it is official. We have it right here. Fastest lap of the week was turned in by Enzo Timmerman while taking over the lead on that same lap, while battling.
Lap number 5. On lap number 5, turning a 154.1.
Rough track.
Rough track, 2 passes. Not just 1, 2 passes in that lap.
He backed that up. He backed up that 154. And you know what's funny about these battles like this? Think of how good Kate Johnson and Gordon looked. It looked like we were in for, I don't know if Timmerman's going to get him. I don't know. He might finish the moto in 3rd. And then all of a sudden, within 2 or 3 laps, it is just over.
I'm telling you what, I think Jackson knew exactly what was going on. Timmerman was kind of just hanging back there in 3rd, and then all of a sudden, when Johnson had some issues, he found another gear as he went around Landon Gordon and checked out. Meanwhile, at the tail end of the 10 Commandments, getting ready to head back to Storyland, the battle is on for the Landons. Gordon and Gibson going at it as they launch their way back into Storyland.
As I take a look here at our fast laps, man, nobody else even in the 154s, let alone a 154.1 for Enzo Timmerman. But 2-lap board is out now, everybody. 2 more laps left to go here in this Moto 2 of the 250 Pro Sport.
Man, you couldn't draw it up any better. These are some of the heaviest names we've got in this 250 Pro Sport class. And look at that, Gibson gets hung up big time. And that could be just enough to give Landon Gordon a break, but the Husqvarna rider almost immediately closes that gap back up.
Yeah, it is go
3
time.
seconds faster that last lap around for the number 23 of Landon Gibson over the number 18 of Landon Gordon. So got to think, if he's got this momentum and two more laps to do it.
Man.
Good catch, too.
And you see the way Gordon was looking over there. He knows Gibson's there as well. Let's see. Gordon loves this outside line. Gibson rails the inside. Side by side, a little Robbins racing, and Gibson makes the pass happen as they make their way to the white flag.
And he is going to be able to secure this one. White flag flies. They have to do the dance one more time. Can Gordon respond back to Gibson here in this one? But not only was Landon Gibson turning a 157, that was the fastest time of anybody the last time around, sitting with a 158.6. He's not quite going to be the fastest that time around, as Kate Johnson turned a 158.2. So those two by far the fastest people on the track.
Look who's slipping into the back of that camera shot right behind the number 18 of Gordon.
Yeah,
Kate Johnson is back.
Yeah,
maybe a little arm pump. We wondered what was going on. Maybe it wasn't the bike at all. It seemed to get a little tight, and he's rebounding for this one late in this moto.
And it would make sense, too. He was in a battle right from the drop. Things start happening quickly. All of a sudden, you're struggling to hang on. You regroup a lap or two, and this is a re-energized Kate Johnson coming on the white flag lap. Meanwhile, now it's Landon Gordon. Things are starting to happen quick, too. He's focusing on trying to chase down Gibson. Meanwhile, he maybe just now knows Johnson's right behind him trying to make a pass.
And at this point, we've got lap riders just between these guys with a lap to go. This is the time that a lapper could really change the outcome of this race.
Yeah, we thought the lap situation was going to affect Gibson negatively. He was able to overcome that. Now the blue flag waves, and they get out of the way for this 3-rider battle. Gibson kind of in control now of second, as the battle really is between Landon Gordon and Kate Johnson for the final podium position. Watching Enzo Timmerman on screen, getting ready to buzz by us here in the tower. An incredible performance.
We've seen 2 passes made around the number 18 in the same section. You got to wonder, has he learned from the mistakes, or is he going to leave that inside wide open again?
Racer TV going to stick with your leader. We're going to try to give you guys an update, as it looks like Johnson got around Gordon down. So Landon Gordon going down. Enzo Timmerman going to take the moto win. It looks like it will be Landon Gibson crossing the line in the number 2 spot, and Cade Johnson hanging on and fighting all the way until the end and grabbing that final podium position on the number 17 Yamaha.
Let's see where Landon Gordon's going to end up here in this one. Still waiting for him across the line. There he is. You could see the frustration on him when he crossed through just then. Let's see. Waiting for it to update, and he's going to be able to secure it. So it's going to be Timmerman, Gibson, Johnson, and Gordon Landon Hartz was your 5th place last time around. Let's see if he'll be able to hold on to it, and he does.
Man, this is really going to make things interesting in the overall picture. Gibson, a 3 and now a 2. Landon Gordon, a 2 and now a 3. But at the top of the field, Enzo Timmerman keeping the math simple for us. A 1 and a 1 means Enzo Timmerman is feeling good and going to be ready to chat it up with us down on the podium.
And that's what it's all about. That's what those riders have been training for, the top amateur riders in the nation, man. We just got a real treat. Those riders going head to head to head, and I believe we've got Sophie Phelps down there ready to chat it up with our top 3.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to head out of the tower, get ready to have some fun for those evening festivities. I'll hopefully see all you guys tonight, hanging out at the beach and at the beer tent.
Yes, sir. Thank you there, Zach Kerr. Make sure to go catch him at the beer tent. What time again, Zach? 5 at the beach, so he's going to be playing down on the beach at 5, and then 9 o'clock down at the beer tent. It's going to be a good time.
Everyone give it up for your bronze medalist, Cade Johnson. Cade, what a great moto. You switched up positions a lot throughout that. Will you just walk us through it?
Man, yeah, I got a really good start. I was like second. I passed Gordon really fast. I was just a little bit too intense in the beginning. Wasn't jumping the bumps enough. Got a little bit tired. A few people passed me, but at the end I was able to come back. So hopefully in the future I can manage the race just a little bit better, and I think we can be doing better.
Who would you like to thank?
Swanamex, BJ Burns, they've been helping me out a lot since I've gone on big bikes. Dog Pound, Michael Byrne, Dan Truman, Dazzy Lawrence, my mechanic Jay, the Castlemans, Prime Star. They've really been believing in me and helping me out, pushing me to the next step. Brian McDonald, my sister asked me, this is almost her birthday. Altus Blue Crew, Dunlop Monster, Bell Helmets, 100% goggles, FMF, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, EVS, Alpine Stars, Motion Pro, Matrix, just everyone that's Enzo suspension. We made a few changes, and yeah, just everyone that's helped me. I appreciate you guys.
Cade Johnson, everyone. Your 3rd place in 250 Pro Sport Moto 2. Can I get our silver medalist, Landon Gibson? Just waiting on our 2nd place. That 25-minute moto in 95-degree heat has got to be something else. You can see these boys absolutely working this afternoon. Landon Gibson, please make your way up to the podium. Give it up for your 2nd place, Landon Gibson. Landon, you worked really hard on that moto. Most of your passes were made towards the end. Can you talk a little bit about your training and how you prepared for that as well as the moto?
Yeah, you know, you just have to be willing to fight through the heat, and that's what you got to do out here, so yeah.
So then how did that moto go for you?
It was pretty good. Got off to a decent start. Just need to get more intensity in my opening laps, and then we'll be on the top spot.
Who would you like to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, everyone over at Fly, Nate, Darian, Jed, everyone over at Rockstar, 100%, Garnet, Fly, and everyone else. Thank you so much for helping me get here.
Landon Gibson, everyone, your silver medalist in Moto 2 of 250 Pro Sport. Now for our gold, if we could get Enzo Temmerman up on the podium. Enzo having excellent rides this week. Definitely putting himself in a good position when we're looking forward to the Horizon Award. Everyone give it up for Enzo Temmerman. Enzo, are you aware that at 4 in the afternoon, you set the fastest lap time of the week?
I didn't know that.
Well, now you do, so congratulations. Talk us through that moto. It looked pretty good from our view, and also tell us a little bit about your chin earlier.
Yeah, the moto this morning, I had a digger and I split my chin open, so I had to get stitched up before this moto, but we got it done, and then pulled like a third place start, and then worked my way into the lead about halfway, set a couple hot laps down, and then just managed the race from there.
They were hot laps indeed. Who would you like to thank?
You know, everybody at Team Green Kawasaki for everything they do. Ryan Holiday, Monster, the boys at Fox, they're awesome. They got me dialed all week. My whole family, my mechanic, my trainer at home, and everybody else, thank you.
That's Enzo Temmerman, everyone, sitting on 1-1 finishes going into Moto 3.
All right, back up here. Thanks a lot, Sophie. 65-7-9 limited, loading in the gate right now. It's going to be a good one here. We're going to give you the top 10 rundown. 10th gate pick, finishing 10th and moto number 1. It is from Valley Springs, California, number 39 of Hayden Ash. The 99 of Matthew Semino from Zachary, Louisiana will take a 9th gate pick. Finishing up 8th with 8 gate pick, there's Tucker Plovic from Hermantown, Minnesota. Levi Meyer from Okeechobee, Florida, number 29. Finished up 7th. He'll get a 7th gate pick. 6th to the gate, Edwin Meyer from Missouri, to number 36. Cameron Buckman from Huntington, Kentucky will draw the 5th gate pick, number 75. Tate Brush from Atwood, Tennessee. 4th to the gate, number 16. Mickey Fluhart from Brandywine, Maryland. 3rd in Moto 1. We'll get the 3rd gate pick here in number 14. And then I'm looking at Yuma Burning from Pleasant, California, number 41. 2nd in Moto 1. We'll get the 2nd gate pick. And a man going in with a perfect score right there. 1st gate pick all the way from Texas, Shannon Tarno, the number 51. Thank you, Little Dean. And we are about to get busy with it, Kevin Windham. Stu Baylor up here jumping in, Megawatt, Little Dean, the rest of the crew. We have, that was great to have Chase Sexton up here hanging out with us. We've had a whole cast of, you know, superstars rolling through here. I talked to Malcolm earlier, Cameron McAdoo. I mean, the list goes on.
Levi
and
Kitchen,
they've all come through here.
Everybody comes through Loretta Lynn's, and so we're looking at the stars of tomorrow as the card is up. I believe, no, not up yet, but these guys are excited and ready to go. Nevertheless, stars of tomorrow, we'll be seeing those guys in another 10 years or so, 15 years.
Kevin, I got to ask you, what do you feel about that first gate pick? You like that first gate pick? You like 2nd or 3rd? How do you feel going into that one with gate pick number 1?
I love number 1 right now. To be honest with you, there's about 10 gates down there that I think have an advantage. So I definitely want to be in that, top 10 right now. They're all okay, but some of them are getting a little bit baked. So you want to get the right position. And in this straightaway so long, I don't really worry about who's on the inside of me or, like a typical Supercross type deal where you really want to make sure someone doesn't get to the inside of you. I don't know that we're thinking about it quite on that level, so I want the number 1 gate pick, holding those shoulders up high and knowing you won first moto.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely feels good. Me personally, I like a second or third gate pick just so you can see where that first gate.
Yeah, you were going right inside of number 1, trying to get wide.
Exactly.
Push him out. I get it. I get it. Racecraft there, bud.
It's all about racecraft for sure, especially here at Loretta's, as we are about to see the gate drop now for the 7-9 limited.
They're revved up, ready to go, and here we go. Oh, tough break for that young competitor. Got hooked in the gate. We're going to see who rockets down there. The inside there is Levi Meyer, the number 29 from Okeechobee, Florida. Had a 7th going into this one. Hey, Meyer, he's on fire. The number 29 rockets out of there like a rocket ship on rail. He brings him down through the 180, down the long, short chute. Kevin Windham.
Edwin Myers off the second, so that's going to be a battle that's going to be fun to call here as they go into the 10 Commandments.
There you go. It's Meyer, Levi Meyer, Edwin Meyer. Gianetti right there, Junior Gianetti. Kamstra, Brush, Garcia, Tarnow now not getting the jump he needed. Let's see how he went in there with the pole position. Got a 1 score. Let's see how he finishes up, but it's way too early to tell. This is like the kickoff right here. Just got to let him simmer down a little bit, let him muster in. You really can't call what's going to happen. You just got to let it develop. What do you see, Kevin?
Fluhart here on the number 14, Mickey Fluhart. Name I'm used to calling here is this guy's always a ripper. He is kicking on his bike on the second commandment. This is not the race that he wanted to have happen. Looks like there's a mechanical issue. He's fine. He's kicking it, but she just won't fire right now.
Tough break for Fluhart. Definitely a player in this one. Fluhart going to the gate with, I believe, a second going into that one. So tough break for Fluhart.
Yeah,
it's Meyer.
That is a very tough break.
Our second place rider.
Whoa, look off the track there for.
That's the number
51.
51 having some issues. That's going to be Shannon Tarnow. So Tarnow over there kind of doing a little off the track riding. Off the beaten trail, right?
Yeah, that sounds more like my pace. Maybe. All right,
hey guys, I see it. We got a red flag out, guys. We have a red flag displayed right before the takeoff here. Got the guys a little confused. They probably don't see too many red flags action. There's also one in the Thor sweeper. So this race,
all right, so they're going to go back to the gate.
This race is going to start over, guys. And let me tell you something. What a break for Mickey Fluhart. If they do, well, they're definitely restarting this. And look, the 14 has refired. What a twist
That's
to
going to
the
be a break for him.
Oh, my gosh. Second, you were saying, in moto number 1, he was clearly dead last and not able to start the number 14. What a break for Fluhart. You got Meyer and Tarnow and those guys just trying to figure out what the heck. They were sitting on a great start, and the one with the lucky dog pass there is going to be Fluhart.
Yeah.
See if we can get confirmation, but we did see that rider get stuck in the gate. Got to wonder, I don't see anything.
Could have been a malfunction. If that was definitely a malfunction, that would be the cause of it. So if the gate didn't drop and things like that happen, I did Monster Cup one year, and they had actually 3 starts because of gate malfunction. Like it was a split lane, and they all came in the arena, and only half came in twice. So you got 60,000 people waiting to see something start like that, and Diana Dahlgren had to help me out because the crowd was like a little restless after the second time. Yeah, so Diana goes, I got you. So we pumped the crowd up, got them back in the gate, and had a great event. But things like that do happen, and just got to get them back in there and get them refired up, and let's go.
Talk about the ultimate spike in heart rate.
Yeah.
Nothing like gates dropping.
Well, Mickey Fluhart's dad's going to have to take that one and say, yeah, okay, good.
That
Somebody's
was,
looking after us.
that was an emotional roller coaster for the Fluhart family.
Now, Levi Meyer, they might be saying a little something different down there.
It's an emotional roller coaster for Levi
Nick's
Meyer as well for a completely different reason.
And I know Nick, so he's probably, keeping his composure, getting Levi back in there. Shannon Tarnow was coming around there, tape brush burning. Edwin Meyer and Gianet. The 51 went off the track, Tarnow, so that's going to get him back involved here. I want to thank Colt Martin for coming on up here, a moto winner.
Wait, what's going on here?
And delivering.
What's going on here?
Delivering.
Hand delivery.
Wow.
From the guy who has been on the podium, top step, 2 times. Congratulations.
Got a great start going to your week. I got a great start going to my week now.
What do you think about that? That's they're 3 spots down from you. I'm telling you, that's probably your 4th or 5th one.
Service with a smile.
You're not going there. K-Dub.
Thank you.
Colt Martin wearing that Team USA. One moto's already out here. Guy's on his way to stardom. Hey, when he gets big time pro, we're going to be able to say he delivered the goods down here.
He definitely. I say, hey, you remember that time he delivered us a... Well, I'm having a Sunday. Well, you're having a float.
I got a root beer float, bud. Yeah, so back in the gate, we're going to get this one going here. Hey, don't forget Dunlop. If you're slipping, get gripping, stop and see our good friends over there, MX Tire, Jeff Cernick, and the boys. They are flipping those Dunlops like hamburgers on a grill. They've got your tire pressure that you need. They got they actually will tell you, hey, what tire you might want to switch to later on in the day, early in the morning. So stop by and see Jeff Cernick, Rob Fox, and all the boys down there. It is going to be a dandy down there at Dunlop.
Stu, I'm sorry, bud. They didn't know you were here. Like the Martins did not know you were in the booth. And I don't know if you'd put this in your temple, but Wes Kane and myself, we're going to enjoy the ice cream.
Well, I just got a invite to the beer tent later, so I think I'll save my calories for later.
Here we go. That was a quick turnaround, so everything is back to normal, we hope. We'll get a good gate drop as the one is up for our second start of the 65cc 7-9 Limited. It's sideways here, Wes Kane.
Well, here we go. Let's watch them now. As the gate drops, they're rifling down there. And it looks like Levi Meyer's trying to play a duplicate, but a couple of riders might have something to say about that as they're 3 wide.
Meyer and Meyer again.
Okay, good.
So Levi Meyer and Edwin Meyer.
He says that first one, that was the big swapper down at the flea market coming down through there.
That was no fluke there. Ryder Fitch, Hayden Nash.
There's
Dinkfeld.
Tarnell back there I just got to look at.
Tarnell back up in the mix.
And Mickey Fluhart, man, he had that second opportunity, and he is down in the first turn. That number 14, I see them picking that bike up now, so bummer. Had that second chance and blew it there going around the second corner, just got collected by some other riders. But back to the front, the number 29.
Oh, Levi Meyer now is making it happen out there. There he is, headed down in the Storyland. Another one of our front runners having a little tip over. He's picking up his machine, getting it back in the mix. But you got Meyer, Fitch, little Riker Fitch. He's one of the regulars down there at MTF. The guy's doing a great job out there with Hayden Nash. Dinkfeld, that's
got to be Tape Rush there on the number 16, right? Yep, Tape Rush into the action. He was credited with 9th on the whole shot, but he's making some quick work here on lap 1.
There's Jarrett Tishner out there, Cruz Peterson, Deegan Mullen, big shout out to him, doing a great job holding down the fort.
Tape Rush actually around Edwin Myers now.
One of the guys having a little chip over there, but he's back up. Quick to his feet. Right? Yeah, he's back up though.
He's up, but that's going to be costly here on lap 1.
That is right where we saw that number 51 off the track on the first lap of
it's like deja vu. It's like we've seen this.
Yeah. Well, he went off the track this time.
This time he actually went down.
Had a tip over, but he's okay. Sprung right back up to his feet. He's looking good. And there's your leader, Levi Meyer, one time through that deep sand around the old he's got company there. K-Dub, what do you see?
Check out 33 there. He's credited, that's Defendahl. 22nd is what they gave him off the start.
And he's up there.
Yeah, I think this is for second position here. They're checking in as they cross the finish line now. Let's let Levi Meyer come across. He's obviously our leader. Tape Rush there in second.
We'll see what.
And then it's the 33. So that's.
So how many spots did he make up on a lap, Cade?
What was it? He was in 23rd, right? So 20 spots in one lap. Amazing first lap for the 33.
Wow. Check that box over there if you're looking at him on your scouting sheet. Meyer, Brush, Defendahl, Meyer. That's Edwin Meyer in 4th. There's Fitch, 5th. Peterson, 6th. Polovic, 7th. Comstra, 8th. Rodriguez, 9th. Dinkfeld, Daxon Dinkfeld in the top 10 there as we're watching Jet Rao. In 17th, there's Everett Armbruster, our usual suspects, having some issues, but plenty of lap times, plenty of laps in this one. This one's just getting started.
And what a bummer for the number 51. He has slid all the way back to the 30th position for Shannon Tarnow. Bobble early on lap 1 in the first sand section, the 20 miles of bad road.
he's got some work to do now.
We're watching old Levi Meyer now as he heads down out through the back into Storyland. And he's kind of had a little breakaway there, turning a 2:07, actually the fastest lap out there. 2:07. He's got 14 minutes still into this one, and he is starting to yard the rest of the field here as Meyer now comes out of Storyland. He wrote a little one sentence in the chapter that he's writing out here right now in his book of hide and seek. There's Meyer right there. What do you think, Stu Baylor? Does he have it?
He is looking really good. I've got to watch a lot of the 65 guys making their way around the track, and man, he's just nailing his marks. He's right where he wants to be, not making very many mistakes, and as he's doing it, he is pulling away quickly from the rest of the field. As we look back to that number 16, he is still sitting in that second place, and it looks like he has close company with that number 33 who made 20 passes on that opening lap. So keep an eye on number 33. He is on the way to the front. He wants to be at the front, and they are both coming into the sand section right here as they check around. Check in for lap number 2, full lap number 2.
Yeah, this will be our first real lap time. The 2:07 looks great here, but that's off the start. So we'll have a lot slower of a lap time here as we watch Tate Brush trying to run down
25
Meyer.
Yep.
See what they're doing on their lap time.
Tate Brush comes around. All right,
with a 27 there, so a couple
not
seconds
bad.
off. Not bad at all.
Close enough to strike.
Faster than me.
2:28 for that number 33 of Jack Devendahl. So, or Devendahl, you gotta wonder, did he blow everything he had in the tank on that first lap trying to get to these guys, or does he have a little bit more? Because obviously, 20 passes in a lap is very, very impressive, especially in these younger classes.
I think top 3 right now. He's smooth sailing ahead right there. That guy is on fire. There's number 16. We're watching Tate Brush. Donnie Luce's star pupil right there. Tate Brush coming through there. Nice line through the rut.
The solo blue bike out there.
Yeah, you can look down there. He is the only blue bike out there in the lineup.
Good.
Great job. I see Deegan, Mullen, Jet Rao, Dakota Lee, and Hayden Ash just out of the top 10. Those guys are jockeying for position. I'm watching the 79 very closely in 20th. Ezra Armbruster. Let's see what he can do. I know last year had some issues and put in a wild ride out there, bringing that thing almost one lap down and almost winning the race. So Tate Anderson, Daxton Dinkfeld, number 40, back at 28, having some issues out there. Luke Marqueson, the number 19 and 35th. J.J. Baker, the 23 machine in 38th. But you can't say enough about Levi Meyer right now, Stu Baylor.
Levi Meyer is definitely on it. He's put himself. He's just hitting his marks. I mean, like I said last time, he just seems to have this tracked out. He's the same line from the first lap, and he's carried it through. And he's not making bad decisions with his line choice. Obviously, no lappers in play at this point, but man, at such an early age, these guys are 7 to 9 years old. So young kids, and able to pick apart this track with 40 lines that he hasn't seen. The only time he got the opportunity was that sight lap, or I guess he actually got 2 sight laps.
2 sight laps in this one. Yeah, that's right.
But able to hit the marks, and watching him, he is in the same line every single time he comes.
Hang on, Levi.
I'm giving him
a little bobble.
You know, I was about to say something earlier. I was like, I don't want to jinx it. But
no, and it's funny. Sometimes you start highlighting a rider, and then a little tip over happens, and you're like, oh, why? What did I do that for?
Yeah.
But
look at that.
You got to call the action.
Check that.
Yeah, watching him in the his earlier moto, I'm amazed at just his feet placement. He doesn't start dragging his foot typically, like he keeps it elevated. These are some deep ruts for any bike, much less the 65cc class. So he's got good discipline, and he's not gonna do as much as he can to minimize the track, which we've heard this week from several riders and racers that it is sometimes the toughest competitor.
Definitely on the balls of the speed right there.
Foot dab.
There's a little. Well, he took that foot dab around that out of the Shane Kelleher book. Sometimes you got to use it.
Man, he took the foot dab and literally let it stand him into the standing position for the rest
yeah.
of the like he's really
maybe he planned that foot dab.
Maybe he did. It just looking good, very structured on the bike. And yeah, I work with shout out to Talon Rogers. He's one of our kids that I got to work with, and watching him is very, very similar to this. Just foot placement at that age. That was the last thing I was thinking about it. At 9 years old on a 65, like I'm just trying to hit this rut as fast as I can and keep my eyes up.
Well, the game has changed for sure as these rippers continue to impress all of us, right? No matter what your experience, how many years you've been in the game, and who you've watched, whether you're out on the track with a Chase Sexton. Look, Sexton was watching the Pro Sport, and his jaw literally just
I'm
hit
taking
the table.
video of this.
Yeah,
I need to maybe see this. Well, let's talk about Tarnow in 12th already.
Yeah, Tarnow's been ripping all week. That's frustrating to make the same mistake twice. The second time bit him a little bit harder. It's so difficult to fall on the opening lap right there. I mean, you're going to lose maximum positions, and he's coming back like in the 12th right now, running a 2:30 in traffic, so that's a good time as well. I'm sure he's dealing with a lot right now, trying to slice and dice and move to the front.
Yeah, definitely. And at this track, I feel, at least with me and my guys, you got to take positives out of the motos. Like even for one of our guys in the 65, 10 to 11 class, I was looking at some of the later lap times, and he didn't have the day that he wanted. He was outside of the top 10, but he was running podium times there at the end, and that's the small piece that you got to put together. Like, hey, don't get beat up. We still have another day of racing where you can turn some heads.
We said early on, this isn't a sprint. This is a marathon. You have to be here at the end of the week. And we were emphasizing that when we were on practice on Monday.
Most definitely, and you know, even beyond that, look, see as our 16's coming around the finish line, he's also trying to catch that on off that we saw our leader do, Levi Meyer, the last lap around. I thought it was pretty cool watching somebody use the Jet Lawrence line of jumping bumps, and you know, we saw Brownie, the first one to jump all the way down to the braking bump a few years ago. Now we've got 65 riders hitting an on off to jump down to that braking bump, But yeah, I mean, just taking positives out of this week is some of the hardest things to do for some of these little guys as they have one bad moto. And hey, we still get another chance. We got 3 of these things. Let's go out and even if you find yourself in a bad position, let's go for lap times. Let's see where we really stack up against the best in the nation. Or
it's
the
funny
world
you mentioned lap times, because I was just going to bring that up. Levi Meyer sitting on a pretty sizable gap right now, but Tate Brush answering the call as both of your first and second place rider have turned in 225. So to your point, Stu, you might not get the position that you want, but you got to find the good in the moto, and right now Tate Brush matching Levi Myers.
And look back at the 5th place ride, number 7, Jet Rel. Looks like he's got a 225 matching those leaders as well, and a new guy sitting in the top 10 after dropping all the way back to 30th, that number 51 of Shannon Tarnow that we saw crash in the sand early on.
Looks like Burning out there is knocking on the door in 11th. Ash, Turner, Lee, all just outside of the top 10, looking to make something happen. Deegan Mullen having a good run. Not where he wants to be, but 16th respectable now if you didn't get the start that you needed. So those guys are working hard out there. Ezra Armbruster back in 25th. Looks like he had a tip over again. Daxton Dinkfeld in 27th. Riley Kowalski's son, Wyatt Kowalski, rider out of Utah, making something happen. His dad was a fixture on the AMA Arena Cross Tour for a few years, so got Junior out here getting it done. Vicky Fluhart, there's Gianette. Some of our front runners not having that second gate drop work out for them like they did in the first one here on the restart. What do you see, Kevin? What do you think?
I remember trying to remember what Jet Rao did on his first moto here. He's had a couple of bad rides. We don't have our list right now.
We did not have it. We had to pull it up manually.
Certainly a name you expect to see in the front here. So
Jet Rao, I know, had an issue where his bike didn't leave the gate.
Yeah, I was trying to see
I don't know if it was this one or another one. And hats off to everybody trying to get that bike going and get it back out there. I know Armbruster had an issue last year, but old Pop stepped in and got that thing fired up, and that was an amazing ride. We got to witness last year. There you go. If you're watching on Racer TV, the 29 from Okeechobee, Florida. A lot of training with that young man, with Josh Woods over at GPF. And you can see some of that training has paid off throughout the years, and he is out there getting it done. Levi Meyer.
What you got, Stu?
Stu's got something.
Just looking back through the results here.
Tell me.
So that number 51 of Tarnow, who went down in the sand, was our first moto winner.
Yes,
so
sir.
Quite a bit of a shakeup. He's got to get urgent. But the good thing on his side is the guy who's leading this one, Levi Meyer, was in 7th place. So looking through there, we see Tarnow is back up to 8th place. So
Raul wasn't in the running of Moto 1.
I do not see
that.
That might have been the
must have been the moto that he had a.
Also, Stu Baylor, Mickey Fluhart. You see him on your list right there in 2nd, and he's had his issues, and he's back in 39th right now.
Yeah, Fluhart, one of the riders that got collected in that 2nd turn and took a long time to get that Cobra refired. Let's see, 2nd.
So this class could be having a little mix-up.
There's going to be a lot of math.
A lot of math in this one, but thank goodness we've got some great scoring, and it's going to be right there on the board for us. So it's going to be
love that.
Yep.
No abacus on this one.
Was the number 41 of Burning, who's now sitting 9th place in this one. So quite a shakeup to the points if you're trying to check out the overall in this one. It is going to be a toss-up, but I believe if we can see our number 51 of Tarnow pick off a few more riders, that may put him, believe it or not, after coming from 30th place, back in the championship fight coming down to that final moto.
You got to hand it to old Tarnow. His dad was a racer out in Texas back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So
see it?
Tarnow's got some.
That's Supercross stuff, man.
What do you see?
On off. A ton of love there for Levi Meyer. Just there's a big breaking bump after it, and he jumps to the top, then just bounces off, just like he's doing a Supercross on off in the 65cc 7-9.
Seat bounced it right over there.
And for the guys watching back home that you may not understand this section, you cannot see that braking bump. He knows what he's doing. He's setting it up for the time that he gets there and jumping blindly into a braking bump that could definitely toss a little 65 over the bars.
Oh, I saw Maddox Timmerman doing that when him and Cooper Johnson were going at it. Johnson was laying it to the outside, and Maddox Timmerman was just jumping blindly in it and popping that thing and seat bouncing, drop down right into the turn. Stu Baylor, what do you see?
So it looks like right now, as it stands.
Oh, look at you.
Hey, listen, I'm just reading off.
You're smarter than me. I don't know how to run that
thing. Me neither.
What are you doing, Stu? It'd be Tate Brush with the championship right now if it ended.
Right now, it would be Tate Brush, the number 16 on that Yamaha, with 4-2 finishes if it were to finish right now, as it stands.
But you know, Loretta's the third moto's a charm, so none of that.
Look at this, who just moved back into 6th place, and this just shook up that score.
Yeah.
It bumped Levi Meyer, who was sitting 2nd, back to 3rd if it were to finish like it is right now, and Tarnow has moved back into 2nd.
Are you speculating, Stu Baylor, on what's going to happen? So, you get us fired up.
I mean, right now, watching the number 51 on the track, this is a good.
Wait a minute. So look who just jumped into the mix. The number 7, Jet Rao, jumped right up there in 3rd. Where did he come from?
But look at him. He ran a 2:24 last lap. So Rao with a 2:24, Brush with a 2:28. So we expect that to be a race here in just a couple of laps.
Could Jet Rao be the spoiler?
And check out both Tarnow and Yumina Burning, as they both do a 2:29. The riders in front of them are in the 2:30s, 2:34 even. So we got a lot of shakeup here with 2-lap boards out. So we got to go now if you're gonna move up any position.
And Jet Rao, with his score, he could come back in Moto 3. Maybe didn't have a great Moto 1. Maybe not even in the top 10 contingency. But if he wins the 3rd Moto, this could be a class we can't figure out till the checkers fall.
Well, we say it often, but this is the ultimate example of every point matters.
Yeah, everyone. That's what we said early on. You got to soldier on. You never know. I think last year we saw somebody barely get 4th, but it was enough for a championship. If he didn't get that last spot, he wouldn't have got the championship. So everything counts. Right. Levi Meyer's putting it out there. Tate Brush in good position. Jet Rao.
Here we go. Rao on the screen going through the Bermuda Triangle now, picking up the white flag. And yes, Stu's looking at the phone, and every pass is being made. He's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. It's a new update. So every point's definitely going to matter.
So both our leader, Levi Meyer, and Jet Rao have both clicked in with 2:24's fastest laps we've seen in this, coming out late with the 2-lap card in hand.
There's the number 7. Great look at him. Jet Rao has just come into the picture and serving notice that, hey, I got speed. I got you.
As we wait now for the 51 to check in. And there he comes. Shannon Tarnow coming from 30th place, buried a big crash that we caught on camera on that first lap in the sand. So man, what a ride he's had to come from the back of this one, clicking off positions and putting himself back into the championship fight.
Rodriguez, Plavik, there's Caverick Stewart, Jackson Turner, Cameron Buckman, Hayden Ash. Ooh, Katie better bar the doors down in this one. White flag is out, and just
lap.
about a quarter lap to go. Levi Meyer did a little look over just to see.
I don't know what he's seeing because there's a decent gap between Meyer, Brush, and Rao. Both those, all three of those spots are pretty secure at this point. Question is going to be what's Tarnow and Yumina Burning doing on the final lap. Are they able to overcome and enter into the top 5?
Right.
And Yumina with a 2:29, 3 seconds faster than Shannon Tarnow, which Tarnow was down in the 2:25s. Gotta wonder if he made a mistake there.
Here we go.
Great job. Bring it in, Kevin Windham.
Let's do a fist pump. We're already doing some revs. Yes, indeed. Levi Meyer, super excited. 2 whole shots in one moto. He brings it home.
I mean, you got to be confident after that.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the red flag situation. I can do this again. I can do this all day long. Levi Meyer doing it 2 times in a row. Tate Brush now crossed in second place.
He's the one.
Wow, Rao having a little problem in the Thor sweeper off the track, but no harm, no foul. Back onto the race course. One more turn to go. He will take home third. Edwin Meyer coming by the tower here. And this is where the shakeup's going to happen here. Let's watch as they cross the finish line. But
Yumina has it right now coming around the Thor sand sweeper. Yumina has made the pass on number 51 of Shannon Tarnow, who just had an impressive ride coming from way in the back.
What's that going to do to the math there, Stu? Shake it up.
Looks like we have, as they check in.
Yumina that burning all the way to the top 5. Wow, 2 positions in the final lap for Yumina. Wow. Great job.
So that now, as they stand after 2 motos complete, you have Bush leading this one, Burning second, Meyer third, and that position change with Tarnow has moved him back to 4th place with Meyer in 5th after 2 motos complete.
Wow, cannot wait for Moto 3 in the 65cc 7-9 Limited. It's going to be a battle royale, and every one of those riders are going to enter that starting line knowing that they have a chance for the championship. Right now, it's the number 29, Levi Meyer, Tate Brush, Jet Rao. That's your top 3. Your podium will be speaking to probably Sophia here in a minute. Edwin Meyer taking home 4th, Yumina Burnings 5th, Cruz Peterson 6th, Shannon Tarnow after an exciting moto up and down and in the sand, and he comes across in 7th. Good ride for Tarnow. Had a lot going on there. Rodriguez in 8th. Stewart 9th. And Jackson Turner running out in the top 10.
11th looks like Cameron Buckman, the number 75, will finish 11th. Jared Tickner will finish 12th out there, number 44. Hayden Ash, number 39, will be 13th. 14th to 24 of Tucker Pavlovic. 15th to 52 of Dakota Lee. 16th coming in to 17 of Deegan Mullins. 17th to number 43 of Jackson LePan. 18th to 21 of Gunnar Lusk. 19 to 94 of Flynn Johnston. 20th is the 18 of Darren Kamstra. 21st to 27 of Ashton Itz. 22 to 54 of Grayson Henrik. The 23 position goes to the 79 of Ezra Armbruster. 24th is the 87 of Mason Wheeler. 25th will go to the 59 of Michael Garcia. 27th, the 42 of Tate Anderson. The 27th position is Hayden, that was 26th. 27th is Hayden Zinsky. 28th, the number 20 of Dominic Steele. 29 is the 92 of Grant Woodring. The 30th spot goes to number 40 of Daxon Dinkfeld. 31st is the 25 of Elaine Stowers. 32nd, the 98 of Jackson Kula. Mickey Fluhart with 14 is 33rd. Junior Giannette. 13 is 34th. 35th, the 19 of Luke Marquise. Wyatt Karofsky, the number 90, is 36. 37th is the 71 of Logan Slater. J.J. Baker. And down to the podium with Sophia.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Jet Rao. Jet, your first moto in this class was a heartbreaker. And this moto, it didn't seem like you got off to that great of a start in that restart. Will you tell us about that?
Yeah, I got up in a pile up in the start, but got out of it pretty quick. And I just charged from there.
You definitely made the best of it. How did you train to prepare to pass up through the pack like that?
How did I what?
How did you train so you could pass up through the pack like that?
Oh, I trained with Greg Albertson, and we do a lot of technical stuff, so that paid off.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Rao Designs, Alpine Stars, Money Inc., Bees Moto Lab, Game Moto, Tears, TCR Wheels, T-Rex, ASV, VP, Dunlop, and God for keeping me safe.
Jet Rao, everyone, third place in 65, 7-9 limited. Now our second place moto finisher, if we could get Tate Brush up here. Give it up for Tate. Tate, after that moto, you're sitting on a 4-2, is that correct?
Yes.
So how are you feeling going into this third moto?
I feel good.
Will you tell us about that moto?
It was good. I got a good start, and then I was really in second the whole moto, and then I just rode my race, really.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, dad, the whole Yamaha Haptis Boy Crew team, Steve, Metro East, Fastway, Bell, 100%, Alpine Star, and everybody that helps me. Thank you so much.
Tate Brush, everyone, second place in Moto 2 of 65, 7-9 limited. Now for our gold medal this moto, we have Levi Meyer. All right, Levi, tell us a little bit about the track that moto. I'm sure it was rough, and how you managed to get first place.
The track's really fun. It's not that rough. I've been training in rougher, so yeah, the track's really fun, and yeah.
Well, that's awesome. You're well prepared. Who would you like to thank?
I like to thank Cobra Lee, 110 Racing, Dunlop, Oakley ASV, Nihilo, 113 Angus, Swanee, MX Tire, Sharp Moto, Ruse, B99, G3, Terra Firmia, Next Level, HGS, VP, Coker Palms, Tamer, and Instagram, the Levi Meyer.
Levi Meyer, everyone, your Moto 2 winner, 65, 7-9 limited.
All right, thanks a lot. Down there on the podium, great job, Sophia Phelps out there. We're going to bring in race number 6, I believe. And
Senior, 40 plus.
That's right. I'm going to let you know who the players are. Finishing 10th with 10th gate pick, the number 43 of Blake Keaton. Finishing 9th with 9th gate pick, the 58 of Matt Barber. 8th gate pick will go to the 41 of Nick Galpin. 7th will be Union Grove, North Carolina rider, the number 8 of Michael Mitchell. 7th, Michael Mitchell. 9th, we're going to pick him up. 6th, is going to be Shane Kelleher.
My man.
Yeah, he's going in, man, the number 88. And we're going to pick up the 5th place gate pick is going to be James McNeil, the number 5 ride. Top 4 look like this. Wilfleet, Maine, sends us Chris Winelski, the number 78. Top 3, Robert Fitch, number 76. 2nd gate pick is Brad Smith, the chef from Cairo, Georgia, the number 85. And the man who won the first moto, don't count him short. He will not short you on entertainment, the 29 of Andrew Short, all the way from Texas. Let's see if he can pull a hat trick and do 1 for 1, Stu Baylor.
I think it's going to be a tall order to beat the number 29 on this track. As the track has gotten rougher, I think it's just going to highlight his professional career. Not saying that Brad Smith isn't a guy that can do it. I've actually got to race him, and he's definitely a phenomenal rider. But man, it's going to be a tall order to put anybody in front of that number 29.
There in the 250C Limited is his son also not getting the win there in that Moto 2, but setting himself up for a great Moto 3 championship battle. That's Hudson Short. So it is a family deal here at the ranch. We know Jackie's probably out there packing the gate for Andrew right now. And who do you think packs his gate? Are you going Jackie or his son, mechanic? What do you think?
I'm going Jackie. Jackie's
I
got
think
that.
I bet he's doing it himself. I mean,
maybe that's
the videos that he put up this week, he was saying, listen, I'm doing it all. My bike work comes last. All
right, here we go. The board is going sideways. Revs up on our senior 40-plus.
I'm looking for Kelleher to come down through here.
Here we go. They're off.
And you're going to see in just a moment. There he is. The white helmet's going to tell, but a couple of guys rocking it to the inside. Could that be Kelleher?
James McNeil credited with the whole shot. Andrew Short up there in, well, was second, but I believe he has taken over the spot.
Tim Wiegand out there.
They are down the long, short chute, and it is Andrew Short leading them into the 10 Commandments. Andrew Short kind of cases. Hang on to it, bud.
No, that's Kelleher. A little sideways manhandled that. You see him cross run, and he was able to save it and bring it right back down. Oh, rider tips over. Kind of caused a little kaboggle there, but everybody's filing through. He's back up.
That's a 70. Is that 5 or 76?
That was 76 of Robert Fitch.
Another guy down.
74.
We have a little bit of a melee here in the opening.
They got to get a Keystone Cop down there and direct some traffic. Blow the whistle. You can go.
Blow the whistle.
But here we go. Down, out, and coming out of Storyland. They're short, but he's got McNeil still holding him off. Could be Wiegand. Chris Winiski. Let's get a look at this.
That's a 78, right?
78. That's Winiski. Winiski rises to the occasion and turns and burns right there.
He ran that corner with no feet on the peg, still sent the wall jump, which is now the wall double.
Well, that when he was in the air, he was able to get his composure back.
I love it. Let's hold Short off. I mean, look, I love Short. He's a tough dude to race. I remember he always got starts, and he can ride his motorcycle so wide. So to keep him behind you is a tough feat, as Andrew had a little bit of feet off the pegs there in the Thor Sand Sweeper as well. So here we go, leading us around for lap number 1.
Short. There he is. McNeil, Short. Wiegand. Tim Wiegand's got company. They're 4 wide. They're kind of going through the Bermuda Triangle. Over the Tunnel of Love.
Wisniewski. Is that where we're going with?
I'm going with Winiski until they tell me different.
Winiski. He has a lead
Sounds
right
like
now.
a third baseman for the White Sox, don't he?
Right now he sounds like a senior plus 40
with some game
leader,
and he's got a game. He's got game,
and he's got Short just nipping at the heels right now.
Well, there's the chef, Brad Smith, coming through there, bringing along the 66 ride of Tim Wiegand up there. But there's Kelleher. You're Brad Smith. You look over your shoulder and you see that beard hanging out the bottom of that helmet. You know it's Kelleher.
All right, here, look at this Short getting the drive into the Storyland over the triple. That's enough to almost. Look at this. Yes, now he has it secured. Got a little inside action, outside. Let's see which one plays out and pans out.
Yeah, well, slingshot move to the outside, and it looks like Short not coming up short on that one.
And watching this, actually, after getting a call a couple races ago where his son was out there, the riding style.
Yeah.
It's funny how similar they are. Watching them through the sand section, elbows are a little bit lower, shoulders are very square. White helmet on both of them. It's just, man, watching these guys. Even on the GNCC side, like getting to watch Crew Russell looks just like his dad. Like, I don't even know that you can train that. I think it's just they see that guy riding every day, and it's just a mirror.
It would be a miracle to see if Andrew's able to get any of his experience into the ears of his son. I talked to many old professional riders who now have their sons and daughters riding. It's like, my son or my daughter, they just don't listen to me. And like they're the best in the game. Villapoto at the house last week. I wonder if Andrew's able to coach his son along.
No, I think that's why Jackie's over there.
So Jackie's the one they listen to.
Yeah.
Both of them, maybe.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they spent their time training at Game Moto. So there's a reason that training facilities exist. Usually, as a facility owner, and I think Kevin would probably agree with this, the parents are right. In most cases, the parents are right.
Hey.
Number one, the kids don't listen, and a lot of times the parents aren't very good at delivering the message.
So you know how I coached Ryan's kids when they were there for a week? I said, hey, you know what? Rule number one, that guy right there pointing at Ryan Villapoto, their dad, I said, he knows a lot, and you need to listen to him.
Yeah, it's funny. I was always kind of shipped off, hey, you're working with this guy for this year. We're going to try this out. Jason Raines, Randy Hawkins, quite a few through my career. Shane Watts, even went to Matt Walker's for a brief time. And 90% of what they would tell me is the same thing that my parents would tell me, but I wasn't going to listen to them because they didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, they just didn't know. Meanwhile, they kept the lights on. It got you where you needed to go. You always had food. You had clothes. And you're like, but you don't know what you're talking
Absolutely.
about. Right?
None of us would be here without them. But yeah, it's very, very tough to hear them talking about what you're doing wrong. And what you don't realize is they are the most invested into you at any point, whether it's a career or not.
At every moment.
Yes. You are making sure that you are you're the biggest fan your kids have. And me being a dad now, it definitely changes things. And even with my kid, I cannot take him out. We've got a Yoretta Jens track replica, and he wants to get ready for Yoretta Jens next year. That's what he's calling it. I don't know. I'm just going with it. So he wants to do laps when the kids are done training. I can't go out there with him. Caleb Wood, my cousin, he is the one that has to take my kid out on the track because mine will not listen to me, even at 4 years old.
There you go, parents. It's
4
normal.
years old.
All parents have the same problems. That's great news. And right now, great news for Andrew Short. He's in the lead here of the senior 40-plus, posted a 2:01 last time around. That's a sizable gap there. Another 2:01 as 3 laps are complete. Rest of the field 2:04 and above, but hats off to Wisniewski. Chris Wisniewski, he did a great job there, getting up there, battling with Short for a couple laps, holding him off.
Position.
Hey, that's good, man.
You know, I do the Camp Boom Diggity, and me and Rob Fox do the media center. We talked about marketing and branding, and we have the kids come through. And my biggest thing is listen to your grandma, your grandpa, and your mom and dad.
True that.
The 100 years of experience they had, you need to listen to them. So, all right, well, there you have it. There they go. They are turning and burning. Martin Garcia back there in 5th.
Wisniewski was actually out off the track just before the long short shoot here. Small problem, no harm done as he got back onto the course as soon as he could. But you wonder what's going on there as, well, I know what's going on. It's rough as can be. It's very tough to keep the bike going the right direction on this race course at the moment.
There's old Tim Wiegand out there.
Timmy, the team manager for the factory KTM off-road program.
Timmy is?
Yes, he is. He scored points at motocross, and he's also done very well in works and desert racing out west. So familiar name for me, being one of the off-road guys, but also familiar name for some of the older guys that race in moto back in the day.
When I started bringing my kids and going out west, Wiegand, he was in his prime. He was in the B class. See, we raced him, and then he went on to, he had gotten hurt, so he stayed back a year in B, went A, came here in A, then he went and did his pro stuff when he was 19, 20, but we had him on the gate. We've raced him, so that's why as soon as I saw the name, I'm like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But I had talked to him a little bit and knew that he had already moved on to the KTM management role, and proud of that guy.
Yeah, definitely one of the guys that's been around the sport for a long time, knowing every aspect of it, and now making his return out here at Loretta Lynn. It's kind of full circle. It's funny, you know. Chase Sexton just talked about it may be the last time he races here, and then you see all these guys, Temmie, Short. The one that eludes me though is the guy right here. I can't think of his name. That hasn't. I don't think he's come back and raced here. Just that. I hear speculation.
Call out.
Who? Oh.
I was told Ryan Sipes said that if he makes it, that he will get Kevin to race it. I don't know. I mean, it's probably going to be a $1.
He don't have that power.
Really?
No, my wife way outpowers Ryan Sipes, and she's like a hard no right now.
Yeah, I like Kevin sitting over there where he's at right now.
Ice cream and hot dogs.
So you've already proved yourself. You don't have nothing more to prove.
No, but it is great to see the old timers and old professionals like Andrew Short out here still doing it. Love his riding, and he's getting her done right now. Look, still sitting in the triples.
What's going on through your mind right now? Do you think you got him covered?
Well, if I'm up here in the booth, I think I got him covered. When I put a helmet on, I'm probably no.
I mean, you don't think that your wife has a little bit of that competitive nature after all these years? Like,
it's gone.
It's gone?
It's
really?
gone.
I didn't know that it could go.
Well, I tell you, Stu, the last couple of years we've been asking Miss Dottie. Said, hey, can we borrow him for a week? You know, can Kevin come out and play next week? And she's like, no, that's not going to happen now. But the good news is there's a new grandbaby over there. And I think that they might be forgetting about Pap just a little more focus going on that grandson, and we might get to borrow Uncle Kevin.
He could disappear for a week and nobody.
Yeah, we might get to borrow Kevin.
But I am super pumped. Thanks for bringing that up there, Mega. Got my grandson here, 2 months old. Old River checking out his first Loretta Lynn's at 2 months of age. He literally can say in 20 years from now, like, I've been there my whole life.
Here's the beauty of it. That's exactly right. Not, oh, yeah, we brought him when he was just a baby. This is his first opportunity. 8 weeks ago, this guy was born, okay? And he's here already, dude. The first opportunity was not passed. I love it.
I wouldn't expect no less with Kevin bringing the family in. We're all going. It's not like a first time where he's getting his feet wet. This is his old stomping ground. So
absolutely.
That is family tradition right there.
Absolutely.
101 for sure.
And River's dad, Adam, he's also got moto in his blood. So, you know, I don't know how it happened, but somehow my daughter ended up with a moto guy. So there you go. Adam's here, been here many years as well. Now working at TCD. So well established in the industry and doing what they love. We love.
I like it. Well, he's doing what he loves right now as he heads into Storyland. Andrew Short.
Chapter.
Well, he's writing that final chapter here. Do we got the 2-lap board out yet? Nope, not yet. They got plenty of time here. Cross flags are out, though. So halfway.
Look at the clock, 6.5 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, plenty to go. Time is of the essence right now, Stu Baylor. You're aware of that time. They show you that time when you come by?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that Andrew's got a full fan crew down here in the mechanics area letting him know how much time is on that
What do you write on his board if you're bored for him?
At this point, stop and wait.
No. Kevin, what do you write? What would you expect to see on your board?
I think Jackie's probably putting something along the lines like 205s or you're doing laundry, something like that. You want laundry duty?
Yeah.
Give me some 205s, buddy.
Well, just a lap or two ago, he was actually 5 or 6 seconds faster than everybody else in the class. I think he put the gap on those guys, and now she's telling him, slow down. You're too old to crash.
Yeah, he's been through the mill, so let's just savor the moment. Let's have fun. There's the 78. You know where he's from. That's old Chris Winiski.
Great ride, and he now gets to say that he was able to pass and lead Andrew Short for a brief time.
You don't have to add the end part. You just leave it alone. Stop at the
just leave.
You don't have to talk about the
No dates. You don't have to time and the place. You got some bragging rights. What do you got, Weege?
I have breaking news, literally breaking news. Many people asking, where is Chris Kiefer? Chris Kiefer, fairly popular, friends of Mathis, been on the podium battling for moto wins here before. Had a bike break last week, stepped through the bars, survived that, brought a different bike. That broke yesterday, and he said, that's a sign. I'm not going out there and having a bike break for a third time. I'm just going to be racer dad for Aiden Kiefer. So that's why Kiefer's not in this moto. 2 bikes breaking in about 5 days. He said, no mas.
So what you're saying, the older we all get, the smarter you get, kind of, right? Because back in the day, he wouldn't have went for that.
Oh, yeah.
He would have been like, give me your bike. Hey, give me your bike, Megawatt. I'm going in.
Jump that triple on the very first lap.
Like this guy here in his transfer. But with the lights out.
That's a good update because I was kind of wondering.
You're kind of wondering where Kiefer was.
I'm trying to stay on the screen. I didn't have the intel and the backstory, so good research there.
I literally saw him down in Impound like an hour ago, and I'm like, where are you?
Are you getting ready or
and
not?
He's like, yeah, I'm not racing. And I'm like, so you did all the work. Did the hard part.
The preparation.
Yeah, no problem.
The travel.
Paid the money. Did the travel. All that. Now, it's a little not as bad because his kid's racing and racing well. So they would have come here anyway. But that's why Kiefer's not racing. And that's my breaking news, everybody.
Well, that's some overnight developments that you gave us the word on. And tomorrow I'm sure you'll have some more.
Maybe.
Things happen here overnight.
It is true, but Kiefer's about the only one I have any intel on. So that might be it. Oh, and one other thing, I heard what you guys were saying about 10 minutes ago. Seriously, my parents had no information to share with me whatsoever. It was useless, and I still believe that. So that's the difference. You're like, oh, as a dad now, I realize my parents are pretty smart. You're like, just listen to grandma and grandpa and mom and dad.
They got you.
Yeah, on my end, no. They're useless.
Wow.
They're useless. Still useless.
Okay.
So
I don't understand.
Sometimes it's just, sometimes your instincts are correct.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
Who started your college fund?
I'm not saying they didn't pay for stuff.
As a child.
I didn't say they didn't pay for stuff.
Oh,
so
but I said their advice wasn't any good.
But
there's going to
sure
be
they
the
paid
chat.
for
how about their direction?
Terrible.
What? Look at you.
My parents' advice was, you'll be a loser at everything you do. Don't try.
No way.
That was my parents' advice.
So they turn the TV on and see you go, there's my son.
Absolutely.
No.
She's impressed that I managed to overcome the fact that there was no chance of success. She's happy, but she certainly isn't encouraging of, you do not take any risks ever. Don't shoot for your dreams because it will turn into nightmares. So sometimes you got to not listen to the parents. Okay?
I'm not doubting my mom said that.
Okay. Yeah.
Weege. I can't believe
that's what she said. I don't know.
I don't believe none of it. But I do believe Andrew Short out front. What do you believe there?
Well, I believe if you're Hudson Short, yes, listen to your dad. Andrew probably has many great things to say, and even more so, listen to your mom. Because Jackie Short, Jackie Hudson, no slouch herself out here in the women's class back in the day. So, yes, if Andrew Short's your dad, take the advice.
Jackie Short's your mom?
Yeah. Your dad, I don't know how you get along with your dad now. I feel like your dad, I got along with your dad good. I feel like he had smart things to say. My dad, no.
Yeah.
No.
Tom Hudson, Jackie Short's dad, you want to listen to him?
Jackie Short's dad.
Yeah, Tom Hudson was a racer.
Yeah, Tom was the glue. Absolutely. We miss Tom.
He was
Tom
the GOAT.
was awesome. Absolutely. Yeah. Tom was awesome.
He was the GOAT.
So, yes, most of the time you're right. My kids don't want to listen to me either. I got to pay people to tell them what I would tell them. That is true. But I at least want to believe that my advice is good. My parents, no, sir.
I have to meet your mom and dad. I really do.
I don't know, man.
Here we go. A cue ball helmet taking the white flag. At one
He's a non-combatant.
Huh?
He's got the white helmet. He's a non-combatant.
White on white.
White on white. Yeah, just trying to keep the temperatures down, man.
I believe
Get the reflective paint on there. Chris Wisniewski and Brad Smith in the top three.
Now, I will tell you, I saw Short's eyes look over to the right. Somebody wrote a board for him, and there was something on it. He looked over.
Okay.
There's one to go. That's impressive. That's
taking the advice?
20% of the time.
Taking the
That's what we heard today.
20% of the time.
Was it 30?
Of the board?
Yeah. I look over to the board.
Were you a big board? Were you a big board
every
guy?
lap, I had to know what it said.
You were a big board guy?
Oh, yeah.
Info or words? Like lap times or words?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I think it's gotten. I feel like it's gotten worse and worse with riders not reading the board. But I wonder, is there just less time? Like, look, they're going really fast now, and especially in Supercross, and the amount of area they have to work in is getting tighter and tighter. I just wonder if it's getting harder to do.
Look at Porsche Moto got clipped by a board.
Yeah, they're getting packed in there.
I mean, there's crazy stuff going on. You want one of those like NASCAR, like hang it out up high, really high. Let them read it as they come around, and then light it up a little bit maybe.
85.
All right, what do you see?
Give a rundown.
Brad Smith.
I got your rundown. Give us a rundown.
All right, we just saw Wisniewski go by in the 78. This is Brad Smith on the 85 going by. Timmy Wiegand. Now, if he was my dad, and he's close because the name is similar, I would have listened to him.
Yeah, you need a little bit more at the end here.
I have huge respect for Tim, especially the fact that people have thought we were related, and some people thought I was him, which made me seem really fast. Yeah, I had some people be like, oh, I remember when you raced and you were a top 20 and all. I'm like, sure, that was
Always
me.
tell them what they want to hear. Shake a hand, make a friend.
That was me, brother.
Go ahead, Meg.
I got Jordan Burns texting me right now talking about Timmy Wiegand being Moto Triple X alumni. I couldn't.
Maybe it was me. Maybe, yeah. Maybe the Privateer Honda days. Maybe the Privateer Honda days.
Hey, before you finish that, we got a winner about to come across.
At least Kevin Windham keeps us on track here. Who's the professional announcer in this tower? Andrew Short taking the win, starting to build a little
legacy here at Loretta's. Had great battles last year with Mike Brown, won by the all-time
Dennis.
Right over there. It was a hair of a 10.
Remember the Jalek Swoll, Jet Lawrence battle?
Yes.
I wonder which one was closer. Those are like the 2 photo finishes that I can remember.
I think Brownie was
even closer. Yeah. So Shorty wins again. Wisniewski looking to come across in second. Smith, Wiegand, I got sidetracked already on that one, is fourth. McNeil fifth. Garcia sixth. Barber, Galpin, Strobel. Scary guy Shane Kelleher is back in 10th in the 40 plus. And that's should be the top 10. Some riders still coming around. Wisniewski, Smith, Short will be the top 3.
Hey guys, don't forget, there's music going on. Our good friend Zach has music going on, guys, down at the beach.
Yeah, he's down there 5 to 6. They were going to be a couple hours. He's down there 5 to 6. And then he's going to be in tonight at 9 o'clock over at the beer tent. So we're all going to go over and hang out with him.
Where are you stopping in between that track? You're going to stop at FMX?
Absolutely. That's where we were going next. And we got a little second stop on the tour. Going to be right over here for Keith Sayers and the FMX freestyle event. Wes Kane going to be in the house bringing the energy for that.
I'm unleashing the beast.
Just got done talking to Axel. He is fired up. Dude, that guy always has a smile on his face no matter what. Told us about the epic road trip they're on right now. They dropped Dad off, let him recover a little bit while they come down here.
Oh, the Wallet guys out.
I love him, dude. I love Pops Hodges. He's a great dude. So a lot going on tonight. Got dinner going on as well. Let's see.
Where's the dinner?
I believe 6 o'clock. Is that going to be Twist? No, we're getting there, Kevin. The Twisted Tea HEP pits. And most importantly, coming up at 7 o'clock, going to be chapel service with the Racing Reverend, the Moto Minister himself, the Faster Pastor. All right. Does that work, Kevin? All right, Kevin Kozad, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, we've got a chapel this evening. I know a lot of things happening with the FMX deal going on. I think that starts after chapel service. So at 7 p.m. at the FMF pits, everyone's welcome. We're going to be racing right up to the end. But guys, just make it over. Come as you are. Come as you will. And 7 o'clock at FMF, everyone is welcome. I even heard rumors Kevin Windham may show up. He was there last year, him and Dottie. I was very honored to have those two there. But everybody's welcome, and we're honored to have anybody that wants to come and hang out with us at chapel.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. So a great night of events going on here this evening. Again, Zach Heron down live at the beach right now for the next hour or so. We're going to have a big freestyle event. We're going to have dinners with Suzuki this evening. Then we're going to make our way to the freestyle, then the beer tent. So going to be an action-packed night here at the ranch on Wednesday.
And I think, since I'm also the GNCC chaplain, someone else in this room probably should show up at chapel tonight as well. Well, I mean, I know where he may go later, but as his chaplain, he would show up at 7, and then I'll let him go do whatever he needs to do.
He might show up. He might need to show up 6:45 for a little one-on-one, little extra service, as a matter of fact. So, anyways, thank you so much, Kevin, dude. We do. We appreciate everything you do, Kevin, for sure, for real, and always a blessing to be at your chapel service, no doubt.
Absolutely great to see him join the GNCC crew after Chuck LeMaster was there for a long time, and I think we should have somebody standing by down at the podium.
I'm up here on the podium with Brad Smith. Give it up for Brad Smith, everyone. Our third place finisher in Moto 2 of Senior 40 Plus. Brad, will you tell us about your moto?
Too hot for 40-year-old. I came here as a kid and it was pretty much just as hard. So yeah, just super hard, super hot, super humid, rough. Got off to a good start, you know, and put myself in a good place. Just so tight. I've been nervous for like 3 hours. It's 40 plus, you know. I've been doing it for 25 years, 30 years, whatever, and still the same nerves, you know. So managed to stick it out, get third, get to thank my sponsors, my family, and yeah, we're here.
How do you feel going into the third moto?
Right now, I mean, I got to get second overall, so that's the goal. I mean, Shorty's on a different level. Props to him. If I can manage second, get second overall, I'll be happy as a win.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
my whole family for coming. Bobby from Kissimmee, my aunt and uncle, my wife for being my mechanic, everybody at MTF, you know, they just make it easy for me to get here. Team Green Cowie, Bobby, just owner of Kissimmee Motorsports, helps me with the bike. FMF exhaust, Dunlop tires, Scott goggles, battery connection suspension, Star Clothing, Horsepower Solutions, everybody else, thank you.
Brad Smith, everyone, 3rd place in Moto 2 of Senior 40 Plus. Now if we get our 2nd place finisher up here, Chris Wisniewski. I asked him beforehand, guys. That's my best imitation of his last name. If we could get our 2nd place finisher up here for the podium. Give it up for Chris Wisniewski, everyone. Come up here. Coming up here in front of the bike, and so after that moto, I noticed that you're sitting on a 4.2. How are you feeling going into that 3rd moto?
I'm feeling better. The first one wasn't so good, but I made a couple of changes with suspension, and it paid off in that race, so I'm feeling a lot better.
Solid. I noticed you're also racing Bet 30 Plus, so you had another moto earlier today. Did that play into your racing during this moto at all?
No, I like doing more races so I can loosen up, because lately I've just been getting arm pump and it's just killing me to hang on for 8 laps. But the 30 wasn't so good, but at least I came through in this 40.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone that helped me out by getting here. I can't remember. I don't have my bike in front of me. But friends, family, everyone that supported me, donated to me, and helped me get here, because it's not cheap. And then I'd like to thank everyone else for showing up, having fun. This is my first time here, and I think this place is awesome. It's a great community, and I love being here for the week. It's better than just a one-day race, and I'm really enjoying myself. My favorite part is the lazy river to cool off.
Chris Wisniewski, everyone, 2nd place in Moto 2 of Senior 40 Plus. Now if we could get our Moto winner, Andrew Short. Andrew, obviously you're sitting on a 1-1. You got to be feeling pretty good going into Moto 3. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was good. I got a little crazy at the beginning in 10 Commandments, but had a moto earlier, so I was definitely hurting. Didn't feel as good, but I love this race. It's been a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in the last one, and just stay focused and keep enjoying Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, can you tell us about your Open Pro Sport moto earlier? I saw you got 9th, and coming off of that 25-minute moto coming into this has got to be pretty difficult.
I think dad life is worse. Like watching my kid, I get more nervous and sweaty and everything else, so I get more nervous for that. But yeah, I was stoked. My goal in that class is top 10. I wanted to win this one. I thought I was going to be battling Brownie and Chad Reed. Unfortunately, I hope those guys get better, and Tate as well. But in the pro class, I want to get top 10. So far, so good. We'll see how the next 2 go.
Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, Fly Racing, WPS, Fly Family, they're awesome. My 2nd biggest sponsor is my wife, Jackie, she's amazing. TJ's Factory Connection, WSC Concepts, Lee at WP, R&D Group, Uncle Mo, Works Connection, Graphics Guys, Dunlop, American Made Power, FMF, and Derek HP with a dual injector. Those guys really helped me out, and it's been awesome. Dunlop Tires, Johnny Knowles, Scott Goggles, thank you much.
Andrew Short, everyone, sitting on a 1-1, headed into Moto 3 in Senior 40 Plus.
All right, back to the action here. The gate is down in our mini Senior 2, 13 to 16. 21 Jackson Lang with a hole shot out there. Tace Morgan, Camprinelli, Stazanik, Timmerman, Daniels, Graham, Johnson, O'Leary. Keep an eye on some of these. There's Johnson out there, finished 2nd, but what about a race winner down there? Where is Timmerman? There he is, Maddox Timmerman in 5th.
I have no idea. Am I on right now?
I got him right here. Let's go.
No, I got him too, but am I on? Do you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy.
Oh, we're good.
Yeah, that means on. You're fired.
Bro, you're so good. I was about to say Maddox Timmerman was the first moto winner, but yes, you already said it.
you're hot
Great
to
job.
go.
Yep.
Well, I didn't want to jump in that. We already jumping right into the action. So Lang, Morgan, a lot of usual suspects up there. Let's dive through there. Romano, Rives, Jameson, Grove, Kirby, a lot of guys back in 20th. But let's see who rises to the occasion. Here's Tace Morgan looking good.
With that 50, Maddox Temmerman there, you see him right there. That was the first moto winner. He's now 5th. And you also got to watch for the 10 of Cooper Johnson, who's about 2-3 spots further back on the number 10. And those were the top 2 of the first moto.
Yeah, this one here got to jump on us out here, so we're going to let them sort out.
Yep.
They buzzed the tower. They're coming down through the wild beach area there. Look at that, like the sands of Iwo Jima, soldiering up the mountain.
Jackson Lang there, the leader, West, was 7th in the first moto. What? Are you kidding me? Here comes Maddox Temmerman already?
Timmerman in 5th, yeah, challenging for the lead.
Not for long. He's in the lead.
You can't make hay while the sun shines.
5 passes on the first lap.
You have to go.
Wow. That was... I thought he might have had like a real build-up here of like, oh, the first moto winner's in the back. What's he going to do? It took him 1 lap to erase the start and get to the lead, and he's trying to check out. Tace Morgan on the 89. Going to battle Lang for 2nd. Look at Maddox Temmerman.
Timmerman, Morgan, Lang. Looking at Campini. Cooper Johnson picked up a couple spots there. He was in 8th. Now he's in 5th.
Yep.
Let's see how he goes to work here. And came into Daytona as a tryout. They gave him 1 bike.
Who was that?
Said Cooper Johnson.
Oh, Cooper Johnson.
He came into Daytona as a tryout. Here's a bike. Donnie Lewis, the boys at Triangle said, here's a bike, try it out and see if you like it.
All right.
And did pretty good there. And now his tryout is turned into a little bit more of something.
Well, yeah.
And,
2nd in the first moto.
Hey, Donnie Lewis is, hey, try this out. I like it.
Take it for a test drive?
Yeah, he did. All over the Speedway over there.
Here's the keys. Now, this is what's interesting. We still got Stu Baylor with us. Temmerman goes from 5th to 1st almost immediately. He's pulling away. But I thought the lead was going to be gigantic.
He is, I mean, absolutely.
But see, they're still there. Like, I'm surprised they're even that close for how quickly he passed everybody.
He made the moves that he needed to do, and he's right to the front. And man, even at this level, I think these guys are already at the race management stage.
Oh, you think so? That's what I was getting at. You think
I genuinely think at the Supermini stage, these kids know how to manage a race. I think even we saw it as young as the 10 to 12 85 class, the number 9 out there earlier. The 68 closed the gap, and out of nowhere, a 10-year-old, he's like, all right, I can answer that. And
if you catch me, I will go fast.
Gapped him back out, and just, I mean, it was literally a yo-yo maintaining that event. But yeah, Temmerman making quick passes right to the front, a little bit quicker than his. I want to say that's his older brother we saw racing earlier. That was a little bit slower.
Cousin.
Okay.
Yeah. Dads or brothers.
All right, gotcha.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
So I knew they were family. Wasn't sure of the relation. So a little bit quicker starter than his cousin.
That is true.
Right to the front, but at this point, he knows where he is. He knows where he needs to be, and he's doing a really good job staying there.
I mean, he's pulling away. We got to watch Cam Pigley here on the 22. Just came right across the front end of Lang on the 21. So that'll put Cam Pigley up to 3rd behind Morgan. But yeah, the last time around, Temmerman was 1 second quicker than these guys. But maybe he doesn't need to be more than 1 second quicker.
All right, you got Timmerman, Morgan, Lang, Campinelli, Vic, Johnson, Vagel, Cleary, O'Leary, Jarvis, Willis, and Bowser. But watch this interesting. Watch what's happening here. Cooper Johnson is now run down those other ones.
He's on the outside of that Yamaha.
Vic and Lang. And he goes a wide line into commit. You see him look over. He's gauging those guys right there. He picks one off here.
Oh, he does. The 10 of Cooper Johnson passes Jackson Lang on the 21. Might have a little star in the making here for the Blue Crew.
Well, I don't know, but I'm talking. You can't give Campilli or Vic any room. They're not going to roll over. So you got to do like, and that's probably the thinking that Timmerman had. Hey, I need to make quick moves, correct? And you would do the same thing, Stu Baylor.
I mean,
like,
in these opening laps, you want to make sure, especially if the leader starts to slip away like he is right now, you want to make sure that you've got eyes on him. If you've got any chance of winning this thing, you cannot let that leader.
And Timmerman having to come through the field like he did, he was back there a little bit. That's what he said. I got to go. I can't mess around because I have respect for these guys and know that they can strike at any time.
Yeah,
I mean, Tace Morgan's no easy pushover.
No, definitely.
No. He's 4'2", and you're not pushing him over.
Not pushing him over.
So Donnie Luce will have something to say about that, and Ed Torrance.
So there's Temperman on the 50. Yeah, well, the low center of gravity maybe helps. I don't know. They're all short.
I don't want Ed Torrance grabbing me at any time.
No.
Well, there you go. There he is. Timmerman. Stu Baylor, give us your input.
Man, he's done exactly what he needs to do. He's got a little bit of a cushion, not too much over that second place ride of Tace Morgan, but he's where he needs to be, and he's at this point managing this race. We see that little on off that Tace Morgan's doing similar riders out here. So just a cool line that even these youth riders are starting to pick up on.
Have you seen that a lot? That was pretty impressive. Or is that pretty rare?
I actually saw a 65-7 to 9.
No way. The wheel tap bounced over.
The wheel tap over. The number 26, the winner in the second moto, the 65-7 to 9 class, was out there doing this on off. And it was just, it was cool to see. So, yeah, just I think some of it is the facilities have these Loretta Lynch replica tracks now, and the track breaks down very similar. So you're able to pick up on these lines. That section in particular, we've done the same thing with our kids, and these kids are putting it to use. So just cool to see the way that they're breaking this track down and using their skills.
Now, I know a lot of people are going to hear the replica thing, and some of the teams are doing that with Supercross too, and think, man, that is a massive advantage. But from my experience, the difference between dirt prep and even like the angle of a jump being like 1 degree less or more steep really changes the track. So besides the blueprint and making the turns go the same way, how hard do you have to work to try to get the prep the same? Because that's the real secret sauce. Do you do that?
We hauled in 70 loads of material after moving dirt for 4 months straight to try to get the pad and everything prepped, the elevation for the finish line section.
Oh my gosh.
So much that goes into that track. I mean, $100,000 on a track build to get it even close to this is us doing the work ourselves. So just a crazy amount of work. These sand sections, I mean, like I said, 70 loads of material to get this in. And I don't even think that we're half of what these guys are putting down in a week. They completely changed the track here, and year to year, it's always very similar, but it definitely does change. I think when I did our replica, I feel like I did it right. I called Tim Cotter and I said, "Is it an issue?"
Okay.
He said, "Man, you're advertising for our event." No, I love it. I think it's a great idea. And
this is the Shoals, by the way.
Yeah, this is the Shoals, and there's quite a few tracks that have done the replicas now. And if you want my honest opinion, does it make or break or show you, or make a guy win this event? Absolutely not. A fast guy's going to be a fast guy.
Yeah.
But I think the mentality of, hey, I rode this track, I've got an advantage.
Yep.
Whether it's exact or not, I mean, it is the advantage that I think some of these kids are looking for on that mindset of, hey, I'm coming here because I put in the work. I did that extra bit. I went to this place that had that track.
And look what's going to happen now. If a bunch of places, and now they are, let's say 4 or 5 places do have it, and you're one of the ones that did not, that's a big game changer right there in your head.
I think for a lot of these kids it is. And I think for the facilities, you know, I've heard the controversy on whether it helps or not.
Yeah.
Do I think that it's going to make you the best rider when you show up here?
Yeah.
No, I think if you're a great rider and you put in the work, you're going to be a great rider here if you put in the work. But I do think that for a kid's confidence, and we talk about it so much, the kids that come here with that confidence, they can carry it throughout that week. And coming in with that first moto confidence of, hey, I rode this track. You get through that first moto and you did everything that you needed to. You're giving yourself a layup for the week.
Dude, one guy who's rolling right now is Cooper Johnson on the number 10. He has been battling Jackson Vick. That was a great fight, and he finally was able to thread the needle and make that pass. So Cooper Johnson now in the 4th. That was hard-earned. It's just like you said, Wes Kane. Jackson Vick, we already know him quite well.
None of these guys are going to roll over.
These are legit riders.
These are guys that's already won Loretta Lynn's either on a 50, on a 65. This is where guys start looking and putting them in place for those last 3 years here that are going to be, we're pushing in for Maddox Timmerman on the big bike. They're 3 years planning. They're not walking around with blinders on. They're planning for Loretta's 26, 27, and 28. And they're not playing checkers. They're playing chess. They're putting people where they need to be. So this is a scouting class. They're looking for them if they already aren't locked in.
I would say it even starts before this.
Oh,
anymore. I mean, they're looking back track as far as the 85 class. You watch those guys, and sometimes it's not the guy that's winning the race.
Right.
Sometimes it's that second or third place guy, and you see, all right, that ride.
That was a McAdoo coming through, and he pushed, and he did catch rides, and he positioned himself. He would drive people's motorhomes. He would do whatever he took to get there, and then finally an opportunity came up for a fill-in ride, and when he got the call, he performed. Next thing you know, you had Cameron McAdoo.
Landon Gordon. I literally remember being here. He got like 4th or something, and like in this class, like on an 85, or maybe it was Supermini. Yeah. And a bunch of people just saw the riding style, and they're like, he didn't win.
We can work with
that style. Yeah, we can work with that. And Landon Gordon, a front runner this week, hasn't gotten a moto win, but certainly has had success. So yeah, it does happen. The scouts are looking for different things.
So can Johnson roll up on Cam Pigley and make something happen there to go a 2 and a 3, get back up on that box?
Yep. And then hope that the things unfold in the third moto, because Maddox Temmerman right now looking at a 1-1 if he can hold on here. And I think our race clock just paused, so I'm not sure how much time is left in this one. We'll be looking out for the 2-lap board. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
I do not see it.
Yep, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. I think there's time left. He's headed.
I mean, they're lap 3 or 4.
I think that's been frozen.
Yeah.
So we'll just rely on the old literally eyesight.
How about the abacus?
Slide a peg over there. I don't know.
The TV
Sophie was talking about Pythagorean theory. What do you got?
I believe our TV was
5 laps.
5 laps.
That I believe.
Yeah. So I think as they're resetting us here, we should be able to get a better idea here. But I would say that the 2-lap card is probably in hand. If not, it'll be coming out that next lap for these guys. And just a great ride so far with the number 50.
Oh no! He goes down, and there goes Tace Morgan. So that small lead we talked about, he had not built up a gigantic advantage, and suddenly Tace Morgan on the 89 takes advantage of the mistake by Temmerman, and now the Yamaha riders out front.
And the 2-lap card is out. So
the Bermuda Triangle.
Wow!
Just like that.
I wonder how can he use that speed that he used, because he actually, I believe, came from behind Tace Morgan from the start. I think Tace Morgan was one of the guys that was in that top 3 around that first turn, if I remember correctly. So
he's going for it.
I mean, let's see where Tace Morgan was on
Moto 3. I think it's 4th.
Tace Morgan finished up 3rd.
3rd in Moto 1.
So the position is good.
Oh, it should be. He'd be sitting on a 3-1. Temmerman would have a 1-2, but Temmerman is not going to give up on it.
No.
See all the speed he has
This
now.
is far from over.
You better believe it. Look at
far
Temmerman already.
Over.
Oh, yeah. So there it is, 1-2, Temmerman and Morgan. Morgan had that lead, didn't build up a giant gap, and then he tipped over in the sand, and now he's got to go back after Morgan. Dog days of summer here at the Dude Ranch, right, West Kane? You never know, man.
The Bermuda, you got all kinds of factors out here.
Yes.
You got Storyland, you got the Bermuda Triangle, you got the sandy beach sand of Iwo Jima over here, you got 20 miles of bad road over there. Anything can happen. You got the long short shoot.
You got the long short shoot.
Don't break the 10 Commandments. Don't forget those.
Yeah, well, one of them, don't tip over in the sand. He did it, but man, just like you said, Stu Baylor, he has caught Morgan quickly.
You've got to, I mean, just from my stance here, that first lap, he got where he wanted to be. He maintained where he wanted to be. I did not think that the kid was riding all out. I knew he had more in the tank. And like I talked about, even at the Supermini age, these kids are maintaining and managing races. And I knew he had more in the tank. We got to say, though, at this point, with the white flag in hand coming out around this next corner, is there enough time left? Less than 2 seconds, it looks like, from our side. So he's going to have to let it all hang out. This is definitely not where he wanted to be after leading this one and controlling this race for the majority of it. But, wow, he's got the speed to do it, and now look what's in front of him.
There's a couple of different variables now. You got some back markers. They've got it methodically. There's that word again you used. You got to choose your line wisely. Go ahead, Meg.
That lap traffic is going to be tough. There they are in the same shot. Lap rider on the outside.
Take the shot. If you got a camera,
use it,
because you can get those guys in the same picture. Do it.
That's true. Screenshot that right now. And the good thing for Temmerman is that there are so many areas where you can make passes on this track. And a mistake from Morgan.
Less than a lap to go as this race is heating up quick. coming to these 10 Commandments, I saw both these kids on Superminis busting out a triple in the 10 Commandments. That's just something that over the recent years started happening. I mean, you saw pros doing triples. Now Superminis and 85s there as they 3 out of Commandments, and look at that jump into the bumps.
And there it is.
So
Morgan is right
up onto
there.
the rear fender right now. Absolutely knows exactly what the task at hand is. And I can tell you, Stu was right. He didn't show his full hand on that first lap. Was able to come from about 5th place to the front. Look for some action to pick up right here as we make our way back into the storyland.
Oh, boy.
Biggest 2 opportunities are going to be in the sand section. I think right now, if you can charge around the outside of this first sand section that they are coming to, that looks like there's a little less braking bumps. I saw some moves being made there earlier, but he's got to explore the track if he wants to make this pass.
And he's got to have that entrance speed. He has got to come into the beach wide.
Here they come.
This is the time to let it hang out, and it looks like he's trying to go for the inside. Let's see.
Oh, he's there. Not quite close enough.
No.
Great job by Temmerman to hold up.
Timmerman almost augured it down again, but was able to keep it up. And they're going to buzz the tower here.
Oh, they're running out of time. But this sand section, this is where Temmerman went down. But he also has a ton of speed after this jump. He will wheelie in to these rollers. He's going to send it in. But he's not quite close enough.
Full send, Timmerman.
1 turn remains. Tace Morgan, what a job holding up under pressure. They almost go wheel to wheel.
Put me in a triangle.
Not enough. Didn't stop anybody this time. Tace Morgan's going to win. Mini Senior 2. Temmerman had it. He lost it. He almost got it back. Look for a showdown in Moto 3 between those two and maybe some others. Pigley looking to bring it across in 3rd.
Wow, what a race.
Johnson back up from 10th. 4th. Good job.
That race management, I'm so glad we hit that early in the moto. We talk about this all the time, even in Supercross. The Jet Lawrence maintaining a 1.8 second lead to a 2.3. Never more than 1.8 or 2.3. Taking less risk when you're not riding as hard. But the other risk is if you make one mistake, you have nothing to play with.
You have no buffer.
That was tough on Temmerman right there. That crash wasn't big.
It was
but Morgan was right by. Yep.
On that same note, I've seen guys that struggle to maintain a race, and I'm actually one of those guys. If I'm up front,
you just want to go.
I want to go.
You want to go.
To me, whenever I have to slow down or if I have to start managing, I'm riding differently than what got me there, and I usually make mistakes. I had actually Caleb Wood there leading the first 450B moto this week, and he's messed his leg up since then. He tried to just start riding. He was like, hey, I wanted to get comfortable. I started cruising.
Okay.
Makes a big mistake.
You think, or he has said he would have been better to just ride his pace?
I think just watching him, his body was relaxed. He hit a bump wrong because he wasn't attacking anymore. Looks like these guys should be down at the podium as we catch up with our top 3 from this very, very eventful class. I think the best one that we've seen right down to the wire in that Supermini class.
It's good racing.
Yep, Mini Senior 2. Sophie will take it when the riders are ready. And the good news from Temmerman, he's still sitting on a 1-2. Still has the least points heading into Moto 3.
Perfect.
All right, real quick, guys, before we do head down there, we'll keep an eye out for Sophie. Lots of dinners taking place tonight. Gas Beach Bass going to start at 6 o'clock. Twisted Tea Suzuki Cornhole Tournament. That's going to be at the HEP Suzuki Pits. 6 o'clock On-Track Apprentice Fiesta Taco Dinner. That's going to be 6 o'clock at the Monster Energy Arena. 6:30 Team USA Celebration Dinner. That's going to be at Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home. Of course, 7 o'clock Chapel Service with Kevin Kozad. 7:30 Monster Energy Keith Sayers FMX at the starting area.
Sounds like if you can't find something to do tonight in this parking lot, then you're lost.
You got a problem. Believe me.
Hope they can find an announcer to bring some heat for that freestyle event. I hope they got a guy in mind, maybe, that could pump up this crowd, hype things up a little bit. I hope there's a guy ready for the task of announcing FMX tonight. Do we have that guy?
You have that guy.
We have that guy. And we've got Sophie Phelps on the podium. Go ahead, Sophie.
Hey guys, I'm up here with our 3rd place finisher in Mini Senior 2, Moto 2. This is Alex Campigli. Alex, tell us a little bit about your moto and how you pulled off a podium.
Yeah, I got off to like a 3rd gear start. I got passed by 2 people, and then I passed him back in the 10 Commandments, but like 10 minutes in, I was exhausted, so we're going to work a little better for next year.
Who would you like to thank?
I like to thank my mom, dad, Thor, Evan, Oakley, Alpine Star, Dunlop, Mika Metal, Mills, FMF, Joel, RJR, MX Clinic, and everyone else, thank you so much.
Alex Campigli, everyone. 3rd place in Moto 2. And we're looking for our 2nd place finisher, Maddox Temmerman. Everyone give it up for silver. This is Maddox Temmerman. Maddox, you're no stranger to the podium, and I know that ride was probably a little bit of a heartbreaker for you. Can you explain what you're thinking and how you're feeling?
I'm definitely feeling a little bit down after that crash, but I got a good star and rode good, so it's fine, I guess.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my whole family, Monster, Fox, Dunlop, FMF, DT1, Mika Metals, DRS, and everyone else forgot. Thank you.
Maddox Temmerman, everyone, 2nd place, Moto 2 of Mini Senior 2.
All right, sounds like we're all right, one more to go. Waiting on Tace Morgan to come on up there. Win Kern gave us the go-ahead and said, hey, Tace out there doing a great job.
Now we've got our gold medalist. This is Tace Morgan. Give it up for Tace, everyone. Now, Tace, tell me a little bit about that ride and what it took for you to put your bike up here on the top step.
Yeah, I knew I worked harder than everyone coming into this race. I know I had the fitness, and I was working hard.
Definitely a good attitude. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Altus Yamaha, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, Jacob Hayes, Win and Kim, Bell, 100%, Moose, Alpine Star, Dog Pound, Monster, Monster Mike, Dunlop, Rob, T-Rex, Enzo Suspension, and everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Tace Morgan, everyone. 1st place in Moto 2 of Mini Senior 2. It's going to be a good 3rd moto between all those boys. Back up to you guys in the tower.
You're darn right. That 3rd moto is going to be awesome. Can you hear me in the headset? Am I good?
Yeah.
You're my wingman, Wes Kane. Hey, real quick, folks, we need Trevor Ostrander. Trevor Ostrander coming to the MX Sports trailer. Trevor Ostrander coming to the MX Sports trailer. We've got a shopping spree of toys, video games, and all the candy you can eat. Trevor Ostrander. So head on over to that MX Sports trailer. Anything you want, we've got it. So if you're Trevor, head on. I don't know why they need Trevor, but Trevor Ostrander, come over to the MX Sports trailer. Yeah, he's going to be like, where's the toys?
Yeah.
Candy.
That's the guy they call, hey, you want a TV, come on over here. They come over there like, hey, we got a free cruise. Oh, click. Hey, well, 450C.
450C up next.
Yeah, I got you. Finishing 10th in that one. We'll get the lowdown on him. That will be Peyton Smith, the number 27. Finishing 9th. Jake Roberts, the 97 ride. 8th overall is Parker Shalusky, the 99 ride. 7th, Mason Tekohakis is number 79. 6th place in that one, Zachary Chambers, the number 23. 5th, top 5, Owen Thiel, the number 77. 4th going into this one with 4th gate pick, Sean Sutton, not Don Sutton, Sean Sutton. You don't need no fast pitch baseball out here now. It's all crawling dirt bikes. Finishing 3rd, going in this one, Michael Thomason from Florida, the 91. 2nd is from Hayden, Idaho, Cannon Kaufman, the 67. And another rider under the watchful eye of Jessica Patterson from Great Court, South Carolina, Cooper Bergeron, took the win there. And let's see what he can do here. If he can back it up.
You know Cooper.
I've seen Cooper ride quite a bit the last couple of months, and they put it down over there.
All right.
He's even Red Dog goes over there quite a bit, and he gets to Not quite as fast, but he gets a ride with Evan Ferry back on the bike, so they're doing a little.
Cool.
So hey, you're getting some good fundamentals watching and learning. So, he's been riding with Evan for last couple weeks, and Beckett's and the whole crew is over there. R.J. Johnson, Ricky Johnson, R.J. Johnson. Knox Ray in there, Cooper Johnson. It's a whole. There's a lot of stuff going on over there.
Good to hear that Evan Ferry's back on the bike. Had the
he looks good. He really looks good, and that's cool. I look for big things from him with his teammate and roommate too. Supermini rivals. Now they're buds, and they share him and Gavin Towers.
The Phoenix Honda. Yeah. Honda, yes.
And they were Supermini competitors, hard at it. We saw them at the Monster Cup, and you've seen them down and they're buds. They're like brothers right now.
Yeah.
They got Shea Bay in there, and she's cooking fried chicken, and they're doing their thing, man.
We know Towers has always been your guy.
Yeah, but so is Evan Ferry.
But Evan Ferry, yes.
So they're together, and they're gonna have some stuff in 26.
That's good. Yeah,
David Eller's got his guys, and he's putting
Romano on that team as well. Those guys have
a couple of others are going to be added, and they're looking. And Colin Park's in there, from what I heard. You got Romano.
Yep.
And it's going to be good.
Colin Park was hanging out today on the deck. Good to see him.
He is a soldier with his podium. This year he made it.
That was awesome. Yeah, in the mud there at Foxborough. So we wait on 450C. The fact that we're talking about these training facilities, we just had Stu Baylor with the Shoals. You're talking about
and they're close. They're within 30 minutes of each other.
But there's plenty of clients. So
plenty to go around.
Fine. Same thing with Club MX. They're like, we have all the riders we want. We don't need to add to the roster. Card is sideways in 450C.
Let's see what the 57 can do. Can he go in with some pocket aces, Jason?
Well, I see the 23. That's Michael Jordan-like on that red and black with the 23. Or
Michael Jordan.
Chase Sexton back in the day with the Michael Jordan look out front. And there's that 57 you were talking about.
Cooper Bergeron.
In second place. So the 23 that they're chasing right now, that is Zach Chambers. He was fired out of the chamber.
Jack Chambers, not Mad Jack Chambers.
And not Jack Chambers, Zach Chambers. And he's got the lead right now. Yeah, Zach, not Jack. Jack is a pro now.
Jack you have on Supercross Tour and Outdoor National.
Oh, yeah, he's a professional.
All the way from Europe. Spent a couple of years over there.
Time in Europe, working with the
solid soldier.
Working with a different Zach, working with Zach Osborne as his trainer. Oh, we got a stack up in that corner as they head into Storyland. 2-3 riders bumping, and then that led to 4 or 5 more having problems. And it is full send. 450C, those riders hitting the triple. Let's see what Zach Chambers can do in the lead.
Let's see. Let's look on the roster and see what he pulled. Chambers going in with a 6th.
Yeah.
That can help him. Definitely help him.
Yeah.
There he is coming through.
That could put you right back in contention. There you see that 57 that you mentioned.
Bergeron looking good. They're just, the thing I like about this 450C, 250C, they got to get sorted out. And then the cream will rise eventually to the top, Megawatt.
Oh, every time. Like you said, you see some little action, a little rubbing right here, right now. What's going to happen? As soon as these guys get just a bit of distance, they got the confidence. Then they'll go to work. Then they think they can make the move. But a lot of these guys in, like you say, the C-Class, really don't want to get tangled up on lap number 1. Need a little room to work.
Well, here's what we know. We know that some of them hasn't rode all day today.
Right.
And some of them that side lap might not be enough for them to look to get going. So it might take a lap or two in this race for somebody in 10th to start moving through the field. They found that line they were looking for.
Well, finding the line right now is the 21 of Colton Moe. He just made the move on the 79 of Mason Sakanikas. I believe I talked to him on the podium in a different class. He got 7 to the first moto, that 79 of Sakanikas. So the rider to watch right now is Moe on the 21, trying to make his way forward.
You better look out, Moe, because he's coming through.
Cannon Kaufman, second in the first moto on the 67, is at the front of this group, trying to figure out what position that is. We don't have our monitor here right now. Oh, battle for the lead. Bergeron.
Bergeron's got to get moving here. He's got to triple out of there because
Chambers.
Side by side. He went out wide. You got to dig deep, try to fight for that inside. Bergeron might have it, Jason Wygant.
Yeah, Chambers couldn't get out of that rut clean. And now Bergeron could be holding that pair of pocket aces by the time
I don't
this one
know.
is over.
It's got to hold all the way to Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
Megawatt.
Yeah, Chambers was a victim of that rut right there, no question. Got in there, tried to make the track shorter, but my goodness, Jason, that thing was foot fake deep. Got in there, hung up on the frame tubes just a bit, and that's all it took right there. New leader.
Look at that inside right after Ten Commandments. They make that right, then they got to make that left. That inside hump, the guys are actually raising their leg up over past the shroud to get through there so tight.
And the 67 is on the run from third. That's Cannon Kaufman. So he's cleared that big battle behind him. There's the 21. You see him on screen. We mentioned him before. That's Mo. He's trying to get that 91 right in front of him. That's Michael Thompson.
You mentioned Kaufman. He had a close call on the beach here just a moment ago. Road clear out the edge, looking for a smooth line. A lot of times that's where you're going to find it smooth late in the day like this, Weege, and almost blew that thing apart, ran right off the track.
And also in Storyland, he was all the way on the outside. It's hard to even tell what's on purpose. That was not foot off the peg. A mistake was made by Kaufman, and that's going to allow that 91 of Michael Thompson to get around him. That is second, third, and fourth you're watching on screen right now.
I mean, if you had a net, you could throw over second, third, and fourth right there.
Yeah, no question. We say strange things happen in the Bermuda Triangle, and it just did right there. That was a 3-rut exchange.
Yeah, if you're Bergeron, you don't want none of that.
No.
No, that's a hornet's nest. You can absolutely
look at this.
get
Holy
stumped.
cow.
Kaufman almost got together with Thompson. He's trying to pass him back. Kaufman nearly crashed. Now they're almost going to fight for the same outside line here.
Thompson going for it right now on that number 91. Look at this. Has a great drive. We steer with the rear. Brings it to the inside. That sets him up nicely.
He might have second place here, Megawatt. He was battling to just hold on to third. Only at Loretta's, man. You get racing like that.
Great racecraft right there. I'm thinking years ahead.
Wait.
Oh, my goodness.
Kaufman.
Look at
this. The BOGO special. He's up to second. He went past 2 riders in 1 turn.
I got my digital coupon. Let me in. I want some of that action.
Yeah, you're not going to have this. Let's make it a 3-way dance here. Don't leave me out.
Tripling up is Thompson to try to pass Kaufman back. That's 2 or 3 passes between them in the last third of a lap.
Well, look at Thompson's lap time. He's got to make some moves. Chambers having a rough go there. Thompson, Kaufman, Mo. Go ahead. Who's in 6th?
We tried it before. The 6th is a 79 of Mason Sakanitas.
Yep, gotcha.
Wyatt Gordon 7th, Jordan Allen 8th, Jacob Kingsfield 9th, Peyton Smith is 10th. The battle keeps going between Kaufman and Thompson. Thompson almost repassed him.
Big shout out back there, Jax Cranon Buell coming all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, making the trip. Congratulations and welcome to the Dude Ranch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a long drive. So it's going to reset. They've pushed the whole shot rodder behind them. That was Zach Chambers. He's been pushed back. And this battle for second, it is on. And what's Bergeron?
Well, here's the interesting
Bergeron's
nugget.
not that far ahead, I don't think.
These guys have been battling. Bergeron out front. You know when you're out front, you really can't gauge yourself? Yep. They're actually closing in on Bergeron right now.
Yes, they're pushing each other.
That 212 is holding right now on that 213. Bergeron, another 213. So little by little, they're going to inch up and challenge for that lead.
Oh, it could be a 3-rider battle for lead.
Bergeron pedaling.
Big dog paddle.
Bergeron was paddling. And dog paddling it was behind that billboard. You don't want to do that.
Uh-oh. We could have a 3-rider battle for the lead before long. A couple other riders coming through. Chambers 4th, Mo 5th. Sakanikas there on the 79 rolling through. Then it's Wyatt Gordon and Jordan Allen on the 80.
Now, is Bergeron holding his breath? Is that what we saw early on? You got to breathe. We saw that earlier today with Nate Freehill. All of a sudden he took a breath after 6 minutes, and he was able to finish second. I mean, he was having a battle there. And now Bergeron looks like he's trying to find his way around there. Take a deep breath, recoup, because if you're not careful, Chambers, Thompson, and Kaufman are going to reel up on you.
Man, great racing. It's what it's all about here. Only way to get to that inside rut now You just got to take the leg off.
Yeah, you got to put it up over your handlebar.
Well, in this case, he just knacked his way through. Wide forward to the 49. Do you see that?
A little bit of a half knack right there.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to put the leg forward. I'm going to put it
What
back.
are we watching here? You're seeing the same thing I do, right?
Yeah, that's Thompson on the 91 that just came through. It settled down now a little bit.
But Bergeron was in the same shot. So that
we
means
could have Kaufman going after Bergeron. Kaufman, Moto 1 was, second.
As soon as we say that, though, the Kaufman-Thompson battle, Bergeron, I think, has pulled out just a couple extra bike lengths right now. If you watch, he's already up over the hump right there, so going to be interesting.
It's coming
now
here.
Now you see Kaufman start to open it up a little bit.
It's right here. 1 and 2 are in that sweeper, Meg. Right there over your left shoulder into the Bermuda Triangle.
Here's what I enjoy, especially in C-Class. We talk so much about how these riders know each other, they're old rivals. That's generally not the case here. I mean, Kaufman and Bergeron might only be now figuring, okay, this other guy is the guy that I'm going to have to tangle with for this title. They might not even know each other. They might have never raced each other. There's a chance that it's some qualifiers or other events around the country. But a lot of it is brand new to these guys.
Yeah, you can see him. He finished second.
Yeah,
so
man.
If they can flip-flop, that's going to add that mystique in that third moto charm.
So right now, Bergeron's looking at a 1-1. Kaufman looking at a 2-2. Kaufman wants to go get him, and he is going faster.
Well, Ty going to third moto.
If he can get there.
Boy.
Yep.
But there's a challenge coming.
That's the battle right behind them. That's Thompson in third. Zach Chambers, who's had good laps and bad, fourth. Colton Moe on the 21, and then Sakanikas there in the 79. Look at this pack. This three-rider duel, that's all for the final podium spot.
Yeah, Bergeron dug the front end there just a second ago and almost came to a complete stop. Now look how close Kaufman and Thompson, literally within about 6 bike lengths as they enter the 10 Commandments.
I'm watching that. Well, the 21 of Moe looks like he's closing up in there.
Moe might get Chambers right here.
Oh, Bergeron got to drop that hammer. He's riding a little tight right now going into the 10 Commandments. Let's watch him.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, Bergeron's in the back of Storyland. And he does have that gap, Meg.
Oh, okay.
You're right. I looked at the wrong thing. He's got a little bit of that comfort.
Kaufman was quicker last time around, though, so it's not over yet for the leader, Bergeron, who wants that 1-1. And Kaufman wants to take it away from second. He wants to have a 2-1 and a 1-2 situation.
Yes.
All right, this is going to be interesting, this podium battle here. Who's going to be down there chatting with Sophie at the end of this moto?
Bergeron can't do a Timmerman here. If he does it, Kaufman's right there. And then that's
absolutely.
It's going to be on it.
You better believe it.
Dog days of summer. You never know. And there's enough time for that podium.
It's coming on 6 p.m. It's dog days of summer nights. The evenings here. It don't stop.
Yep. Let's try to leave the freestyle to the show tonight that Wes Kane will be announcing. We saw the knack to get through the rutted corner on purpose.
And the white flag is out. White flag continues to fly, so this one coming to a close quick, folks.
Hey, if you're Bergeron, it can't come out quick enough.
You better
Probably
believe
been
it.
asking for that flag for the last 3 laps.
Moe looking to make the move to 21. That was like enduro cross. It was down trials riding. They were battling at about 3 miles an hour. That's how rough the entrance to that corner was.
Over the rocks and the logs.
I mean, he almost passed him going 3 miles an hour.
He did.
That's how difficult the entrance to that corner was.
He looked like Taddy Beluziak out there.
There you go. Well
Taddy.
done. Taddy.
You know Taddy.
Taddy the goat. Goat of enduro cross for sure. Now they get to open it up a little bit faster section of the track here. This is an unbelievable battle. This is for third.
Those guys been at it the whole time.
Yeah.
Those 3-4 guys.
Once again, Thompson's in third on the 91. Moe on the outside of the 21. And then the 23 of Chambers. One of those 3 is headed to the podium.
Check.
We good?
Yeah, we're good. 3 wide as they enter the 10 Commandments. The 21 of Moe looks strong.
Yeah, that was a good entrance right there. Got a good drive, had a clean rhythm, cleared his way through there. But look at this, almost side by side again. Now right here is where you see some of these guys making a mistake, starting to drop that leg just a bit and hang up. So who's going to make it through here clean as they make their way back into the shadows of Storyland?
These are in the shadows.
Oh, that triple keeps bailing out Moe. I thought he was going to lose ground. Instead, he's taken over third, at least momentarily here in this last lap.
Here he goes.
I think he got it.
Wow, nice move.
Colton Moe. He was the odd man out. He was 5th for most of this race, rallying up to third in the last lap.
Jason, that's track awareness. He knew where he was. He knew how much time's left. He knows that white flag's flying. It was basically do or die right there. He had to leave it on somewhere, and that was a great spot. Just send it and go for 3.
Yep. It might have been what you said, Megawatt. That entrance to the Ten Commandments was very strong and very had authority to it. So
absolutely.
He knew it was go time. All right, checkers about to fall for the 57 ride. He's going to bring it home with a smile on his face. He's 1-1 with a pair of what, Jason Wygant?
Pocket aces, 2 moto wins for Cooper Bergeron. Cannon Kaufman, a great ride through traffic to get to second, but he's going to need some help in the third moto to win the title, and this battle's still not over. Colton Moe's got to get through this last turn. On the 21. He does it. Wow. So Moe taking over third. That was a clutch last lap. 5th to 3rd in the last lap.
Yes.
Like you said, man, went for 3.
Yeah.
Pulled the trigger on the triple.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Only have.
All right, that's great stuff. Hey, real quick, we'll be talking to Sophie down on the podium in a moment, but we're going to mention the Gas Beach Bash tonight. When the riding wraps, the party kicks off. The Gas party tonight at the beach. It'll pop off at 6 p.m. A custom hat station, music, free Kona ice. Bring your crew, bring your smiles. Have a blast with the Gas crew. Fun, Gas fun. 6 o'clock at the beach. Get ready for the podium down there in a moment with Sophie Phelps. Well done, Cooper Bergeron, to get that win. All Grindstone people are happy with the Cannon Kaufman. Shout out to the Grindstone out there in California, Grindstone compound. Kaufman up in 2nd, Colton Moe 3rd, Thompson Chambers, Gordon 6th, Sakanika 7th, Allen, Kingsfield, and Cooper Quet ends up in 10th. That's their top 10 of 450C, brought to you by our friends at Parts Unlimited. They support the sport, Wes, no doubt about it. Always have. That's where it gets tricky in the podium. Again, new for all these riders. They haven't been podium riders here before, so they're learning how quickly we got to rush to get this thing going.
This is Colton Moe, your 3rd place at 450C Moto 2. Colton, tell us about that ride.
I finally got a good start. I didn't even, it just, the start was really slick. They watered before, so we had to switch some things up.
Well, it seems like you nailed it. How was the track this late in the afternoon?
Track's so good. The rougher it is, the better it is for me.
Awesome. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank Swanimax, my mom, my dad, my sister. She does everything for me. Alden, he's one of my best friends. CrossFit Lindale, Merge Racing, he does my suspension and motors. Does an amazing job. MX University, BJ, he's the best trainer out there. Just everybody else, the whole team. I mean, it's unbelievable how hard it is to get up here.
Colton Moe, everyone, 3rd place, 450C Moto 2. Now for our 2nd place finisher, we've got Cannon Kaufman. Cannon, you're sitting on 2-2 finishes. How do you feel going into the 3rd moto, and tell us about that one?
I'm feeling really good going into the next one. I'm ready. I've been conditioning a lot preparing myself before the motos, and yeah, feeling good. But last 2 motos, we're good.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, my grandma. They've all helped me get here. JT Race Development, Pro Line Designs for the graphics, TK's Painting, CNC Cedar, Carrie at Grindstone, she's helped me so much. I couldn't thank her enough. Sherwin Williams, Adrenaline Addiction Rentals, Coeur d'Alene Power Sports, Joe, Bryce, Josh, and Cole over there helped me a ton. A lot of pointers that I've taken from them. And yeah, that's about it.
Cannon Kaufman, everyone, second place, sitting on a 2-2 in 450C Moto 2. Now for our gold medal, we need Cooper Bergeron up here on the podium. Everyone give it up for your moto winner, Cooper Bergeron. Cooper, you're sitting on a 1-1. You got to be feeling pretty good. How was that moto for you?
Pretty good. I got off to a great start. Was a little nervous because we swapped off the scoop and they started tilling the start back up, but it ended up working out.
Are you feeling pretty good going into Moto 3?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's great to have 1-1, but he went 2-2, so we got to keep it.
You're in a good spot. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Next Level, Jessica Patterson, Eddie Ray, Chris Bloss at Phoenix Suspension. Thank you for dialing me in. Big Booter Brad, Scott Racing, Renthal, FMF, Fly, and all my friends and family back home watching me. Thank you.
Cooper Bergeron, everyone, sitting on 1-1 moto scores in 450C.
All right. Great job out there. Megawatt, you okay?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, guys, I got a special request right now, okay? In your spare time right now, if we could, I'd just like to everybody say a little prayer for Colby Lynn, which is the granddaughter of one of our track medics. She's going in for a surgery, a procedure at 6:40 this evening. So just a little less than an hour. Colby Lynn going in for surgery, and just ask that all of you keep her in your thoughts and prayers this evening. We appreciate that.
Absolutely, 100%. We are family, and we shall pray. Send the prayer warriors for that young lady. All right. Finish in 10th, 250B Limited. Justin Davis, the 58 ride, will go to the gate in 10th. Dakota Baker, the 65 ride, will go to the gate in 9th. 8th gate pick will be Baylor McKellar, the number 45. 7th gate pick will be Ryder Skodas, the number 54 ride. 6th will be Franklin Bowser, the number 15. Top 5, Christopher Harris, the number 12, will be 5th to the gate. 4th overall in Moto 1, now 4th to the gate, is going to be McCadian Fitch, the number 29. Top 3 look like this: Matt Shane, the number 39, 3rd gate pick. And also loading into the gate 2nd will bring Brendan Harrison, the number 49, and your 250B Limited Moto winner with the first gate pick from Burleson, Texas, number 30 of Wyatt Thurman. That sets the table for our top 10 there. And the 250B Limited. Going to be a good one here. Thurman, I talked to Eric, his dad, a little bit earlier through there. They are pumped. He said this kid's training. Supermini was a little up in the air those years. He's on the big bike, and he is ready to show everybody here at the ranch that he can win this thing. I like the confidence. You have to believe in yourself, K-Dub.
That is over half the battle, I have found out.
Yeah, can't believe.
A lot of time spent on bike setup and laps. Working on upstairs is a big part of the game, boys and girls.
Yeah.
But it's also one that we all struggle with in some form or fashion.
I do. With everything, man.
It's easy to let doubt creep in. So look, get a chance to talk to riders that are here that are pros, sign autographs, retired folks.
Myself and Ryan Villapoto were just having a conversation about this no more than a week and a half ago. I was amazed to know that Ryan Villapoto had some of the same self-doubt that I had as well. Excuse me.
Hey, I get to talk to James Stewart every weekend now, and he tells me the same stories that I'm like, you think there's anyone on earth that thought you thought this way?
Exactly.
And he's like, I didn't want to let him think that, but trust me, I did.
Yep. The struggle is real.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, once you get to that top step, you get there, you got to figure out how to stay there, and one miscue could bring it down. But looks like sight lap underway. Stage is set.
I think we got 2 to go, boys, right?
I believe, Meg. What's the roster looking like?
I'm fired up. Let's roll in 3-4 more. We just add a couple. People are going to be scrambling in the pit.
Well, I think what we're aiming for is we got to set the FMX up, kind of over there to the hook.
We got a big show to call here in just a minute.
We got a show. So Keith Sayers and the boys, they are actually staged up, and as soon as that last one comes in, they're going to actually, while they're doing the podium that lap, they're going to be setting this thing up.
Yeah,
so
this is obviously a day that we're not going to end with the micros. We're going to save that for tomorrow's.
They're over there playing with crawfish in the creek.
Crawfish in the creek.
They're just chilling right now. Snow cones. Today's the order. Snow cones. What was those ice things that we had?
They were good.
Yeah, the Italian ice. And I wanted to let you know, I was cruising around the pits for a little bit.
Tell me.
Just checked out the crowd. And Sarah Martin wanted to know how we enjoyed our ice cream.
Nothing but the best.
Nothing but the best. And I told her, I said, I enjoyed the ice cream almost as much as I enjoyed watching your son perform out there.
Hey, you're a good man, Kevin Windham. You're not all about the ice cream. You're all about adding that extra little feel-good moment there.
Colt Martin having an incredible start to the 44.
I mean, Colt Martin went through that era of there's a lot of injuries, a lot of small little bumps and bruises, and he had to come back. And then you got to figure out how to stay healthy and not have those bumps and bruises anymore to continue to get better, and he's done that.
Had a small gift in that moto, but it doesn't matter. He was in position to accept, and that's part of the battle.
Hey, that's why they call it the present, because today's a gift. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery. What you learn today makes it better tomorrow, Kevin Windham.
I do have one question. Did you learn that before Kung Fu Panda or after?
I've never saw Kung Fu Panda in my life.
Wes Kane being prophetic.
He got it from Kung Fu Vanilla Ice is where he learned.
Kung Fu Ice.
Learned his rhymes. Get a lot of advice from Ice.
Well, honestly, I'm going to tell you, me and him sit a lot of times on the back porch with just some music on, and me and that guy will talk for 3 or 4 hours about philosophy and about things, and if you really know the man, you chatted with him on your interview with NXT. There's a lot more to that. He is pretty smart when it comes to not only business but philosophy in life. And
where's he from originally? He's Florida all the way?
Dallas, Texas.
Oh, he's from Texas originally. Okay.
Yep. And
Did you
grew
ever
up
cross paths with him racing?
Oh yeah, good friend.
Hey, we pulled results.
I would think he was in your region.
Hey, hold on. We pulled up results. K-Dub's on the 50 class at Ponca. Rob is winning the points in the intermediate class.
Oh, really?
At,
okay.
like the
so he's a little older. He's a little older.
But yeah, have a chance to chat with him. We text back and forth from time to time.
I sent him a picture of all us in here, and he's like, "There's my boys, you and Dunge."
That's cool. Went to a couple of his shows.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we've
good dude.
Done a lot. Yeah, he's helped me get through a lot of things that's happened in my life, and you just sit and listen to him, and he's got very good wisdom.
That's our man, Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, he's good.
Yep, we appreciate
good friend, good brother. Just like a brother.
Hey, I was binge watching your show before I came down here. That's what I prepared for the Reddits. I told you I was watching it.
Thank you.
I was like, this is my guy.
Were you on Hula? Were you on streaming?
No, just you go to the cable, the on-demand. You go to HGTV.
Oh, it's on demand.
Yeah, it's HGTV.
Oh well, hey, thanks. Hey, thanks.
Yep. Looks like we're ready for 250B limited. Wes Kane already gave you the rundown of the top 10 in that first moto. This is a lot of times where legends are made, this B class. And it could happen right now. Wyatt Thurman with that big first moto win on the KTM. Can he follow it up here? Thurman is on the number 30. Shout out to AMSOIL, longtime sponsor here at Loretta's. AMSOIL preferred customers get 25% off on AMSOIL products. Go to AMSOIL.com and sign up today. AMSOIL engineered for what you drive, or in this case, ride.
And Dunlops.
And Dunlop, 97%.
What if you're slipping?
The last couple years.
You got to get gripping. Go see Rob Fox and get set up.
There's a lot of Dunlops gripping right now because the gate is down in 250B Limited.
Christopher Harris with a good jump out of the gate. So Harris, Wolf, McCaden, Fitch, where is our guy?
Chase Wolf is at Kawasaki there in second.
Ryan Holiday's over here looking out the window and I heard him go, ooh.
Yep, well, the Kawasaki guys are happy because Jace Wolf went from second to first and will lead the pack into the 10 Commandments.
Just like that.
Man, they threw some water down. It's going to be treacherous first lap or two on some of these hard pack sections, but Jace Wolf taking advantage. Yeah, so the first moto winner, Wyatt Thurman, 19th as they went to the whole shot line.
He has got work to do, but if he can pull this one off, that's the box you need to check.
That will be some great confidence for that young man. Right now, our whole shot credited to Christopher Harris. This is the first time we've seen him up towards the front. I know he's had a couple of poor starts, not necessarily that poor number draws. Let's put it that way. So now we see him up near the front. Let's see what he can do. But right now, it looks like he may be in the fourth position now.
Yeah, McCaden Finch looks like he might have found his way up in the front to lead this one out. We'll see him when they come through, but I believe.
There's the 30, by the way, that first moto winner. We got him in the pack here. He's trying to make moves.
He's going to make some moves.
Terrible start.
There's Fitch buzzing the tower.
Yep.
Oh, the number 39 right there.
Weege, where was Dunham? Was he sixth in the first moto? I think he's right at the top five or six.
Hold on.
Number 50, Gage Dunham, number 50.
Finished 16th.
Woo. Also on that last lap, I knew something had happened to him. He was running top five for quite some time, and then he disappeared on me.
Yeah, he finished.
One of our former apprentices.
Oh, Dunham's
love that
great.
guy.
He's gold.
Yep, love that guy.
Wow, it's changed in a hurry. McCaden Fitch now to the lead. Max Shane, and they've pushed Jace Wolf back to third. While we were watching that battle in the middle of the pack, they ganged up on Wolf.
Little bobble there, trying to get his shifter, foot on the shifter. Everything going well, but it's Fitch out front.
Yep, McCaden Fitch on the Yamaha taking the lead. Max Shane, who has had some blistering lap times early this week. He's got a good start this time, third in Moto 1. He's second at the moment. Long way to go. Jace Wolf, like we said, shuffled back. Chris Harris, same thing. They're now third and fourth. And then you got Dunham and Wyatt Thurman. Man, what a comeback. He got to sixth at the end of that first lap. He made a ton of moves. 19th when they crossed the whole shot line, sixth at the end of the first lap. And he's making more moves. Man, these guys are bumping, banging, whatever it takes.
I love it. Early in this race, they want to establish dominance. They want to get that position. They want to make a break for it right now. And these guys are willing to go for it, not throttling back in the least bit.
Yeah, well, that's the easiest time to make passes in bunches. But
Who's down right here?
Uh-oh.
Let's check the number.
Can't quite get it. I don't think that was Fitch there in the lead.
That was one of our
break for Staggs. Staggs was up there kind of close to the top 10. Now he's back in 18th, the number 21 ride. Wyatt Duff in there. Had a good run earlier in 9th. Eglatowicz, he didn't mess around. He jumped right up in there, right out of C-Class in 25th right now. Lala Turner says, I want some.
Yeah, she's in there. She told me she was running 16th in the first moto, Lala. And I said, what happened? She said, somebody took me out. So there you go. She was 16th, was going for that top 15 in the first moto. She's 30th right now. That's our WMX Moto 1 winner who's out here in 250B right now.
Staying sharp.
McCaden Fitch still leads. Max Shane still second. No change. Jace Wolf third. But Wyatt Thurman has done it again. Now he's up to fourth. This dude is rolling.
And Thurman on the first lap, you said, was buried where?
19th to 6th on the first lap.
Wow.
Yep, now 4th.
That means you are making hay while the sun shines.
Hey guys, little update here. Franklin Boucher was in 6th. I've been watching his name slide down the leaderboard. Now 16th position. He was the one that was a victim of the story in Storyland.
Oh, and now Max Shane is looking to attack the leader, McCaden Fitch. Those are the two riders on the 29 and the 39. Shane wants the number 1 spot. Ooh, that got close.
Fitch not letting it happen. He drops the hammer. Into Storyland they go. How will the story be written, Jason Wygant?
Well, Max Shane has been telling the story with the hot lap times all week long. That and the cool frosted tips. He's got the hair dialed for Loretta's. Does he have the pass dialed in? No. Fitch making it tough on him.
Fitch getting a little off balance there, trying to wait that outside peg. Got caught on that rut. Jason almost cross-rutted.
And still somehow maintain the lead. And
Here they go.
Another attack on in the sand.
Let's see if Max Shane can close the grip on him. There's Gage Dunham. Had 16th first moto, like you said, Megawatt. He's running a good show now, back up in 6th.
Yeah, like I said, ran about 5th of most of that first moto, and I thought he disappeared. Wasn't sure exactly where he finished, so bummed out about that 16th, but back in action here in that number 6 position.
Yeah, I'm watching Stockstill, Harrison, Baker, Skodres.
Wyatt Duff back in the program, too. He's in the 8th position right now in that number 44 Yamaha, and he's running about a 2:03 right now. He's right there in formation, a little bit quicker, 2:02 actually for Duff last time around, so a little bit quicker than a couple guys ahead of him. If he could make up some real estate, might pick up a spot or two.
Checking the board, back in 31st, the 42 ride of Amari Arnold now, and a slugfest back there. Lala Turner in there with Mason Brown. Here they go.
Billboard. Here we go.
Yep, that is Thurman looking to make the move on Wolf. He wants 3rd place. Thurman, first moto winner, trying to salvage something after the bad start. Can he get to 3rd right
here?
He does.
Wow. Like a hot knife through a cold stick of butter.
Absolutely.
Goes right through it.
Move. Absolutely. Had a great drive, had the straight line, and was able to just put both of those things together and make a great pass.
Oh, look at this.
These guys squaring it up here. There's
for the lead.
For the lead.
Max Shane on the inside now. Is this going to be enough? We know how tough this inside rut is.
Fitch has got the line if he just holds on. A little bobble there. Oh, Fitch, you got to protect. Yeah, good job. Good job. Go ahead, Kevin.
That block pass he made, Fitch wants to hold on this thing in a bad way. He's slamming doors left and right. Look at him taking it away on the inside. Look, there's a split lane in the 10 Commandments. You go inside, outside.
Yeah.
He slammed the door to the outside. Knew he was going to take away the momentum, but that is a tough job.
Oh, look at here.
Max Shane.
Knock on the door. McKinney and Fitch. It's Max Shane kicking his way through.
And yeah, you're right, Wes. Shane has finally done it. And look at this. Fitch.
Not yet.
Working the edges,
Fitch
the inside, and reclaims the lead.
Says, you want some? Come get some. I'm coming back in the back door.
Love to see it.
Wow. With authority, Fitch rises to the occasion, Megawatt.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, Fitch, well, right there's the pass by Shane, but Fitch definitely answered. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to do it or not, but got down in that deep sand, and here we go, the attack again. Here comes Max Shane. Fitch riding defensive. I thought it might be taking his toll, but it's actually just pushing Fitch quicker and quicker.
I don't know what that was, Kevin Wyndham, over there in the rumble strips.
That was a knick-knack, patty-whack. He held on to it, though, and the lead. What an exciting lap. That is a level of intensity that, we're 4 laps complete now. Man, that's going to be a tough try to keep the hard-charging Max Shane behind you. But, man, hats off to Fitch.
Absolutely.
He was in the marbles over there.
Absolutely. I really thought that Fitch might concede, pull in behind, watch Max Shane a little bit, but no way. Actually opens up a bit of a gap, Jason.
In the movie on Any Sunday, they said that was the Giggleweeds over there where he was at. He cutting the grass.
He was almost off in the Giggleweeds.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, almost lost the front. He was rushing the entrance. He knows that Shane's going to try this inside again. Can Fitch hold on? It's exactly the way it was a lap earlier. Fitch shut the door.
Fitch a little smoother this time. Sets itself up good.
Oh, stuck the rut just a hair.
Fitch was pretty flawless in that one.
Watch this. Here comes Shane with some momentum around the outside. It might be enough.
Got to slam the door. Protect the inside. He goes outside. Gives Max Shane the move. Kevin Wyndham, watch him go.
It's an impressive battle between these two.
Oh, he left that inside open. He's got the slingshot move. You can't bobble side by side as they go down 20 miles of bad road. Who's going to be Megawatt?
I got to tell you, got a great line for Fitch down to the inside. He's in the key position. Shane just wants to hold it up. Not going to be able to go around the outside. Almost tucks in. Takes the alternate line, but not able to make a move. Got to get up on that rear fender first, Wes, before you can pull the trigger. You got to catch the guy before you can make the pass.
You think Fitch found that inside line? It looks pretty smooth there. He only needs 4 inches wide. wide for that tire to go.
That's exactly right. And we talk about them. You're looking at the edges right now. At the end of the day, that's where you're going to find some of the smoothest lines, and he's working it right now. And each of these guys are making small mistakes due to these ruts.
What's crazy is Fitch has a lot of inside lines, but he's also very confident in the turns back in Storyland and elsewhere that he's choosing to take the outside.
Yeah.
He's doing it with an insane amount of confidence and carrying great momentum.
Hey, K-Dub, I want to ask you, when you got pressure on, when you're putting pressure on like Shane is doing, how long till you're like, at first I'm sure he catches him, like, I'm going to get him.
Yeah.
How long do you start being like, oh, wait, this is a problem?
Right about now.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, look at what he stretches legs out.
We see this happen.
He's getting some real estate now in between them.
You feel like you got it, and you're going to be a little patient, and then things like this happen. It kind of accordions out a little bit, and it can be a challenge.
Let me ask you something. Do you ease up a little bit and recoup and then come back in? Then you come back.
To be honest, I think that's what Shane's doing. I don't know that that's the fact. I believe he's just watching a little bit, maybe trying to get a breath. You have to stay in the same section, Wes. You can't let him get too far away. But there's still 7.5 minutes left in this thing. So is he taking a breather? I don't know. I think McCaden Fitch has really answered the call, to be quite honest.
Just held him up.
Absolutely, and picked the pace up. A little bit of racecraft there, in my opinion.
Well, if you're Max Shane, too, you finished up. Let's look where he finished up the first race. He finished a third.
Yeah.
And McCaden Fitch finished up fourth. Yeah. So maybe he's doing some position right now. Managing that race that you talked about. No, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, man. I think there's going to be a reset here. I think you're going to see one more charge out of him.
That was my first thought.
Yeah,
will it be exactly what he's doing?
It's a lot of ground to give up.
A couple good deep breaths here, and Kevin, you know what that does. Okay, just a few corners. Release the grip a little bit, squeeze the bike maybe with the legs.
Yeah, just
and
get that hand.
That's going to make a big difference with a lap to go.
And to be honest, the beginning laps of this race were really intense now as they're coming around to complete lap number 6. Very intense. And I tell the riders when I'm working with them, I said, don't fall off the cliff. If you need to take a lap, take a lap. It's not the end of the world. Set back, reset, take some deep breaths. Fall off a second or two, remount a charge. So that might be, in fact, what he's doing. We'll love to hear from Sophia, and hopefully he's on the podium. We could ask him that question, but good call there, Mega.
Well, also, Fitch, don't hear him barking no more. So is Fitch, maybe he's going to relax too. So could it be a game of cat and mouse out there? Maybe.
It's already a game of cat and mouse, exactly. But who's going to end up the mouse and who's going to be the cat?
Who's going to get trapped in a trap? Who's going to get caught in a rat trap?
You better believe that's going to be the question here. And I'm interested to see. Shane is letting him get just a little further away. But as soon as I say that, look at this. Now it looks like it's tightened up just a bit over what it was.
Well, also, you got to think the back markers are going to be coming into play, too. And that could absolutely help not only Shane, but Wyatt Thurman back in third.
So we feel like a battle is brewing here. While we wait for that battle to ensue, we'll give a top 10 rundown. McCaden Fitch there in first, Max Shane second, Wyatt Thurman third. Fourth place goes to Christopher Harris, fifth Wyatt Duff. Sixth place, Brennan Harrison. Jace Wolf in your seventh spot, Gage Dunham eighth. Dustin Davis ninth, and rounding out the top 10, Franklin Boucher.
Yeah, Wyatt Duff picked up about 3 positions over the last 2 laps. So the number 44 now sitting in the top 5 in that 5th position.
Tough breakdown there. We're checking the roster. Talon Staggs must have had a little problem out there back in 27th is Staggs. Dakota Baker 24th. Stockstill 23rd. But the battle rages on for the top spot.
And the points are very interesting right now because you got Wyatt Thurman in third. He won the first moto. He's got a 1-3. Shane would have a 2-2.
There's 4.
Yeah. Fitch would have a 4-1.
Believe so, yes.
That's 5. So even between those 3, it's almost going to be winner-take-all final moto if it ends this way. But we're going to find out if Shane has one more run in him. There's the 30 of Thurman.
And there's Max Shane.
Wait a minute. Could Thurman make a run at Shane?
I think he is. And we got time. I don't see the board up yet. What do you think, Meg?
I think there's 4 minutes left, like it says on the screen right there.
Plenty of time.
Should be seeing that 2-lap card maybe this time around.
Not a good lap for Shane again.
No, not at all.
I don't think the reset's going to happen. Now, he might just have to deal with Thurman, who was 3 seconds faster than him the last time around.
And, Kevin, that happens a lot. You're focusing forward. You make a mistake or two. You're not thinking about that guy behind you. All of a sudden, he's in your rearview mirror.
Oh, you hear him barking back there, so you're like, oh, no, I'm in trouble. Right?
Beware of dog.
The intensity of that pace is enough to spike anybody's heart rate. That thing was super intense for
Yes.
what, 5.5 laps.
Yeah, man.
Multi-passes in a lap there, slamming the door. McCaden Fitch was riding perfect offense and perfect defense.
Hey, if you're in a football game, give the ball to Fitch right now. He's going up the middle.
Coach.
He's running that wishbone.
Put him in.
He's going in.
Not quite over yet. It looks like Shane's a little bit closer back here in Storyland than he maybe was one lap ago. And now, who mentioned it before? Lap traffic is going to start becoming a factor for the leader, Fitch, coming out of Colorado. Not sure if he's part of the.
I believe he's down there in Florida right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's got Danny Lewis down there. The whole crew's camped out right outside of Cairo, so they're doing some work down there.
So is Max Shane. It's not quite out of view for Shane. Then it's Thurman, Harris, Duff, Harrison, Wolf, Boucher, Davis, and Gage Dunham. That's the top 10. Is it over or is it not?
It is
Will
not
Shane
over
make another
until
run?
you get to that flag over there. We've seen Maddox Timmerman. You've seen a few of them. You got to stay on the gas.
The Bermuda Triangle today has bit about 3 right.
White flag is out, fellas.
Here we go. One to go.
Shane is going for it. Shane is closing. He does
this
have
is what
one
we've
more
been waiting on. Meg, you called it, Meg.
Here we go.
You called it, Meg.
And Fitch, that was not a good lap, so that doesn't help.
Oh, but what about Wyatt Thurman coming in the shot, Meg?
So Shane went back under 2 minutes. Thurman stayed under 2 minutes. Thurman just went 2:01. Yeah, Shane did put in a heater. He went 2:01, 2:02, now a 1:59, and he saved something for the last lap.
So you drop it.
Jason.
You said the reset wasn't going to happen. Meg was on it. K-Dub was like, eh.
Listen, that's not something you can predict by any means. It just looked like it might happen. But you know as well as I do, Jason, you don't find 2.5 seconds in any corner. In any corner.
Check it out. 10 Commandments here.
Here he goes.
Love it.
Max Shane's like a shark in the water. What's he smell?
Here we go. He smells a little bit of Dunlop tire. Looked like they almost ran into each other.
Wow. To the inside now. What did Max Shane learn? Side by side. Here they go into Storyland. Back markers in the way. The flags are flying. Look out, boys. Here we come. To the inside. To the outside. There goes Max Shane to the inside. Oh, McCady Fitch has got a back marker in front of him. Max Shane firing back at him. To the inside is Shane. He's got his lasso out in tow. Here they make the triple now. The right-hander over that long table top down. 20 miles of bad road. Megawatt.
Who's going to take the inside? Who's going to go to the edges right now? Who's going to make the short track of it? Looks like that's definitely going to be Fitch. He's used that line all race long. Max Shane said, I know where you're going. Tries to cut back in. Follows him up and over the hump. Does he have anything left as they make their way back as they buzz the tower?
You better look out, son. There's that tree line right there. That is a close gap. Here they come side by side. They buzz the tower. Negative Ghost Rider. That pattern is not closed. It is open for McCady and Fitch, but here comes Max Shane.
All right, it's going to go down the last turn.
Oh, Shane
almost goes
buried the
down.
wheel.
Almost goes down again, but able to stay there.
Watch
Last
out.
turn.
They made contact. Megawatt, bring us home. What do you see?
What I see is McCaden Fitch, fist in the air. Amazing defensive rod week. Unbelievable. That guy went to the playbook. He looked under D for defense, followed the plan, brings home the win right here. Max Shane on the attack. Most of this moto, the number 39, brings home the second place. And look at this. Wyatt Thurman threw his hat in the ring with 2 laps to go. Rounds out the box for us.
I'm telling you, we get ready for moto number 3. These second motors are setting the stage for what Loretta Lynn's is made for and what it happens.
All 3 of those guys have the shot at the title. Man, shout out to Fitch.
Wow.
Shane caught him quick. It was halfway through the moto. The chances that he was going to hold him off when he was side by side 3 or 4 times, so slim. He got past at one point.
Yeah.
He still kept digging, got him back, and he's rewarded with the moto win.
Kevin Windham, you're watching. Let us hear from the Hall of Famer. What are your thoughts on that?
Incredible, and obviously, but also like Brendan Harrison, who went 2-6 now. Look at this recap here.
Yeah. Oh, wait, a recap.
Replay.
Yep. Throughout the day here.
The entire day.
That's Andrew Short right there. Just throwing it down in that 40-plus, I believe. Then we just saw that Temmerman.
We had 42
Morgan battle.
10 Commandments there on that replay. All 42.
All 4. Yes. And there was the crash from Temmerman, Maddox Temmerman. He gave up the lead to Tace Morgan.
got back to him right at the end. But Chase Morgan able to get the win. But this 250B limited moto we just saw might have been the best of all C-class riders out there in the 450s. That's a great battle. Look at Max Shane. Thought he had the lead there. Almost gets it here. Battling it out with Fitch. Gonna try again.
This was it, yeah.
Yep. Then at one point he had the lead. Fitch got him back. There's Thurman. Did a great job in third. Shane puts in one last charge on the last 2 laps to get back to the rear fender of Fitch. He will end up in second, and that'll be at least 3-rider showdown in that third moto for the 250B limited title. We'll be talking podiums with Sophie Phelps whenever the riders are ready.
Well, that's the way we like it going into Moto 3. We like those shootouts, Weege. We like those 2-3-point differences. Anybody has a shot that's on that podium right now, I absolutely love it.
And we're talking about a 3-horse race here, but there's going to be a dark horse in the mix as well. There's some other riders that were not in that top 3 that still, I believe, will have an outside championship shot. So glad we have some computers helping us with the math as we get to the third motos in a couple of, not today, tomorrow, right? Or no? Third motos tomorrow.
Could be.
Hey guys, I'm up here on the podium.
Take it away.
I've got Wyatt Thurman up here with me. Wyatt, that was an incredible moto to watch. I hope it was fun to ride. Will you tell us about how you stayed so strong at the end of the moto?
Yeah, I just spun super hard off the start and didn't come out where I needed to be. I was pretty far back in the first corner. I mean, probably almost last. I was really far back. And then the first couple laps, I just tried to throw down some good passes, but those first 3 kids were kind of gone a little bit. And once I got through my pack, it was just catch up from there. And I did my best I could. It was gnarly.
You turned great lap times there at the end. What have you done to prepare for long, hot motos like this?
Yeah, I've been at Game Moto with Greg Albertson and Greg Lorenzo, and I got my fitness up, and I mean the track's replicated just like this, and so yeah, that's just got me prepared.
Who would you like to thank?
KTM Orange Brigade, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, Alpine Star 100%, Game Moto, Thor, Alpine Star, John Mitchell Racing, and Parts Unlimited, and everyone else that got me. Thank you.
Wyatt Thurman, everyone. Third place, 250B limited. We'll get our silver medalist up here. Can we get Max Shane? You guys have Max down there? All right, everyone, give it up for our second place. This is Max Shane. Max, that was a great ride. You were so close there at the end. Talk us through those battles and how you managed that race.
Yeah, I got off to an okay start. I think I was like 5th. Made a couple moves. From there on out, I just tried putting on a charge on McCaden. We were going back and forth about the whole entire race. He was going everywhere on the track, so it was making it hard to pass. I feel like I got around him one time, and then he got me back down the inside. But overall, it was a good race. I'm looking forward to Moto 3 battling it out for the championship.
It was certainly fun to watch. Who do you want to thank?
Big thanks to my mom and everything she does for me. Big thanks Darian, Jen, everybody over from Team Husqvarna. They mean the world to me. They're like family. Troy Lee Designs, Taylor, Max, really just all of them over there, just keeping me looking fly. Big thanks to Game Moto, Greg Albertson, Greg Lorenzo. Obviously my fitness is good, so that'll show in the next motos. Monster Army, Nick, Alpine Stars, Caleb Tennant helped me out. Kyle, my mechanic. Rob from Dunlop. And really, I just couldn't thank everybody so much.
Max Shane with the awesome ride to second place in 250B Limited. Max and his crew grabbing a couple of pictures here. We're getting ready for our Moto 2 winner. Give it up for Makaden Finch. Makaden, that was a great ride. You dealt with pressure pretty much the entire moto. Max was right behind you. Can you talk to us about how you managed that pressure throughout a race?
Yeah, I mean, I got a decent start. I was like third, and then I just went around the outside, made moves, and yeah, then I kind of just tried to maintain the race there, stay calm. I knew Max was there, so sorry. I tried to just stay calm and collected and just ride my ride and not focus behind me, and yeah, we got it done. He made a pass at one point, and then I just charged by him. I got pretty sketchy going into that turn, but I mean, we had to make it work, and yeah, good job to him. He was riding great, and yeah, that was a good moto.
Awesome job. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, the Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe. That one was for Aiden, and yeah, I'd like to thank the whole Altus Blue Crew Yamaha team. I mean, they've been taking care of me great. Dunlop, Monster Army, Mike from Monster, Nick from Monster, Rob from Dunlop, 100%, Moose, Bell, Alpine Star, and man, just everybody. I can't thank you guys enough.
Makaden Finch, everyone, with the Moto2 win in 250B Limited.
Well, that's great. Just trying to stay calm is what he said when he had the pressure. He knew that Max Shane was there. You heard Max Shane say that Makaden was going all over the track, making it tough to pass. That's certainly true. And can't wait for the third moto with those young men in 250B Limited. We're getting even younger here. 65, 10 to 11. Riders are on track right now. We'll give you the rundown of the first moto. The winner of that was Levi Letty on the number 46. Second place, Talon Hinson on the number 49. Third place, Cannon Zabanek on the 55. Fourth was Rayson Kyler on the number 54. Fifth, Eli Herrick on the 66. Looking for our sixth place finisher in that moto. That was Braden Vandergriff. Finished sixth on the number 88. Seventh place went to Xiao Ferreira Jr. from Claremont, Florida on the number 22. That was seventh. Eighth in the first moto of 65, 10 to 11 limited. Eighth was Forrest McPherson from Peru. And ninth place was Jax Baker from Illinois on the number 99. And 10th in the first moto was Cole Workman, putting in work, finishing top 10 on the number 69. So the deck is set. Like literally, we got a bunch of Cobra people up on this deck. We got Yamaha people. Good to see a whole bunch of brands, including, of course, KTM, Husqvarna's, Gas. Good to see some of that in the 65 classes. A little variety there. The Yamaha's running up front. The Cobras continue to make inroads. KTMs are always strong. All right, sight lap is complete. Shout out to VP Racing, formulated for power sports applications. VP Racing's wide line of race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives gives you the power and performance you need to win every lap and every race. Wow. VPRacingFuels.com. Check out their championship-winning products today. Also, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, big sponsor of this event for a long, long time. They were the title sponsor for a while. Happy to support Loretta Lynn's racers and their families everywhere by being the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. Rocky Mountain ATVMC backs their fellow riders with great deals, a huge selection, free shipping, and some of the most helpful staff in the industry. Rely on Rocky Mountain ATVMC from start to finish. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. And Kinetic Gasket on board. Be sure to stop by the Kinetic display to cool off, take a break as the racing action and temperatures heat up. And we'll get to that in just a moment, but I just want to mention Kinetic Gasket. They are proud to be family-owned and an American company. Go to Kinetic.com, Kinetic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989. Now, every day, we have a Race Tech Race of the Day. This is going to be it. It's the last race of the day. It's the Race Tech race of the day. Shout out to Race Tech and the Gold Valves.
Absolutely. Paul Tech, the original innovator.
Paul Thied.
Paul Thied. Yeah, Paul Tech. You know, the guy, absolutely incredible engineer, and changed the suspension world with the Gold Valve.
Yep, revalve kit in a box. Now, I talk about the product, better bottoming resistance, more traction, a plusher feel, and all that. But what's really cool, no one else does this. Race Tech
will be glad to teach you all their secrets.
Absolutely.
They have seminars out in October, engine and suspension seminars. They got centers all over the country, including, they were telling me before in a 65 class, one of the dads is a race tech, suspension tech, and he just brings the trailer to all the races. They'll do your suspension at the race.
Oh, yeah, they'll put the gold valve in for you.
Yeah,
and
man.
what a lot of people don't know, Paul Thied and the team, they still do motors, too.
They do.
They're still involved with engine motors as well.
And I think most people think of Race Tech as a suspension company more, but that's because they actually do a lot of specialty engine work.
Yes, sir.
Other engine companies will be like, hey, we need, for our package, we need this and that. There's NDAs, so it won't have the Race Tech logo, but they're deep in it and every facet of motocross. And pretty cool to have them back in this final moto here, 65, 10-11. Card is up, and card is about to be momentarily going to be sideways.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, just buying some time.
Off.
Wow. Aggressive launch on these 65s.
Riders down.
One rider down
early. We got eyes up here.
Oh, Absher Hall out of North Carolina. Got that whole shot.
Look at Racing Kyler, yeah, and that number 2 ride on the 54 machine.
It's been quite the story this week. A lot of young ladies in these mini-cycle classes running for podiums. Racing was 3rd for most of Moto 1. She finished 4th. She starts this one in 2nd. Absher Hall in the lead, but the pressure is being applied. Beckett Burke on the 29 is there as well.
Woo! Cannon Zabanik looks good out there. Soretti, Shelton, Baker, Tucker, Sedgwick, Posca, Zeke Utes. That's right.
12. Nice. And Eli Herrick back there in 13th. Talon Hinson up on the podium in Moto 1. 14th place start in Moto 2.
There's Kevin Wyndham's guy right there. Weston Otto.
Levi Geis back in 26th position. We got some names back there. Levi Letty. 37.
Levi Letty was Moto winner.
Yeah, he's at 37th on the start. Now this is just as they cross the stripe.
Wow, that's changing in a hurry. Racing Collar there, you see in that 54. It looks like she's back to 3rd now. Wow, so Levi Letty, what happened to the first Moto winner off the start?
Oh, our leader's almost off the track there.
Jeez. Trying to get the number there. Is that the 55? Is Zabanek already to the lead? It is.
Yeah,
so Zabanek's got it.
That's a big move underneath there for sure. No question about that. If you're Levi Letty right now, Kevin, it's just preservation mode. It's just get in there and just start charging head down.
You got to go to wall.
You got to throw risk and caution to the wind right now. You just have to go to work.
Yeah, Letty
mode, nothing to lose.
Tucker Ticks back there. Yeah,
got to start moving forward. Absher Hall handing the lead off there to the 55 of Kenan Zabanik as we'll get a rundown as they start to pass the finish line.
Zabanik checks in number 55 out front, K-Dub.
There are names from top to bottom in this list. There's going to be a lot of shaking up in this moto here. It's going to be an exciting way to end the day here.
Yeah, the Moto 1 winner starting 37th. The 2nd place in Moto 1, Hinson, starting 14th.
Be interesting to watch their progress as this thing goes.
Yeah.
I mean, as we're looking
one of the
at
riders that I called out in 20th position, I think Levi Geis was about in that range.
Oh, one of our front runners. Who is that?
But
was that Racing Tyler?
No, I don't believe so. I believe a little further back than that.
Levi Geis up to 6th anyway to finish the point, but he has moved up some 14 positions there just in lap 1.
Exactly.
Wow. Well, Levi Geis now looking good out there, number 34. I believe he had some issues in Moto 1, correct? Was that the one that got caught up in the 10 Commandments? Where'd Geis finish, number 34?
Yeah, DNF. Yep.
Yeah, he had to pull off. Yep. And that's where I got confused and called the wrong.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, the bars were just flattened out, basically, and that was the end for him. Kyler is still there. That wasn't her that went down. She's still there in that 54 in 3rd, keeping the heat on Absher Hall.
Not only has Racing Kyler been extremely fast this week, her starts have been super consistent.
That's something Eric Sorby, I had a little conversation with him later. He said, this is basics of what we work on down there. Constantly, we don't skip on one. It's bike fundamentals, different things, starts, drills. And Sorby's like you. He'll jump right on the bike and say, give me that bike.
There you go.
I'll ride it. And we're like, okay. And he'll go fast on it.
In the running shoes? K-Dub style?
Same stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, talking to Sorby, he said he actually been best friends with Racing Kyler's dad for 20-some years, long before she was even born. So this is couldn't have worked out better now that she's a student there with Sorby down in Florida, and I think it's actually their property, the Kylers, that they do their work on.
And it's a spinoff from the Planet Pee-wee, which was Tyler Moore, Adam Cincerella, Zach Freeberg, and Planet Pee-wee all started, and it was all those guys right there, Skylar's dad, grandfather, that started all that. Yeah.
Oh, started it all. Oh,
yeah.
So they've been in this game way longer than just racing Kylers.
Oh, this goes back to Adam Cincerella when he was on a 50. It was called Planet Pee-wee.
Well, they did give her the name Racing, so.
So now Racing Kyler up to the second spot, overtaking Absher Hall.
Hey, I'll tell you what, she's in contention here. She's sitting on a 4-2 in a class that's out of control as far as the results. Can we even find Levi Liddy 23rd?
We're looking.
Now. Hinson is 9th. So that's first and second in the first moto. 9th. And
Utes had a problem. He was up there a little further. Utes. So
yep. Who was
Utes
third in the first moto? We're going to run that by again. That was Zabanek. So Zabanek, he's the one taking advantage. He down way on a 3-1, and the two riders that beat him in Moto 1 are nowhere to be found.
Oh, so he is solidifying himself right now.
Absolutely.
The board goes, hold the position.
Yeah. Well, he's in the lead.
Yeah.
Good
hold
advice.
that position.
Hold that position.
Yeah.
What you want to do when you get the lead is don't give it up.
Yeah. That's what you're right. Can you read all that? K-Dub on the pit board. Hold. Hold. I think I would just write hold.
Get the lead. Keep the lead.
Yeah.
Now, last lap, Zabanek turned a 2:17, Racing Kyler 2:21, and Hall a 2:22. But I think the second and third place riders have found something because it seems to be tightening up a little bit to me.
Closing on Zabanek, you think? Maybe.
Look like it.
It's that's the leader, Zabanek right there. Man, is that
No, I'm wrong. Nope.
Gannon
They're not
Zabanek,
closing.
the number 55, Racing Carter, and Absher Hall in the top three.
Zabanek, the world champ at the FAM Juniors, over in a wild mud race over in England. At one point, they had to red flag it and just end it because the 65s couldn't even get around. Zabanek's the world champ.
Yep.
And honestly, if you're going to go to Europe, you're going to get the full experience racing in the mud. So, you know, he's better for it. And that's a great experience for all those kids. Great that the AMA puts that together. Shout out to our buddy Jeff Cernick.
Yep.
Oh, it's amazing.
Who helps organize a lot of that.
I called Meg and I go, Meg, me and you need to go over there next year.
Absolutely.
They're going to Croatia, which is so close to the Soviet Union. What's it, Lithia?
I got somebody about plane tickets.
Me and you
Lithia.
go, bro.
Yeah, I got somebody
You
about
got
plane
miles?
tickets.
I got
don't worry about
miles.
that.
You got
batteries?
We're not worried about that, bro. If you want to go, we'll do it.
The country's called Lithia.
We'll wear the red, white, and blue.
I'm no better than
Let's
have
do
the
it.
old gunny over there.
Let's do
I'll
it,
take
bro.
the gunny.
I'm down.
Hey. Can you imagine me and Meg with those guys over in Europe? It would be a blast.
I'd like to. Cernick had his old buddy Mo there. We said they protected the cup, the Chamberlain Cup.
Get back.
Yeah, don't get near Team USA.
Oh, back up.
Zabanek is controlling it for Team USA right now, winning that world title, and now winning this moto. No changes back there. Hall still third behind Kyler. Herrick still fourth. Geitz fifth.
All right, looking good as he makes that little twisty there. Look at those ruts, K-Dub. Those are man-sized ruts right there, right? Or wrong?
65s definitely want to avoid the inside in that corner. Look, Zabanek taking a lot of outsides, working really well for him.
You want to open the track up if you're those
guys. I mean, it's the roughest it's been all day. You watch the bigger bikes, just the moto before, struggling with it.
Right.
Struggling with it. Now we got a little 65 out there. And we saw a lot of riders making the outside work. And look, as soon as we're talking about the inside,
he drops right in there. But hey,
the inside.
He's already probably scoped that out right there, knows it's safe. That's a nice line right through there, nice and smooth. Yeah. Fast.
He's finding ruts he likes. It's not necessarily his inside, outside. That was definitely like a mid-corner, you know.
He's sand surfing right there. He could have dropped in and kind of watched a video the moto before that where Matt Shane and those guys were going right, skirting along that inside.
Hitting the lip.
Hey, you only need that much.
Right there, he was on the inside, had a nice cut out of that rut.
Zabanek, Kyler, Hall, Herrick, and Levi Guest, top 5.
So Racing Kyler's now by the tower. Yeah.
Did you see that little scuff when he doubled up? He scuffed.
Oh, look, Racing Kyler's off the bike and the back on.
Back on.
She did a little knick-knack.
Wow.
What?
It was a little Jeremy McGrath knick-knack.
She didn't hesitate.
No, she jumped right back on her machine.
Before you could say it, and me and Meg looked, she was gone already. Yep. Sorby's teaching that bike drills. Drop your bike, pick it back up, get going. No, stop, drop your bike, roll, get your bike, go. All right, now you know what to do.
Next rider I want to watch is Talon Hinson, second in the first moto, got as far as 9th. Can he make up any more ground? It's kind of stalled out there. Probably the gaps got pretty big. I would bet by the time he got to that 9th spot, you'll pick it up because he's on that blue Yamaha. It'll stick out if he can get to the front. Now you're watching Absher Hall, the 28, and the 66 of Eli Herrick. So would this be the battle for second? No. Because of
according to timing.
No, I don't think she lost it.
No, she did not lose a spot.
She didn't lose a spot.
That's 3, 4, and 5, and that's a good race to stick with for Racer TV. Good job to our camera crew. It is a great battle, and also at the tail end of that is Levi Geis, who's about to make it a 3-way battle.
Yep.
Look, Levi to the inside.
10 Commandments coming alive over there. Hop, skipping, and jumping. They break none of them.
Hinson's in trouble.
Broken.
He's just behind this in the long short shoot. He's got one rider ahead of him. That is the.
You got to dodge that bullet. Whoa! Look out! We're going to throw something out there.
Hinson's in 7th. He's got Forrest McPherson in 6th, right ahead of him. But then a huge gap to that other group we're talking about: Hall, Herrick, and Geis. So I don't know if he can get any closer than 6th. He'd have a 2-6. We know what happened to Levi Letty with the bad start. He's
I don't 13th.
See him. 1-13 would be Levi Letty right now. Can Letty at least get into that top 10?
Needs to get in there, but like we said, this might not stick. I mean,
no.
For us that's seen it, for those who haven't, this third moto has a mystique about it.
Yeah.
You can't bank on it, and you can't bet on it. It just happens. And you're like looking at each other going, what just happened?
What is going on? Yeah.
What just happened?
Look at the 3-way battle tightening up.
I like Levi Geis. That outside line. He's charging K-Dub.
Completely different line than both Hall and Herrick. I'm not following these riders. I'm going to go the long way around, and it worked out pretty well for him.
Got the tear-offs dangling in the wind there for the 66 of Herrick.
Looks like our good friends at Race Tech are bringing us the shot right here.
Well, it's the Race Tech moto of the day and the last moto of the day, and it has been a good one. Look at this.
Levi.
Hold it.
Gonna take the long way around is the 34, Levi Geis. Is it enough?
What a line there by Geis. He is all over Eli Herrick. Side by side, he's making some ground. You got to watch out. Here they go over the tunnel. No love lost there, Megawatt.
What a long way around for Levi Geis, but it was enough to bump him to the 4th position, overtaking Eli Herrick. Who'd you throw it to?
I don't know why I threw it there.
He don't even have
I wasn't ready. That's on me. That's on me, Meg. Sorry, Meg. Sorry.
I got your back, Megawatts.
I like to keep you close.
I appreciate you, K-Dub, big time.
I like to keep you close, Meg. You've got that voice of reason, Meg. When we need something, I go, Meg. All right, K-Dub, what do you see?
Short shoot, and this battle is not over. Levi Geis overtaking Herrick, but he's not done. He's
Absher Hall now.
Got his eyes on Hall.
I'm impressed with what I'm seeing for Geis, man. The line choice, wheeling over some of these bumps, really trying to make it as easy as possible on the 65. But Absher Hall, been a solid moto. Got that whole shot. Doesn't want to drop back. 3rd right now. And the look of determination on Megawatt's face to get this bag of trash out of the tower. I mean, I don't even know if Cannon Zabinek is as determined as what I just saw from Megawatt to get this trash out of this room. Or as fired up as Geis.
Levi Geis, also another young rider that took the trip overseas to represent.
They had their hands full over there. I mean, the conditions are probably some that these riders have not seen or expected to see.
It is the rider out of Minnesota, by the way, guys. Zabinek in the lead, though, and that's not a challenge, at least for the moment. The battle is here.
I don't know. Geis has got time. Geis has time.
To go after Hall for 3rd. Zabinek's got this one. He's just got to stay error-free. And we might have just put the curse on him as we say that. Look at Geis. Closing in. After Hall, you know he wants that 3rd place finish.
Geis on full send mode in the sand. turn section. Line for line. Here they go. No, he goes one up higher. Just motoring through there, K-Dub.
Yeah, look, he loves this outside line here.
Got momentum. Oh, just hung up just a little bit.
Let the weight rock out just a hair. Remember the lap before when he was going for Hall, for Herrick.
Yeah.
The pass started in the Bermuda Triangle, and it wasn't completed until they got to the Tunnel of Love. I mean, that's a long pass.
Yeah.
Where Levi Geist just stuck with it.
I think Geist now is recouped, and now he just needs a little bit of break through here. And Absher Hall better look out. Check, check, check. You better do a checkup from the neck up, because here comes Levi Geist.
Get ready for these outside lines. That's what Geist likes. There's Zabidik in the lead. Time running out in this moto, and he could be looking at the overall lead going into the final moto. I think Zabidik would have a 3-1 if it was like this.
Hey, 3-1-1 seals the deal. It cannot be beat.
That's true. And then that's Grayson Kyler right there. The girl, look, so close to the podium in Moto 1. She was third until the last lap. Now she's in second. Let's see if she can bring it home. Get the girl up on the podium against the boys. I don't know what has changed this week, but these mini cycle classes, there has been fast girls throughout.
The micros are even, exceptional.
I don't know what's going on.
Talking about fast, both Racing Kyler and Cannon Zabnik last lap turn a 2:21. They are the only two in the field to post a 2:21. So no doubt about it, Weege, she is hauling the mail.
All the way down to Waverly, and we'll deliver it promptly on time before 12
Hand delivered.
p.m. Yeah, hand delivered. 12 p.m. Here it is. I had to have this in. Bam. If the Pony Express was still in, they would be calling her to haul the mail. I need you to take this across Missouri, and it'd be on her 65 and be gone. Kevin.
That's Racing Collie right there, looking strong on that 54. Can she bring home a podium? Now, I believe in a different class yesterday morning, we had a female make a podium with a second, I believe. Racing just missed one.
Yumina.
White flag.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Yumia.
White flag.
Yep. Yeah, had a good start in her second moto, but I think she went down early, wasn't able to replicate it. See if Racing Collar can join her. We've been doing some serious head scratching and statistical breakdown to try to figure out, have we seen females podium in classes against boys before this year?
I don't think so.
No one can really come up with
I think the rumor is if she gets on the podium and she even wins this, it's something for the history.
Well, we had the one podium already from Yumia. Yeah.
And also with her sitting on a 4-2, that doesn't put her out of championship
No,
hope.
it's in the talk for sure. Racing Collar.
Yep. I mean...
No,
I don't think so.
She's got to keep it upright here to bring it home. Good job, Racing Collar.
I mean, Meg, if it's earlier in the day, first or second moto, that just means she's going to go faster again on a better track. She's all business.
So it's Zabidik, Kyler. Levi Geist did make that pass on Absher Hall. I don't know if it took all four turns leading to the finish line and passed it, but either way, he got the job done. He's now third. Hinson has got the sixth. Again, I don't know if he can get any further. He'll have a 2-6. Levi Letty is 11th after winning the first moto.
12. It's gonna have to be a cabal of different things, scenarios happening.
A cabal. Yeah, a cabal. Yeah. He owns it. Cabal. I like it. Let's see if there's anyone left that Letty could pass here. I'm going to watch him in the long short shoot, see if there's time. Or a pack in front of him. Letty on the 46. He might have two in front of him there that he might be able to get into the top 10 maybe. That 11th place spot. As for Cannon Zabidik, man, it's gone exactly the way he would have drawn it up. Not only the moto win, but the two that beat him in the first moto way back.
Wave at him there, Weege, as he flies by. What's up?
Check in. Wave to the little guy. That pattern is open.
Yeah, Yabinik, says West Kane. Yabinik.
What is it, Kevin? Come on, give it to me.
I go with Zabinik.
Zabinik. How about Jabinik?
Throwing jabs.
Look,
it could be like Brian Deegan passing out naps.
There it is. Checkered flag. Cannon Zabinik wins the Race Tech race of the day, 65-10-11.
Let's hear it for
And Racing Kyler.
Yeah!
On the podium against the guys, taking second.
How about that?
Woo!
She lost in the last lap of that previous moto, and she rebounds. She gets the revenge, and one spot better. This time she's second. And Levi Geis, what a charge for that young man. He finishes up in third.
Yeah, he had a DNF, so that means not a great gate pick. So had a lot of work to do there. He comes across in third. After Hall holds on to fourth.
Dude, Levi Letty is still charging, still making passes. He got one. I want to see if he can pass all three of these kids in this final sand section. Can he get all the way up to around 8th here? He's 37 when this race started.
Yeah.
Letty, the first moto winner. I don't know if he was down. Checkers are out.
Let's look.
All right, it's going to be Zavinik, Kyler, Geis, Hall, Herrick 5th.
Letty 10, top 10.
He got the 10, 37th to 10. So
he's got 11 going in.
Yep. Hinson went from about 16th to 6th. McPherson 7th, Jax Baker 8th, Caden Sedgwick 9th, Letty 10th. That's a heck of a ride.
Hats off to them young men. They're not even breathing hard. Looks like Chase Sexton after Millville. Not even breathing hard.
There's
behind
racing
the curtain.
Kyler. Nicely done.
Hey!
Big story right there.
All excited about it.
Heck yeah. Runner-up. And like Kevin Windham said, she's got 4-2 moto scores. If it's a kabopple, what's the word?
It would have to be a kabottle.
A kabottle. If we could bottle up the kabopple, if it gets crazy in the third moto is what we're saying.
It'll be a
kabopple title. It will be.
Not a debacle, a kabakle.
Did Zabinik even race? He looks fine. Shout out to Sophie Phelps, who was told yesterday about halfway today, and like, hey, you want to do some podiums? And now she's like a veteran of the podium scene. It's been fun to get back up at the tower, be able to hang out with my buddies here. Meg, K-Dub, Weh, and Meg.
I'm in.
Yeah, man. It's a good time. Yep.
We only had a small kabakle up here at in the announcer tower today. Wasn't bad.
No, we're
small
good.
kabakle.
I thought we did good, Meg. You giving us what kind of score? You giving us B plus, A plus?
I got to tell you, I am so proud of this team up here. You know, Mr. Cotter and Kerry Joe, they've given us all the tools we need. We put together a great team, and I am proud of you guys. Proud of everybody who's been on the mic. All the guys back in the truck and the trailer. Weege in the driver's seat this week for us, and I appreciate it, definitely.
Hey, we appreciate you, Meg. Those words go a long way, bro.
Like the riders say, I just can't thank my team. Just can't thank my team, man.
Sophia, take us away, girl.
Yep.
Let's do some interviews.
I'm up here on the podium with Levi Geis, our third place finisher here in 65, 10 to 11 limited. Levi, you had to work for this podium. Tell us about it.
Yeah, bad start and just push from there.
Well, it seemed to have worked out. How's the track this late in the day?
Yeah, track's good.
Glad to hear it. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, Oak Hill, Cobra, T-Rex, Denny, Oak Hill, Kyle Cunningham, T-Rex Throttles, and everybody else. Thank you.
Levi Geis, everyone. Third place, Moto 2, 65, 10 to 11. Now we'll bring up our second place finisher, Rayson Kyler. Come on up here. Rayson, that is quite the crowd you've got here. Is this your first podium?
At Loretta's, yeah. Last year I got 6 and 1 moto in the girls class, and that's really it.
Are you racing the girls class this year?
No.
Wow, so 2 classes, you're mixing up with the boys. Very impressive. Tell us about this moto and how you put it on the podium.
I mean, yeah, it was good. I didn't get the best start. I came around in the next corner and just tried my best.
Well, you did an incredible job. Who would you like to thank?
God for keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, CG, Papa, Edge Metals, Oakley, Mended, Mitten, Sorby, my trainer, Oakley, Renthal, T-Rex, my mechanic, Roger, Beast Moto Lab for getting this good, and Mitten for helping me get that gate.
Rayson Kyler, everyone! Moto winner. This is Cannon Zabinick. Cannon, that was a great ride. You've had many great rides this week. How are you feeling going into Moto 3?
It was good. I spun off the start, but I kind of held it around the first corner. I was in second, then I got around them, then all I needed to do is set a fast lap, then I got a gap, then I kind of just rode around.
Who would you like to thank?
PR2, MCT, Alpine Star 100%, Cobra Elite, Mom, Dad, Puppy, Viva, Pro Circuit Ruse, ASV, JOR Wheels, Moto C, Recluse, T-Rex, Moto Gypsies, Menden, Daniel Sims, who? Adler, Leanne, Puppy, and Viva, and everybody else, thank you.
Cannon Zabinick, everyone, your Moto 2 winner, 65, 10 to 11. All right, boys, that'll about do it. That was our last moto of the day. I'm sure everyone up in the tower will remind everyone here there's a chapel service going on at 7.
Oh, yeah,
and,
we got them.
Take it away, boys. Tell us about the schedule.
Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, we got some stuff going on here tonight. Before we get to this, going to close it out for our friends that are still with us here on RacerTV.com. And hey, if you are still with us, a big shout out to you, man. You're one of our true fans out there if you're still with us on RacerTV.com right now. It has been a great day of racing here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch for the 44th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by AMSOIL. Taking a look here at our rapid replay. Going to go through the entire day here. And as you can see, it has been one for the books. Max Shane putting on quite a show today along with McCaden Fitch, Frenchie and the gang right there. And man, seeing some fat whips out here today. Some big scrubs, the whole nine. We've got it going on. There is Lala Turner on screen along with Jordan Jarvis. There's last year's champion Kylie Stallings. Vincent way up in the mix as well. Deacon Dino getting a little bit of airtime here, and that was the man with the plan here today, Enzo Timmerman. He has been on fire. We'll see if he's able to continue it into day number 3 of racing. 3 days in the books here for us, including our practice day. 3 more days of racing left to go here on RacerTV.com. And what a way to end the day, too, as well there with Racing Kyler. Congratulations to that young lady. A lot of hype following her into this event. And she was able to deliver here today along with Zabinick with a hand in the air there. Once again, we're going to be going live at 7:30 a.m. first thing in the morning, so make sure to tune in with us. Of course, would like to give a huge shout out to our camera operators, Adam Atkins, Dylan Atkins, Chris Baggett, Josh Hefner, Tanner Griffith, Kate Coombs, Adam Arndt, and of course, our main man, Mike Nichols, our drone pilot, Gabe Scholl with the shots, manager, Dan Reinhardt, second engineer, Jack Renner, engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, replay by the one and only Cam Cotter, director, Don Hampton, producer OPAG Adam Gordon, and of course our executive producer Carrie Russell. On behalf of Jason Wygant, Zach Heron, Matt Watson, Kevin Kelly, Wes Kane, Kevin Wyndham, and of course Sophia Phelps. My name is Jackson Burrell. We'll see you bright and early here at Loretta Lynn's.